Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 2849 to Chapter 2933. Ningxu's face was filled with joy as he asked Consort Xian, "Have you seen a royal doctor?" Consort Xian's pale face flushed red as she said, "Xianxia hasn't seen a royal doctor. I thought it was because the weather was too hot and my spleen and stomach weren't feeling well. Also, Xianxia's period has always been messy, so I didn't pay much attention. BSP, the weather is so hot. You should find a royal doctor to get some pills to stimulate the appetite and strengthen the spleen," Ningxu said with a smile. The royal doctor quickly came and took Consort Xian's pulse. Then, Ningxu said, "Empress, Consort Xian is already 1 month pregnant." "That's great. The emperor finally has a child." Ningxu smiled and said to Consort Xian, "From today onwards, you have to take care of the baby. You can't make any mistakes. The child you give birth to is the emperor's eldest son, so there can't be any mistakes." "No. From today onwards, I will eat, live, and sleep with you until the child is born. The harem needs a child too much. The emperor isn't young anymore," Ningxu said casually. Consort Xian was dumbfounded. Then, she said, "Empress, Xianxia doesn't want to trouble you." Ningxu waved his hand. "From today onwards, the most important matter in the harem is Consort Xian's dragon fetus. Give birth to the dragon fetus at all costs. If anyone's hands stretch too far, I don't mind cutting them off." Ningxu's sharp gaze flashed across everyone present. The concubines were all frightened by Ningxu's sharp gaze. They all bowed and said, "Xianxia obeys. You can all leave. Consort Xian, stay." Ningxu waved his hand. The concubines all left. Consort Xian rubbed her stomach and looked at Ningxu with a bit of fear. "Extinguish all the incense in the room," Ningxu said to Shi. Shi immediately used water to extinguish the incense in the incense burner and then opened the window. "Although I don't know if the incense is harmful, it's better not to light it. In the future, don't light it in your hall," Ningxu said to Consort Xian. Imperial concubine Xian nodded. "Xianxia will remember." This consort wasn't joking when she said that we would eat and live together. "Don't think that I would do anything to you," said Ningxu. This concubine really doesn't dare to trouble the empress. This concubine is deeply afraid. Concubine Xian's jade nose was dripping with sweat. "Don't talk about these useless things. This empress won't do anything to you. On the contrary, this empress wants to protect the child in your belly. Right now, everyone in the court, including the emperor, thinks that this empress is immoral. If you lose your child, do you think this empress will have a good ending? This empress will be frank with you today. You must have this child." Consort Xian bowed. "Thank you, concubine, but it's just living and eating together. It's not a big deal. From today onwards, I'll live with you in your palace." Ningxu said to Shi, "Just pack some clothes." "Nyang nyang." Shi was somewhat disapproving. The empress was living in the concubine's palace. "Go." After that, Ningxu moved to concubine Xian's Weiyang palace. He had people carefully inspect everything in Weiyang palace, including some antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, rouge, and some clothes. He also had the Tan family find a female doctor who knew medicine into the palace. He also found a servant girl who knew martial arts. The female doctor and the servant girl who knew martial arts were all there to protect concubine Xian. With Ningxu, there was a high chance that they could protect the child in concubine Xian's belly. Concubine Xian stared dumbfoundedly at the swift and decisive Ningxu. In a short period of time, her palace had changed its appearance. Ningxu tilted his head and followed concubine Xian's instructions. "Concubine Xian, don't wear too much makeup when you're pregnant. It's not good for the child and it's easy to fall into a trap. This concubine will listen to the empress." Concubine Xian could only say helplessly. But looking at the empress, it didn't seem like she wanted to harm the child in her belly. The feeling of sharing a bed with the empress at night was wonderful. The empress's hand was placed on her belly and gently stroked it. It really made one's hair stand on end. But every time before eating, a female doctor would first check all the dishes, including the bowls and chopsticks. After checking, the empress would eat first and then let her eat. Concubine Xian's current goal was to give birth to the child first. No matter if it was a boy or a girl, it would be the emperor's first child. The emperor would definitely have special feelings for it. When Xianxia heard that a concubine in the harem was pregnant, anger immediately appeared between his brows. Although he had someone serve the empress in his place, she was pregnant now and these concubines still looked happy. Xianxia wanted to chop the pregnant concubine. You know what to do, right? Xianxia looked at the secret guard kneeling in front of him. The secret guard said yes and then said hesitantly, the empress will eat and live with concubine Xian. So what if the empress is pregnant? Let her do it. Xianxia said. It was a good time to do it. The empress brought a female doctor from the Tan family and a servant girl who knows a little martial arts. It's not easy to do it. The secret guard said, every meal will be checked. This empress is really responsible. Xianxia rubbed his brows and stood up. He was going to Weiyang Palace. Since she was pregnant, he should reward her with something. When Xianxia arrived at Weiyang Palace, he was greeted by two women. Ningxu smiled and said to Xianxia, Emperor, concubine Xian is pregnant. After 10 months, she will give birth to a prince. This concubine congratulates the emperor. Ningxu clearly saw Xianxia's eyebrows tremble. Concubine Xian seemed to be in high spirits. She placed her hand on her waist and acted like a pregnant woman. She slightly stuck out her belly and shouted to Xianxia, Emperor. Xianxia glanced at concubine Xian's belly. My beloved concubine, you have suffered. These things are bestowed to you by me. Use them well. I hope that my beloved concubine will still be beautiful when you are pregnant. Thank you, Emperor. Concubine Xian smiled as she looked at the things that the palace servants were holding. There were rouge, face powder, luxurious jewelry, and some strange and interesting things. Ningxu narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a smile, rest assured, Emperor. This concubine will definitely protect the dragon fetus and let concubine Xian give birth to a healthy dragon heir. This concubine will definitely give sister concubine Xian a happy pregnancy and give birth to a smart child, Ningxu said without generosity. She even had a joyful expression on her face, as if she was pregnant herself. Thank you, Empress. The Empress has her own pepper palace and doesn't need to live in Weiyang Palace, Xianxia said. This concubine doesn't suffer, not at all. As long as sister concubine Xian can give birth to a dragon heir, this concubine will be satisfied. Rest assured, Emperor. This concubine will definitely take good care of sister concubine Xian and not let anything happen to her. Ningxu looked like a patriotic and generous mother of the nation. Xianxia clenched his hand under his long robe and said with relief, you are really my good empress. Ningxu smiled. This concubine is duty-bound. Congratulations, Emperor, you are going to be a father BSP. Ningxu listened to the meatball-like king's mumbling and nagging. He kept saying EGA. He felt like O was some kind of rare treasure that everyone wanted. Diamonds were treasures, but they didn't treat O as a person. They wouldn't even consider a person's wishes. O wasn't that lucky. It was just like a beautiful woman that everyone fought over. As for this beautiful woman, who cared about how you felt in your heart, the client was just AB. In a way, he was much luckier than his younger brother. However, Ningxu was surprised that the king was so different from his own son. Had there been a genetic mutation? Otherwise, how could he have such a slender and fair son? This isn't O, why did you bring it back and waste our food? The king didn't like Ningxu. Ningxu, the old man's attitude changed too quickly. The galactic pirate prince pulled his father to the side and said that this guy found out that they were disguised as galactic pirates and couldn't let him go. Then hurry up and lock him up. This guy can't think of destroying our business. The king immediately looked at Ningxu with his pea-sized eyes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent even though he tried his best to widen them. Although he tried his best to open them, his eyes were still very small. Ningxu said, don't even think about killing me. I have a background. There's a pass in my box. Son, it's all the more reason to kill someone with a background. Ningxu, actually, I'm just talking nonsense. I'm a very poor person. In order to get my box back, I followed the galactic pirates here. I admire galactic pirates. I want to become a citizen of the Empire. Ningshu's face was serious. The Fat King, son, is there something wrong with this person? Let's discuss when to go to school in the Federation. The king's biggest wish was for his son to find an EGA and give birth to the best heir for the Empire. Although the Empire was poor and had nothing, they still needed an heir to inherit the planet. The prince was helpless and asked his subordinates to take his grieving father away. It was really unbearable to have such a loving father. The prince said to Ningshu, "Let me show you around. Although you keep saying that you admire the star pirates, you act like you don't agree with them." Ningshu followed behind him and sized up the planet. It could be said that this planet was really barren. There weren't many weeds, and there were very few trees and shrubs. Large tracts of land are left uncultivated. Although it was already the interstellar era, one could still rely on farming for a living. This was especially so in the technological era. Plant seeds had been modified and could be suitable for many types of soil. The prince shook his head and said, "That won't do. This kind of saline alkali soil covers the entire planet, and it's especially serious. Basically, all crops can't survive there. Especially when the planet has the largest group of volcanoes. These volcanoes erupt from time to time. If you cultivate them at this time, the magma will directly swallow them up. Even if a normal commoner builds a house, they'll build a simple house to live in. It's built especially well and beautiful. When the lava flows past, everything will change. When our ancestors migrated into the universe, they were slow to act. Plus, they weren't very strong, so they got a planet like this, and it's a relatively barren place. If they hide here, they'll get weaker and weaker. They don't have the strength to look for new planets, so they won't be able to survive. They used all the money and resources of the country to contact interstellar merchants who sell weapons, bought battleships and mechas, and started on this path. If they don't do this, the people of the country won't be able to survive." Ningshu didn't say anything. It was really hard to judge whether this was right or wrong. "But why are you telling me this?" Someone who had nothing to do with him actually told him all this. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he had no choice but to find a reason for his robbery in order to survive? The prince said, "I don't want you to misunderstand." Ningshu thought, misunderstand? What? The prince stared at Ningshu with his sparkling eyes, which made Ningshu's hair stand on end. "Don't tell me you've fallen for me. How long had it been?" Thinking about how this was a world of stewed meat, all feelings came from the body, not the feelings in the heart. The prince quickly waved his hand. "That's not it. I smell EGA on you. I don't want the EGA to misunderstand me." Ningshu was speechless. Hadn't he been scrubbing for a long time? His skin was wrinkled from the blisters, and he could still smell it. Ningshu suspected that he was AO, otherwise, why would there be a smell? However, he was sure that he was AB because he had spent time with his brother in the past and had never thought of pouncing on him. Ningshu's face was cold. "I don't know O. If I knew O, I wouldn't be so poor." "You can really smell it?" "It's very, very shallow. Ordinary people can't smell it, but I can smell it a little." The prince scratched his head and said shyly, "Can you introduce it to us? We've never met before, and you're using us." Looking for EGA was nothing more than having a child, regardless of whether the EGA was a boy or a girl. Ningshu grinned. "I do have an EGA brother." He glanced at the prince, who stuck out his tongue like a pug and looked at Ningshu expectantly. "Then please introduce your brother to me, brother-in-law." Ningshu was speechless. "He's already been marked." "You're late." Ningshu smiled. "Are you sure you want to snatch someone from a powerful empire general? Just the crime of pretending to be a galactic pirate is enough to make everyone on this planet suffer." The prince didn't mind at all and said confidently, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to remove the mark. We have a method passed down from our ancestors." The prince held Ningshu's hand and called out affectionately, "Brother-in-law, thank you." Ningshu trembled. "Brother-in-law," shaking off the prince's hand. Ningshu didn't want to say anything, but the prince chased after Ningshu and asked, "Brother-in-law, when are we going to look for O? We're family from now on." Brother-in-law, just treat this as your home. The Empire may be poor, but I'll go to the Federal Academy to work hard and give him a good life in the future. He felt that the prince was like his father, a chatterbox who couldn't stop once he started talking. This enthusiasm was really unbearable. Ningxu interrupted his beautiful imagination of the future. Take me to the volcanoes to see. Generally speaking, there were good things in strange places. Brother-in-law, why are you going to the volcanoes? The prince asked. Brother-in-law, your head. Who allowed you to call me that? He suddenly felt like he had a daughter in his family, and he even wanted to please his brother. I've never seen a volcano. I'll go take a look. He wanted to see if there was a world's origin. Brother-in-law, this is a group of volcanoes. They are all alive and can erupt at any time, spewing magma. If it weren't for the fact that the Empire doesn't have the ability to move to other planets, we wouldn't be living here. But don't worry, brother-in-law. If I have a bite to eat, I'll give it all to your brother. Brother-in-law, you're unilaterally establishing such a relationship. Did I agree? Even if I did, Lance wouldn't listen to me. Lance is a child with strong ideas. Even if you want to migrate, there's no place to migrate. All the known planets have owners. Even migrating was laborious, and eating was a problem. Of course, they didn't have the money to find a new planet. Brother-in-law, although the situation isn't very good, we can take it slowly, the prince said. Ningxu approached the volcano. The volcano was surrounded by thick volcanic ash, and it was obvious that magma was raging around it. The temperature was extremely high, causing the surrounding air to distort. The more it was like this, the more likely it was that there was the source of the world. Brother-in-law, don't go over. If you fall in, the temperature of the magma can melt the mech. The prince saw that Ningxu was still climbing up and immediately advised him. Ningxu said, "It's okay, I'm just taking a look." After climbing to the top, Ningxu was so hot that he was about to be cooked. He released his spiritual power to scan the situation underground. Ningxu choked on the thick smoke. The magma was extremely thick and bubbling. It released a large amount of sulfide, which was especially smelly. It made one's tears fall uncontrollably. The magma was too thick, making it difficult for spiritual power to invade. Especially when spiritual power was shuttling through the magma, it felt like it was scalding. Brother-in-law, come down quickly. If you cause the magma to become restless, the prince shouted, worried about Ningxu. If you die, how are you going to find EGA? Especially when your brother died in front of him, EGA will ignore him even more. Ningxu felt that her spiritual ball had been scalded red. It was boiling hot and was spinning in circles in her sea of consciousness. It was as if her butt was on fire. This feeling was like fishing for copper coins in a pot of oil with her bare hands. It was hot. Ningxu didn't give up. He kept using his spiritual power to scan the magma again and again. Such a large group of volcanoes, there must be a world origin, but there was no world origin. It should also give birth to something good. Unfortunately, she couldn't restrain her spiritual power, and the spiritual ball was so hot that it hurt her head. Ningxu gave up for the time being and waited for the mental sphere to cool down before returning. Brother-in-law, what are you looking for? Give up. This planet is not suitable for farming, and there are no rare metal deposits. We've checked every part of this planet, hoping that there will be mineral deposits that will make life easier for the Empire. But no. Ningxu nodded. The magma was too thick, and he couldn't probe it with his spiritual force. Moreover, he didn't know how thick the magma was. She decided to rest for a while before coming back to take a look. There must be something good inside that she hadn't discovered yet. He didn't believe that such a large group of volcanoes wouldn't have anything good. Even a piece of flame essence would be good. The prince's AI informed him to hurry home, and his father was already urging him. Brother-in-law, you should come back with me. Ningxu shook his head. No need, I'll stay here. Can you return the box to me? With the box, he could set up a tent here and rest for a while before continuing his investigation. In a situation like this, ordinary high-tech equipment wouldn't be able to detect it. The temperature was too high, and it was easy for the equipment to malfunction. It was even more impossible to throw the equipment directly into the magma. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to see anything. How can I do it here? Brother-in-law, let's go back. The prince dragged Ningxu away. Ningxu rolled his eyes helplessly. You're really mistaken. Don't tell me you really think that you can win over Lance just by pleasing her, not only Lance, but also General Tobias. He brought his troops over and directly flattened this planet. Son, the Locke Empire sent over some good news. They said that General Tobias is getting married and invited all the empires to attend the ceremony. I heard that General Tobias' other half is an EGA. My God, why is it so easy for him to find an EGA? Son, you should go to the bigger empires. The chances of encountering an O are higher there. Ningxu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tobias was getting married to Lance. What happened while she was away? This kind of marriage was a public announcement. It was General Tobias announcing to everyone who his other half was. Although General Tobias was very powerful, he also had enemies and political enemies. On the other hand, his other half was the weak O. It was very likely that people would target Lance to attack Tobias. All the empires sent out invitations through the interstellar network, and Lance became famous. Ningxu scratched his head. What was Lance thinking? He wouldn't run away during the wedding, right? Or was he in a hurry to get married because he was pregnant? However, in reality, marriage wasn't very important in this era. It didn't matter even if you were pregnant. They wouldn't mock you because you were pregnant. Instead, they would make a contribution to the empire's population. This was especially true for O, whose children were all very outstanding and powerful. It was precisely because the concept of marriage had become diluted that this kind of solemn and traditional marriage seemed especially sincere. The prince didn't feel much about the marriage. He said to Ningxu, "That's great. We can go together. We can also find our brother. Ningxu, if you really want to go to the wedding, you'll see my brother." The prince asked his subordinate to bring Ningxu's box over. After a while, the subordinate handed the box over to Ningxu. The prince then solemnly handed the box over to Ningxu. This is all a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side now. Ningxu, the Fat King, was confused. Why was his son trying to curry favor with Ao? He could either kill him or scram. Ningxu carried the box to the side of the volcano and set up a small tent to rest. Although the prince repeatedly asked him to stay, Ningxu didn't stay in the palace. He warned the prince, "My brother has already been marked. You should give up." The prince, "It's okay. I have a way." Ningxu, "The person who marked my brother has a high position and power." The prince, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt my brother. Even if he has a high position and power, I'm not weak either. He might not be able to win against me one-on-one." Ningxu rolled his eyes. Why would he want to fight you one-on-one if he can gang up on you? The prince, "Actually, I don't dare to hog the O too much. I just want to have a child." Ningxu, "You want to do it with my brother, have a child, and then leave with the child?" The prince nodded. Yep. Ningxu felt that his worldview had been challenged. F***ck. Do you think it's that easy to have a child? Even though the O is easy to get pregnant, it's still a very painful thing to have a child. Ningxu sneered, could it be that the empire can only be managed by A's? As a person who was easily attracted to O and lost his mind, B was clearly the best management talent. At least he wouldn't be affected by a mere pheromone. The prince scratched his head. My father asks me to find an O every day and give birth to an excellent heir. What's so good about inheriting a broken planet like yours? Do you have gold or silver mines? Even food and drink are problems. It was the same as being poor and desperately trying to give birth to a son. B is too mediocre. His physical fitness and IQ are far from A's. No one is perfect. If he's careless in choosing an heir, the empire will really be finished. Ningxu just said, I hope you get what you want. After setting up the tent, Ningxu lay down to rest. He was really a little tired. There was dead silence around the volcanoes. There were no animals, and no people came. It was like 1,000 mountains with no birds flying, and 10,000 paths with no traces of people. The spiritual ball in Ningxu's consciousness was bright red like a piece of red-hot iron. When Ningxu touched the spiritual ball, there seemed to be sparks falling. Stimulating the spiritual ball was very painful. Since the spiritual ball was red-hot, he had to temper it like he was tempering iron. However, the spiritual ball hurt as soon as he stimulated it. Ningxu endured the pain and tempered the spiritual ball over and over again. At first, he was very gentle, slowly stimulating it, then slightly increasing it. The heated spiritual ball became smaller and smaller under Ningxu's stimulation. It was previously the size of a fist, but now it was the size of a ping-pong ball. What was going on? Why was it getting smaller and smaller? Was it really like iron? The more he tempered it, the smaller it became until it was refined iron. Were there no impurities in the spiritual power? When the spiritual ball was squeezed by the heart earlier, it returned to its original state and became a little stronger. Now, it was smaller again. The spiritual ball's temperature also slowly dropped. Floating in the sea of consciousness was a shining silver spiritual ball. It was very bright and looked very shiny from different angles. The reflection of the light was very beautiful. The silver was clean. Although it had shrunk, Ningxu felt that there were fewer impurities in her spiritual ball. It was much more compact and solid. The spirit sphere was not that easy to shatter. This is a good thing, I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Ningxu hurriedly used his spiritual force and continued to scan the magma. Not only could he search for the world's origin, but he could also refine his spiritual sphere. After a round of tempering, his mental strength had become much stronger, and he could now control and release it freely. Furthermore, the penetrative power of his mental strength had also become stronger, allowing him to scan deeper than before. Of course, the spiritual ball still turned red from the heat. Although the heat was unbearable and made him tear up and snot, Ningxu still persevered. When the spiritual ball turned red from the heat, Ningxu began to forge again. After repeating the process several times, the ping-pong ball became even smaller and purer. His mental strength had become stronger. Even if he couldn't find the world's origin, such a harvest was worth it. Now that the spiritual sphere was tough, even if someone attacked her spiritual sphere, they might be injured instead. Since fire had such an effect, then should she go to Fire City more often in the future and use the temperature of Fire City to refine the spiritual sphere. As his mental power grew stronger, he could penetrate deeper into the lava. Even so, he still couldn't find the bottom. The situation of this planet was a little bad. If the magma continued to churn like this, it would one day penetrate the planet, and this planet would be uninhabitable. He didn't know how deep the magma was. Ningxu looked for things while refining his spiritual force. Occasionally, the prince would give Ningxu something to please his brother-in-law. Ningxu said that he had food to eat, and there was food in the box. He didn't need to give it to him, and he could give it to his people. The prince held Ningxu with a touched expression. "Brother-in-law, you're really a good person. I believe that your brother must be a good person too." Ningxu, sorry, my brother and I aren't good people. General Tobias' wedding ceremony is about to begin. We should also set off for the Lok Empire. The prince wanted to bring Ningxu along so that he could find his brother. Ningxu was also a little speechless. She had only left for a short while, and now she had to go back? She felt that Lance sent her away on purpose. Why would she go back? Would she get in Lance's way and affect his plans? Ningxu felt that if she said that General Tobias' wedding partner was her brother, the prince would definitely blow her to smithereens with a battleship. Most importantly, she didn't have a spaceship, so she couldn't leave this planet. It seemed that it was time to run. Okay, let's go together. I have to study the volcanoes now. Even if she went back, she could just find an opportunity to slip away. After all, she had a pass, so she could go anywhere. The prince hummed a little tune and left in satisfaction. Ningxu's daily routine was to refine his spiritual sphere and use his spiritual force to explore the magma. He had already explored 50 meters deep. Damn, if all the magma gushed out, it would definitely flood 1/3 of the planet's surface. This wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was that the surface of the planet would be penetrated by the magma day and night. Ningxu tempered his spirit ball as if he was hammering iron. The spiritual sphere had already been refined from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a thumb. It seemed that he had reached his limit. Using and refining the spiritual sphere continuously was painful and tiring. Ningxu took a nap and rested for a while before releasing his spiritual force again. This time, he really explored to the bottom. There were round red beads at the bottom of the magma. He didn't know what these beads were, but they were bright red. They were full of heat. Even if they weren't the origin of the world, they were still good stuff. However, this magma was so deep that it would be burned to ashes before it could even reach the bottom. Nothing would be left behind. This wouldn't do. At this time, he could only rely on his spiritual force to retrieve the beads. However, the longer his spiritual force stayed in the magma, the more painful it would be. Hence, he had to be quick. Ningxu controlled his spiritual force, and it was very difficult for him to pick up the beads. He was a little dizzy and couldn't pick up the beads after several attempts. Also, the spiritual sphere had a cooldown time. The prince had already urged Ningxu several times to leave quickly, or he wouldn't make it in time. The distance between the planets was a little far, and it would take a lot of time to fly. Ningxu just said to wait a little longer. He had taken 99 steps and was about to get the beads. He couldn't just leave like this. The prince sighed. It would be great if you were You love this planet so much and can't bear to leave. We can definitely live happily together. Ningxu, why did it have to be EGA? Were they so superficial that they only cared if the other party was She didn't love this planet, but she didn't want to give up until she got what she wanted. 1 second. A wonderful novel with no pop-up window to read for free. He wondered if the volcanoes would become extinct if he took away these beads. Since they had become extinct volcanoes, the soil around the volcanoes was suitable for growing things. The volcanic ash was rich in all kinds of minerals. Therefore, he treated it as a good thing. Ningxu had to take out the red beads inside. Moreover, these beads were a big gain. The prince went to prepare the things for the trip and asked Ningxu to leave quickly. He probably really treated Ningxu as his brother-in-law. His words were affectionate, and he urged Ningxu to hurry up as if he was one of them. Ningxu was speechless. What should I do? I already told you that your brother was marked, and the person who marked him had a high position. Ningxu began to fish for the beads. After working for half a day, his eyelids were swollen from the sulfide-rich volcanic smoke. Finally, he fished out a red bead. This bead was fished out. It was red, and the huge heat caused the surrounding air to distort. Ningxu's face was also steamed red. His cheeks were red. Such a high temperature was troublesome. Ningxu simply put it back into the system space. If he carried it with him, it might cause the spaceship to crash. Ningxu was afraid that after his mission was completed, he would return to the system space to take a look and find that everything in the system space had been roasted. He didn't know if he could throw it into the law of nothingness. Ningxu scooped up all the pearls and counted that there were 15 of them. With a black face and roasted hair, Ningxu packed up the tent and stuffed it into a box. He could leave the planet. After washing up, Ningxu and the prince were on their way to the wedding banquet. Before leaving, the fat king used his chubby hand to grab his son's hand. As he stroked him, he said, "Son, study hard and try to find an EGA. I'll wait for your triumphant return in the Empire. Son, do your best. Don't worry, I'll definitely find an Ningxu, maybe I can get it back." Ningxu and the prince boarded the warship. After all, he is the prince of an empire. He needs a few attendants by his side so that he won't be looked down upon by others. Everyone had a cool mecha on them. Those who didn't know better would think that they were rich. The speed of the warship was extremely fast and stable. Ningxu was looking forward to it, hoping that it would be safe this time. The prince said to Ningxu, "Brother-in-law, we're all on the same side. Don't tell anyone about our planet. It's not easy for everyone to live. I only steal things, I don't kill people." Ningxu clicked his tongue twice. For a poor person like me, robbing my things is no different from taking my life. The prince nudged Ningxu with his shoulder. "Don't say that. Didn't you say that your brother was marked by someone powerful? Why are you still so poor?" "That's my brother's mark, not mine. Ningxu rolled her eyes. The prince hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother-in-law, just tell me who marked your brother so that I can be mentally prepared." Ningxu said, "You'll know when the time comes. I'll introduce him to you." "Oh right, what's your name?" "Hardy." "Hardy? An idiot?" "Yes, Hardy." "Oh, Hardy." Ningxu felt that Hardy's father was a scammer. How long had she been gone? Why was she back again? Even if she was back, she wouldn't go see Lance. Who knew how many dangers Lance was facing right now? She would be courting death if she went over. Thus, when she reached the main planet of the Locke Empire, she ditched Hardy and left. Right, since Tobias and Lance are getting married, then Colonel Heller should be there too. If he didn't come now, when would he come to cause trouble? Ningxu felt that it was time for revenge. The red bead could finally be put to good use. He didn't believe that a mecha could fly in such high temperatures. The flight was very boring, especially since there was nothing on the battleship. There wasn't even any snacks. When they were hungry, they had to drink nutrient fluids. After drinking, everyone stared at each other. There were also some who let go of their restraints and went to have sex in 2s and 3s. There was nothing better to pass the time, especially in this world filled with the aroma of meat. Ningxu was practicing his spiritual power, expanding his sea of consciousness, and strengthening his spiritual power. This time, he would go back and test how long he could build a spatial tunnel. Ningxu saw Hardy staring at him and said, "Aren't you going to have fun?" This kind of thing was common. "No, I'm going to give my body to your brother." Ningxu was speechless. "As long as you're happy, when the time comes, it will definitely be a bolt from the blue." Ningxu was a little suspicious. Did Hardy meet Lance during the robbery? Did he kidnap Lance back to the planet to give birth to his child? He heard that Lance had a way to destroy the previous A's pheromone and replace it with a new O. The more Ningxu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Maybe this person was also Lance's subordinate, so she brought the person who had a relationship with Lance over. Ningxu touched his forehead and sighed. EGA was so popular. Especially with the strong. "Come, let's fight." After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the main planet before the wedding. The Locke Empire was powerful to begin with, and the surrounding star systems were all part of the Empire's territory. The main planet was very prosperous and sci-fi. Because of the wedding of the Empire's strongest person, General Tobias, the main planet was even more crowded and prosperous. The most direct manifestation was that there was no place to stay. Even if there was a place to stay, it was very expensive. Poor people like them could only sleep on the streets. Hardy and his son were heartbroken when they came to attend the wedding. They finally managed to gather a gift, but now there was no place to stay. They were heartbroken. The prince looked at the main planet and thought about his own planet. It was as poor as a ravine and undeveloped. He felt a little sad. "Brother-in-law, let's go find my younger brother first. I can't wait to see him. He could also solve the accommodation problem." The battleship was parked outside the main planet, so he couldn't even stay in the spaceship. It was driving him to death. He was beginning to suspect that General Tobias' marriage was an attempt to increase the Empire's income and increase its consumption, thereby contributing to the Empire's GDP. Ningxu sighed. "I want to tell you something. You have to stay calm." "Tell me." As long as his younger brother wasn't going to marry General Tobias, the prince felt that he could fight for it. Ningxu coughed and said in a low voice, "My younger brother is the EGA who's going to marry General Tobias soon." The prince was a little stunned. This was impossible. There couldn't be such a coincidence. "You're kidding, right? If your younger brother is going to become General Tobias' partner, why are you still running around? Don't you want to enjoy life with him? Are you trying to reject me like this?" Hardy's face said, "I'm not listening, I don't believe you're lying to me. How could your little brother be General Tobias' other half?" Hardy rejected without even thinking about it. Ningxu said, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me or my brother? I already told you that my brother has been marked. Why don't you believe me?" Hardy asked, "What evidence do you have?" What evidence could he have? Of course, he had to contact Lance and tell him that he was back. Lance knew that his brother had come back, so he gave Xianxia an address and told him to go there. Xianxia brought Hardy to the place Lance specified. He arrived not long after, keeping a low profile. Lance was stunned when he saw Hardy. He blurted out, "Hardy? You know me, what a nice smell." Hardy had an intoxicated expression on his face. Lance pushed away Hardy, who was sniffing his body. Xianxia asked, "Lance, how do you know Hardy?" What was certain was that Lance had always been living with his client and had never left the Empire. How could he know Hardy, who made a living by robbing? This was impossible. Furthermore, he blurted out Hardy's name, so it was obviously Hardy. Xianxia did not think that Hardy was so famous that even Lance knew him. He looked at Lance suspiciously. Lance was very calm. "Brother, I'm Lance." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He suspected that Lance was reborn or could foresee the future. Hardy was very excited to meet him. He tried his best to calm himself down and put on an elegant look as he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Hardy. I'm a prince and a powerful I heard from brother-in-law that you're going to marry General Tobias. Is that true?" Lance replied, "It's true." Hardy looked at him with a broken heart. "Why can't you wait for me? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you hate that we didn't meet before we got married?" Like his greasy father, Hardy grabbed Lance's little hand and stroked it. "Lance, I like you. Why don't we elope?" Lance withdrew his hand expressionlessly and said to Xianxia, "Brother, the main planet is a bit dangerous recently. You can either leave here or hide well. And don't show up at my wedding." Xianxia nodded. He was a little suspicious about the purpose of this wedding. Xianxia asked worriedly, "Will you be okay?" "Don't worry, General Tobias will protect me," Lance replied. Xianxia was a little perplexed by General Tobias' intentions. Theoretically speaking, all of the guests attending the wedding were either rich or powerful, and there were many of them. Pulling their A's partner to hold a wedding, that smell can make the A's present become restless. Generally speaking, if there was a Type A exclusive pet, they would keep it in secret and would not announce it to the world. Lance was currently in danger. Perhaps he had some sort of deal with General Tobias. Xianxia scratched his head. This guy was either reborn or a mission enforcer. It was quite clear that Lance was no longer the Lance that he used to be. Xianxia stared at Hardy's stomach and asked, "Are you pregnant?" Hardy was petrified upon hearing that he was getting married, and upon hearing that he was pregnant, he immediately melted into dust. How cruel was the heavens! Why did he have to marry someone he liked in the end? Lance shook his head. "I'm not pregnant, don't worry." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Things were more likely to go wrong if Lance was pregnant. His constitution was already weak to begin with, and it would be even worse if he got pregnant. "Do you have any plans to tell me? I know what to do, and I definitely won't get in your way." Regardless of whether this Lance was the original Lance or not, their goals were the same. Xianxia pulled Lance to the side and asked in a quiet voice. Lance replied, "General Tobias' situation is not good right now." "What does that have to do with the wedding?" It was such a big event, and it didn't look bad at all. Instead, it felt like they were plotting against someone. The Empire is currently investigating General Tobias, and he's not in a good situation. There are several powers trying to drag him down, Lance replied. Xianxia nodded upon hearing this. General Tobias' status was indeed very high, but the higher one stood, the more they had to be careful. If they fell, it would be like falling into the 18 levels of hell, and they would never be able to recover. "Is it because he's too powerful?" Xianxia asked. General Tobias was a powerful being of the Empire, and he was a general who was renowned throughout the Empire. He was an indomitable existence who protected the Empire. Was he going to kill such a powerful being? Even if it was for the sake of the Empire, he had to bear with it. Lance replied, "The Empire has some powers, but they're nothing to be afraid of. They're powers from the outside. With General Tobias around, they're concerned about the interests and decisions of some people." "Is it the Federation?" Xianxia asked. Lance nodded lightly. "I'm also involved in this. Do you still remember Colonel Heller of the Federation? You don't have much of an impact. It's just a small matter among these conflicts. But what does this have to do with a grand wedding?" I don't know much about this. Either you don't show up, or you leave. Lance handed some money to Ningxu. Ningxu accepted the money and told Lance to be careful. No matter what the situation was, his own life was more important than anything else. It looked like Lance really was making a deal with General Tobias. However, Lance was slowly realizing his dream of being on equal footing with General Tobias. She had thought that this would be a very difficult mission. After all, her status and power made it seem like an extremely difficult mission. However, her little brother abandoned her and went off to hunt monsters on his own. Go, 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 it's dangerous here, go wherever you want. What was with this inexplicable disappointment? She had thought that this was a child that needed her protection, but it turned out that this child had his own plans. Holy sh*t, this little brother of hers is so smart. Ningxu felt proud of him. In any case, it didn't matter anymore. The client's wish was both simple and complex. He should be happy that his little brother had his own career. Ningxu patted Hardy, who was drawing circles in the corner. I've already proven that he's my little brother. You should find someone else. It's impossible between you two. Hardy turned around, and his eyes were a little red. I like your little brother. I fell in love with him at first sight, and I'll never change my mind. Ningxu, no, brother, you have to believe me. It's all because of the pheromone. Ningxu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, brother-in-law, you have to believe me. If your little brother isn't I'll still love him. Ningxu, no, if he isn't you won't even look at him. I already said that it's the pheromone that made you pay attention to him. No, that's definitely not the case. The pheromone only made me fall in love with him faster. Even without the pheromone, I would still fall in love with him. It's just a matter of time. Ningxu. Ningxu warned Hardy, don't do anything rash. Be careful or you'll turn into AB. The most important thing was to not cause any trouble for Lance. Hardy's face was filled with sadness. The person I like is getting married to someone else, and you're doing this? Are you going to let me be sad? Hurry up. Ningxu pursed his lips and said, don't attend the wedding. Go and study. When you're strong, the school will give you a wife, and she'll be AA really? Hardy's eyes lit up. Give her a wife? Ningxu chuckled. Hardy's bright expression dimmed again. Even if the school gives me a wife, the person I like will always be Lance. Ningxu thought, dream on. Ningxu was not going to attend the wedding. As for Heller, he could take his revenge at any time. He could not cause trouble now. Right now, Tobias and Lance were like two grasshoppers on the same rope, and they were bound together for good or ill. With the money Lance gave him, Ningxu was going to embark on his journey again. He might be able to find some treasures if he went to more places. After all, there were so many planets. There might be treasures on every planet. Hardy was still feeling sad. Seeing Ningxu leave, he asked, brother-in-law, where are you going? I'm leaving. Let's part here, Ningxu said kindly. Don't attend the wedding. It'll hurt your heart. No, I want to attend. At least I want to see him happy, Hardy said. He thought for a moment and asked, will the military school really give you a wife? Ningxu, it felt like he was bullying an ignorant mountain person. Prince, he's lying. I checked just now. The school won't give you a wife. Hardy's subordinate showed him the artificial intelligence. Hardy's expression became even sadder. Ningxu could not be bothered with him. They had met by chance, so it was time to part. Ningxu found a spaceship and was about to leave when he was told that he could not leave the main planet for now. He had to wait until the general's wedding was over. This meant that the main planet was in a situation where one could only enter and not leave. Something was brewing here, and it would explode when the time came. Who knew how many people would be blown off their feet? This was the feeling of an ultimate battle. Unable to leave, Ningxu had no choice but to find a place to stay. There was also Hardy and a bunch of people who shamelessly followed her, saying that she was a local and they were unfamiliar with the place, so they could only rely on her. Every day, there were so many people sleeping on the floor that there wasn't even a place to walk. The wedding was getting closer and closer. Every day, there would be many warships patrolling the streets. Of course, with so many people, it was easy for conflicts to break out. Sometimes, the entertainment news would turn into a fight with someone over something. After meeting Lance that time, Ningxu hadn't contacted Lance. He guessed that Lance was now preparing for battle. It was better not to disturb him. She did not need to worry about her younger brother, which made her feel rather comfortable. Ningxu searched for information on his AI every day. He knew what planets had what wonders. Perhaps these wonders had some treasures. After sorting out these planets, he planned to go to these planets after the conflict was over. Hardy would go out every day and come back after a round. From time to time, he would brainwash Ningxu. Brother-in-law, I don't think Lance and General Tobias will be happy. Ningxu. Do you think they'll be happy if they marry you? Give up, there's no chance. Perhaps there was a chance in your previous life, but you won't be able to imagine Lance in this life. No matter what deal Tobias and Lance had, even if it was a fake marriage, they were still husband and wife in the eyes of everyone. Not to mention the people who attended the wedding, the Galactic Network would spread the wedding scene and all sorts of details throughout the entire star system and the Empire. The Galactic Network was howling in grief. The dream lover of the Empire suddenly dropped a bomb and was going to marry someone else. This was so sudden that many people were heartbroken. Of course, on the Galactic Network, there were all sorts of slander and insults directed at Lance. They said that Lance was a flirtatious B*TCH who used her pheromones to seduce others. Of course, there were also some people who gave their blessings. Ningxu was idling around every day. On the day of the wedding, warships flew across the sky, and all sorts of warships were assembled into different shapes. This was truly a sci-fi scene. Ningxu didn't go. Instead, he watched the live broadcast at home. Knowing that something might happen at the wedding, Ningxu was very obedient and didn't go. He was still a little afraid of encountering Heller. Heller definitely didn't come here alone this time. If Heller was alone, Ningxu might still have a chance to kill him and destroy the evidence so that he wouldn't be wanted by the Federation. Although Hardy was poor, he was still a prince of the Empire, so he naturally had to attend the wedding. Most importantly, he was still a little hopeful that Lance would break off the engagement and elope with him. Wahahaha, the wedding was extremely grand, and all of the Empire's nobles came to attend. All of the Empire's nobles had sent people of high status, and the Federation naturally attended as well. This was the largest wedding in the past 100 years. Ningxu was eating snacks at home and watching the live broadcast. He saw Hardy, and although the camera only flashed past, he also saw Heller. Heller's expression was extremely dark. I feel a lot better seeing you in a bad mood. The wedding was very sci-fi and romantic, and everyone made a promise to each other according to ancient rituals. However, halfway through the wedding, something happened to General Tobias. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face quickly turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Chaos ensued, and Lance also started to spit out blood. Ningxu almost choked on his fruit. What the F***ck? Was he assassinated? The situation started to spiral out of control, and there was an uproar. A newlywed couple had both died during their wedding. Although they weren't really dead, their lives were hanging by a thread. Ningxu was a little puzzled, and all kinds of thoughts ran through his mind. He stared at the live broadcast without blinking, afraid that he would miss out on any details. Could it be that the two of them had orchestrated this? Ningxu wasn't present, so he couldn't confirm whether the two of them were still alive. Their hearts aren't beating, their pupils are starting to dilate, someone yelled. The pillar of the Empire had fallen just like that, and it seemed that he had been assassinated. Some people were secretly delighted, but there were also people who revealed expressions of sadness and anxiety. Some people were so angry that they directly locked down the entire planet to find out the truth. The Empire's king was one of them. In any case, it was supposed to be a grand wedding, but it ended up like this. Everyone was trapped here, and the Locke Empire was clearly furious. What if they wanted to find someone to vent their anger on? Who was the culprit? All of the people who had enmity with General Tobias were immediately placed on the list of suspects. The entire planet was surrounded by battleships. The entire planet was in a state of low pressure, and no one was allowed to leave. Innocent people were all trapped here. Hardy came back and yelled at Ningxu, "Look, look. Something happened. I told you that Lance and General Tobias wouldn't be happy. They were halfway through their wedding, and now they almost lost their lives. It's not even certain if they'll wake up. You weren't there, so you didn't see how Lance was vomiting blood. I couldn't squeeze in, so I could only watch as he was carried away." Hardy almost wiped away his tears, but Ningxu remained silent with a cold expression. "Aren't you going to say something? That's your brother." Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. At least the two of them were still alive. Hopefully, they would be able to get along well. The incident at the wedding swept across the entire interstellar network. The pillar of the Locke Empire was in trouble, and ordinary people were worried that something might have happened to Tobias. If that happened, no one would be able to protect them. Some people only felt fear when the Iron Man Tobias fell. Tobias was already the spiritual symbol of a nation, and he was the embodiment of the spirit of the Locke Empire. Everyone who attended the wedding was suspected of being the culprit and had to face the wrath of the Locke Empire. Although some people were dissatisfied, they could only obediently accept the investigation after being surrounded by so many battleships. If something happened to Tobias, the Locke Empire would have no one to fight for the time being, and they might be able to annex it. There were many planets in the Locke Empire's star system, and some of them had rare metal deposits. Tobias had been fighting for the Locke Empire all these years, and he was like a loyal dog, running at the forefront. Some people even suspected that the Locke Empire wanted to kill the dog, which was why this happened, and then trapped them here to reap the benefits. The Federation also seemed to be the culprit. If one were to ask who the Federation hated the most, it would be General Tobias, because he was simply too domineering. He made the Federation look bad. In short, there were so many suspects that they couldn't even count them with two hands. Ningxu couldn't even visit Lance. Perhaps the Locke Empire wouldn't let anything happen to Tobias, but it might not be the same for his brother. He didn't know if Tobias was cultivating seriously. If he was, he might be able to live longer if his physique was better. Ningxu was already annoyed, but Hardy kept on chattering. Ningxu grabbed a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. "Shut up. Next time, I'll stuff you in a cup. Brother-in-law, should we go and see Lance?" Hardy smacked his lips and ate the fruit before asking Ningxu. "Lance spat out a lot of blood. I reckon it's 2 big bowls. Can you stop describing it?" Ningxu simply said, "Let's wait." "What are you waiting for?" Hardy disagreed. "You're Lance's brother. He must be feeling terrible right now." Ningxu rolled her eyes. If she really went, she would be easily caught by Heller. With so many people ganging up on her, she would definitely be caught. She couldn't go. Ningxu could only hope that this incident was directed by the two of them. They were waiting for news of their recovery. "Don't cause trouble, and don't go around saying that you like Lance. Let me tell you, there are people who like Lance too. Don't act recklessly at such a crucial time. Otherwise, I'll expose you as a galactic pirate robbing a spaceship." Hardy frowned. "Brother-in-law, we're talking about Lance. Why are we hurting each other? Anyway, just know your place and don't do anything." Ningxu was also frustrated. He thought that he could look for treasures everywhere, but he didn't know how long he would have to stay here. He could only stay in a world for so long. When the time was up, he would have to leave the world. She still had so many planets that she hadn't visited. Hardy often paid attention to General Tobias and Lance's situation, but the news was kept tightly under wraps. Very little information leaked out, making the whole incident even more mysterious. It also made people feel even more uneasy as they tried to guess what was going on. The eagle of the Empire didn't die on the battlefield, but at a wedding. How ironic. At the same time, some empires began to get restless and began to deploy their forces. They eyed the Locke Empire covetously, ready to pounce and take a bite out of it at any time. The ordinary citizens of the Locke Empire were quite pessimistic, praying that the general would wake up. At the same time, they were furious. Who was the one who harmed the general? Was it someone from the Federation? The general was fighting for the Empire's interests, so he would definitely offend someone from the Federation. Thus, they changed from praying to cursing the Federation. This caused the Federation's prestige to drop. The Federation was originally established to mediate the conflicts between the empires and plan the interstellar map. It could be said that it was for the sake of the entire human race. Of course, the organization had existed for a long time, so it was inevitable that it would change. The current Federation was controlling the empires, overriding all of them, and demanding them to obey. They came up with a set of principles and forced the empires to obey. The strong weren't convinced, and the weak weren't taken care of. They were all dissatisfied. The Federation was like an emperor. The aftermath of General Tobias' incident was getting worse and worse. Even now, Xianxia still felt that this matter should have been discussed between the two of them. Xianxia was slightly relieved. He wondered if he should take advantage of the chaos to get rid of Heller. Before he left, he definitely had to take revenge for torturing the original owner of this body. After thinking about it, he felt that this wouldn't do. Not to mention that there were so many people watching. If something happened to someone from the Federation would no longer be under suspicion. You haven't even found any evidence yet, and you're already attacking someone from the Federation. You want an explanation? The Federation would then be the host. If things got complicated, the Empire would be in trouble. Xianxia wasn't very patriotic, but he also didn't want to disrupt Lance and Tobias' plan. The situation that the two of them had worked so hard to create couldn't be ruined by her. Bear with it. He had to deal with this before he left anyway. He dripped some wax on his leather whip. Hardy said to Xianxia, "If Lance is fine, let him come with me. It's too dangerous for him to follow General Tobias. As long as Lance comes with me, I won't study anymore. I'll go back to the planet and live a comfortable life." Xianxia, aren't you robbing people for a living? Hardy, brother, can you stop talking about robbing people? Xianxia said with a serious expression, "It's all up to Lance. If Lance wants to go with you, I won't stop him. However, if Lance wants to follow General Tobias, then I'll support him." Hardy pursed his lips. "I'm calling you brother-in-law for nothing. Even if you call me your ancestor, there's nothing I can do. Just calling me your ancestor can solve everything. Young man, you're too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be." Ever since the incident, news about Tobias had been sealed off. The public didn't know what had happened, and their emotions were still fermenting as they demanded to know more. This was so that they could calm down. However, the official news was that Tobias was still receiving treatment and that he was fine. However, the citizens were not satisfied at all. There were some rumors that General Tobias was already dead, and the Empire was hiding the news from the general. Tobias was dead. How could such a ferocious person die? There was no way to confirm this, so the various powers tried to gather information about Tobias through various channels. If Tobias really was dead, then the Locke Empire would definitely be in pain for a while. The citizens were even more confused. "Why didn't you tell us if the general was alright?" Xianxia looked at the interstellar network every day, and it was all about General Tobias. An empire only knew about generals, but not kings. If the king was magnanimous and forgiving, then it would be fine. However, if the king was petty, then he would probably be gnashing his teeth in hatred. Tobias was truly too powerful. One day this dog may bite its master, and the master will definitely be frightened. Now, Xianxia was starting to suspect that the Empire was behind this, and that their goal was to kill Tobias. Xianxia's mind was in a mess. Anyone could be the culprit, and he was even more worried about his younger brother. This guy was too stubborn. He didn't even say anything in advance, and he collapsed in an instant. Xianxia could only think in a positive direction. After all, Lance had said that something would happen during the wedding. If something happened to Lance during this period of time, then her mission would most likely be ruined. As for what happened to Lance after she left, that would have nothing to do with her. However, nothing could happen to Lance during her mission. She could only wait. Everyone on the main planet was waiting for news. Even if his internal organs were damaged, he could just replace them. Not to mention replacing his internal organs, he could even replace his body. However, most people wouldn't abandon their own bodies. Furthermore, this type of surgery was prohibited by the Federation. As this matter fermented, it was getting more and more out of control, and the Empire had no choice but to leak some information. General Tobias is currently undergoing treatment, and his condition is improving. However, everyone's reaction was, "Really?" They couldn't believe it. Some people felt that the empire was trying to cover up, which meant that Tobias' condition was very serious. Some people felt that General Tobias was truly recovering. However, they couldn't be sure at all. As a result, some empires wanted to attack the Locke Empire, but they were afraid that Tobias would fall from the sky and vomit blood. However, if Tobias' condition was truly dire, then there was no point in being too slow to act. Just like that, he hesitated. He wanted to go up, but he didn't dare. If he didn't go up, he would feel uncomfortable. Some people decided to test the waters and attack a planet. If Tobias was fine, he would definitely appear. War was about to break out, and the people were even more furious. Taking advantage of the fact that the general was sick, you actually dared to loot a burning house. At the same time, he was even more furious at the murderer who had hurt the general. Hurting their general and then robbing their empire, could they be any more bullying? Was the Federation dead at this time? If they weren't here to mediate the conflict between the empires, why weren't they jumping out to mediate? Instead, they were just watching others attack the empires for no reason. Ningxu was speechless. He was a little dumbfounded. The development of the situation was simply like a wild horse out of its anus. There was a war, but the general didn't appear. How could the general be? Could it be that he was really dead? The empire hurriedly met the enemy, but their morale was low. This planet was quite far from the main planet, and reinforcements could not arrive in time, so it was quickly captured. After the planet was conquered, the resources on the planet would definitely be plundered. This was a war caused by a wedding. The Locke Empire was really a big piece of meat. If one had to compare General Tobias to a dog, then it was this ferocious dog that guarded this piece of meat so that no one dared to touch it. The fall of General Tobias made more and more people realize how important he was. There were pros and cons to his sudden collapse without a replacement. The empire would probably nurture more talents so that they wouldn't have to entrust their safety to a single person. Relying on a single person to monopolize everything was unacceptable. Reading this news, Hardy was particularly melancholy. I really want a planet with rich mineral resources. However, he didn't have the money or soldiers to attack other planets. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Did he really have to live off robbing for the rest of his life? Who didn't want to live with dignity and be a powerful empire that stood tall among the other empires? A poor planet like theirs didn't even have a seat in the Federation's meeting. Not to mention voting, no one cared about their opinions. However, the conditions of the planet weren't good enough. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. They couldn't develop even if they wanted to. They could only become poorer and poorer. Seeing that someone had taken down a planet in the Locke Empire and plundered the rare metals, the other empires also began to brazenly attack other planets. The first to attack would eat their fill, and the last to attack would suffer. However, the Locke Empire had made preparations. Even if the eagle of the empire had fallen, the empire's strength and resources were still there. Did they really think that just anyone could come and rob them? They had invested so many resources to develop this new weapon, and they would use it to test it out. Previously, when they saw that someone had eaten the crab, of course, they wanted to follow the trend and get a share. However, they bumped into someone head-on and ended up with bruises all over their heads. They didn't get any benefits. At this time, the people who attacked the other planets were crying to the Federation. "Boss, they were using weapons of mass destruction. You have to do something about it." Previously, the Federation was still playing dead. When they saw the new weapon developed by the Locke Empire, they were a little shocked and immediately warned the Locke Empire that using such weapons was inhumane and a violation of human rights. When Ningxu found out about this, he pursed his lips. The Federation was probably done for. Such actions were too shameful. The Federation's actions would only weaken their image of fairness and justice. The strength of the Locke Empire was probably a thorn in the side of the Federation. They had to keep it under control at all times. Otherwise, even the Federation wouldn't be able to control them. They probably wanted to use these greedy empires to erode some of the Locke Empire's strength and make it easier to manage them. The thorns needed to be dealt with. The development of the incident made Ningxu feel relieved. Tobias and Lance should be fine. The citizens of the Lok Empire were burning with anger and cursed the Federation. Previously, when the Empire was invaded, they didn't even say a word. Now that the Empire was using weapons, they crawled out to complain. Could they be any more disgusting? This time, the general's accident must have been caused by the Federation. It was all for the sake of what would happen next. The Federation was so vicious. They used other empires to attack them. Why can't we use the weapons that we spend our own money and effort to make? Who do you think you are to say that we can't use them just because you say so? Ningshu hoped that the empire would be fine. After all, if something happened to the Lok Empire, the citizens wouldn't have a good life either. Their country was gone, and they didn't even have roots. They were even less confident. Hopefully, it would end soon so that she could find something good. It would be best if there wasn't a war. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe anywhere. All sorts of discussions were brewing on the interstellar network. The culprit who assassinated General Tobias hadn't been found, and now they were attacking the Empire. This was premeditated. Now that something had happened to General Tobias, these people would snatch the Empire's resources. At this point, it didn't matter who the culprit was. The people trapped on the main planet requested to leave. This place wasn't safe at all, especially those who were attacking the Lok Empire. They were trembling in fear. *CK, even if they wanted to fight, they should have waited until they left. If they fought, they would still be in someone else's territory. What if they killed them in anger? After all, the two countries were at war. What a scam, people like them didn't dare to go out. The moment they went out, the people would throw dirty things at them. They were extremely unwelcome here. They hid in their shells to reduce their presence. Hardy was envious. He wanted to take a bite out of his empire. At the very least, his subjects could live for a few decades. Robbing spaceships was just a small matter. Robbing a planet and attacking an empire was a big deal. They were so poor. What should they do? Hardy was mentally exhausted. Prince, the king sent a message. The volcano that burned all year round on our planet has been extinguished. Rare metals have been found. One of the subordinates jumped 3 feet into the air. He was so excited that he threw his snot far away and pounced on Hardy. What? Hardy's expression was incredulous. Volcano extinguished? Rare metals? He was probably dreaming. The volcano that plagued the empire had been extinguished. So be it. Rare metals were even found. Such good news. He must be dreaming. Hardy slapped his subordinate's face, but his subordinate was still smiling foolishly. Prince, the king wants to talk to you. He didn't even feel pain. He was indeed dreaming. Ningshu raised his eyebrows when he heard the news. There was such a good thing. If rare metals were really found, this poor empire might be able to turn the tables. However, the prerequisite was that they could protect these things. The empire had neither money nor manpower. In the face of high-tech weapons, the fragile people were as fragile as little rabbits. Son, we're rich. We have rare metals. Sell them and we'll be rich. The fat king was so excited that his eyes could not be seen. Hardy pinched his own leg. It hurt a lot. This wasn't a dream. It's true, Dad. You have to keep it a secret first. Don't spread the news everywhere. There's a war going on here. We don't have any equipment, so there's nothing we can do if someone tries to rob us. Let's be quiet and wait for me to return. If someone took this opportunity to attack a planet with rare metals, their country would be in trouble. Now, Hardy wished he could fly back, but he couldn't. Previously, Hardy had an indifferent attitude. When he saw others wanting to leave, he was anxious. However, he had an indifferent attitude. As someone who had nothing, it did not matter. But now that he suddenly had a gold ingot at home, he was in a hurry to leave. He was deeply afraid that the gold ingot would be snatched away. I understand. Don't worry, son. We're in a remote area. No one will find us. The fat king nodded repeatedly. Son, we have money now. Don't worry and look for EGA. No matter what excessive requests you have, we can satisfy them. It was good to be rich. Hardy instructed, don't touch those things first. Wait for me to come back. I'm now trapped on the main planet of the Locke Empire. I know. I think something happened to General Tobias. Son, come back soon. I'll wait for you. After ending the call, Hardy's entire body was trembling. He was obviously excited. Suddenly, a windfall fell from the sky. It was as if he had 5 million. Prince, we can buy and sell metals in the future. We can buy more food and warships. That's great. Ancestors bless us. Now that we have money, what are we going to do? Drink a bag of nutrient fluid and throw it away. Hardy said, no one is to tell anyone about this. Wars are now because of resources and rare metals. If we tell anyone about this, these things will be snatched away. We won't even have a place to live. We promise not to tell anyone. We definitely won't. A few of his subordinates shook their heads like a rattledrum. Hardy calmed down and turned to look at Ning Shu, who was chewing on a fruit. Brother-in-law, don't tell anyone about this. I won't. However, it's not necessarily a good thing that you have rare metals. It was unreasonable for a child to carry gold through a busy market. Even if we're going to make a deal, you're so weak. I'll just give you some money and send you away. What? You don't agree? You think it's too little? As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll think of something. Also, don't tell anyone about my robbery. Pretending to be a galactic pirate was a capital offense. The Federation and even the other empires had a reason to send troops to wipe them out. It was only logical that they would occupy the planet and the rare metals. Ningxu nodded. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. If I do, I'll be in trouble. I'll be dragged into it myself. If I'm not careful, I'll lose my life. So what if he told them, these games between empires were not something ordinary people could afford to play? They did not have a huge amount of resources behind them for them to do whatever they wanted. Hardy heaved a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, we're family. Who else can I trust but you? With rare metals, Lance will definitely live a good life. When Lance recovers, we'll leave this place and return to the planet to live a peaceful life. How about that? Ningxu glanced at him. He still had not given up. Brother-in-law, why don't we let Lance fake his death and leave with him? Hardy felt that he had thought of a good idea. Ningxu, haha, how were they going to take him away? Especially since Lance had the smell of pheromones on him. No matter where he went, he would easily attract attention. Moreover, Lance obviously had his own goal now. Why would they bring him around? It would be easy for something to happen. That was why Ningxu would not eat too much. Also, what good would it do to take Lance away? Hardy wanted to give birth to an outstanding child, but what good would it do her? What a cunning thought. With the rare metal, Hardy walked with a swagger. He looked like he was in high spirits when it came to happy events. Previously, they did not find the rare metals in the fire ore. It was probably because of the burning magma. Without the red beads, the temperature of the magma dropped and it gradually extinguished. Even if it was not completely extinguished, it would probably slowly become an extinct volcano. However, even an extinct volcano could reignite. He had obtained the beads, and the Empire had obtained the rare metals. Perfect. He had to take advantage of the limited time to search for treasures. With so many planets, he would definitely find other treasures. /BK Although the Federation was there to mediate, unilaterally pressuring the Locke Empire to not use weapons that violated human rights, the Federation was still furious. The Locke Empire was furious. They ignored the Federation and used whatever they had to. Without a general, the Locke Empire couldn't be bullied by anyone. Anyone who tried to rob them would be dealt a heavy blow. The war temporarily diverted the attention of the people from the Locke Empire's general. Only a small number of people paid attention to General Tobias and wanted to know how he was doing. The Locke Empire was already so strong, and they had an advantage in weapons and equipment. They developed many weapons on their own, which caused panic. Was an empire like this planning to invade another country? With a general, it was like adding wings to a tiger. They hoped that Tobias would never wake up. The Federation was so angry that their hands were trembling. They hated the Locke Empire the most. They were always disobedient and made them lose face. This kind of strength shocked the Federation. They had to suppress it. For the sake of humanity and the peace of the galaxy, they had to attack the Locke Empire. Thus, the Federation came up with a set of regulations. They said that biological weapons were not allowed, and that every empire had to report to the Federation about the weapons they were developing. They had to be allowed to develop them. If not, they were not allowed to develop them. This was all for the sake of the peace of the universe. No one wanted their home to be turned into a war. When the time came, they would be the ones to be destroyed. Blah, 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 all the regulations were against the Locke Empire. They were just short of pointing at the Locke Empire's nose. It was you, it was you. Ningxu shook his head. The Federation wasn't strong, so they were especially afraid of others becoming strong. They did everything they could to attack them. Weak countries might still abide by the regulations, but strong countries wouldn't care. They would continue to develop what they needed. They followed the rules, but others were secretly developing weapons. No, they had to do it too. Otherwise, they would fall behind and be bullied. Although they weren't allowed on the surface, they could do whatever they wanted in private. The dignity of the Federation was lost. Hardy was worried. The Federation came up with this policy. Will it affect the sales of rare metals? It wasn't easy to find rare metals. They were just about to use it to make a comeback when the Federation came up with such a policy. The Federation, they had eaten too much. Just when they thought they were the angels of justice, they had gone overboard. Of course not. Maybe because of the ban, some transactions will be done in private, and the price will be higher. Ningxu objected. If any country purchased rare metals in large quantities, it would be obvious at a glance what research and development they were doing and what they were producing. The Federation immediately launched an investigation. In order to avoid this kind of trouble, they would have to do it in secret. When the time came, smuggling would be rampant, and the price of the metal would be higher. If the policy did not allow it, the risk would be higher and the cost would increase. Naturally, the price would be higher. Therefore, the Federation's move was a completely foolish one. They would exhaust themselves to death, and in the end, it would cause these empires to break free from the Federation's control. In short, if you meddle too much, you will lose your prestige and authority if you meddle too much, no matter how big or small it is. Only when it was related to the survival of the human race or the direction of its development would they interfere. Wouldn't it be good to be lofty and mysterious? Even if he worked himself to death, he still couldn't get it. Hardy glanced at Ningxu. How did you know? Ningxu, if you use your brain a little, you will understand. The business on the surface will become a gray area, and the price will not be decided by the owner. Of course, when the time comes, more empires will plunder resources everywhere. It was better to own it than to buy it everywhere. Hardy was speechless. It was worrying when there were no rare metals, but it was also troublesome when there were rare metals. If they were not careful, others would attack the empire because the planet had rare metals. The empire's equipment was not as good as these powerful empires. When the time came, they would probably be slaughtered. It was possible that the empire would be destroyed. Hardy could not sit still anymore. He wanted to fly back to the planet. The first thing he wanted to do was to buy equipment with all the empire's money and arm himself first. Everyone had been trapped on the main planet for more than a month, and they were unprecedentedly agitated. It had been a month, and they were still not letting them go. This was too much. This was captivity. With the strong demands of all parties, the Empire had no choice but to let these people leave and remove the lock on the main system. The people who came to attend the wedding left one after another. Hardy also had to leave with his subordinates. He was originally here to study, but his family suddenly made a fortune, so he had to deal with more important matters first. Hardy said to Ningxu, brother-in-law, welcome to my planet to play. You will see a brand new planet, prosperous and rich. Ningxu just nodded casually. Okay. Let's go quickly. Every night, the sound of snoring would come one after another. It was hard to rest well. Hardy hesitated for a moment. Brother-in-law, next time you come, you have to bring Lance with you. Ningxu waved his hand. Despicable again, after Hardy and the others left, the house became much emptier and quieter. Ningxu also wanted to leave and go to various planets to look for good stuff, but he had to make sure that Lance was fine. The ultimate martial arts she was cultivating now allowed her to fly in the air. She could fly without a mech, but she could not use it in front of others. After all, if she flew without anything, she might be caught by the research institute. She had to get some mechs, even if it was just a flying mech. She just did not have enough money. Why were mechs so expensive? It was like a house. Ordinary people could only dream of it. She still had to use the money to look for treasures. Luckily, Lance did not need to drink suppressants now. Otherwise, she would be even poorer. It had been so long. Was Lance okay? Ningxu was very worried that something might have happened to Lance. Ningxu planned to go out and buy something. There was no food at home. She could just buy some cheap nutrient. Fruits were too expensive. She had to save them. Also, without news of Lance, she was not in the mood to eat. She felt so worried. Once Lance was fine, she would pack up and leave immediately. Following Lance was really scary. Just as she walked out of the door, she bumped into Heller. Ningxu quickly hid. Heller was stunned for a moment and ordered his soldiers to look for Ningxu. Ningxu grinned. Enemies were bound to meet. Couldn't they leave? The Federation had already retreated. Why was Heller still here, and this time, he was not alone? It seemed like she was at a disadvantage this time. She had to bring more people this time. What should she do? The advanced galactic network made it impossible for her to kill Heller. If she killed him, she would be able to find out quickly. But she was caught by Heller. It was also the fate of a client. She would be tortured for no reason. /BK Perhaps Heller was staying here to find out about Tobias and Lance. Or perhaps he was staying here to spy on the Empire for the Federation. In any case, this was not a good thing for Ningxu. Come out, I know you're in there. When I catch you, hee. Heller gritted his teeth. Ningxu felt like Heller wanted to chew him alive. Ningxu stood up and greeted Heller. Hello. Heller, hee arrest him, Heller ordered his men. Ningxu immediately said, wait. Capture him. Heller remained expressionless. Do you think Lance will appear if I catch you? Ningxu pursed his lips. Are you retarded? My little brother vomited blood, and Tobias and Lance didn't appear when the Empire was in danger. I'm just an insignificant person, so how could I appear? Ningxu waved a hand at Tobias. Come here, I'll show you a treasure. Heller, do you think I'll believe you? He had suffered at the hands of this B***starred before, so he wasn't going to believe him no matter what he said. Fine, it's fine if you don't believe me. I really did want to show you a treasure, but you didn't want it, so don't pull it. Ningxu retreated as he ran away. He yelled for help as he ran, and at the same time, he used the galactic network to call for help. Help, the Federation is going to kill me. Police, please save me. Ningxu ran like the wind, and the people behind him had to use their mechas to catch up to him. They had never seen someone run as fast as him. Ningxu's movements quickly attracted attention, and some of the patrolling soldiers of the Empire discovered him, and they stopped their battleships to assist Ningxu. Ningxu rushed over with tears and snot all over her face. Her face was full of terror and fear. Help! The Federal Academy wants to kill me. They want to capture me and torture me. They want to prick my fingers with needles and pull out my nails. Everyone, Heller stopped in his tracks. This is a wanted criminal, so I hope you can hand him over to the Federation. These patrolmen's faces were ugly. They hated hearing the words Federation the most now. They didn't have any good impression of the Federation at all. What crime did he commit? The patrol officer asked. He didn't intend to let him go, mainly because he wanted to disgust him. Ningxu said, I'm a citizen of the Locke Empire, and I didn't commit any crimes. It's this person who's trying to take revenge on me. Furthermore, I'm the older brother of General Tobias' partner. This person once coveted my younger brother, but he didn't succeed. Now, he's causing trouble for me. Oh, what evidence do you have? The patrol officer's expression became serious. This matter concerned General Tobias, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Everyone knew that General Tobias' other half was extremely attractive to A. Could it be that this federal colonel was coveting General Tobias' other half? Now that the general's situation was not good, they came to bully people related to the general. Xianxia said to the patrol officer, "I have a pass from the general. It's at home. I can give it to you. Don't hand me over to him. I didn't commit a crime. Don't worry, we will deal with this matter seriously." At the same time that the patrolman informed the others, many battleships flew over and surrounded the place. Heller's expression was a little ugly as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately shrank behind the patrol officer, looking very scared. Some of the patrol officers accompanied Xianxia home to get the pass to prove his identity, while others confronted Heller. This was no longer about Xianxia. Instead, it was about the conflict between the Empire and the Federation. This matter had been magnified. Heller also knew that his identity as a federal colonel was sensitive, especially now that the Locke Empire was angry. He stayed here for personal reasons. This confrontation wouldn't do him any good. Who knew that this guy would run around like a shrew? The first time he didn't pay attention, he got tricked, and this time he did it again. He had really underestimated him. He thought that this guy would be trembling in fear when he saw him again. Instead, he was trembling behind the patrol officer, as if he had already done something to him. Anyway, this matter would definitely be reported, and the Locke Empire would definitely question the Federation. They would use this matter to cause trouble. Now, they had a good reason. Xianxia also knew that this was an advantage for him. When he gave his statement, he described how he met Heller and how Heller forced him to go home and find his brother. If General Tobias hadn't arrived in time, her brother would have been snatched away. She was AB, so she had no value and would alert the enemy. She would definitely have been killed. Of course, he left out the part about the kidnapping. How could a mediocre B and a weak C kidnap a strong A with cool equipment? No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Even if Heller said it out loud, he would be the one losing face, and the Federation might even blow this matter up. Is the person trained by the Federation useless? How could an ordinary person from the Federation tie him up? This document had to be verified. Even if General Tobias didn't testify, there were other people who went with Tobias, so the situation couldn't be clearer. As long as the authenticity of this document was proven, the Federation could be slapped in the face. Didn't the Federation say that it was for human rights and that there shouldn't be human trafficking for the sake of humanity? Even the smallest thing could be blown up. Xianxia and Heller were locked up separately. "You're on the other side of the mountain, and I'm on the other side of the water." Xianxia sneered at Heller. "Give up. My brother and General Tobias have already pledged themselves to each other. You don't have a chance." "Heh, did you do that to my brother?" "You didn't steal my brother, so you're doing this to him." Heller shouted gloomily, "Shut up. Maybe I'll make you speechless." Stealing someone wasn't that serious, but harming a Federation general was a crime punishable by death. "You're throwing all the sh*t at me." Xianxia immediately covered his mouth in horror. "Did you really do it? Are you going to kill me now?" Heller really wanted to kill him right now. If this B** starred was so troublesome, he would have snapped his neck even if Tobias had been there. He wouldn't fall for his trap now. The Federation demanded an explanation from the Federation with this document. You can't just demand things from others without restraining your own people. What's the difference between you and a thief? You can't be so strict with others and treat yourself with leniency. Moreover, the Empire had publicized the matter widely and asked with great fanfare. Everyone knew about it. Even the Federation wanted to kill him. With so many people watching, the Federation's reputation was being tarnished. Most importantly, the Federation's reputation was plummeting. If they were to go back on their word, people would slowly start to take the Federation seriously and look down on them for doing such despicable things. Heller could only abandon the Rook to save the king. Heller's status as a Federation general was stripped. /BK Heller was no longer a federal colonel. His merits were all taken back. He was now an ordinary person and handed over to the Empire to deal with. The people around Heller were also recalled by the Federation. Heller was imprisoned alone. Of course, Ningxu was with him. The halo around Heller's body was taken away, and he looked a lot dimmer. He didn't have the domineering aura that could control the sky, earth, and air. He looked at Ningxu with a bone-deep hatred. He didn't expect that he would throw away his future. He was a young colonel with a bright future ahead of him. In the end, he died in the hands of these two brothers. This hatred was unforgivable. Ningxu pretended to be afraid. If you didn't want to capture me, things wouldn't have developed to this point. It seemed that it was better to take away everything from him and make him suffer than to kill him secretly. Because it was a federal colonel, they found a random reason to capture him. The feeling of suffering and unexpected calamity must be great. Now that the Federation was in a sensitive situation, it was necessary to abandon Heller. To the Federation, Heller was just a colonel. Of course, to ordinary people, the federal colonel was an unshakable existence. It was also at this sensitive time. Otherwise, the Empire wouldn't have made such a decision when they weighed an ordinary person against a federal colonel. The Empire was still angry about being cheated by the Federation. When Ningxu was released, Heller stared at Ningxu. His eyes were like hooks, wanting nothing more than to hook onto Ningxu's flesh. Ningxu asked worriedly, "Will anything happen to me? Because of me, that federal colonel has no future. He will definitely be angry and want to kill me. I don't know how my brother is now. If I die, I won't be able to wait for him. Don't worry, we will pay attention to him. You have to be careful too." Ningxu nodded. After returning home, she moved to another place. Of course, everything she did was under the Empire's nose. It was very real. She was so scared that she wanted to move. Ningxu felt that it was better for Heller to be released. Since he was abandoned by the Federation, even if she killed him, the Federation wouldn't pursue the matter. Forget about pursuing the matter, she had to wash her hands clean. We have nothing to do with this guy. Ningxu was more depressed about Tobias and Lance. It had been almost 2F** King months, so why was there still no news from them? Tell me if you're dead or alive. The citizens were all looking forward to it. Now that someone was robbing something, why hadn't the Imperial Eagle appeared yet? Ningxu waited and waited. In the end, the dynasty released the explosive news that they had discovered a new star system and had already occupied it. My subjects, our territory has expanded again. Rejoice, everyone was dumbfounded, including the Federation. The Lok Empire had secretly discovered a new star system and occupied it. Those who had risked their lives to snatch some things from the Lok Empire while General Tobias was on the brink of death were happy to get a piece of meat, but in the end, they found a pig instead. At this point, the Empire was no longer bothering to hide the truth. Instead, it directly stated that General Tobias had taken over these planets. Everyone applauded. Tobias, wasn't he on the verge of death? It seemed that the Lok Empire was the one behind all this. They had escaped to occupy a star system, and who knew how many planets there were in a star system, who knew how many resources and rare metals a planet had? It was going to explode. The Federation immediately questioned the Empire. The Empire directly said that they were doing this for the sake of humanity. They didn't know if there were any living creatures living in those star systems. If there was any danger, everyone would rush in together. Thus, the Lok Empire took the lead and took the risk. Now that the resistance of those planets had been suppressed, they could migrate to those planets if they wanted, but they had to have proof of identity from the Lok Empire. In short, those places were ours. It was so infuriating that everyone's eyes turned red with jealousy. At this time, the other empires were unprecedentedly united under the leadership of the Federation to cause trouble for the Lok Empire. The Lok Empire said, all right, don't be angry. Everyone has a share. Of course, the planets with rich resources had already been taken by the Lok Empire. The ones left behind weren't that good, but they still had some meat. However, the citizens weren't satisfied. Why should they give it to them? They had painstakingly conquered a star system, and they still had to share it with these people? These people were taking ready-made food. How could they be so thick-skinned? No matter what, the Lok Empire couldn't take over this star system. If they ate the meat and others didn't even get to drink the soup, they would definitely overturn the pot. It didn't matter if they gave up a little. Besides, the good things were already taken by the Empire. Let them fight for those small pieces of meat. Ningxu rolled her eyes. It seemed that all her previous guesses were wrong. The couple had gone to war. It was good that they were fine. She didn't know if Lance had made any contributions. Would she, as his brother, be able to bask in the glory? However, could an EGA be used on the battlefield? Were their pheromones not affected? Battlefield A was too much. Although B wasn't affected, A was affected. She didn't know how to deal with it. She was waiting for their triumphant return. They didn't send her a message. They were probably afraid that the news would leak and be intercepted. Ningxu now had an appetite. Her brother was fine, and Heller had suffered a big loss. I wonder if Heller will be released now. The entire Locke Empire was in a jubilant mood. The Imperial General was fine, and he had opened up new territory for the Empire. Moreover, the Empire's territory had expanded. Perhaps they could even migrate to that star system. Generally speaking, the first batch of immigrants to other star systems would be given preferential treatment. After all, those planets might not have developed at all, and the conditions were a little harsh. However, many people were secretly preparing to migrate. They were going to buy a piece of land and develop it in the future. They could also earn money. The patrolman came to Ningxu's house and said to Ningxu, "Your brother wants to talk to you." Ningxu followed the patrolman to the government building. Lance's face appeared in a wall-sized video. Behind him was a dense forest. "Brother, it's me. I'm fine." Lance's expression was much more resolute. His skin was a little darker. Ningxu nodded. "It's good that you're fine. I was worried." "Brother, don't worry about me. Where do you want to go?" "I think I'll have to stay here for a while, maybe a long time. I've sent you some money. You can buy yourself a set of armor to defend yourself." Ningxu smiled. "Thank you, brother. You have to be careful. Don't worry about me. I'll support you from behind." He had finally entrusted his brother to someone. In the future, he could really do whatever he wanted. After that, the Empire gave him a sum of money. This money was given to him by Lance. Ningxu used the money to buy a mech. It was almost spent. Now, only Heller was left. Once he was done, he could travel around the galaxy/BK. He packed his bag and went to look for treasures, especially the newly discovered galaxy. There might be some treasures there. Because he had some money, Ningxu bought some fruits to eat along the way. When he went out, he used the flying mech to jump directly from the building. Damn, that was exciting. Ningxu planned to go to the newly discovered galaxy. This place was most likely to have treasures. Then he would go to other places and visit Lance. Ningxu felt that he wouldn't gain much from this mission. When Lance rose, she basically didn't do much. Also, Lance was afraid that she would hinder him, so he sent her far away every time. Then she would look into the distance and see Lance's various pretenses. It was very easy. She didn't gain much. This was good. If she had to worry all the time, the client might have to worry too. Lance had his own ideas, so the client wouldn't need to worry in the future. After discovering the new galaxy, many people boarded the spaceship. Although it was a little dangerous now, they might be able to find a bucket of gold. Maybe there were some rare species or plants on that planet. Ningxu carried the box and boarded the spaceship. Their destination was the new galaxy. It was great to have a strong country as a backing. Although life wasn't very good, his safety was still guaranteed. At least there was no war, and other empires wouldn't dare to attack recklessly. The journey to the new galaxy was long. No one had discovered this galaxy before because it was too far away. The empires had spent a lot of manpower and resources to find it. Ningxu rested in his room when he had nothing to do. He had been cultivating the ultimate martial arts and expanding his consciousness. Ningxu felt that after his spiritual power was refined, it was very smooth to use. There was no feeling of stagnation or difficulty. Moreover, his spiritual power was much stronger and purer. The spiritual ball was also very shiny. There were no impurities at all. Ningxu felt that he should refine the spiritual ball more in the future. It was like forging iron. It could remove the impurities in the spiritual ball and strengthen his spiritual power. Now that his dantian was full of star power, he wasn't weak. Even if he couldn't defeat the powerful interstellar weapons, it was still possible for him to escape. But with the speed of the battleship, his speed was not enough. In short, in this world, although Ningxu practiced peerless martial arts, he rarely used them. Firstly, he was worried that he would be discovered and taken to the research institute. Secondly, there were very few opportunities to make a move. Even if she were to clash with a battleship, the speed of the battleship was very fast. If she were to use her chi form to clash with the battleship would definitely malfunction. If a bird hits a plane, the plane will crash. Even if a battleship were to collide with space dust, it would explode. Therefore, her peerless martial arts were still useful. When it was time for dinner, Ningxu went to the cafeteria to eat. The food on the spaceship was very delicious, so it would be a waste not to try it. When Ningxu picked up the fork, he hesitated for a moment. Previously, he had been robbed when he was eating, and the fork had almost pierced his throat. Ningxu wasn't sure if there were any galactic pirates blocking the way to the Nova Star system. After all, many people were heading there. Ningxu picked up the fork and put it down. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the steak and bit into the meat. The spaceship shook again. Ningxu was speechless. This time, he did not know if it was a real galactic pirate or a fake one. Ningxu put down the fork, but the spaceship was still shaking violently. Warning, warning, the spaceship is surrounded. Warning, warning, the spaceship is being hit by an external force. Please take protective measures. Chi-chi. An ear-piercing electric current sounded in the spaceship. Soon, a man's face appeared on the screen. The man's expression was sinister, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Congratulations on being chosen by me. Now, hand over the things from before. The EGA took the initiative to step forward. Was the EGA something valuable? Why did galactic pirates have to snatch the EGA apart from money? It felt like the EGA was not a person but something valuable. Regardless of whether it was A or B, they could clap for love with O. If these people really got their hands on an O, they would definitely sell it for a good price. As soon as the galactic pirate spoke, everyone on the spaceship fell into fear and anger. Ningxu returned to his room and took his box. Why did he always get robbed? The Federation was also awesome. They suppressed the Empire for no reason, but they did not care about these galactic pirates. Of course, the interstellar space was too vast, and the galactic pirates were not easy to deal with. The spaceship clanged from the collisions. They had no choice but to open the hatch to let the pirates in. Everyone was chased together by the violent galactic pirates, and the other galactic pirates began to search the spaceship for valuable items. Hardy and his group were probably the most gentle galactic pirates. These people were the real robbers, fierce and cruel. The passengers on the spaceship could only bear with it silently. Of course, there were some people with some strength, but after considering the other party's combat power, they chose to swallow their anger and pay to avoid disaster. The worst outcome was that these people not only stole money but also killed people. Their minds treated killing as entertainment, or they were afraid that the passengers would report them. Ningxu did not intend to tolerate it this time. Looking at these galactic pirates, he released his strongest spiritual power and attacked the spiritual balls in their minds. The spiritual balls would backfire, and the pain caused by the backlash made these people cry out in pain. They held their heads and screamed. What's going on? The commotion soon attracted more space pirates. However, they were soon attacked by Ningxu's spiritual power, and they held their heads in pain. That feeling was like being hit by a hammer. It was extremely painful. Ningxu hugged his head and squatted in a corner. He was like an ordinary passenger, inconspicuous. The galactic pirate leader's face was cold and filled with killing intent. Impressive, you dare to resist. Seems like you don't remember how powerful the good guy galactic pirate gang is. Ningxu was speechless. Good guy, he was sure it was not a taunt. Everyone's face turned pale. Who the hell attacked? It seemed like they were going to die here today. Facing the ferocious galactic pirates, ordinary people could not do anything. They just did what they were told and hoped that they could survive after taking the money. Only death awaited them if they angered these people. One of the passengers was covered in a mecha and pounced towards the galactic pirate leader. Obviously, he wanted to fight to the death. The galactic pirate leader's lips curled up coldly. With this level of skill, he wanted to resist? One move would be enough to kill him. His body would be torn into two. The galactic pirate leader raised his hand. It was covered in a mecha and had a gun. Ningxu immediately released his spiritual power and gathered it to attack the galactic pirate leader. The galactic pirate leader groaned and staggered. He was knocked into the wall by his opponent and fell to the ground. Who attacked me? It's... Before he could finish his sentence, another strong spiritual power attacked his mind, causing his face to contort in pain. The man seized the opportunity and revealed his mecha's blade. The blade slashed at the pirate's mecha, creating sparks. The pirate struggled to resist. It was too painful. His head felt like it was exploding, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. The surrounding people were extremely nervous. Seeing the two of them face off, some of the stronger ones began to deal with the other pirates. The spaceship was in a mess. Ningxu also revealed his mecha and stabbed the pirate's body with the blade from his back. He quickly pulled it out and cut off the pirate's neck. Even if the interstellar medical technology was advanced, there was no hope for brain death if the body and head were separated for too long. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Ningxu quickly dodged to prevent himself from being stained with blood. The pirate's dead. The pirate's dead. Everyone cheered. There was a new ray of hope in the face of certain death. The passengers on the spaceship were filled with fighting spirit. Because the pirate's leader was dead, they all fled back to the battleship and used the battleship to ram into the spaceship. The spaceship quickly started to move, and in the end, they escaped from the pirates. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. He managed to protect his suitcase, which contained all his belongings. Thank you. The man who attacked the pirate first thanked Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and said, "It's fine. Everyone was just trying to survive." After experiencing this crisis, the people on the spaceship suddenly became closer. There was nothing better than going through life and death together. In order to celebrate, everyone took out the things they had brought. There were fruits and wine. Ningxu ate his steak with Duke sitting opposite him. He asked Ningxu which part of the new star system was going and if they could go together. Ningxu said that he was going to look for someone and that there was no need to go with him. Duke was a little disappointed. He left his contact information and said that they could meet up and have some fun when they were free. Ningxu nodded. The spaceship flew for almost a month and finally reached the new star system. Ningxu separated from Duke and went to look for Lance. After asking about the planet where the Locke Empire was stationed, Ningxu went to look for Lance. This planet was almost undeveloped. There were primitive forests everywhere. Ningxu searched for a long time before he found Lance. The military was stationed in the wilderness. The advancement of technology allowed the soldiers to live well and comfortably even in the wilderness. Ningxu was only allowed to enter after he told Lance where he was from. Lance was surprised to see Ningxu and asked, "Why are you here?" "I was worried about you, so I wanted to visit you personally." Ningxu's smile was especially gratified, her eyes crinkling. Lance set up a tent and asked, "How long are you going to stay?" "Actually, I'm here to visit the new star system." "Are there any unique planets?" Ningxu asked. "There are deserts where there are no living creatures, and they are not suitable for human habitation. There are also planets that are filled with water. Some planets have people, but their technology is very backward. In short, there are all kinds of planets." "A planet full of water?" "Water is the source of life. If there's water, how can there be no life?" "Brother, I want to go to a planet full of water." "What do you want to see?" "Water, of course. There might be some treasures there." When General Tobias returned and saw Ningxu, he nodded slightly. Ningxu immediately greeted, "Greetings, General Tobias." You two should talk more." General Tobias didn't disturb the two. Ningxu asked curiously, "What's the relationship between the two of you now?" We're working partners." I can follow him and realize my value, Lance said calmly. Then you two don't have any other relationship? Didn't you two already mark each other? Oh, that can only be considered a contractual relationship. We're working together now, so that relationship isn't important. He marked me, and I'm loyal to him. He trusts me, Lance said. Ningxu nodded. Do as you see fit. Then how did you get the pheromone on your body? The pheromone would make it very inconvenient for Lance to be in the military. There were many A's in the military. There are inhibitors. Aren't inhibitors only able to suppress estrus? Ningxu was a little puzzled. Could it be that she bought a fake inhibitor? Big brother, there's a new type of inhibitor that can even control pheromones. It's something the research institute came up with out of boredom, Lance said. Ningxu, this thing must be very expensive. Under Lance's arrangement, someone took Ningxu to a planet full of water. It seemed that Lance's position in the military wasn't low. However, the soldiers who took Ningxu to the planet all had ugly expressions on their faces. It seemed that Lance didn't have much authority in the military. Others definitely thought that he had hooked up with General Tobias, and not many people in the military were willing to obey him. In particular, there was an O, who was like a toy that was bossing them around. Hence, these soldiers' attitude toward Ningxu was also quite contemptuous. Ningxu didn't care what these people thought. When he arrived at the planet, he discovered that it wasn't water that was on this planet. Instead, it was heavy water. This kind of water couldn't give birth to any life. With so much water, Ningxu couldn't be bothered to put it away. It was useless. Even a goose feather would sink if it fell on this kind of water. No matter how light something was, it would sink to the bottom. Ningxu reached out to scoop some water, but he couldn't scoop it up at all. This kind of water was very precious. After all, it was very rare. However, it was also very useless. However, Ningxu felt that the mark between his eyebrows was a little hot. His hand was actually starting to absorb the heavy water. Moreover, Ningxu could hear a tinkling sound coming from the mark between his eyebrows. It was as if a stream was flowing through it. Was this the mark of the water law absorbing the heavy water? Since it was absorbing, then so be it. Normally, the mark of the water law wouldn't absorb anything, unlike the mark of the wood law, which needed to be replenished at all times. He didn't know if there would be any side effects after absorbing the heavy water. Ningxu was a little shocked. Was he going to absorb all the water on this planet? Oh my god, how much is this? Would the mark of the water law work? Perhaps it would stop absorbing after a while. Hey, you've seen it. Are you going or not? The soldier was a little impatient. Ningxu said, you guys go first. I want to stay here for a while. Please tell Lance. How troublesome. The soldiers boarded the battleship and left. On the entire planet, only Ningxu was absorbing the heavy water. Moreover, the absorption speed was getting faster and faster. The sea level was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. This thirsty look made him look like a starving child. The sound of the water in the mark between his eyebrows was loud and soft. It was also very hot. Not long after, the side effects began to appear. Ningxu's head was extremely heavy. His neck was almost unable to support his head anymore, and Ningxu had no choice but to support his head with his hands. Did he have to support his head with both hands while walking? His head was so heavy that he would probably fall over if he walked past. However, he still hadn't stopped absorbing the heavy water. There was so much heavy water on an entire planet, and he was about to absorb it all. How could a fingernail-sized water droplet imprint contain so much water? Ningxu supported his head with both hands. It was so heavy, after absorbing for a long time, he finally absorbed all the water on the entire planet, revealing an empty landscape. Even though it was still empty, there were no signs of life at all. There wasn't even a single shrimp. It was completely clean. Lance came to find Ningxu on his battleship, and his eyes immediately widened in shock when he saw that there was no water on the entire planet. Where's the water? Ningxu replied with a serious expression, you might not believe it, but I saw the water instantly evaporate. Lance, use battleship scan, Ningxu said to the battleship's AI. Scanning in progress. Please wait for a moment. The scan results indicate that there are rare metals under the mud. Stand here and don't move. I'm going back to find some people. Lance immediately returned to the army upon hearing that there were rare metals. Ningxu pursed his lips. I thought you were going to buy me some oranges. As long as it was about mineral deposits, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lance was the one who had discovered this mineral, so the more credit he received, the better. Ningxu wasn't interested in these rare metals. There was no point in bringing them back as he couldn't use them. If the technology of this plane continued to develop like this, perhaps it would develop to the point where it could travel through planes one day. When that time came, there might even be planar wars. Soon, General Tobias arrived. He quickly stationed the army here and marked this place as part of the Empire's territory. Where's the water here? Tobias asked with furrowed brows. The water here was different from normal water. It was supposed to be used for research, so why did it disappear after entering the water? Ningxu immediately replied, it really evaporated very quickly. I don't even know what happened. You didn't see the scene at the time. It was truly spectacular. Who else was here at the time? Tobias asked. Several soldiers who had sent Ningxu here stood up. Sir, we received Lance's order to send him here, and then we came back. So, you left them here and went back by yourselves? The important thing was that they didn't see how the water disappeared. A few soldiers lowered their heads. They were already unhappy that Lance ordered them to work. She was just the general's personal slave, and she was acting like a tyrant over their heads. Lance was expressionless. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at these soldiers. It was not that he wanted to take revenge in the future, but the soldiers represented the dissatisfaction of many people with him. Just because he was EGA. The Federation always bragged about how everyone was equal, but where did that come from? There was no more water, but there were metal ores, which made up for some of the losses. Other than Lance's brother, no one saw how the water disappeared. This was too illogical. Of course, no one doubted Ningxu. After all, he was only so big. If he jumped in, he wouldn't even make a splash before sinking to the bottom. Ningxu held his head and heaved a sigh of relief. Brother, are you not feeling well? Lance saw that his brother was holding his head. My head hurts. Lance returned with Ningxu. Tobias had to stay here to take care of some matters. There had to be someone stationed on this planet, which meant that this planet had an owner. For a few days in a row, Ningxu's head was very heavy. Her head was heavy and her feet were light. She kept tripping when she walked. Moreover, when she walked, the water in her head would sway left and right. It was really troublesome. Was this going to happen to him forever? If he had known, he wouldn't have inhaled so much. Do you want to have your body checked? Lance asked. He was walking unsteadily as if he were drunk. I'm fine, I'll be fine after a while. Ningxu hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't want to have a checkup. What if something really happened? Ningxu felt his head become even heavier when he thought about how all the water on this planet was in his head. It was amazing that his watermelon-sized head could hold so much water. No, to be precise, such a small mark could hold so much water. Ningxu felt that he had to get used to this feeling. He readjusted his body's center of gravity so that he wouldn't fall. When he regained his balance, Ningxu's expression didn't change even though his head was still filled with the sound of water. Ningxu prepared to explore other planets, such as planets that were full of yellow sand. However, he didn't find anything good. He had already explored most of the new galaxy. For example, he didn't find the Fire Master in the volcano. There were some rare metals, but Ningxu didn't care about them. Even if it was a world's origin energy, it was still good. Why did these planes have so little world origin energy? Since there was so little world origin energy in these planes, why was the organization able to accumulate so much world origin energy? Could it be that extra world origin energy was born in the planes, and the organization kept it? Otherwise, Ningxu couldn't figure out why there was so little world origin energy. It felt like picking peaches. When the peaches were ripe, they would be picked. In the end, she would wander around the peach tree and return in disappointment. If that was really the case, Ningxu felt that he could give up looking for world origin energy in every world and look for other treasures instead. This time, he obtained the fire beads, found a way to refine his spiritual power, and gained a brain full of heavy water. Attention host, the mission has been completed. You will be leaving the world in 10 minutes. Please be prepared to leave. The system's voice sounded in Ningshu's mind. It seemed that the idea of traveling around the galaxy wouldn't work. It was too time-consuming. The client wanted to come back. Ningshu lay in the tent and waited for the transmission to return to the system space. After a moment of weightlessness, Ningshu didn't open his eyes. He felt as if he had entered a fire cage. It was extremely hot. Ningshu was about to melt. There were more than 10 fiery red beads in a transparent glass bottle on the coffee table. The heat radiating from these beads distorted the system space. What kind of bottle was this? It could withstand such a high temperature. The backup system said, because the temperature of the beads is too high, the system space can't store them. I bought this bottle from the exchange store. Ningshu nodded, indicating that he understood. Such a hot thing couldn't be placed in the system space. Otherwise, his soul would feel uncomfortable. Ningshu reached out to take the bottle away. As a result, his hand became transparent from the heat. What should he do? The temperature was so high. Ningshu used his spiritual power to move the bottle to the corner. The spiritual ball was red from the heat. Ningshu took the opportunity to refine the spiritual ball and then sat on the sofa. The sofa was near the coffee table. He felt that this place was especially hot. Ningshu had no choice but to sit further away from the coffee table. She sat on the ground and began to absorb the soul power. As expected, it was not much. After absorbing for a while, the soul power was gone. He was already mentally prepared, so he was not disappointed. He wanted to see the progress of the mission. Name, Ningshu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker Points, 487 plus 15, 10 million for 1 point. Soul, 44 plus 1 life, 40 plus 1 wisdom, 46 plus 1 luck, 46 plus 1 charm, 36 plus 1 mental power, 50 plus 1 martial power, 45 plus 0 aptitude, 45 plus 1 faith, 5,000 plus 6,000 merit, 50,000 plus 8 million soul strength, 1 plus 2 authorization, 0 pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, space law, earth law incarnation, constructed world, reincarnation world tools, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless. Ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, meow meow meow's blessing. Life-saving hand, Zhu Susu's blessing, founding lady, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bing Yan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck aura, faith aura, longevity. Completed the mission. Mission completion rate, 100%. Total mission reward, 10 points, 8 points, 50% of soul power, 6,000 faith, including the previous world's accumulation. 50% of soul power was not much, so the attribute points would be less. As expected, Ningshu was not disappointed. Now that he had to solve the problem of the fire pearl, he had to do it in the system space, which was only about 10 square meters. It was too hot. Where should he put it? The world of reincarnation? No, the temperature was too high. Ordinary souls would be roasted to death by this temperature. It might even evaporate the reincarnation pool. After thinking about it, he could only place it in a peerless martial art. Ningshu didn't know what this thing was. He only knew that it was a fire pearl with a very high temperature. Ningshu opened the chat system. Asking Awan about fire was definitely the right thing to do. After greeting him, Ningshu went straight to the point and told him about the beads. He even took a picture and sent it over. Alwan, where did you find this bead? Ningxu, I got it by luck while doing a mission. Why is the temperature of this kind of bead so high? Alwan explained, there are many forms of water. Heavy water, light water. Fire also has many types of fire. Your kind of fire is called secondary fire. The temperature is quite high. Are you selling this kind of bead? You know that I have a fire law imprint. With this kind of bead, I can evolve my law imprint. Alwan's attitude was quite sincere. Since the fire law imprint could absorb secondary fire, then her water law imprint should also be evolving after absorbing heavy water. What would the law imprint evolve into? Ningxu touched the mark between his eyebrows. He felt that the water inside was still splashing. He didn't know when he would stop thinking about it. Alwan, are you selling it? Ningxu thought that he had more than 10 beads. It didn't matter if he sold 1 or 2 to Alwan. He would just treat it as building a relationship. This thing is too hot. Where do you guys meet? Alwan, in the city of water. If it's in the city of fire, you won't be able to stand it. Ningxu condensed a thick layer of ice outside the bottle. This way, it wouldn't be so hot holding the bottle. Ningxu held the bottle and rushed to the city of water. Under the high temperature, the thick layer of ice quickly melted into water. Ningxu had to condense more layers of ice frequently. Here. Ningxu waved. Ningxu quickly ran over and placed the bottle on the table. Alwan placed her hand on the bottle and absorbed the surrounding heat. At the same time, she used a barrier to protect the fire energy from spreading outside. If she didn't do anything, the entire restaurant would probably become a crematorium. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. He drank several cups of tea in a row. Alwan sized up Ningxu. I haven't seen you for a while. How did you become like this? Your soul is so weak. Ningxu waved his hand. Don't mention it. Something happened recently. My soul became like this. How many beads do you want? Ningxu asked. Actually, I want all of them. But it depends on how many you can split. Alwan smiled slightly, revealing her white and neat teeth. It was clearly the fire law imprint, but when she smiled, it actually had a gentle feeling like a spring breeze. Ningxu said, how about this, I'll give you 5. He had to leave some behind. It might be useful. Alwan put down her teacup. More than I thought. Ningxu said, bad guy. Alwan reached her hand into the bottle and took out 5 fire beads. She held them in her hand like marbles. She didn't seem to feel the heat at all. Ningxu suspected that the temperature he felt was an illusion. I'll reinforce a few barriers for you. This way, the energy won't spread out. Alwan said as she set up a few barriers. You're water. You clash with fire. You can't set up barriers. Otherwise, they'll clash and it'll be easy for something to happen. Ningxu immediately said, okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Reinforce it a few more times. Alwan smiled and reinforced it a few times. How about this? I'll give you 200,000 faith power for 1 fire bead. 5 beads for 1 million faith power. Ningxu didn't know the market price of this thing. He nodded. It was a form of making friends. Okay. Alwan transferred 1 million faith power to Ningxu. She looked at Ningxu and said, let me tell you something. Your soul is so weak. You can go to the void world to find something to make up for it. The void world is in the gap between the world of living beings and the world of reincarnation. Some void worlds even have channels with the world of reincarnation. When souls enter the void world, these souls can't survive and will form something like soul crystals. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, there was such a good thing. Why didn't she know anything? Find some soul crystals and let the main system purify it to make up for it. Alwan shook her head. I always feel that your soul is fat and thin. It's different every time I see it. Ningxu was speechless. Thank you, big sister. I'm fat for fun. This was the benefit of making friends. He immediately got some information. Of course, he had to make friends with people he could get along with. There are a few worlds that are especially easy to produce soul crystals. Find someone to buy a space channel. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find some. Alwan stood up. I'm leaving. Okay, big sister, I'll send you off. Ningxu hugged the glass bottle. It wasn't hot at all. Alwan raised her eyebrows. Big sister? Ningxu hesitated. What about a girl? Then you'd better call me big sister. Alwan said. Ningxu, take care, big sister. I'll get drunk and sleep with 7 or 8 big sisters. After Alwan left, Ningxu was not in a hurry to leave. He ordered something to eat and reinforced the enchantment of Water City. He ordered a table of salty and sweet food, ate it and wobbled to Wood City and Earth City to reinforce the enchantment. On the way to Wood City, he stopped by the city lord's mansion to see how the world tree was doing. The world tree in the flower pot still had a little bud tip, and even the tender leaves had not stretched out. The soil in the flower pot was dug out from where the seed was found. If he used the original soil, he was afraid that the world tree seed would not adapt well and cause trouble. He did not know when it would sprout. Before that, he had to strengthen his soul. Ningxu returned to the system space with the glass bottle and put it on the bookshelf. It was red and looked pretty good. He went to the Peerless Martial Arts Library and threw a few star stones into the Law of Nothingness. After doing this, Ningxu was ready to find the Xianxia man and ask him where he bought the space passage. He was going to find the soul crystal. If he really relied on tasks, he did not know when he could strengthen his soul. His current soul strength had not even reached the passing line. As a result, the chat system rang. Ningxu instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. He opened it and saw that it was the main system asking him to pick up garbage again. Why did the main system send him a message when he was not doing a task, but never when he was doing a task? It always accurately caught him when he was lazy. Ningxu did not want to go. He wanted to find the soul crystal. And now that he had some money, he did not count on the money from picking up garbage to save his life. Besides, he was owed wages. Ningxu closed the chat system. Even if he did not pick up garbage first, he had to go to the world of samsara to take a look. Ningxu picked up the black bone umbrella. The surface of the umbrella had become dusty again. There was so much dirt on it. Walking into the black hole, Ningxu first went to see the new rebirth pool. When he got closer, he was amazed. The rebirth pool had become so big that it had formed a small lake. There were all kinds of mirages on the surface of the lake, all kinds of beautiful scenes. Looking at the surface of the lake, it was as if he had experienced a lifetime of beauty. It was spectacular. The 9 Palace Mountain small rebirth pond was like a small mud pit, and the rebirth pond on the 9th level was as small as a loach hole. This was the truly spectacular rebirth pool. Beautiful beyond compare. The flowers by the lake released a fragrance, and their hearts were filled with happiness. Ningxu even wanted to jump down now. Seeing these things, the bitterness and pain in his heart disappeared. He wanted to have this kind of happiness forever. Moreover, there was another thought lingering in his heart, which was to jump down and be happy forever. Jump, the pond of past life had matured and could be put into use. Ningxu said to the thunder Kirin that was blocking the hole, "You can open the hole now. There's no need to block it." The thunder Qilin cried out, looking like it had been abandoned. That was right, there was no need to block the entrance anymore. It had no value anymore. It followed behind Ningxu pitifully. Ningxu, who was walking in front, was like an ant in front of an elephant. It couldn't walk too fast, otherwise, it could trample Ningxu to death. When they reached the old pond of past life, Ningxu said to Sword Sovereign, "Go out with the Thunder Kirin and guard the pond outside." Sword Sovereign said, "Yes." Without saying anything else, he carried out the order. Ningxu said to Li Si, "There's a pond outside. Guard it. If you have nothing to do, run around and inform me if anything happens." Li Si nodded, understood. Li Si was still waiting for his master, but he didn't see him. Now, he was a little disheartened. He could only comfort himself that maybe his master was too strong and had a long lifespan, so he didn't come here so quickly. It was better to keep waiting. The Thunder Kirin and Sword Sovereign followed Ningxu to the pond of past life. The Thunder Kirin found a place to lie down and sleep. Sword Sovereign stood beside the pond of past life. He didn't even change his posture. It felt like he could stand there until the end of time. The souls in the Nine Palace Mountain could come out through the big hole that was created previously. It was fine if they didn't come out. It perfectly solved the problem of the world of reincarnation. Because the world of reincarnation was small, the souls of the two worlds were squeezed together. Now that the world of reincarnation was connected to the outside world, there was no problem of crowding. He didn't know if Black Fog was doing well with His Excellency. He didn't know if His Excellency was torturing him or doting on him. Ningxu wanted to take a look. Without the Thunder Kirin as a huge obstacle, there were bound to be some souls that wanted to pass through the hole. And the outside world wasn't much different. It was just that the pond of past life was slightly bigger and was used for jumping. Now that his spiritual power had become stronger, he wanted to test how long the spatial tunnel was. Since there was a pond of past life, it didn't matter if the souls of the fourth level were attracted to the world of reincarnation. Ningxu started to build a spatial tunnel to connect to the fourth level. It was connected with difficulty. Before Ningxu could feel happy, the spatial tunnel he built immediately dispersed. It wasn't strong enough and couldn't even hold on for 10 seconds before it collapsed. Ningxu was speechless. The length was enough, but the hardness wasn't enough. It seemed like he needed to build it slowly, but slowly building it required a lot of spiritual power. He roughly built it once before he could connect the two worlds. If he were to build it carefully, he might not have enough spiritual power after building half of it. However, Ningxu could still intuitively feel that her mental strength had become much stronger. But he also felt how strong those big shots were. They could build a spatial system that was both strong and long. How strong must one's spiritual power be to do that? He was still far from it. He had to work hard to not connect the two worlds for the time being because he didn't have enough spiritual power. After arranging things in the world of reincarnation, Ningxu returned to the system space. He wanted to ask about Black Fog. It was clearly born in her world, but His Excellency treated it as his own. The chat system rang. It must be the main system asking her to pick up trash. It felt like the main system was staring at her and didn't give her any time to rest. It wanted her to pick up trash every day. Ningxu opened His Excellency's message and asked how Black Fog was recently and if it had grown a little. His Excellency, what does it have to do with you? Ningxu was speechless. Damn, why did he feel that His Excellency was so impulsive? Ningxu, I'm just asking out of concern. His Excellency, it's very good. It has a good appetite and is rolling around in my flower field. It's very naughty. Anyway, it's very good. Don't ask any more. Ningxu curled his lips. You're the one who's snatching people. You're even afraid that she'll snatch people away. He felt that this girl wanted to take Black Fog for herself. It wasn't easy to give birth to someone of the same kind. /BK or it didn't want her to come into contact with the Black Fog too much. Alright, you two can rely on each other. Ningxu was bullied by His Excellency. Seeing the main system keep urging her to pick up the trash, Ningxu couldn't help but retort, am I the only one in the world who picks up trash? Can't you find someone else? The main system, have you completed the monthly quota? Why are you so fierce if you haven't? Ningxu, I'm super fierce. She wanted to find the soul crystals. Picking up trash was delayed. The main system, it's fine if you don't pick up the fragments, but you're sneaking into the void world. Was this a threat? Only the silver-haired man knew about this. Ningxu didn't believe that the Xianxia man would be so stupid as to tell everyone about going to the void world. It must be the silver-haired man. Ningxu had no choice but to go. She would pick up the fragments first before going for the soul crystals. Ningxu asked Fragrant Wind to make a space passage for her to pick up the fragments. Why was it that the thing that he had wanted so much in the past had become so unrecognizable? Was it because the best was what she couldn't get, and she was bored after getting it? After a while, a space passage appeared in front of her. Ningxu stepped into the space passage and arrived at the destination. Now it seemed that dealing with these fragments was the same as dealing with the corpses of the planes. It wasn't nice at all. Moreover, there were billions of planes, and there were planes dying every second. Were they a family of corpse pickers? 1 million. Ningxu suspected that the main system wanted her to pick up a few more times while she was being punished. After all, 1 million per time was equivalent to the work of 10 people. Ningxu took the bag and prepared to use her vines to pick up the fragments. Using vines was fast and easy. Most importantly, it could save time. Ningxu's eyes were now full of soul crystals. Only soul crystals. She felt that there were many ways for mission enforcers to become stronger. She used to be stupid and focused on doing missions to become stronger. She didn't think about earning some extra money. She thought that her soul would be slower to become stronger by doing missions because there was no more soul fluid. But now that soul crystals appeared, no matter what, Ningxu had to find them. Little girl. Ningxu turned to look at Tanlang. Why are you still here? You've been picking up fragments all this time. Didn't you do any quests? Ningxu had to hand it to this guy. He didn't even dare to leave without the approval of the judges, and he even wanted to overthrow the organization. First, he had to overcome his fear of the judges. It was more realistic. As his spiritual power grew stronger, Ningxu could control a lot more vines. He sat down and controlled the vines. The vines wrapped around the fragments, dragged them over and put them in the bag. Then, they stretched out again to wrap up the fragments. When there were no more fragments in this area, Ningxu moved again. Wherever he went, the fragments were all gone. With Ningxu as the center, the vines extended in all directions and picked up quite a number of fragments this time. Even though their speed seemed fast, 1 million was still a lot. Ningxu had to follow the team several times before he could collect enough. Ningxu suddenly asked Tanlang, "There are so many planes. Are we enough with so few people each time? Also, at the same time, more than one plane has problems. By the time we get there, the problem may be quite serious. Of course it's not just us. We've divided into several batches to deal with them at the same time. Are they also mission enforcers and bosses?" "Yes." Alright, she seemed to have been assigned to this batch. Every time they picked up fragments, there were a fixed number of people, and they took turns. Then this organization was even bigger than she had imagined. It seemed that there were even factions. After all, there were so many planes. Everyone had a region to be responsible for. They were divided into parts and responsible for their own regions. Then, when doing quests, would they also go to the regions they were responsible for? Ningxu felt that the vines didn't have enough power. He dripped a few drops of milky white source of life on the mark, and the vines came back to life. "We're more unlucky. The people who manage us are all very fierce." Tanlang sighed. He was obviously worried about his future. His future was bleak. Ningxu also laughed. In terms of bad luck, there were probably very few people who were as unlucky as her. They were even divided into regions to manage. It seemed that the billions of planes were really too big. Ningxu asked, "The people in charge of managing the regions are also selected from mission enforcers?" "Of course, but they're all very powerful. The main system is responsible for selecting the person in charge." Ningxu blinked. If she became the person in charge of the region, she would go from being managed by others to managing others. That would be a proper promotion. It was equivalent to the head of a branch company. However, this kind of thing wouldn't be her turn for the time being anyway. She was very weak now, and managing people was too tiring. It was better to work hard and become stronger, and be more carefree. Ningxu controlled the vines to pick up fragments while moving closer to Fragrant Wind. He asked, "Do you have extra starstones?" "No." Fragrant Wind was no longer irritable, but his expression was a little lifeless. He had been dealing with starstones until now. Before the granduncle came back, Fragrant Wind had to deal with this. The army's affairs were temporarily handled by his deputy. He had to deal with starstones all the time. Now that the granduncle seemed to have left, Fragrant Wind was dealing with it alone. He didn't even have the strength to throw a tantrum. If there wasn't any, then forget it. She would wait for some leftovers and then stay away from Fragrant Wind, who was on the verge of death. If this guy got impatient and threw starstones, she might be hit. The granduncle didn't come back, which meant that he didn't find Xingqing. Ningshu felt that it was safer for Jingqing to stay in the law of nothingness. He was a little afraid that Jingqing would suddenly appear in front of him. When connecting the planes, Ningshu collected some star stones below. There weren't many. When they rushed to the next location, Fragrant Wind was so tired that his face didn't look good. He built a passage for everyone to rush to the next place. Ningshu added a bit of life force and would attribute to him. The healer attribute came into play. Fragrant Wind waved his hand. This thing is useless to me. It's useless. Take a sip and you'll feel better. Ningshu handed it to him. Fragrant Wind took a sip, smacked his lips, and drank it in big gulps. Ningshu rubbed his hands and said, "It's okay." "Is it good?" "There's no taste, except for a little coolness." This coolness was due to the law of wood. Ningshu rubbed his hands and said, "As long as you're satisfied, 100,000 merit points." Pfft. Cough cough. Fragrant Wind choked, 100,000 merit points? Even the diluted Grand Uncle's liquid of life can be sold for 200,000 merit points. Mine is pure, and I even added wood attribute energy. Can't it be sold for 100,000 merit points? Ningshu asked, a little surprised. Here you go. Fragrant Wind stuffed the cup into Ningshu's hand and left. Ningshu pursed his lips. He didn't ask for any more merit points. He only hoped that Fragrant Wind would be faster in dealing with the star stones. After picking them up, he would go look for soul stones. Fragrant Wind wasn't very fast in dealing with the star stones. Now that he was tired, he was even slower. There were a few times when Fragrant Wind was still dealing with the star stones even after picking up all the fragments. Then, a large group of people would sit and wait for him. /BK Ningshu picked up the trash leisurely. Tan Lang kept looking for opportunities to talk to her, but Ningshu didn't pay much attention to him. No matter what others thought, Ningshu felt that the chances of Tan Lang overthrowing the organization were zero. She didn't want to waste time with him. While picking up the fragments, Taishu came back and took over Fragrant Wind's job. Fragrant Wind heaved a sigh of relief, looking relieved. Watching Taishu handle the star stone, Ningshu's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Why did he come back? Had Jingqing been caught? If he hadn't been caught, how could he handle the star stone so peacefully? Ningshu was most afraid of one possibility, which was to stuff 2333 back into her system space. If that was the case, Ningshu really wanted to die. In order to avoid being scolded, Ningshu didn't go over to ask and picked up the trash faster. Taishu was obviously more skilled than Fragrant Wind in handling the star stone, and his speed was much faster. Ningshu silently picked up the scraps of the star stone. Every time he couldn't help but walk toward Taishu, Ningshu would stop and turn in another direction whenever he felt Ningshu looking at him. He didn't dare to go over and ask because Taishu's eyes were full of anger. It would be bad if he went over. After going through several places, he finally picked up enough fragments. Ningshu asked Fragrant Wind to make a space passage and hurriedly ran back to the system space. Backup system, are you there? Ningshu held his breath and asked. Yes, what's the matter? The system asked. Ningshu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Jingqing. If Jingqing had been caught, Jingqing would have been forced into the law of nothingness by now. She didn't want to know what happened between these two plastic brothers at all. In the future, Jingqing's life and death had nothing to do with her. It wasn't her turn to worry about him. Ningshu went to the Time City to find the Xianxia man and prepared to go to the world of nothingness to find soul crystals. Ningshu was willing to try any method that could strengthen the soul. Why are you asking this? Do you want to buy a spatial passage? The Xianxia man fanned himself and took a sip of tea. Ningshu, of course we're going to the nothingness. There are good things in the nothingness. Don't you want to go? Other than the clingy heart, the harvest from the previous world was not bad. He had obtained the seed of the world tree and the spirit stone. Ningshu already had a way to absorb spirit stones without impurities. First, he absorbed the spirit stone and used the spirit energy in it for his own use, which produced impurities. When he used his spirit energy to touch the fire bead, the heat generated by the fire bead would directly burn the spirit ball red. At this time, the tempering of the spiritual sphere could remove the impurities. It couldn't be any better. The spirit stone and the fire pearl are more compatible. The man in the cheongsam squinted his foxy eyes and asked, "What kind of news did you receive this time? Let's go together and take care of each other." The words villains colluding together appeared in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu said, "I heard that it's illegal to go to the nothingness. The organization doesn't allow it." The man in the cheongsam fanned himself indifferently. There are many things that the organization doesn't allow, but what should be done is still done. This isn't a big deal. The organization doesn't allow it on the surface, but they don't stop mission enforcers from going in private. I don't support the attitude of ignoring. Ningxu said, "Oh. Actually, these mission enforcers finding ways to strengthen themselves was also good for the organization. The main system even used this to threaten her to pick up trash. I heard that some nothingness worlds give birth to soul crystals. These soul crystals contain the power of the soul," Ningxu said, hoping to find some soul crystals to strengthen her soul. The man in the cheongsam raised his eyebrows. "Don't you have soul fluid? Why are you looking for it? It's not easy to find. The probability is the same as looking for pearls in the river sand. It's tiring and a waste of time." Ningxu sighed and shook her head. "I almost can't get soul fluid now." There was less and less soul fluid in that world. She and Yilin had also weakened their master-disciple relationship. Ningxu wouldn't go to Yilin again. If she really wanted to get soul fluid, she would have to find it herself. Moreover, it was very likely that Yilin had already found it. Ningxu wanted to find another way to get soul crystals. "It's not cheap to buy a space passage," the man in the cheongsam said. "You might not even be able to recoup the cost." "How much did you buy the space passage for this time?" Ningxu asked. 2 million merit points. Ningxu was speechless. This world was really challenging the nerves of a poor person like her everywhere. "Do you think it's reasonable for a space passage to cost 2 million merit points?" If that was the case, would every space passage she asked Fragrant Wind to build cost 2 million merit points? At that time, it wasn't just a space passage. It was a man-made process behind it. A group of people wandered in the void world and sensed that there was something good in the void world. They memorized the location of the world and then built a space passage, including the space passage and information. It's not strange that it's worth so much money. Ningxu asked, "Why don't you get the treasures in the world and sell them for more money? Why do you have to turn them into information? A piece of information can be sold to many people. How many times can an item be sold? As for whether you can get it or not, it depends on your own ability," the man in the cheongsam said. Ningxu grinned and asked, "Do you want to find soul crystals? We can pool the money to buy a space passage and reduce our losses. If they recruited a partner, they could look after each other. What if they encountered danger in the void world? I don't want to go. I don't need soul crystals." The man in the cheongsam refused directly. "I like a leisurely life. If you have the money, you can go to the auction house to buy soul crystals. However, the price is a little low. The cost of these soul crystals is high, so the price will make you bankrupt." Ningxu was speechless. Instead of looking for soul crystals, it's better to get soul fluid. The man in the cheongsam suggested sincerely. Ningxu sighed. No matter what, he had to find it and experience it. It didn't matter if he had to spend some money. He could earn more money. "You still want to go?" the man in the cheongsam asked. "If you can get soul fluid, don't do this." Speaking of which, there were so many souls in her world of reincarnation. It was possible to make soul fluid, but she wouldn't do this. "No, there's no soul fluid." Ningxu shook his head. "Are you going or not? If you don't go, I'll go by myself." "Where did you buy the space passage?" The man in the cheongsam stood up, tidied up his clothes, and said to Ningxu, "I'll take you there. That place is hidden. You won't find it. After all, it's forbidden by the organization. We can't publicize it." Ningxu followed the man in the cheongsam to a small alley. There were many people setting up stalls to buy all kinds of things. "Elder Qi, what's the new world this time?" The man in the Cheongsam asked a gray-haired old man. /BK Could this old man be the boss? You can't judge a book by its cover. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen an old mission enforcer. All the mission enforcers he had seen were very young. This old man must have lived to the end of his life and become a mission enforcer. The old man said in a muffled voice, "There are some new worlds." "What are you looking for?" Ning Shu said, "I want to find soul crystals. It's best if it's a world with fewer people. They might not be able to find soul crystals in a world with more people." What was there to look for when they had already been plundered? The chances of finding something were not high. They would rather spend more money and find a world with fewer people. It would not be a waste of time. The old man immediately said, "We did find a few worlds with soul crystals." Ning Shu was only concerned. Have many people been there? He did not want a world that had already been plundered. I can only say that there are not many spatial passages that have been sold. They are more expensive, less than 10. Ning Shu and the man in the Cheongsam looked at each other. The man in the Cheongsam nodded. Okay. Ning Shu asked, "How much is the price?" 3 million merit points. Ning Shu clutched his heart in pain. Why was it so expensive? Can it be cheaper? Ning Shu had to bargain. This price was beyond Ning Shu's expectations. Spatial passages that are sold in large quantities are cheaper. Things like information are rare and fast, the old man said. Ning Shu looked at the man in the Cheongsam. Are you going? The man in the Cheongsam smiled and said word by word, "No." Going. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. People with fine souls were so willful. Ning Shu took it. I want the one from a new world. Okay. The old man gave Ning Shu something that looked like an animal's fur. There was a complicated array on it. Ning Shu trembled as he took out 3 million. The old man smiled like a kind old man. He stroked his beard and said to Ning Shu, "Come again next time." Ning Shu grinned awkwardly. If she did this a few more times, she would really go bankrupt. A few million each time. How many millions could her assets be worth? Ning Shu asked. Where are soul crystals usually found? The world of nothingness was definitely not big. After all, it was in the gap between the plane and the world of samsara. However, it was not small either. If one had to search the entire world, it would be tiring. Elder Qian said, "Usually, these things are close to the world of samsara. You have to search in the direction of the world of samsara. It's close to the world of samsara." Some souls were destroyed by the astral winds when they passed through the spatial walls. The power of these souls precipitated and formed soul crystals. Then how can I distinguish the direction of the world of samsara in the real world? Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. It was better to ask clearly than to be caught unprepared in the real world. You'll have to judge for yourself. Elder Qian shook his head. The situation is different in every world. After getting what he wanted, Ning Shu thanked Elder Qi and left with the Cheongsam man, preparing to go to this world. The sooner he went, the better. Elder Qian, if you have any good stuff next time, inform me immediately. Don't sell it to so many people so early. This time, a world tree will be fought over by a large group of people, the Cheongsam man said to Elder Qian. Elder Qian smiled. He was an amiable old man. Okay. Don't worry. After leaving the alley, Ning Shu asked, "Who is Elder Qian?" You don't know him. He's the embodiment of the spatial laws. His comprehension of the spatial laws is unfathomable. The Cheongsam man said, "These spatial tunnels were created by him. He created and duplicated spatial tunnels so that they can be carried around and preserved for a long time." Ning Shu was speechless. They were all amazing people. They were really old but vigorous. No, when a person died, his soul did not differentiate age. After all, he did not have a body to hold him back. When he went to war, there was no Elder Qian. When they reached the restaurant, Ning Shu went to a private room. The Cheongsam man said to Ning Shu, "Go from here. Do you want me to accompany you? Can you give me 5 million merit points? Even if you don't want me to pay, I won't go." The Cheongsam man waved his hand. "Hurry up and go. I don't know how many spatial tunnels Elder Qian has sold in such a short time. Ningshu hurriedly opened the array formation, and a tunnel appeared. Ningshu turned his head and asked, "If you really don't go, I won't charge you." "How about that?" He felt a little guilty. He was not doing a mission. At least there was a reminder before doing a mission. He was going to a brand new unknown world. "Hurry up and go. I'm not in the mood to look for things now." With the world tree, all his energy was focused on nurturing it. Okay. Ningshu walked alone in the empty spatial tunnel. It was quiet. Only his own footsteps could be heard. Occasionally, the spatial tunnel would shake. Ningshu hurriedly stopped and waited until it stopped shaking before continuing. If there was a problem with the spatial tunnel, it would be easy to fall into an unknown spatial crevice and be rolled into pieces. When he finally exited the spatial tunnel, Ningshu fell to the ground. He looked around and saw that it was a dark world. He did not know if it was because it was dark or because it was gloomy. Ningshu opened the black bone umbrella. There was no harm in holding it. There was no one around. It was very quiet. Ningshu suspected that he had arrived at the world of reincarnation. Now, he had to choose a direction that was close to the world of reincarnation. Ningshu felt that he had the world of reincarnation. Why couldn't he sense it? What was special about the world of reincarnation? It was dry and there was no life. Ningshu closed his eyes and sensed. Which direction had less life? Which direction was close to the world of reincarnation? With the law of life, Ningshu did not believe that he could not sense the strength of life. In Ningshu's consciousness, there were green and white light spots in some directions. There were also places where there were very few green light spots. If these green and white light spots represented life, then he only needed to walk towards the direction with less life. Ningshu chose a direction and walked over with the black bone umbrella. It was indeed an underdeveloped world. He could not use the law here. The only thing he could use was the law of life. However, the law of life did not seem to have much fighting power. This world was so dead, but Ningshu clearly felt the existence of life. He did not know if there were any indigenous people in this world. After a while, the sky was completely dark. He could not even see his own fingers. It was as dark as ink. Ningshu had no choice but to use his mental strength to explore the path ahead. However, this darkness could actually prevent his mental strength from penetrating. It also contaminated his mental strength ball, causing it to be covered in a layer of black ash. Ningshu quickly retracted his mental strength. If he used it again, his mental strength ball might turn into a charcoal ball. Since he could not walk, Ningshu stopped. He held the black bone umbrella tightly and waited for daybreak. He came at the wrong time. It was dark. This world was very dangerous. It could even contaminate mental strength. It was scary. However, since he was already here, Ningshu would not leave until the last moment. 3 million merit points. /BK. Since it was already dark, there was no way to leave. Ningshu squatted in the same spot and waited for dawn. This kind of darkness could pollute one's mental energy. She squatted on the ground and expanded her sea of consciousness. Anyway, she had nothing to do. She kept feeling that something was moving in the dark. It was not normal for the sky to be so dark. Did she enter the body of something? Otherwise, how could it be so dark? Ningshu sat cross-legged on the ground and held an umbrella. It was so dark. With an umbrella, she suddenly felt very safe. The night was very long. There was always something running in front of her, but she could not see it at all. Ningshu held her chin and waited. After a long time, she actually expanded her sea of consciousness a lot. The sky was bright. Even though it was bright, the sky was still gray. Ningshu stood up and looked at the surface of the umbrella. Damn, it had become pitch black. It was so dark that it was shining. How many dirty things were there? How could it be so serious in just one night? If she stayed in this world, her soul might be seriously polluted. Ningshu quickened her pace and walked in the direction she had determined before. She walked and walked in this place, but she could not walk to the end. As for the soul crystal, she did not see a single one. The dirt on the surface of the umbrella had become very sticky. It was like asphalt. when pressed, it felt soft. It was indescribably disgusting. At the same time, it meant that there were too many things polluting the soul. Ningxu wondered if she should give up on this world. She did not want her soul to be polluted because she could not find the soul crystal in the end. Kakik. A sound similar to a burp came from the space. She felt that the whole space was shaking. Then, rain poured down from the sky. This kind of rain was scalding and could melt her soul. Ningxu felt that her soul was burning. It was very painful and was about to disappear. Damn, what's going on? Ningxu hurriedly ran back the way he came. He was not running, but swimming. This feeling was like a person swimming in water. It was painful. Ningxu was about to be burned. Teleport back to the space. Ningxu said to the backup system. It didn't matter if the 3 million was gone, but in this situation, survival was more important. Sorry, it seems like the space has been locked. We can't connect to the space node you're in. We can't teleport back to the system space, the backup system said objectively and calmly. Ningxu was speechless. It was baffling. Could it be that he was going to die here for no reason? He didn't even know what was going on. If he died, he had to know the reason. Did you eat something dirty again? Someone's voice could be heard faintly, and the space was padding rhythmically, as if it was comforting him. Someone, Ningxu's eyes lit up. There's someone here. Help. Is there anyone here? He couldn't go out, and the laws weren't easy to use. If he used spiritual power, the spiritual sphere would be contaminated, and this water could even devour spiritual power. If this continued, she would be swallowed by the water. Ningxu used the law of life to water the vines. The vines could still be used in front of him. Ningxu used the vines to prop them up, preventing them from being corroded by the water. But this water actually corroded the vines. As soon as the vines came into contact with the water, they turned black. He had never seen this kind of water before. It fell from the sky and drowned the whole world. What dirty thing did she eat? Could it be that she was really eaten by something? The space trembled, and the water flowed rapidly in one direction. Ningxu was carried away by the rapid flow of water, and then fell down from the cliff that was 10,000 feet high. Ningxu was drenched in water. It was as if red-hot molten iron had fallen from the sky and poured on his head. He was cooked. Ningxu hurriedly avoided the water. He looked up and saw a huge Xianxia. Beside the Xianxia was a cloud of black fog. And the black fog was vomiting, and Ningxu was vomited out like this. She probably came to the world of samsara so she could see these two things. And she was eaten by the black fog. His soul was almost melted by the black fog's stomach acid. How did she walk into the black fog's body? Ningxu looked at his soul and felt that it was a little weaker. It was corroded by the stomach acid. Before, it was just a small cloud of black fog, but now it had grown so big that it covered the sky. How many souls did His Excellency feed this fellow for it to grow so quickly? It swelled up like it was fed hormones. Also, when His Excellency didn't meet people, did he turn into a Xianxia? That was too fierce. She couldn't even compare to a single hair on His Excellency's leg. From this, one could see how big His Excellency was. I told you not to eat some souls, you won't be able to digest them. His Excellency said while patting the black fog. He was probably trying to help the black fog breathe. Ningxu shouted, "Oi, I am below you. Look down." But no one cared about him. The black fog vomited for a while and then stopped. Ningxu looked around. He guessed that they really reached the world of samsara. Not far away, he could actually see a sea of flowers. This was the first time Ningxu saw His Excellency's flowers. Some of the flowers were especially large, especially frightening, and very terrifying. It was as if the flowers were malicious ghosts. They were so big that Ningxu suspected that he had become small. Fortunately, His Excellency didn't send such big and scary flowers. Was it because of the clap during the teleportation? Ningxu jumped up to greet him. He used the vines to rise up. His Excellency. His Excellency stared at Ningxu with his big eyes. Ningxu was like an ant, while His Excellency's eyes were as big as a fist. His Excellency's figure gradually shrank and turned into an elegant human figure in a tuxedo. His Excellency patted the black fog. You go back first. The black fog went back. Obviously, the vomiting made him very uncomfortable. After the black fog left, His Excellency said, "You are that dirty thing." Ningshu asked, "The black fog has grown so big. Is this the world of samsara?" "No, it is the void world beside the world of samsara." His Excellency said lightly, "This is my territory now." Ningshu asked again, "Why not the world of samsara? Why here?" His Excellency said, "Why do you have so many questions? In the world of samsara, there are soul-stealing flowers every day. There are so many that I am too lazy to eat them. Someone actually dared to steal the flowers of a crazy demon." Ningshu looked at the flowers that were taller than trees. "Why would they steal your flowers? Why would someone like such ugly flowers? These flowers contain the power of souls. Of course, there are souls stealing them. What are you doing here? Stealing flowers." His Excellency looked at Ningshu indifferently. "Ningshu, if I knew that you were here, I would definitely not waste 3 million merit points." Whether this information was wrong or not, it was not certain whether there were soul crystals or not. Then he would buy 3 million merit points. But the person who bought the information might not get anything and wasted time. In the end, he got nothing. Was there no one who smashed the stall? Ningshu rushed to the world of samsara without stopping. She decided to plant all the weeds in the world of samsara. Other than some flowers, there were no other plants in the world of reincarnation. At least there was some greenery there. Ordinary plants could not survive in the world of reincarnation. Ningshu called Li Si and the Sword King over to help him plant the weeds. Of course, the huge Thunder Kirin was also useful. It was convenient to use its mouth to pick the weeds. There were already some brave souls that came out of the hole and came to the world of reincarnation. But there were not many of them. They wandered around. When they saw Ningshu planting the trees, they came over to watch. The land in the world of reincarnation was desertified. It was gray and black sand. He did not know if the weeds could survive in such an environment. Forget it, he would plant them first. Ningshu felt that it was necessary to see what the other worlds of reincarnation were like. He felt that his world was empty, as if there was nothing in it. The weeds were huge and it was difficult to plant them. He had to dig deeper or they would fall. It took a lot of effort to plant all the weeds. It looked like a small forest. It depended on whether the weeds could survive. If he had the power of the soul, he might be able to survive. But this was what Ningshu lacked the most. He would not be so rich as to use the power of the soul to water the plants. Whether the weeds could survive was up to fate. If not, Ningshu would send the weeds to be purified. Maybe he could even get some power of the soul. After planting the weeds, Ningshu asked Li Si to take care of the plants. He then returned to the system space and prepared to clean the umbrella. It was too dirty. There was too much dirt. The black fog probably ate too many souls and there were too many impurities in its body. He sent the umbrella to the after-sale service. In the end, the customer service told him, "Dear, your umbrella can't be cleaned anymore." Ningshu was puzzled. Why? Every time it was cleaned, it would cost 10,000 merit points. The customer service said, "Dear, it's too dirty and no one is willing to clean it. Secondly, your umbrella has been cleaned a few times and has reached the end of its lifespan. Please buy a new one." Alright, another 50,000 merit points. Ningshu did not feel any heartache about buying the black bone umbrella. The black bone umbrella had already become a necessity for her. As long as it was useful, she was willing to buy it. What was 50,000 merit points? He had even spent 3 million merit points to buy a spatial passageway. Ningshu bought a new black bone umbrella and asked the main system, "When will the penalty for not purifying the soul be lifted?" Ningshu felt a little embarrassed that he had to find someone else every time. Moreover, he had to give someone else a little reward every time. She was conscientious in picking up garbage. Every time, she would pick up 1,000,000 yuan, which was 10 times the workload of others. Once she got used to this punishment, she would get used to it. But why didn't he remove the purification? Ningshu said, "I'm always picking up the trash seriously." The main system had the purification technology, so he could only look for the main system. Ningxu hadn't even touched the purification door yet. The main system said, "Your punishment will still last for a while. When the time comes, it will be removed along with the 1 million points." Ningxu asked, "Can you remove the purification first?" The main system said, "No, this is the punishment given by the organization. Being able to bargain is called punishment." Ningxu pursed his lips. It seemed that he could only look for the Xianxia man. Looking at the fire pearl on the bookshelf, Ningxu used his spiritual energy to bring the glass bottle in front of him. He took out a bean-sized soul crystal and threw it into the bottle. The soul crystal was roasted by the fire pearl. It melted and disappeared. The temperature was really high. He didn't know if the soul power that was being roasted by the fire pearl was pure or not. As a result, the bottle suddenly burst into small flames. The soul power was being burned. Ningxu rolled his eyes. It seemed that using the high temperature was useless. Ningxu gave up on the experiment for now. He held the black bone umbrella and looked for the Xianxia man. "You're back so soon. Did you find anything good?" the Xianxia man asked. Every time he saw the Xianxia man, he was so relaxed. Ningxu felt that he was running around like a dog. "I found something, but don't mention the process." Ningxu sat down to drink water and took out the soul crystal. He took out all the soul crystals. Ningxu didn't have the habit of saving things now. It was useless to save them, so he might as well use them himself. Maybe he wouldn't have any left. Such a big soul crystal? The Xianxia man was shocked when he saw the soul crystal. "Where did you find it?" "In that world, right?" Ningxu waved his hand. "Don't talk about it. I can't go to that world. I was almost eaten. If I go there again, I'll die very miserably." The Xianxia man was a little doubtful. He asked, "Do you need to purify all of them?" Ningxu nodded. It was useless to keep them. Now that there were 2 reincarnation pools in the world of samsara, she didn't need to provide additional soul power. Peerless martial arts didn't need to be fed to the soul origin. She felt that she had suddenly raised her son overnight. It was much easier. There were some things that didn't need to be shared. The Xianxia man quickly sent the soul crystals to be purified. He waved his fan and said to Ningxu, "Let's go together next time." Seeing so many soul crystals, the Xianxia man was also tempted. Ningxu quickly shook his head. "I'll tell you directly. That place is the territory of His Excellency. You can't go there. Isn't His Excellency in the world of samsara? Why did he go to the world of nothingness?" The Xianxia man asked in surprise. When he mentioned His Excellency, he could only think of His Excellency in the world of samsara, sitting on a huge chair made of white bones. They don't allow people to have vacation villas or anything. "Anyway, I won't go there. It's a matter of credibility." The silver-haired man didn't say anything. It seemed that he had given up the idea. Ningxu asked, "Do you know how the main system purifies the soul power?" The Xianxia man said, "How would I know? The organization knows no more than 10 methods to purify the soul power. This is top-secret information. It's not something you and I can know. I'm afraid that some mission enforcers will run amok if they know the purification method. They can collect souls wantonly and purify their own souls. If their will is not strong enough, they will easily lose control. You want to purify your own soul power? Until now, no one has figured out how to purify it. It's not that no one has researched it, but no matter what, there is no way to completely purify the soul power. There is no way to use it directly." Ningxu said, "Oh." This technique seemed to be more complicated than he thought, and it wouldn't be widely publicized. The pure soul power was sent back. The silver-haired man took 10%, and Ningxu absorbed his share. This time, there was a lot of soul power. After Ningxu drank it, his soul gradually became clearer. His eyebrows, eyelashes, and even the lines on his hair and clothes became clearer. His soul was much stronger. Ningxu looked at his hand. It was like a real hand. It was great. His soul was finally stronger. Alright, it was true that she knew too little about the world tree. She only knew that each leaf of the world tree was a world. That alone was awesome. The Xianxia man put away the world tree. There was nothing left in his palm. Does your soul still hurt? She felt uncomfortable when she first fused. Was the Xianxia man still feeling uncomfortable? It's a little uncomfortable. The roots of the world tree want to take root in the soul. It will definitely hurt. Ningxu was speechless. Now that you mention it, it's so scary. Take root in the soul. What do you use to cut open the soul? Ningxu asked. Could it be that the soul would hurt if it was cut open with a knife? There's a knife that I've used before. This kind of knife won't contaminate the soul. 100,000 credits for one use, the Xianxia man said. Why is it so expensive? Because I bought it so expensive, and I only used it once. If I don't get some money back, I'll feel bad. Do you want it? It'll be much cheaper. I bought it with 500,000 merit points. The Xianxia man was very calculative. He looked like a miser. If he was poor, he wasn't as poor as her. The Xianxia man had taxes from the city and opened a restaurant. She didn't know how much money he had. She had no taxes and no source of income. She had an iron rice bowl job of picking up garbage, but she didn't get paid. She was talking about herself when she said she was useless. Give it to me. I'll fuse it when I go back, Ningxu said to the Xianxia man. She had to wash herself first, burn incense, and bathe before fusing. She was actually tempering the spiritual ball. The spiritual ball was contaminated. To prevent the world tree from being contaminated, Ningxu had to remove the impurities inside before fusing. Her soul should be relatively clean. After all, she always carried an umbrella wherever she went, regardless of whether it was sunny or windy. The Xianxia man gave Ningxu a dagger. It didn't seem any different from an ordinary dagger. When he pulled it out, it was shiny and a little creepy. Here, don't use too much strength. You'll chop off your own hand. Ningxu nodded and gave the Xianxia man 100,000 merit points. She held the flower pot and the dagger and returned to the system space. She put down the things. Now it was time to temper the spiritual ball. Ningxu used her spiritual power to touch the fire bead. The heat of the fire bead burned the spiritual ball, and this heat was transmitted to the spiritual ball. Ningxu didn't stop until the spiritual ball had turned completely red. Then, she began to hit the spiritual ball again and again, hammering it with her fists. With each touch, the dirt covering the surface of the spiritual ball began to slowly dissipate, and the spiritual ball was no longer black. After finishing the tempering, the mental sphere regained its previous luster. Ningxu pulled out the dagger and opened his hand. Ningxu wanted to place the world tree seed in his left hand. He had used his right hand too much, so it was probably worn out. It was better to place the world tree seed in his left hand. Ningxu was a little nervous. He took the world tree out of the pot, washed the soil, and put it aside for later use. Then, he used a knife to cut open his palm. Then he opened the opening and placed the world tree inside. It felt so king cruel. Ningxu hurriedly placed the world tree in the wound. Otherwise, it would heal. The world tree was planted in the palm of his hand. Soon, Ningxu felt that the world tree had grown many roots from his palm. These roots snaked and took root in various parts of his body. Ningxu was speechless. *CK, it hurts. Ningxu wailed. It was so painful. The roots were taking root in his soul. One moment, this place would bulge, and the next moment, that place would bulge. It was too king painful. The man in the Xianxia said that it hurt a little. He thought that it wouldn't hurt much, but it turned out to be so painful. He wasn't mentally prepared at all. What made Ningxu the most depressed was that the pain of growing roots was one thing, but as the leaves grew, they disappeared from the palm of her hand. Ningxu searched everywhere. He even searched the soles of his feet, but he couldn't find them. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Where did that thing go? Was it playing hide and seek? However, when Ningxu scratched his head, he seemed to have touched something like a leaf. He was stunned. Could it have grown to his head? He clearly placed it in his palm. Why did it grow to his head? Ningxu took a look in the mirror. *CK, it really grew to his head. Did it settle on the crown of his head? He stared at 2 leaves. They would grow in the future. How could he face others with such an image? A tree on his head in the future? Ningxu really wanted to pull this thing out. However, he used a little strength. The roots pulled at his soul and it hurt. He didn't want to be like this. If he had known it would grow to his head, Ningxu wouldn't have fused with it. Why did it grow to his head? He didn't want to lose face. The top of his head was green. Ningxu really wanted to take a pair of scissors and directly cut off the world tree that was like 2 tender green tea leaves. This image would be a joke in the future. It was too embarrassing. Ningxu found it hard to accept. He felt bitter. If he really cut off the world tree, he would feel terrible. However, with the world tree on his head, he felt even worse. In addition to doing tasks, he had to wander around when he had nothing to do. He had to look at the world of reincarnation and have a meal in a restaurant. Then, with a tree on his head, other people would stare at him with shocked eyes. Ningxu felt a little unbearable. For a long time, Ningxu still couldn't accept this cruel fact. He had no choice but to tie up his hair. Then he twisted his hair and made a bun. He put the world tree in his hair so that it couldn't be seen. He could cover it temporarily. However, the world tree would grow. At that time, the bun wouldn't be able to cover it at all. Would he wear a towering headscarf on his head in the future? He didn't want to go out at all. He didn't want to see people even if the plastic surgery failed. However, he had to consult whether it was possible to relocate the world tree. If it didn't work, he could let it be on his head and hide in his soul. However, the buds were waving in the wind on his head. Ningxu dragged his tired body to find the silver-haired man to consult. The silver-haired man saw Ningxu and sat down. He asked, "What do you want to consult this time?" Ningxu raised his hand and gently removed the bun on his head, revealing the buds of the world tree inside. He put his head close to the silver-haired man so that he could see the buds in his hair clearly. He asked in a low voice, "Look, can you let the world tree grow in another place? This place won't work." It was really embarrassing. The silver-haired man twitched the corner of his mouth. The world tree has time to grow. When the time is right, it will automatically hide in your soul. I planted it in my hand, but it suddenly grew on my head. Why? Would the world tree only emerge from his head when he summoned it in the future? Ningxu couldn't accept it. He pounded the ground and cried bitterly. The silver-haired man stretched out his finger and stopped at the mark between Ningxu's eyebrows. He sensed it and withdrew his hand. He said, "The world tree will find the best place to grow. There are rules of life between the eyebrows. Being close to the rules of life will make the world tree grow better." /BK It absorbed a little of the power of the rules of life, so it ran to the top of your head. It actually cares about your image, or it would have grown on your forehead. Ningxu was speechless. I really have to thank it. It's so king considerate. Ningxu asked, "How do you solve it?" It was fine if it grew on the top of her head, but could it be hidden? This is not easy to solve. You can't control where it wants to grow, the silver-haired man said calmly. Ningxu tidied up her bun. You can at least make it hide, right? Why can some people hide? For example, the man in the Xianxia could hide it directly in his body. She felt that her seedling was a little unique, rebellious, wanton, and free. It floated on her head. It stays where it is because it's the same everywhere. Once there's a suitable place for it to grow, it will definitely move. As for hiding it, that's because there's not enough energy. It needs energy to stretch it out, so it might as well hide it. All living things have the instinct to protect themselves, and the world tree is the same. Ningxu was speechless. Can it return to my hand in the future? She planted it in her hand and ran to the top of her head. It was cooler in her hand. When she reached out, a tree grew out of her palm. Yes, it should be able to sense your intentions. It should return, but the world tree always needs energy. It's hard to say if it will return to its previous nest. Ningxu was speechless. It should, maybe, go back. It should, maybe, not go back. Ningxu had nothing to live for. In this situation, she might be more cautious and merge with the world tree. And she felt that the roots were still implanted in her soul. Ningxu felt that she should learn some prophecy law or something. No matter what she did, she should make a prophecy. Her luck had never been good. Although it grew on her head, according to the silver-haired man, it should be a good thing. With the rules of life nurturing the world tree, it should grow well. But the problem was that her bun couldn't cover the branches anymore. Was she really going to walk around with a tree on her head? If she hung some lights and ribbons, she would be a walking Christmas tree. The silver-haired man asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Ningxu shook his head. "No, how much is it? 50,000 merit points." It was not a big problem, and the price was not expensive. Ningxu transferred the money to the silver-haired man. Then, he suddenly thought of something. "Did you tell the main system about me going to the Nihility world? Otherwise, the main system would use her trip to the Nihility world to threaten her to pick up trash." The silver-haired man was stunned. "What are you talking about? Everyone is well aware of this." Could it be that he had really wronged the silver-haired man? Ningxu laughed and said, "I'm just saying. I'll leave first." Ningxu walked out of the consultation room with the umbrella in hand. He paused at the door and touched the meatball on his head to make sure it was still there. Walking on the street, Ningxu always felt that many people were staring at the ball on his head, as if they knew what was hidden inside. Ningxu thought, "I must be too sensitive." Ningxu was most worried that the meatball on his head would grow and stay on his head. She probably would not go anywhere except for missions. Ningxu returned to the system space and took out the spiritual stone. He absorbed a lot of spiritual power from the spiritual stone. The ping-pong ball grew to the size of a basketball. However, the luster on the surface of the spiritual ball was dim, and it was inconvenient to use it without refining it. It was just a rough absorption, and it was not his yet. Only after refining it and removing the impurities and pollution would it be his. After absorbing enough, Ningxu stopped and used his spiritual power to play with the fire beads and refine it. It grew from the size of a basketball to the size of a baseball. Now that my soul has grown bigger, I can try to connect the world of reincarnation and the fourth level of Nine Palace Mountain. Ningxu took advantage of the umbrella and went to the world of reincarnation. He was ready to lead the souls of the fourth level into the world of reincarnation. When the hole was blocked, some souls tried to get out. Now that the hole was wide open and there was no giant thunder Kirin guarding it, the souls inside did not come out. There were not many souls wandering outside, and it was empty. He wanted to lead the souls of orcs or humans to the outside world. Ningxu took a deep breath and felt his scalp itch. He felt the world tree poking at him, wanting to merge with him. Ningxu did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. It seemed like fragrant wind was also the world tree. He focused on building the spatial tunnel. It had to be very sturdy, or else it would break down easily. Fortunately, he used the spiritual stone and had enough spiritual power. It was very taxing, and he was so tired at the last stage that he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the two planes were connected. At the same time, the spatial tunnel began to hide. It could not be seen or touched, but there was a tunnel in front of him. Ningxu sat cross-legged beside the spatial tunnel, betting on whether the first to come out would be an orc or a human. In essence, no matter if it was a human or an orc, they were all human souls. Soon, the first soul appeared. It was a human soul. Looking around, this person was very confused and scratched his head. When he saw Ningxu squatting there, his eyes lit up. "What is this place? Am I not dead?" "Miss, who are you?" the soul asked politely. "Ningxu." Ningxu said, "You are dead. This is hell, the place where you can reincarnate." He pointed at the pool of reincarnation. The soul was quickly attracted by the pool of reincarnation. He walked toward it step by step as if he had lost his mind. The pool of reincarnation was very big, and there were all kinds of beautiful mirages. Everyone saw different things. Coupled with the fragrance of the flowers, it was hard for anyone to resist the feeling of happiness. Soon, many souls came through the spatial tunnel. These souls belonged to humans, orcs, and all kinds of animals. They appeared in this world in a flash. Some people did not understand what was going on and were very confused. Some were attracted by the pool of reincarnation and jumped in without hesitation. Some were very vigilant and looked around. Seeing that the spatial tunnel could be used, Ningshu was relieved. However, he had to check it in the future to avoid any problems with the spatial tunnel. With the pool of reincarnation, the orcs who were used as a transit point would probably be extinct. It was not an estimate, but a certainty. They were originally a deformed species, created by the heavenly Tao to reincarnate. There was no need. They should be eliminated from history. Ningshu took a stroll in the wild grass forest. The leaves of the grass here were a little withered. Were they dying? Could it be that they couldn't adapt to the environment of the world of reincarnation? If they really withered, it would be a pity. Would it be possible to get some life force? Ningshu thought about it. Forget it. Since it was something that grew in the world of reincarnation, then it should be something that was filled with life force. The splashing sound from the life pool was pleasing to Ningshu's ears. Nice, if these people jumped in, the world of reincarnation would have soul energy. There were almost 10 connected worlds. Before the rebirth pools formed in these 10 worlds, they relied on the 2 rebirth pools to sustain them. Ningshu entered a slightly more mature world. The world was still desolate. There was nothing there. Those worlds that were born not long ago had nothing. When he entered, there was only white fog. The white fog shrouded the surroundings. He couldn't see anything at all. Fortunately, he didn't need to support himself. Otherwise, without soul fluid and soul stones, what could he use to support so many worlds, especially when his soul was weak before, there wasn't much soul fluid. That could really force him to death. Fortunately, the problem of energy was solved. In the future, he would have to worry about the protection and maintenance of the world of reincarnation. He needed someone to look after the world of reincarnation. Calamity beasts would be born. These beasts needed skeletons to destroy them. Anyway, Ningshu's soul couldn't stand the stench of the beasts. If he got close, he would be contaminated. But how to mass-produce skeletons and mass-produce skeletons was a complete mystery. Everything had to be created from scratch. Then how long had the organization existed? It should have developed from nothing to now. Now, the most worrying thing was the peerless martial art. What method should she use to remove the law of nothingness from the peerless martial art? Ningshu touched her head. She was afraid that the bun would fall apart and the bud would be exposed. In the future, the bun wouldn't be able to cover it. Would she have to use a wig and make a huge bun? Ningshu planned to enter the 5th world. The problem of the 4th world was solved. He should be able to enter the 5th world. In the end, he still couldn't squeeze in. After trying a few times, he was repelled. He squeezed in with difficulty but was ejected. What was going on? Why does this world always reject me? Is it because I'm not strong enough? Most likely, the granduncles and abyssal prefects were only able to enter because they weren't strong enough. Unable to squeeze in, Ningshu gave up. If she didn't want to go, then so be it. She guessed that this world didn't need her, so she refused to let an outsider like her in. Ningshu returned to the system space and prepared to complete the mission. The Xianxia man sent a message. Ningshu opened the chat panel and read the message. The Xianxia man said, "There's something good. Do you want to go? I heard that the treasure this time is a person." Human, Ningshu refused without thinking. I'm not going. She was already traumatized by this person. If there was another one like her heart, she would really explode on the spot. Ningshu, I'm going to do a mission. Her behavior was as strange as someone who took the initiative to do homework or take the initiative to work overtime. The man in the Cheongsam was speechless for a while before he said, "It's not a person. It's a corpse." Abyssal prefects loved things like corpses the most. Although they received the news, abyssal prefects might have already taken it away and worked for nothing. Also, what was the point of corpses? Putting them in the system space as decoration and then watching them slowly decay and emit a charming corpse smell, she couldn't understand. She wasn't a delicate flower. Ningshu still refused. I'm not going. I'm scared. I'm scared of corpses. Ningshu was afraid that her hair bun would loosen and reveal the world tree above her head. She felt inferior now. The man in the Cheongsam said, "I'm really not going. I heard that this body is very useful. There's a vast universe and world in the body. If the soul takes over such a body, it'll directly reach the sky in one step. Ningxu was concerned about something else. If there's a body, how will the world tree grow? Could it grow in the flesh? The flesh was bloody and dirty, but the world tree could still grow. The man in the Xianxia didn't speak for a long time. How can we ignore the world tree? Even dragging an arm will be beneficial. Ningxu. She didn't want to go even more. Ningxu said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in corpses, no matter how expensive they are." The man in the Xianxia was still coaxing Ningxu. "Are you really not going? I heard that after the mighty people died, their bodies were placed in the endless depths. This was an accidental discovery. Let's go and broaden our horizons. Many people have already received the news, but this kind of thing is very secretive. Are you going? What was there to see about corpses?" Ningxu was really not interested. Besides, it was probably very dangerous. Her life was more important. She was a little fairy. Did she want to have a huge body? If she had a body, she wouldn't be able to do missions and earn soul power. She was a little angel who loved to do missions. Ningxu refused again. "I'm not going." The man in the Xianxia had no choice. "How about this? I'll pay you and you'll be my bodyguard. I don't need you to raise money to buy a space passage." Hearing this, Ningxu was a little tempted. She asked, "Don't tell me you want me to snatch something for you? I don't have that ability." "We're not going to snatch it. We're just going to watch the show. There are so many people, we probably won't be able to snatch it. We're just going to see what the corpse looks like. It's said that it's very huge and can destroy a plane with one punch." "Ningxu, you can imagine all you want." "Are you going or not?" Ningxu asked. "How much will you pay me?" The man in the Xianxia said, "We'll talk about the salary in person." Ningxu took the black bone umbrella to the Time City restaurant. The man in the Xianxia was waiting for her. Seeing Ningxu, the man in the Xianxia was stunned. "Why did you tie up your hair? It's still this hairstyle. Your face is small and you have a bun. You look like a child. What a youthful hairstyle." Ningxu was glad that there was only one tree. Otherwise, she would have to tie two buns. That would be even more hilarious. Ningxu picked up the dessert on the table and nibbled on it. She asked, "Did Elder Qian tell you this?" "Yes, but Elder Qian said not to spread the news. That corpse doesn't look simple." Ningxu took a sip of tea and swallowed the sweet pastry. "Why do you say it's a corpse? What if it's just sleeping and a bunch of people running over there waving flags and shouting? If it wakes up and gets angry, we might not be able to come back." Ningxu was puzzled. Why was it confirmed that it was a corpse and not sleeping? "I heard that we've already tested it. The universe in the body is endless, but the person has no vitality." The man in the Xianxia waved his fan. "Let's just take a look from afar. Don't think about treasures. If you can snatch it for me, the price will be calculated separately." Ningxu really wanted to spit out the dessert on his face. Was he asking her to go and kill herself? This kind of news, this kind of treasure, there must be a lot of people going. Not to mention the large number of people, there was also a dangerous giant. They tried but it didn't wake up. Maybe the giant was in a deep sleep. It was sleeping well, but it was suddenly discovered and a group came to move it away. At that time it might suddenly wake up and roar about wanting to kill them. If it was caught, it would be impossible to run away. Ningxu chewed the cake and shook her head. "Let's not go. What if something happens? Moreover, it was best not to touch corpses." She was still suffering from the after effects and was a little afraid of supernatural creatures that were not raised by her parents. Ningxu asked, "How much are you paying me?" If the money was too little, she wouldn't go. The man in the Xianxia said, 100,000 merit points. Ningxu was speechless. So little. This is a deadly thing. You only gave me 100,000? She might encounter some danger. I'll give you money to let you see the world. If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else. The man in the Xianxia didn't force her. He mainly wanted to find someone he knew. The man in the Cheongsam also knew that it was very dangerous. If he asked someone to help him, the chances of survival would be higher. He had no choice. He was too curious. If he didn't go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Since we're acquaintances, I'll call you first. Tell me if you want to go or not. I'll inform others. If you're late, you won't see anything. Ningxu narrowed her eyes and asked, how do you know the news? Why didn't she know anything? Where did the man in the Cheongsam get the news? The man in the Cheongsam raised his chin. Because I'm a VIP member. If there's any important news, the elders will inform me. It's up to me whether I want to go or not. Ningxu thought, what are you showing off for? How much per year? Ningxu also wanted to know what was going on. If there were any treasures or new discoveries, even if he didn't need them, he could sell them to make money. The man in the Cheongsam said, 10 million merit points. Ningxu was speechless. If you give me more money, I'll go and take a look. Ningxu said. Maybe he could pick up a giant's dandruff. Maybe the dandruff and fingernails were the world. The dandruff was probably bigger. No extra money. If you can bring back something good, even if it's the finger of a powerful being, I'll give you extra money, the Cheongsam man said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Money was important, but his life was more important. There was no need to joke about his life. Should he go or not? Of course, he would. He just wanted to take a look from afar. Ningxu was quite curious about how big the bodies of the higher beings were. His body was filled with the mysterious world of the universe. This was very powerful. Ningxu nodded. Let's go. But before we leave, we need to get some equipment that can help us escape so that we can run faster. Time was money. The Cheongsam man nodded. Then, he took out a spatial tunnel and said to Ningxu, this spatial tunnel will teleport you to a place not far from the corpse. Ningxu nodded and followed the Cheongsam man into the spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel was very long. Ningxu and the man in the Cheongsam walked for a long time. They did not dare to speak on the way, fearing that the slightest sound would affect the stability of the spatial tunnel. When they came out of the spatial tunnel, they realized that they were in the void. There was nothing around them. This place was probably a little far from the plane. They wondered if the system could teleport them back. A huge body floated in the void. It was so huge that they could not see the end of it. There was a black fog supporting him. His body was covered in something like ice crystals. It felt like frozen meat in a refrigerator. So big. Ningxu exclaimed. Where could such a huge body fit in? How could it live? It seemed like it was true that he could destroy a plane with one punch. Other than Ningxu and the Cheongsam man, there were already many people flying around the huge body to explore. Ningxu tried to fly as high as possible. He wanted to see what this giant looked like from above. The whole body was covered in ice crystals. His face was blurry. But from above, he looked slender. Through the blurry ice crystals, his face should not be too bad. One hand covered his heart and the other on his abdomen. His face was so peaceful that he looked like a sleeping beauty. It was just that he had grown too big. Who would dare to kiss such a terrifying sleeping beauty? Some people were walking on the corpse, trying to break the ice. The Cheongsam man floated beside Ningxu. It looks like a corpse. And it's frozen. Ningxu was not sure. How could such a powerful person die so easily? Ningxu said, let's just watch from the sidelines. The Cheongsam man fanned himself and did not speak. Although there were many people here this time, compared to the huge body, these people were as small as fleas. They were even smaller than brooms. His fingers looked like long mountain ranges. Picking and groping the giant's body, he groped and groped. But they could not do anything to the giant's body. First, they had to break the ice crystal layer. There was a world in this giant's body. Ningxu believed that. Ningxu looked around. He did not intend to get any treasures. Even if he got such a body, his soul was too weak to support such a body. One had to have a very strong soul to be able to support such a body. Ningxu touched his arm and felt a little goosebumps. He said to the Cheongsam man, should we leave? Anyway, we have seen the giant's appearance. We should go. The Xianxia man fanned himself and stared at the giant. Wait a little longer. We'll leave after a while. Ningxu was a little helpless. They had said that they were just here to take a look. How many times had they looked? They were still looking. The Xianxia man probably did not want to come here for nothing. He wanted to stay and see if there was anything good. But Ningxu was not interested in these creatures. What was the use of dragging a corpse? Even if there was any treasure on this giant, it was not her turn to take it. There were so many powerful mission enforcers here. The possibility of her getting something was very small. So, Ningxu did not have any expectations. He was calm, but he kept getting goosebumps. He could not stop feeling cold. The temperature of the ice crystal on the corpse was probably too low. There was no soul in this body, but the body was still intact. There was still a breath of life. Ningxu could feel it. So, she did not want to go up at all. If she ran up and stepped on it, it would wake up. Such a behemoth could crush them to death with a single finger. The mission enforcers used all kinds of martial arts. They wanted to enter this body and hit the corpse with all kinds of brilliant moves. But the corpse was still good. Its eyes were still closed. Its eyelashes were longer than a tree. Looking from above, the eyelashes were thick and slender, and the eyebrows were straight. The Adam's apple was like a protruding hill, and the hollow collarbone could form a lake. He looked like a handsome guy with delicate features. He was a little fresh meat. It was just that the body was a little big, not a little big, but very big. Some people were busy, and some were like Ningxu and the Xianxia man, watching carefully and not making a move easily. Ningxu touched his arm, feeling uncomfortable, and said to the Xianxia man, "Let's go, this is obviously not something we can covet now." No matter who the body was, it was obviously placed here by someone. If they suddenly intruded into someone else's territory, the owner might get angry and kill them. Kill you rats who steal food. And it might be the same kind of person as the sleeping giant. For example, the body of His Excellency was also very big. His Excellency was cold, and the scariest thing was that he wanted to eat souls. The more Ningxu thought about it, the more he felt that His Excellency was related to this body. Such a big body, ordinary people really couldn't carry it. Ningxu subconsciously touched her hair bun. It hadn't come out yet. Wait a little longer. The Xianxia man said, "If something is wrong, we will leave immediately." Wait, what? If we wait until something is wrong, we won't be able to escape. Wealth comes from danger. That's also something that can be asked for, but we can't. In this situation, Ningxu felt a little scared. He didn't know if this feeling came from the sleeping corpse, or from other aspects. Anyway, he had a very bad feeling. Looking carefully at the hand of the Xianxia man holding the fan, his knuckles were already white, obviously he was using a lot of strength. Obviously, he also realized that there might be danger, but after a trip and spending a lot of money to buy a spatial passage, he didn't get anything. Ningxu pursed his lips, and wanted to leave the Xianxia man behind. Are we going or not? The feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and he felt that danger was getting closer and closer. Some mission takers were still working on the giant's body, but they didn't make any progress, because their strength was too weak to move such a big body. At least a person of this size could cause any destructive damage to this body. Ningxu couldn't help but want to scratch his head, but when he thought of the bun on his head, he put down his hand. He couldn't scratch the bun loose. Even in a crisis, he couldn't reveal the green on his head. He would rather die than reveal his true colors. Ningxu glanced around and saw Grand Elder Tai Shu, who was in black, floating not far behind him. He was silent and motionless. Only the corners of his windbreaker moved occasionally. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the lenses refracted a cold luster. The glasses seemed to have vaporized, and his eyes could not be seen. Ningxu tugged at the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man snapped, "Why are you tugging at me? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't kiss your sister." Run! Ningxu grabbed the Xianxia man, afraid that the system would send him back. When the Xianxia man saw the judge, he was also shocked. He ignored it and teleported away with Ningxu. When the others saw the movements of Ning Shu and the Cheongsam man, especially when they saw the judge, they were all shocked. They flew everywhere like frightened birds. However, unknowingly, the surrounding space had been controlled and sealed. There was no way to leave at all. Ning Shu's heart collapsed when he heard the system say that he couldn't teleport. She was really just here to watch the show. He didn't know when this person appeared. He was silent and didn't move at all. What's wrong with him? He's just like the class teacher who peeped at the back door. Then, he quietly sealed this space, making it impossible for people to escape. Why is this person so bad? He has such a bad taste. Ning Shu kicked the silver-haired man. If he had left earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. F***CK. The Cheongsam man found himself a little hurriedly. Obviously, his heart was in a mess. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes, looked at Grand Elder Tai Shu, and then looked at the huge body over there. He guessed that this body couldn't be Grand Elder Tai Shu's, right, but it didn't look like him. Maybe he changed his soul's face to make his style more ghastly. But it might not be Grand Elder Tai Shu. In any case, this seemed to be something that Grand Elder Tai Shu was guarding. In short, this time, he bumped into the muzzle of a gun. He earned 100,000 merit points this time. Whether it was his life or money, Ning Shu couldn't afford it. Gather here. Grand Elder Tai Shu's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in this space. His tone was light and didn't fluctuate, but this made people even more afraid. There was no other way. Everyone gathered here. Ning Shu and the silver-haired man went over there. Ning Shu looked at the Cheongsam man with a little resentment. The Cheongsam man touched his nose with his fan and whispered, "I've implicated you this time. Was it useful to say this now? Let's get through this first." After such a thing happened today, the elders who provided the information and the people who wandered in the void world looking for treasures would be unlucky. They definitely had to be reorganized. They would take advantage of the situation and settle down for a period of time. After they rose from the ashes, they would be reorganized again. In fact, the organization didn't allow the huge profits in the void world on the surface, but their attitude in private was ambiguous. Cigarettes and alcohol were harmful to the body, but they were still allowed to be produced and sold. However, they were the most heavily taxed of all industries. This time, the news of selling hit the muzzle of a gun. You. Grand Elder Tai Shu pointed at Ning Shu and the Cheongsam man. The law taxes for 100 years. You can go. The Cheongsam man, Ning Shu was expressionless. 100 years, and another 100 years. He was already numb. He was fearless. Ning Shu dragged the Cheongsam man away. When he turned back, he saw Grand Elder Tai Shu holding a gun. The black muzzle was pointed at the mission enforcer. The mission enforcer looked terrified. He seemed to be explaining something, but the other party didn't listen at all. He was killed directly. Nothing was left. He vanished into thin air. Seeing that the souls of the people around them were scattered and even their soul power was taken away, some people looked terrified. They even united to attack the judge. They might survive. However, this was obviously futile. Resistance only made them die more miserably. Something like a fishing net was shot out from the black muzzle and directly wrapped around the mission enforcer. This kind of net would get tighter and tighter. The mission enforcer was wrapped up and cried out in pain. His soul was also forced to curl up into a ball. It became smaller and smaller, and his cries became more and more shrill. Direct obliteration was instant death, but this kind of obliteration was torture. People were afraid of people who could control their own lives. Ning Shu trembled and quickly left with the silver-haired man. He used the silver-haired man's system and left directly. In addition to Ning Shu and the silver-haired man, some people were pardoned. However, it was inevitable that they would lose money to avoid disaster. None of the people who touched the corpse could escape. Some of the ice layers were about to be broken through. Ning Shu and the Cheongsam man appeared in the system space. It was the Cheongsam man's system space. As soon as he entered the space, he heard a woman's voice. "Zuli, do you have *King want to die? Why are you doing such a dangerous thing? Don't forget that I'm tied to you." If you die, I'm done for. Next time, before you do something, can you use your pig brain? Your brain must be filled with trash. F***ck off, following a mission enforcer like you is such a pain in the ass. Ningxu was speechless. What a bad-tempered system. And it was a girl. The Xianxia man sighed. Alright, it's my fault. Didn't I come back alive? F***ck off, the system cursed and stopped talking. Ningxu pretended not to hear their conversation and looked at the Xianxia man's system. It was his first time in someone else's system space. The Xianxia man's system space was decorated in a way that was hard to describe. It was more feminine, with all kinds of cute pillows and small decorations. It felt like only a little girl would like it. To dress up his own system space like that, he was either a trap or gay. Faced with Ningxu's strange look, the Xianxia man was helpless and let his system send him to the restaurant. Although the bad-tempered system did not say anything, it still sent the two of them away. The Xianxia man explained immediately, that's not my aesthetic, it's the system's arrangement. Every time I change into a tough straight man style, but after completing a mission, it becomes like this again. I tried a few times, but I let her do whatever she wants. I gave up struggling. Although my system has a bad temper, I think she's a little girl. Little girls like these things, so what's wrong with letting her do it? Ningxu nodded and said, you don't have to explain, I understand. What I'm more concerned about now is, Ningxu grabbed the Xianxia man's collar, his face ferocious. Thanks to you, I won't have to pay taxes for 100 years again. King went to 3 cities and didn't get a single tax. Ningxu shook the Xianxia man hard. He had to make the first move. I was also shocked, scared to death. Ningxu shook him agitatedly, the bun on his head also shaking. Your hair is loose, the Xianxia man said. Ningxu immediately let go of him and tidied up his hair bun. He looked at the Xianxia man and said, are you happy to be cheeky? You won't have 100 years of taxes left. The Xianxia man's face trembled a little. It was probably the first time he had been fined, so he couldn't accept it. Unlike Ningxu, who was already a wily old fox. There was no difference whether it was 300 years or 500 years. In any case, there had been no taxes for a long time. The Xianxia man's taxes were not a small amount, but Ningxu's 3 tax cities were not small either. But this money had nothing to do with him. Ningxu tidied up the meatballs and sat down to drink tea. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. Otherwise, we would have died. That's the only way I can think of it. The man in the Xianxia was very upset. His expression was gloomy because he didn't get anything. The man in the Xianxia said that he was just going to take a look, but in his heart, he was still thinking of getting something. Now that he thought about it, buying the spatial passageway and paying 100 years of taxes was a huge loss. The space passage was a one-way ticket because the location of the space node was determined and connected to the place that could be reached. But ordinary people didn't know where the space node was. They didn't know where the space node was, and even the train didn't know where to go. The man in the Xianxia was quite rich, but losing the tax made him feel pain for a long time. It was as painful as when Ningxu was fined 100 years for the first time. But the second and third time, his heart didn't waver. After being depressed for a while, the man in the Xianxia asked Ningxu, what do you think that corpse has to do with the judge? Is the judge guarding that body? Then what's its identity? Ningxu drank tea and swallowed. How would I know? She guessed that the corpse might be Xianxia's. After all, Xianxia, who used to be the system lord, was in a soul state. Since it was a soul, what about the body? If that corpse was Xianxia's, would senior uncle, who came from the same origin, also be so big and ugly? Now, he had just shrunk his figure. TSK, only Excellency was a huge monster. Ningxu was glad that she didn't pay the fine directly. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take out the money. Fine the tax, fine the tax. Ningxu followed along and didn't do anything. She spread her hands and asked the man in the Xianxia for money. 100,000 merit points. The man in the Xianxia was speechless. I've also suffered heavy losses now. Who should I ask for it from? Money made people stingy. In the past, she didn't need to care about 100,000 merit points. Now, she couldn't help but care. That's none of my business. Anyway, you have to give me 100,000 merit points. Ningxu was quite ruthless. The man in the Cheongsam took out 100,000 merit points and waved his hand. I don't want to see you. Leave. Ningxu left quickly. I told you to leave earlier, but you didn't. Corpses are very unlucky. Who told you not to listen to your elders? This was a valuable lesson learned by people who were always unlucky. The man in the Cheongsam rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. He looked like a melancholy handsome man. Ningxu thought about it and went directly to the alley to find Elder Qi. When Elder Qi saw Ningxu, he stroked his beard and asked with a smile, "Little girl, what treasure do you want this time?" Ningxu told him. "You're in big trouble this time." Ningxu told him everything that had happened before. "You have to be prepared. You'll definitely be punished. If there's any good world in the future, remember to tell me." When Elder Qi heard this, he hurriedly packed up his things and rolled up the package. He ran away like a small merchant who heard that the city government was coming. Before he left, he said to Ningxu, "I'll give you a discount next time you come." Ningxu waved goodbye. It was appropriate to do a favor. After fixing the crooked ball, Ningxu wanted to return to the system space. It wasn't his life to make a fortune. It was better to do missions and get more soul power for the world tree to absorb. Maybe when the world tree grew, it wouldn't stay in his head. The most anxious thing now was the grass in his head. As soon as Elder Qi ran away, the senior granduncle appeared. Ningxu bumped into him. The senior granduncle glanced at the empty stall and frowned at her. Ningxu greeted him. "You're also here to find Elder Qi." "Elder Qi has already left. When I came, he was already gone." The senior granduncle said, "I realized that you're a very creative person. You're everywhere." Ningxu smiled honestly with a pure and innocent expression. "You're joking. I'm not everywhere. The main thing is that you can always see me when I'm picking up trash." "This is your illusion." Ningxu asked, "Have you found Xingqing?" "He used to be my system. I'm concerned about him." "You want him to be your system? Why do you care so much?" Ningxu's face suddenly turned green. She immediately waved her hand and made an inviting gesture. "Have a safe trip." The senior granduncle disappeared in an instant. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. She was frightened and wanted Xingqing to be her system. This ghost story was so scary. She would never ask again. Otherwise, others would misunderstand that she couldn't bear to part with Xingqing. If something happened and Xingqing was given to her again, she wouldn't even know where to cry. /BK She checked everything that needed to be checked, such as the enchantments of the 3 law cities. She clicked on the system to exchange for some fasting pills and medicine, and then said to the system, "Go and do the mission." For the first time, there was something that could go with her to do the mission, and that was the world tree above her head. "You are about to be transferred to the world, please be prepared," the backup system said. During the transfer process, it was not as uncomfortable as before. Her soul was stronger, but her hair was scattered, and her hair slapped her face. The world tree above her head was swaying in the wind. Integrated into a body, Ningxu opened her eyes, and bubbles came out of her mouth. It was the underwater world. The coral palace was magnificent and magnificent. Looking down at her body, a pink fishtail, a human upper body, and a shell covering her chest. Her seaweed-like hair rippled in the water. It was really beautiful. Ningxu swung her fishtail. She was used to walking on 2 legs and was not used to swinging her body with only one fishtail. She practiced her balance while accepting the plot. This world should be more magical, after all, there were even mermaids. As soon as she saw mermaids, she thought of the famous fairy tale, but the plot Ningxu received was not like that. It could be said that it was poles apart, completely different. And this was a fairy tale. Compared to the innocent and simple stories of children, this story was more adult and dark. All fairy tales were constantly reborn, and in the end, they became different. In the end, the princess and the prince were happily together. The client was the 7th princess. As a favored child, she lived happily in the underwater world. She wandered on the bottom of the sea, and climbed up the reef with her sisters when she had nothing to do, singing with a beautiful voice. Everyone who heard it was fascinated, but it made the crew and sailors in the sea particularly afraid. They thought that the mermaid's voice was used to lure humans and then eat them. People yearned for things they did not have, and this princess yearned for life on land. But mermaids had no legs and could not walk on land. Without water for a long time, mermaids could not survive. During a storm, she saved the prince on the ship. The mermaid looked at the handsome prince and sent him ashore. The prince was not unconscious. Seeing the mermaid, she said that in order to repay the mermaid for saving her life, she invited him to her country as a guest. But the little mermaid refused because she didn't have legs and couldn't walk. The two of them exchanged names. Because there was no one around, the prince could only watch as the beauty swam away. He even told the little mermaid Emily that he would always wait for her to come. The mermaid's heart trembled. She swam anxiously in the deep sea and finally went to find the witch at the bottom of the sea. She exchanged her throat and hair for a bottle of potion. Drinking the potion would turn her fishtail into a pair of legs. In fact, the prince and his fiancée were already married and living happily in the castle. Emily was a Spartan, and the prince was with someone else. The guards of the castle found a mermaid wandering around the castle and brought her to the prince. The prince recognized her as a mermaid. He happily locked up the mermaid and let her cry. Her tears fell to the ground and became pearls. Because there was no voice, the mermaid could no longer sing, but when the prince held a banquet, he would let the mermaid show off her beautiful singing voice. But the mermaid was already mute. Since she couldn't sing, she could only dance. Every step the mermaid took was as painful as walking on a knife's edge. Dancing was very painful. The mermaid had no choice but to dance because the prince said that when she couldn't cry anymore, she would be of no use. He would cut her body into pieces and boil them into shark oil. Then the oil would be used to light a lamp, and it could even reach a state where it would never go out. Many witches used this kind of oil lamp. And the scales on the mermaid's body were also valuable. They were the size of a leaf and had a bright luster. The prince loved to collect them, and there were already more than 10 scales of different colors in his collection room. When her sister gave her a dagger and told her to find a way to escape, the prince noticed and took the dagger away from the little mermaid. The next day, the mermaid was finished. With a beautiful wish, she endured the pain and went ashore, but in the end, this was the result. Xianxia felt that she had entered an extremely dark world. Snow White, who lived next door, had an incestuous relationship with her father. She was caught in bed by her mother and then ran away. She was kissed by the prince and spat out the poisoned apple stuck in her throat. She resolutely abandoned the 7 short and poor dwarves and lived a happy life with the prince. Next door, Sleeping Beauty was cursed into a deep sleep. The prince didn't wake her up by kissing her, but by sexually assaulting her. They even gave birth to a child. When the child suckled, what it absorbed was the finger. The spindle sawdust stuck in the finger was sucked out, and the curse and poison were gone. So Sleeping Beauty woke up. She was quite mature. It was also difficult for a man to control himself when a woman was sleeping in front of him and didn't know anything. The little mermaid Emily's wish was to take revenge on Prince Hickle and protect her sea and kingdom. Mermaids were often fished out because of their beauty. Especially when they cried, they would drop pearls. In this world where pearls were scarce, clams hadn't been cultivated yet. To get pearls, one could only dive into the deep sea. Pearls were also very precious. Their entire body was a treasure, and it was easy for humans to covet them. The little princess thought that the prince was doing something to her, but in fact, the prince was just coaxing her. They were not the same species. In fairy tales, Cinderella, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty were all humans. Emily was more miserable because she had legs, so she was more likely to be violated. The other mermaids that were caught by humans were all fishtails. The beauty of mermaids was already coveted, and this one had legs. Her legs could be spread open, so it was very tempting for men. And the prince's wife, Karina, knew that her husband was having an affair with a mermaid, so she tortured the mermaid even more. Not long after the mermaid died, the king died, and the prince became the new king. After becoming king, he had more power and could collect mermaids and whatnot. After being hunted on a large scale, the mermaids could only stay in the deep sea and didn't dare to swim in the shallow sea. If they weren't careful, they would be caught in a fishing net. Ningxu gritted his teeth. What a dark story. Since he wanted revenge, he had to kill the prince. After killing the prince, even if he wasn't the king, there wouldn't be a large-scale hunt for mermaids. This was killing two birds with one stone. However, the prince was the only main character in the world, so there were many girls who were paired with him. The princes were very busy, they were busy saving princesses everywhere. As for protecting the mermaid clan, this little princess would be the next mermaid king if nothing unexpected happened. Protecting the sea and her clan was her responsibility. It was not long before the storm. This time, the prince fell into the water. Just push him into the sea and drown him. Anyway, it was a storm. It was normal for the prince to die if the boat capsized. After planning the steps of the mission, Ningxu also relaxed. He shook the fish tail and paddled in the water. Fortunately, he could use the rules. He was very comfortable in the water and did not feel any discomfort. He looked at his fishtail. It was so painful that it turned into a pair of legs. He tore the fishtail apart and under the effect of the potion, it turned into a pair of legs. In fact, it was still a fishtail. The injured and bloody fishtail supported the weight of the body and he still had to walk step by step. How painful. Ningxu did not want to suffer this. He even became a mute. His thick and beautiful seaweed-like hair was also gone. In the end, he even became a bubble. Ningxu felt that Emily was a different race. She became the most tragic protagonist in a fairy tale. Others were happy with the prince, but she became a bubble. Humans and demons were different. Ningxu tried to see if he could cultivate. Mermaids were very fast in the water. Other than that, they did not have any combat power. They were a beautiful race that would not age. Some human noble women would eat mermaids to maintain their beauty. They wanted to be like mermaids, beautiful and youthful. They had many good things on them, but they did not have the strength to match them. The deep sea was their protection, but out of the sea, they were weak and vulnerable. As for magic, it did not exist. Even dragons could be defeated, let alone the weak mermaids. Male mermaids were slightly stronger, but they were not as valuable as female mermaids. Humans captured female mermaids. Ningxu sat on the coral. Many mermaids swam around him. There were both men and women. The scales on their bodies were of various colors. All of them were very good-looking. None of them were ugly. They held hands in twos and threes as they swam and danced in circles. Their fishtails swayed flexibly, allowing the mermaids to perform difficult movements. Emily, Emily, where are you? Someone called out to Ningxu. Ningxu immediately swam towards the sound wave. I'm here, sister. It's time for dinner, Emily. Did you float to the surface again? The elders have warned us that the sea is very dangerous. There are big fish that can eat us. The scariest thing is a human with legs. As his sister nagged, Ningxu nodded. The meals of the mermaids were all small fish, raw. Everyone had a fish and gnawed on it. Of course, there were also fruits. There were also fruits on the seabed and some plants. How could one describe the taste of the food? It was actually quite delicious. Sitting at the top were the mothers of the mermaids. In fact, the mermaid race was a bit of a matriarchal society. It seemed that the fathers of the mermaid sisters were different. Of course, this was the benefit of the queen. The other mermaids still had to find partners, some for life, some temporarily. The queen looked at Ningxu lovingly and asked, "Where did you go today?" "I was at the coral reef." "I didn't go anywhere. I just watched them dance," Ningxu said honestly. "There are so many children. I'm only worried about you. You have to remember that humans are very scary creatures. They will catch us." The queen stroked Ningxu's thick hair. Ningxu subconsciously wanted to tilt his head so that the world tree on his head would not be gone. But then he realized that he had merged with the world. The world tree would not be on his head. If it was in the past, Emily would definitely refute. Were there no good humans? But now, Ningxu nodded. "Mother, Don't worry. I'll remember. The queen was very happy that her daughter was so sensible. She said to her daughters, "You are all adults now. You can find partners." The sisters smiled and talked about what kind of partners they wanted to find. For example, the color of their tails, the color of their hair, and how strong their bodies were. Ningxu didn't think about finding a partner. He just stared at his tail. How do mermaids mate? What kind of partner does Emily want to find? Queen Ningxu asked. It depends on fate. You can't just find one. You have to give birth to the best children for the mermaid tribe. I prepared several strong and handsome men for you. You can see if there's anyone you like. If you like them, you can keep them. A few? Keep them all. Ningxu expressed that he had seen a lot and was not surprised at all. Looking at the queen's natural look, Ningxu smiled. Thank you, mother. I'll choose and see. Maybe I don't like anyone. Maybe there's someone I like. The prince was not as handsome as the mermaid, but Emily was amazed by everything on land. When she saw humans, her brain automatically deified them. It had its own filter. Maybe it wasn't a filter. She had seen many handsome and good-looking mermaids in the sea. When she suddenly saw an average-looking human, she felt quite different. The different fireworks exploded in the little princess's heart. The queen suddenly said, "I've already chosen a lot of males for you. You can choose and see. Those you choose will be together and love each other." The queen asked her subordinates to call the males up. While her daughters were here, they began to pair up so that they could contribute to the population of the mermaid tribe. Ningxu, it was the first time he had such an experience, choosing a man. Ningxu also felt novel. It felt like an ancient concubine selection. But these selected male mermaids were not ashamed at all. There was only a strong joy. It was a good thing to be chosen by the beautiful princesses and have little mermaids with them. Soon, a group of male mermaids filed out, wagging their tails. The color of each fish's tail was unique. It was as gorgeous as a gem. There were dark blue, light blue, black, and silver. There were also colorful ones. In the water, there were no external conditions such as money or cars. Choosing a mate was completely based on feelings. Ningxu glanced at the male mermaids one by one. As soon as the male mermaids met Ningxu's eyes, they immediately smiled brightly, hoping to attract Ningxu's attention. After looking around, Ningxu felt that everyone was good-looking. If there was an ugly one now, it would be unique. The sisters whispered to each other and discussed. Obviously, they all had their own favorites. Which one does Emily like? One of the sisters asked Ningxu. Obviously, she wanted to wait for Ningxu to finish choosing before choosing. As the youngest and most doted princess in the family, the elders and sisters were really good to her. Maybe it was because of the beauty that was so easily available that she began to pursue other feelings. Ningxu said, "Sisters, you choose first." "I don't like anyone." The sisters began to choose, and after spending some time with the mermaids, or after giving birth to a little mermaid, they could separate and rebuild their relationship. This was all to reproduce as much as possible. The mermaid race had always been in a negative population growth trend. It was not easy to give birth to children, and with the hunting of humans, the number of mermaids had decreased. Each sister chose one, and from the choice of partners, one could see the beauty of these sisters. Some pursued the beauty of the scales, some pursued the lush hair, and some liked the sturdiness of the body. Some liked handsome faces. Ningxu did not find a partner. If she did, they would be lovey-dovey and make little mermaids together. In a few days, the prince would pass by this sea of fish. She had to do something, and it was inconvenient to have a mermaid following behind her. She could not let the other mermaids see her kill the prince. After all, she was a kind and pure little mermaid princess. And if the other mermaids knew, they would inevitably be terrified. Killing the human prince would definitely attract the revenge of the humans. At that time, she would become the target of public criticism. So, bad things had to be done secretly. "Queen, I want to be with Princess Emily." A mermaid with a dark blue fishtail stepped out and said to the queen. Ningxu was checking the meridians in her body. The human body was different from the mermaid body, and she mainly wanted to see if there was a dantian. If there was no dantian, there was no way to store energy. Hearing that someone wanted to be with her, she raised her hand and glanced at the male. She did not pay much attention to him, so Ningxu looked at him again. His face was a little familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen him before. She should not be familiar with any mermaids. He looked familiar, probably because his facial features were softer, not as strong and handsome as the other mermaids. Male mermaids were European-style handsome, and their facial features were well-defined. However, this male mermaid gave off a different feeling. His temperament was good, and his fishtail was dark blue. The reflection of the light was like a sapphire. In the deep sea, this color was the most suitable for mermaids. Even so, Ningxu still refused. "No, I am still young, and I don't want to find a partner." "Little princess, if you don't want to find a partner, I can play with you until you want to find one," the male mermaid said. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He looked at Ningxu openly and blinked his eyes. It was a little electrifying. The queen smiled and said, "Then you can play with the little princess and take good care of her." Ningxu was speechless. Wasn't she afraid that something would happen if she handed her over to a male so easily? It felt like Her Majesty Queen was hoping for something to happen. The matter was settled. Ningxu could not refuse, and today's dinner was over. The sisters held their partners' hands and went off to play. God knows what they were doing. The queen smiled and told her daughters to pay attention to their safety and not go to the sea. They could only go to the reef when it was foggy. The fog affected the vision of other creatures, especially humans. Whenever they heard the mermaids sing, it was in foggy weather. It was already terrible to get lost. Now that they heard the mermaids sing, it was even more frightening. "Emily, go out and play with him." The queen touched Ningxu's head and rubbed her hair. "Your Highness, please." The male mermaid made a gesture of invitation. Ningxu had no choice but to shake her tail out of the coral palace. "Okay, you can go. You don't have to follow me." She wanted to go back to cultivate and sleep. Moreover, at the bottom of the sea, she could not absorb spiritual energy or the power of the sun. She could not absorb the power of the sun because mermaids lived in the water. Water and fire restrained each other, making it impossible for her to live well in the water. She could either absorb spiritual energy, the essence of the sun and moon, or the power of the stars. In order to absorb these things, Ningxu had to float to the surface and absorb them. It was inconvenient to have a person following behind her. What she wanted to do was not suitable for the other mermaids to be suspicious. "I will protect you. You don't have to care about me." The man said, "My name is Lan." "Oh, Lan, I'm going to sleep." "You can go." Ningxu returned to the coral palace. Her bed was a huge clam that could open and close. It was very sturdy and could protect the sleeping mermaid. The little princess doesn't like people following her. "Is she too antisocial, or do you want to do something?" Lan asked. "What can I do?" Ningxu looked at him. This Lan had a dark blue tail and blue hair. It was as if he had fallen into a blue dye vat. Previously, she had completely misjudged his temperament. Ningxu looked at him. "The more I look at you, the more familiar you look. I must have seen you somewhere." Ningxu searched in her heart, searching for a face she had seen before. Which face could match with this face? "Of course you have seen me. I would swim in front of the princess when I had nothing to do, but you didn't care." Lan said with a smile. Ningxu searched the memory of the client, but there was no impression of this person. It was normal for a mermaid to swim in front of them. Who would care? Ningxu swam into the clam. There was no clam meat inside. The clam was dead. The clam closed, isolating Lan. Lan smiled and swam away. Ningxu watched Lan swim away from the gap. After a while, she got out of the clam and prepared to swim to the reef to absorb some spiritual energy. The law could be used in this plane, but the suppression was still quite strong. She could use a little bit. After all, this was a world where witches flew everywhere. There were all kinds of strange things. She could still arrange an invisibility boundary. If she didn't sing and was invisible, who could find her? "Little princess, where are you going?" Ningxu came out of the clam and swam out of the coral palace. Not long after, she heard Lan's voice behind her. Ningxu turned to look at him with a blank expression. Didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Could it be that he had been hiding around the coral palace to peep at her? What was wrong with him? Why didn't she feel the strangeness of the water? Lan raised her hand and took out a gem. I found this in the shipwreck. It's for you. The pink gem looks good on you. Ningxu thought, are you flirting with me? Ningxu looked at the gem curiously, turning it over and over in her hand. How do you know this is a gem? Humans call this thing a gem. Humans are crazy about it. Lan said. Ningxu asked, you have seen and talked to humans before. Did they tell you this is a gem? When a mermaid saw a human, it was as if she saw the world and ran away quickly. Even the mermaids didn't know that this thing was called a gem. What else can a shiny thing be called if not a gem? Lan looked at Ningxu. Do you like it? Ningxu, useless thing, I don't like it. Even if I wanted to use it as a decoration, I couldn't. There were no strings, no holes in the gem, it couldn't be worn on the body, and it took up space in the hand. It wasn't practical at all. Ningxu looked at Lan, the weird mermaid. The more I look at you, the more familiar you look. We must have met before. Ningxu rubbed his chin, unable to get rid of the familiar feeling. Lan smiled and said, are you going to the surface? Ningxu nodded hesitantly. Lan said, I'll take you to a place that's safer and has reefs that will let you sing loudly. Lan led the way in front. And Ningxu looked at his back, swinging her fishtail, her body meandering. Ningxu suddenly clapped her hands, and her eyes lit up. She finally remembered who this Lan looked like. The main thing was that the waist-length blue hair was too eye-catching, making his facial features less prominent. He looked very much like the sleeping giant. The giant had black hair, and this mermaid was blue, with a naked upper body and a fishtail lower body. It was really hard to connect the two together. They looked so alike. Little princess? Lan saw that Ningxu didn't keep up and stopped to look at her. Aren't you going? Ningxu swung her fishtail and caught up with Lan. Her eyes kept glancing at his face. You don't seem to look like us. How am I different? Lan asked, squinting to hide the emotions in his eyes. We're all mermaids, what's different? You're different, you look different. Lan's appearance was more oriental, with a sharp nose and straight eyebrows. He was a handsome man, but the other mermaids didn't have this kind of feeling. Lan was a reserved beauty, while the other male mermaids were handsome in a sharp and threatening way. Anyway, this Lan was quite in line with Ningxu's aesthetic. The two fish swam in the sea and soon arrived at a reef. This place was next to a small island, which was relatively desolate. Ningxu sat on the reef and wiped the water off his face. He basked in the sun and began to absorb the spiritual qi. Fortunately, he had spiritual energy, but the circulation of his meridians wasn't very good. Ningxu wondered if he should change his cultivation method and use the demonic beast cultivation manual. To a certain extent, mermaids were also considered monsters. It was more suitable for her to cultivate this. Lanan sat beside Ningxu. The blue scales on his fishtail reflected a bright luster under the sunlight. It was very beautiful. Ningxu pondered. If that body wasn't senior uncle's, then it was very likely to be Xianxia's. Then this Lan sitting next to her, who was using his tail to fetch water, could be the official. But just based on his face, how could he arbitrarily determine that he was an official? Moreover, that corpse might not be an official. The most important thing was that the witty and mentally retarded official didn't have such a personality. How could such an arrogant and despicable person do such a thing like picking up gems and fawning over others? When he saw her, he would definitely cackle. I want to suck your soul dry. But this face was choked in Ningxu's heart. He couldn't help but make all kinds of guesses and investigations. Ningxu cultivated while asking Lan, how old are you now? 5 years old. I'm already an adult. Ningxu tried to abandon human thinking. Mermaids were 5 years old, so they weren't considered young. And in this world, 1 year was very long. Have you been to other sea areas before? Lan shook his head. No, it's very dangerous to leave the tribe and run around. Ningxu used his fingers as a comb to comb his hair while looking at Lan. This was definitely not Xianxia. If Xianxia was like this, then he must have seen a ghost. Ningxu decided to test him. He released his spiritual power and attacked the spiritual ball in Lan and Sea of Consciousness. If it was just an ordinary creature, his spiritual power wouldn't be very strong. But if it was the soul of a giant in the endless depths, then his spiritual power would be very strong. It might even backfire on him and hurt him. Ningxu released some spiritual power and attacked Lan and Sglabella. But the overwhelming spiritual power directly crushed Ningxu's spiritual power. Ningxu snorted and almost bled from his 7 orifices. Blood rushed up to his throat. Ningxu swallowed the blood. The smell of blood would attract fierce sea hunters. He had already tested that the other party's spiritual power was very strong. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Lan En tilted his head and looked at Ningxu. "What's wrong with you? You look very unhappy." Ningxu swallowed the blood. "I'm very happy." "How can I not be happy?" Lan En nodded. "As long as you're happy." After cultivating for a while, Ningxu felt a little uncomfortable. He was attacked by the other party's spiritual power. And he still acted like he didn't know anything, as if nothing had happened. "I want to go back," Ningxu said. Lan En slid down from the reef and stretched out his hand to help Ningxu. Ningxu didn't let him help him and jumped directly into the sea, splashing the water high. Ningxu picked some seaweed to eat. Because his body was a little injured, this kind of seaweed was eaten by mermaids when they were sick. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lan En asked when she saw Ningxu eating the seaweed. Ningxu didn't want to pay attention to her. Did she really not know, or was she deliberately pretending not to know? "Ningxu, I just think this is delicious. I like to eat it." Lan En didn't say anything. He sent Ningxu back to the Coral Palace and stopped at the door to watch Ningxu go in. Ningxu didn't intend to invite him in. Lan En, who stayed at the door for a while, swam away. "Where did you go to play with him? Why didn't you let him in?" The queen looked at Ningxu's belly, as if there was a mermaid cub inside. Ningxu smiled slightly. "I just went out to wander for a while. I didn't do anything." "You didn't sing and dance together?" the queen asked. Ningxu, "No, we talked about the stars and the moon, from poetry to life ideals," Ningxu said helplessly. Compared to her sisters, the queen paid more attention to her. "You should also care about your sisters, okay? Maybe some of them are already pregnant." Ningxu said that he was tired and wanted to rest, so as to avoid the queen urging him to have a baby. Maybe the little princess wanted to go to the land because the labor was too strong. It's not that she didn't want to have a baby, but she hadn't met anyone who wanted to have a baby with her. Even if a fish and a human had a child, the child would still be a mermaid, just like a mermaid. There was no difference. Ningxu had to hurry up and cultivate. She was about to pass by and deal with the prince in one fell swoop. As for Lan En, she would deal with him after the mission was completed. As long as he didn't cause trouble for her mission, Ningxu chose to ignore him. She was afraid that he would follow her wherever she went. Ningxu's life as a mermaid was still very comfortable. She didn't need to work, and when she had nothing to do, she would swim in the sea, and the food she ate would be delivered to her mouth. A life of drunken stupor. It was the kind of life that he yearned for day and night. Only Lan En would wander around in front of her and give her some small gifts, such as seafood, pearls, gems, gold coins, and the like, which were all found in sunken ships. There were actually a lot of treasures in the sea, and there was an unknown amount of gold and gems in the ships. Buried in the sea, there was no way for humans to salvage them. Ningxu was suspicious of Lan En, but she didn't show it. When she saw these things, she would put on a fake smile and say that she didn't like it and that she shouldn't give these things in the future. Seeing that Ningxu didn't like this thing, Lan En would change it to something else next time. Ningxu still said that she didn't like it. After many times, Lan En also knew that the little princess really regarded money as dung. So she stopped giving things. Occasionally, Ningxu would swim out of the sea when it was dark and cultivate until dawn. Lan En had always been by Ningxu's side. Occasionally, she would find something for Ningxu to eat. Ningxu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Did he really treat her as his partner? Probably not. Because of this face, no matter what Lan did, Ningxu could interpret all kinds of strange meanings in her heart. In short, Ningxu was quite disgusted by this face. Maybe she subconsciously felt that this guy might be the Lord. So when she faced him, she really felt like she had hairs all over her body. That were uncomfortable. Ningxu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you always following me? I don't like people following you. Turn around and leave. Quite unruly." "Anyway, I'm an unruly little princess." Lan said, "The queen is by your side to protect you, and we should be considered partners." "That's your wishful thinking." Every time she faced Lan, who didn't look like the Lord at all, Ningxu began to deny it in her heart. In short, she kept denying, confirming, and denying. Maybe that corpse wasn't the Lord at all, but someone else. He was so conflicted. The weather began to change. As creatures that lived in the ocean, they were generally familiar with the changes in the ocean. In this kind of weather, it was most likely going to rain. With heavy rain, the ocean would be turbulent. A storm was created. Every time this happened, the queen would order all the mermaids to stay in the deep sea. If they swam to the shallow sea, it was very likely that they would be swept to other places by the waves. It was very likely that they would be swept onto land. This was fatal to the mermaids. Not only would they suffer, but they would also implicate the entire race, causing humans to flock to the mermaids. Ever since mermaids were discovered by humans, many people specialized in catching mermaids and even used various methods to lure them from the sea. Many mermaids were captured by humans because of this. The change in weather caused all the mermaids to gather around the coral palace. The queen kept a close eye on Ningxu. She had Ningxu sit beside her and wait for the storm to end. Every time he saw the queen like this, Ningxu felt that he was the queen's biological son and that the others were picked up from the streets. Why wasn't he looking at her sisters? Why was he staring at her? Lan sat not far away, looking at Ningxu when he had nothing to do. Ningxu lowered his head and played with his fingers, thinking, if I don't save him, will the prince die? But Ningxu wasn't sure. At this time, he had to see that Prince Hickle drown. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. But the queen was staring at him and definitely wouldn't let him go. He had to find a reason to leave. "Mother, I want to sleep in the mussel," Ningxu said to the queen. The queen only thought that Ningxu was afraid, so she told him not to come out of the mussel. Ningxu slept in the mussel, a little far from the queen. He made an invisibility barrier and ran away, then quickly swam towards the surface of the sea. At this moment, the sea was turbulent, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The rain was very heavy, and a ship was helplessly bobbing up and down with the waves, as if it would sink at any time. The weather was gloomy, and the dark clouds were heavy. It was as if one could reach out and touch it. The usually blue sea was now incomparably black, as if it was the mouth of a monster that could swallow everything at any time. Ningxu sensed the location of the ship and swam over. "Little princess." Lan's voice sounded behind him. Ningxu turned around stiffly and saw Lan. "Really, I have you everywhere. Will you die if you don't follow me? Will you die? What are you doing? Why are you following me?" Ningxu asked. At the same time, he made a decision. "Little princess, what are you doing? The stormy weather is too dangerous." "I'll go with you," Lan said. Ningxu refused. "No, I'm just going to walk around." How did this guy discover that she had run away? When she ran, she was invisible. How did this guy discover her? The sea was turbulent, each wave higher than the last. The people on the ship panicked and ran around the deck. Their screams and shouts were drowned out by the sound of the waves. Ningxu popped his head out. His snow-white skin looked a little gloomy and scary in the black sea, like a ghost. Lan narrowed his eyes and looked at the panicked people on the ship. "Little princess, are you a curious human?" Ningxu ignored him. When he saw a wave coming, he quickly sank into the water. A huge wave made the overloaded ship finally sink. The people on the ship were either forced to fall into the water or jumped into the water in panic. Ningxu released his spiritual power and searched for the prince. Silk was wearing an expensive prince's outfit and had a sword at his waist. He was struggling in the water. Ningxu swam over, intending to pull this guy into the deep sea. In order to avoid being seen, Ningxu even turned invisible. He reached out and grabbed Silk's leg and pulled him down. Silk felt something pulling his leg. He saw a blue mermaid swimming towards him. The beautiful color was really unforgettable. The mermaid grabbed his hand and pulled him up. But there was something under his feet that didn't let him float up. He couldn't breathe. His lungs were struggling. He couldn't help but open his mouth to breathe, but bubbles came out. It was very uncomfortable to choke on water. He felt like he was going to die. Before he died, he saw a beautiful mermaid. He was so beautiful. His scales were so beautiful. He had never seen such scales. They were more dazzling than gems. He liked them so much. He wanted to have them. Ningxu was stunned and shouted at Lan En, "What are you doing?" Lan En said, "Princess, you don't need to save him. I'll save him. Also, Princess, humans can't live in the water. If you pull him down like this, he'll die." Ningxu was speechless. "Which F***king eye of yours saw that I was going to save him? My premonition came true. This guy is really a **T stirrer. S. Ningxu said, "I want to eat." "Princess, this human can't do it anymore. He must be allowed to breathe," Lan said as he dragged the prince to the surface of the sea. Ningxu grabbed the prince's leg and didn't let go, but Lan actually dragged both Ningxu and the prince away. Ningxu swung his fishtail and retreated. At the same time, the prince kept kicking his leg, trying to kick something off. He was very strong, and the prince wasn't weak. Damn, the prince's martial arts weren't weak. It was all focused on the love between the prince and the princess, but in reality, the prince wasn't weak. Otherwise, how could he be a hero saving a beauty, defeating a dragon, defeating a witch, crossing mountains and rivers to find the princess? With this kind of strength, the prince was almost the strongest kind of person in fairy tales. Ningxu grabbed him tightly. He wanted to use vines to wrap around the struggling prince, but Lan was here. He couldn't let Lan see him use his superpower. Pulling the prince like this for a while, Hickle's face turned blue and he was about to drown. Compared to the prince's torture of the client, tearing off her scales one by one and whipping her to make Emily cry. He also violated Emily, which was really painful. Drowning him was already letting him off easy. Moreover, the prince saw Lan. When he went back, he would definitely increase his efforts to capture mermaids. Even if it was for the race, he couldn't let this guy live. Damn, this retard. Lan said, "I know you are kind, little princess, but bringing him to the Coral Palace like this will definitely kill him. He will die before he reaches the Coral Palace. Listen to me, this isn't how you save people. Ningxu, I bought a watch last year, tormenting her mission, don't blame me for shooting you in the back. I'll report you." Lan was very strong. He dragged the two of them and swam up. Ningxu immediately set up a barrier so that Lan couldn't swim to the surface of the sea. The prince couldn't breathe and would definitely drown. However, Lan En easily destroyed Ningxu's enchantment and brought the prince out of the sea. The prince's lung capacity was very large. During the time he was struggling in the sea, he did not faint. As soon as he came out of the sea, he started coughing violently. Ningxu directly swept his tail at Lan En, wanting to snatch the prince from Lan En's hands. Your sister, was the plot so irreversible? Could it be that Lan had actually fallen in love with the prince, so he was wholeheartedly trying to save the prince? She must have entered some kind of fantasy again. Give him to me. He tried to snatch the prince, but Lan quickly sent the prince to the shore. Princess, don't be stubborn. I'll be back soon. Leave this to me. Ningxu took a deep breath. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She wagged her tail and chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Not only did she want to kill the prince, she also wanted Lan En to die in a very rhythmic manner. If the prince escaped, things would become much more troublesome. Lan En, this bastard, was deliberately going against her. Lan En sped up and swung his arm, throwing the prince onto the shore. Plop! The prince smashed onto the beach and fainted. Ningxu quickly swam ashore, wanting to drag the prince into the water again. She was very persistent. Princess, he's already on the shore. Don't worry about him. Let's go quickly. Someone will find him soon. Lan En pulled Ningxu. Ningxu directly punched him in the face and swam towards the beach. However, a fishtail couldn't walk. In addition, there were fishermen coming this way and found the prince. There's someone here. Hurry and save him. The fisherman dragged the prince away in the rain. Ningxu wiped the rain on her face, cursing in her heart. Lan En looked at Ningxu. His hair was wet, strand by strand. Water stains flowed down his face, and his lower body was bare. It was indescribably seductive. At this moment, he had a smile on his face and said, "Sabi, are you dumbfounded?" He knew the way this woman did missions too well. Simple and crude, straightforward. Once she fixed her eyes on someone, it was definitely related to the mission. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. "You're doing it on purpose." "Yes, I'm doing it on purpose." "Are you dumbfounded?" "Surprise," Lan En said. Ningxu smiled. "Look behind you." Lan En turned her head and saw the Grand Elder floating above the sea. Lan En's pupils constricted, and she turned to look at Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Sabi, are you dumbfounded? I've already reported you, Jingqing." Unbeknownst to them, the storm had stopped and the sea had calmed down. Lan En's eyes darted around. She supported her head with her fingers and tilted her head. "What should I do?" He hid in the water because the water could isolate some auras and information. However, he didn't expect this woman to enter this world. Suddenly, he wasn't so bored anymore. He wanted to tease her before he left. He couldn't stay in any world for too long. The longer he stayed, the more information he left behind, and the easier it was to be discovered. However, this woman's soul had become stronger again, which surprised him a little. In that state, it was easy for her soul to dissipate. When he saw her again, she was alive and kicking. "See you in the future," the Grand Elder walked over. Jingqing pursed her lips and took off her skin. The mermaid's skin instantly lost its vitality and sank to the bottom of the sea. This mermaid named Lan En was already dead. It was unknown if he died of natural causes or if Jingqing swallowed his soul and took away his body. What a sinful son of a bitch. Jingqing's soul looked the same as the giant, but it was the normal height of a human. Although he looked okay, he took away the prince. Ningxu was now so angry that he gritted his teeth. Jingqing's soul wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. After taking away so many soul stones and soul fluid, his soul was still so weak. Jingqing didn't panic when he saw the Grand Elder. Instead, he was happy to see his family. He opened his arms and rushed to the Grand Elder, hugging him tightly. "Grand Elder, I missed you so much." They looked like brothers who were deeply in love with each other. Ningxu opened his mouth slightly and quickly lowered his body. This scene was completely out of Ningxu's expectations. She had thought that it would be a tense situation, but it turned out to be so tender. "Grand Elder, why are you only here now?" Jingqing hugged the Grand Elder tightly and cried. The Grand Elder was held by Jingqing expressionlessly and was about to grab him. "Lan En, no." Jingqing held the Grand Elder's head with both hands and kissed him. He kissed him directly. The Grand Uncle was immobilized. Jingqing used a little trick to immobilize the Grand Uncle. Seizing the opportunity, Jingqing escaped. In the next second, the Grand Elder's body could move. He wiped his mouth with a disgusted expression and chased after Jingqing. Cough, cough. Ningxu popped his head out of the water and spat out the water in his mouth. He was so surprised that he choked on the water. If she saw this scene, would she be silenced? Damn, Jingqing was even more shameless than she had imagined. He kissed the person who came to catch him and then took the opportunity to escape. If he had run away immediately, he might have been caught very quickly. Doing so would have allowed him to escape. This wave of manipulation was as fierce as a tiger. The Grand Elder's expression was as disgusted as if he had eaten shit. Ningxu calmed his mind. The impact was too great. Fortunately, he had the foresight to hide in the water. He hoped that Jingqing would be caught and quickly fill in the law of nothingness. Moreover, Ningxu was very worried about whether he would meet Jingqing again in the future. Most importantly, she was going to pick up trash in the future. How would she look at him when she saw this embarrassing scene? His mind couldn't help but replay that scene. In order to escape, Xianxia really could do anything. It was quite miserable to meet such a person. Who knew what he would do? It seemed that Xianxia, who was locked in the system space, was the most obedient. Out of the system space, Xianxia seemed to be free. Ningxu swam to the bottom of the sea and was a little worried when he saw Lanan's body. Logically speaking, the body of a clansman should be brought back to the place where the clan lived. But how could he explain Lanan's sudden death? He touched Lanan's body and found that there was indeed no sign of life. Originally, the queen was going to punish her for coming out of the sea in the storm. Now that Lanan was dead, the clan's impression of her dropped. She was going to be the queen. So Ningxu dug a hole and buried Lanan. He didn't know when Xianxia had invaded Lanan's body, but he was indeed dead. The microbes at the bottom of the sea would decompose the bodies of sea creatures. It wouldn't be long before Lanan became a skeleton. Not long after that, even the bones would be gone. After burying Lanan, Ningxu swam to the clan, cursing Xianxia in his heart. The prince had returned to land. How could she take revenge on the prince? Could she find an undersea witch? She was mute and her legs hurt as if they were broken. That kind of medicine also wanted her voice. It was a purely inferior product. As soon as Ningxu returned to the clan, he saw many mermaids looking for him everywhere. Obviously, the queen was worried to death when he was missing. Without her legs, the queen was keeping a close eye on her. How was she going to get to land? Ningxu listlessly accepted the queen's reprimand. He had no energy at all. If it wasn't for that bastard Xianxia, the mission would have been half completed. In the end, there was no progress at all. Why was Xianxia so annoying? The queen looked at Ningxu's ashamed appearance and didn't want to lecture her anymore. She told her to be obedient and not run around for no reason. She then asked where Lanan went. Ningxu looked confused. I didn't see Lanan on the way back. Sigh, he probably went to look for you and hasn't returned yet. Look at how good Lanan is to you. The queen began to chatter incessantly again. Ningxu just listened and didn't say anything. She had to find a way to get ashore and solve the prince's problem as quickly as possible. Originally, if the prince died in the sea, everything would be over. But once he reached the shore, he would be in human territory, and the difficulty of completing the mission would increase. Minister Xianxia. Ningxu wanted to burn the corpse, so he threw a few fire pearls at it. She didn't know if it could melt the ice crystals on the corpse. She really wanted to destroy the corpse. Ningxu decided to go to the undersea witch to see if there was any good version of the potion. Ningxu felt that the witch most likely saw that the little princess was naive and gullible. She gave her the worst potion but took away the little princess's most precious thing. Naive children were easy to trick. And it hurt to walk. While the queen wasn't paying attention, Ningxu slipped away and went to find the witch. Although she didn't know how a human could actually live on the bottom of the sea. And she could even cook potions on the bottom of the sea. It was too damn unscientific. However, this was a bizarre fairy tale world. Anything could happen. The witch lived a little far from the mermaid group, and she also met some sea hunters on the way. The little princess relied on some kind of faith to cross the dangerous sea, changed the medicine on her throat, and then endured extreme pain to go ashore. It was unimaginable. Unfortunately, the end was tragic. If she quickly turned into foam, it wouldn't be so tragic. But she had to endure so much pain and torture in the middle. Arriving at a house made of seaweed, Ningxu knocked on the wooden door. This door should have been found on the sunken ship. The door creaked open, and an old and hoarse voice came out. Come in. Ningxu walked into the cramped room. The room was filled with strange things. There was a big pot of something bubbling. He didn't know what it was, but it was black in color. This kind of thing really didn't have the appetite to swallow. The witch was a short and old woman with a long nose. She wore a hat on her head and looked at Ningxu with her cloudy eyes. Why did the little mermaid princess come here? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Ningxu said, I want a pair of legs, painless, without any side effects. The witch chuckled. Her laughter was like sandpaper rubbing against a wall, making goosebumps all over. There will be a punishment for a mermaid turning into a human. My magic potion is not so easy to get. What can you give me in exchange? The witch asked, reaching out to touch Ningxu's face. Her fingernails were sharp. A young and beautiful face, a charming and beautiful voice. Ningxu asked, what do you want me to give you in exchange? I'll give you pearls, gold coins, and gems. There are many sunken ships at the bottom of the sea, and even good wine. These things are not precious. I don't need them. You have everything I need. Ningxu asked, you want my voice? I can't speak without a voice. What's the point? My voice is not good. Then give me your beautiful face. There's always an exchange. Ningxu asked, will your legs hurt after drinking your potion? Of course it will hurt. This is your punishment for turning into a human. Ningxu curled his lips. Forget it. Turning into a human is so painful, so miserable. Is there a potion with a time limit? After a while, I'll turn back into a fishtail again. I won't become a human permanently. No. Then is there a prosthetic leg? I'll use a prosthetic leg. At this time, they were all wearing big puffy skirts that spread very wide. God knows what kind of legs were under the skirt. This kind of dress emphasized the slim waist, tightening the waist and highlighting the small waist. As for the thighs and whatnot, they were under the puffy skirt. The skirt even covered the shoes. Prosthetic legs were also possible. She just needed to practice more. The witch said, no. Then why don't you have anything? Ningxu said, somewhat puzzled. It's too dangerous to take it orally. Is there any way to make me look like a human? She did not need to suffer the pain of walking with needles. She was here to do a mission, not to suffer. Moreover, this potion would forcibly turn a mermaid into a human, and she would never be a mermaid again. One way was to kill the prince with a dagger and pour his blood on her legs, but this plan failed. Even if there was a way, Ningxu was not willing, because the side effect was that her legs hurt when she walked, just like being tortured. She would not be able to do the task happily. If she did not pour the blood on her legs, she would only turn into bubbles. She was a mermaid who was going to become a queen. The witch said, only the potion can turn your fishtail into legs. Only with legs can you be considered a human. A monkey still has 2 legs. Ningxu said lightly. She did not want to be in so much pain to do the task, and if she became a human, she would be punished by God. Well, it could be considered as God's punishment. The setting that would turn her into bubbles was really deceptive. It was painful and she was going to die. If she could not get the prince's love, she would turn into bubbles. God damn the prince's love. Ningxu felt that she could not find a breakthrough from the witch, so she had to find a way to leave directly. The witch really liked the mermaid's voice, which was not as old and rough as hers. She took out a piece of contract paper and said, in exchange for your voice, I will turn you into a human, a real human. So that you can follow your lover. I can't even speak, how can my lover know what kind of person I am? Ningxu asked. I don't know human language, do you want me to be caught blind? Then give me your face. The witch took a deep breath and said, not arguing with a child. Ningxu was even more speechless. If I use a face without facial features to meet my lover, he will be so scared that he will pull out his sword and stab me to death. The witch was also angry. Then what do you want in exchange? After thinking about it, I don't seem to have anything to exchange. Forget it, I will just be a happy little mermaid. Ningxu leisurely swam away, and the witch was so angry that her big nose was crooked. Ningxu swam back to the tribe. He thought to himself that it was impossible to go in the direction of the witches, so he could only rely on himself now. Ningxu looked at his own tail and stretched out a vine to wrap around the tail. He used the vine to form a foot and then made a leg at the side. Of course, the leg beside him was very thin. It was good enough that it could support his balance. Ningxu wanted to move, but his tail instinctively wanted to wag, so Ningxu fell to the ground with a plop. Ningxu concentrated and controlled the vines to walk. Perhaps it was because they were in the water, so walking was not smooth. Ningxu put away the vines and prepared to go to the sunken ship to find human clothes. Not long ago, Prince Hickle's ship had sunk. There must have been women's clothes on it. After all, there was a party on the ship. The little mermaid peeped at the human party and saw the prince. She followed the ship and saved the prince. Ningxu floated to the sunken ship and swam around, looking for suitable clothes. Women's dresses. He found a lot of boxes in the ship. The boxes were full of women's clothes, but they were soaked in the sea. At the same time, there were gold coins and gems on the ship. Ningxu collected some. Living in human territory, eating, drinking, and doing everything required money. The little beauty did not take anything and rushed ashore. Ningxu collected some clothes that were about his size. They were too big or too small to wear. He carried half a box of gold coins and gems and swam back to the coral palace. The queen saw Ningxu carrying large and small bags of human things and was particularly worried. She said, "Emily, human things are not good for us mermaids. Clothes will slow me down and make it easy for other creatures in the deep sea to catch me. Clothes would become more cumbersome in water, increasing resistance and greatly reducing speed. It would be easy for other sea creatures to kill them. It was also dangerous for mermaids to live in the sea." His little daughter was so curious about human things. This was not a good sign. And it was a very dangerous sign. Mermaids could not survive on land. There were dangerous humans who were eyeing mermaids covetously. Ningxu said, "Mother, don't worry, I won't wear human clothes. I'm just looking, I won't wear them." The queen's expression was very serious. "Throw them away. Some things are more fascinating the more you look." It was not that there were no mermaids who were interested in humans, but they all ended up miserable. Humans would not be kind to them. Ningxu, he did not expect the queen's reaction to be so big. What to do? He could only act coquettishly and promise that he would not wear these things out of the coral palace. Ningxu promised again and again, but did not swear to God. She was afraid. The queen had no choice but to let her subordinates pay more attention to the seventh princess and not let her mess around. "By the way, where is Lainin? I haven't seen Lainin for a while. Did Lainin come to you?" The queen always felt that something was missing. She suddenly remembered that she had not seen Lainin for a while. In the past, Lainin was always by Emily's side, but now he was not wandering around. "Did you see him?" The queen's expression was a bit heavy. Did something happen, or was he killed by hunters in the ocean? Occasionally, mermaids who swam far away were either killed by hunters or captured by humans. Ningxu shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The queen was worried. Ningxu returned to his sleeping place, rummaged through the clothes, looking for something suitable for his body. He barely found a piece to put on. The fluffy skirt was really wet. The place below the waist was very wide. Ningxu used vines as he previously imagined. The skirt was long and thick, and he could not see the legs. It was particularly taxing on mental power. After all, he had to walk naturally like a human. It was not good to practice in the water. Ningxu planned to go invisible and practice on the beach. He chose to practice on the beach at night. Ningxu knew that the queen sent people to watch him. He became invisible and swam to the shallow sea with his clothes. Then he put on the clothes, evaporated the water, and began to practice walking. The feeling in the water was completely different from on land. He had to keep his mental power focused at all times. If he did not concentrate, it was very likely that he would fall. If he did not pay attention and fell, the situation under his skirt would be peeped. This task must be done quickly. The longer he stayed on land, the easier it was to be exposed. And after killing the prince, he had to return to the ocean as quickly as possible. When he felt that he had practiced enough, Ningxu began to leave the ocean. Before he left, he had to prepare his homework. The shortest way to the prince's country, how to successfully enter the castle. Of course, he could not be like the previous little princess who wandered in front of the castle and was caught by the guards in front of the prince. This time, he had to have a reasonable identity to enter the castle. Ningxu calculated in her mind. On a sunny day, she left the ocean with some gold coins and went ashore. Ningxu relied on her spiritual power to control the vines and make herself walk with the swaying of her skirt as if she was walking with two real legs. She wanted to take a carriage, but only nobles could afford a carriage, especially a luxurious carriage, which was a means of transportation in the city. Going to further places, especially the mountain roads and forests, was not suitable for a carriage. Ningxu had to cross the mountains, and the carriage was useless. Don't let her carry the horse when the time comes. The animals in the fairy tale world are quite lively. Except for the fact that they can't speak, some animals are even protagonists. Ningxu walked in the forest, and some small animals looked at Ningxu and chirped as if they were talking. It's really tiring to wear this fluffy skirt. The place below the waist is very fluffy, and the inside is made to make the skirt fluffy. It's the waist that is uncomfortable, all kinds of belts, and when the abdomen is tightened, it feels like the intestines are about to explode. It's the same principle as modern corsets. Being a mermaid is still a happy thing. Crossing the mountains, crossing the river, from the other side of the sea, the other side of the mountain towards the city. And there are still wars in some places. There are many kingdoms in the fairy tale world. Behind the romantic love story of the princess and prince, there is invasion and war between countries. Therefore, in order to avoid the war-torn places, Ningxu has to take a detour to avoid being caught by the soldiers and discovering the identity of a mermaid. It's not that she can't beat them, but she doesn't want trouble. If she is discovered, the news will spread quickly and affect her mission. She won't expose her body unless it's a last resort. Once her identity is exposed, it's time for a big fight. Ouch. Ningxu felt that she stepped on something and quickly stepped aside. She saw a thumb-sized girl on the ground. At the moment, Ningxu stepped on her and she was dizzy. So small, she didn't accidentally meet Thumbelina, who was constantly being robbed and running away from marriage, right? This Thumbelina grew out of a tulip bud and is a bit similar to Liren. She was snatched away by a toad to be his son's wife. She was taken away by a scarab, who despised her for not being pretty and threw her away. After that, she was saved by a field mouse. She saved a swallow. The swallow brought her to the flower elf prince and they lived happily together. Of course, a white butterfly was sacrificed along the way. Ningxu didn't want to bring Thumbelina along, so he gave her a fruit as an apology. When Thumbelina saw Ningxu, her eyes were full of pleading. Apparently, she wanted Ningxu to take her away. Ningxu gulped down a mouthful of chicken soup. Do your best. Your happiness is right in front of you. You can do it because you are the youngest. Then he left without looking back. Compared to the client's hardships, Thumbelina's marriage was bumpy. What she met before was not an ugly toad, but a scarab with a different aesthetic, followed by a rich mole, and finally the flower elf prince. But in the end, the flower elf prince and princess lived happily together. Thumbelina could not catch up with Ningxu. She could only watch as Ningxu disappeared into the woods. Thumbelina had to exert a lot of strength to move the tree. After a period of time, he could finally see the city. Ningxu soaked his clothes and hair in the stream, washing the dirt off his body. After he got ashore, he evaporated the water from his clothes and hair. He walked into the city refreshingly. The gate was guarded by guards. It didn't look very strict, but the castle was heavily guarded. There were several guards at each gate, and each guard had an eagle perched on their shoulder. The eagle's sharp eyes stared at Ningxu. Ningxu wanted to enter the castle while invisible, but because of the eagle, he was caught even if he was invisible. This kind of eagle had the ability to see through all invisibility. It was made to prevent witches. This was a world where witches rode brooms and flew all over the sky. Moreover, most of the witches' images were evil. For no reason, they would curse people, turn people into animals, or use some kind of spell to harm people invisibly. Many princesses and princes had suffered. Not to mention the princesses, even the king had suffered. In order to prevent his castle from being invaded by witches, it was necessary to make some preparations. Ningxu did not want to be caught as a witch. More importantly, if she was caught, her identity would be exposed. Even if she wanted to kill Prince Hickle, she could not let people know that it was a mermaid who did it. Otherwise, she would be retaliated. Not every mermaid could endure the revenge of humans. She would take responsibility for her own actions. It was better to be sneaky. Ningxu wandered around and found that the castle was recruiting maids. Ningxu queued up to sign up. In order to ensure that she could enter the palace, Ningxu even gave the guard some money as a bribe. The guard had an I know expression. You're also here for the handsome prince, right? Ningxu, congratulations, you guessed right. I'm here for the handsome prince. They're all over there, hee. The guard pointed to the crowd. Although they were here to become maids, many of the girls were dressed gorgeously. They wore wide hats with delicate flowers on them. Although the prince was now married to the princess of the neighboring country, it did not mean that the prince could not have other women. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. As long as one was a noble with assets, they had such rights. Although there was only one queen or consort, one could have many beauties. You're dressed nicely now. When the time comes, you won't be wearing the same uniform. The guard shook his head. When Ningxu heard the uniform, she was a little depressed. She did not know what the maid uniform was like. She hoped that her legs would not be exposed. Why was it so difficult to be a human? Because of Ningxu's bribery, she successfully entered the palace. Of course, there was still a round of selection. Usually, it was the head butler who was in charge of all the affairs in the palace. Because of her face, Ningxu was selected. She was chosen to be good-looking. To some extent, the maid was also a woman who was chosen for the master of the palace. Not only did she have to work, but she also had to be worked. The maid uniform was a long skirt, but it was not so big. After all, if it was too big, it would not be easy to do things. However, if the hem was not puffy, it would not look good. When no one was around, Ningxu went to the room and put on the maid uniform. She tied a bow on the back. Fortunately, the current maid uniform had not developed into that kind of maid uniform. Otherwise, her legs would be exposed. Maids had to do a lot of things every day. It was not easy for a maid like Ningxu to see the prince. To do rough work, some girls would use tricks to see the prince. Even if they could not see the prince, it was still good to see the king. Even if they could not see the king or the prince, they could still meet a good husband in the palace. In this era, the lives of the commoners were not good. There was famine and war. The nobles wore luxurious clothes and had groups of servants. They lived an exquisite life. /BK the commoners didn't have enough to eat, and it was normal for beautiful girls to want to rely on their looks to live a good life. Ningxu also followed the trend and bribed. The result of the bribe was that he could clean the palace and clean the prince and princess's rooms. Ningxu was speechless. Even so, it was quite wonderful to be able to get close to the prince quickly. Early in the morning, he had to wait outside the prince's room and wait for the prince to get dressed. He had to empty the spittoon and help the prince put on his clothes and shoes. When the doorbell rang, Ningxu hurriedly pushed open the door and entered. The prince and princess were sitting on the bed, and the maid who was with Ningxu walked towards the prince first. Princess Karina looked at the maid with a heavy gaze. Ningxu had no choice but to serve the princess and give her water to rinse her mouth. Ningxu looked at the maid's amorous expression and how Prince Hickle looked at the maid with a fiery gaze. Karina had already begun to grind her teeth. Judging from the way she tortured people, this Karina wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, there were a lot of torture devices in this era that made people wish they were dead. There were also witches who could turn you into an ugly monster with a face full of sores. It can torture your body as well as your mind. Apart from the romantic love stories of the prince and princess, this was actually a rather barbaric era. Cinderella's 2 sisters who wanted to wear crystal shoes were fed to the eagles in the end. They were both punished. Ningxu seriously served Princess Consort and helped Princess Consort put on her clothes. She also had to use all her strength to pull on the straps so that Princess Consort's waist was very thin. Princess Consort still wanted to use all her strength to pull on it. Don't break the waist. This was the aesthetic standard of this era. If you had a thin waist, even if you had a pair of elephant legs, you would still be beautiful. Elephant legs might even make the waist look thinner and more aesthetically deformed. Especially when there were so many internal organs in the stomach. Ningxu had dealt with the difficult Princess Consort. On the other side, the prince and the maid were exchanging amorous glances. The princess's expression could be said to be very gloomy, but the prince acted as if he didn't notice. Perhaps he did, but he didn't care. This was the person Emily liked. It was simply intoxicating. Just by looking at him from the boat and then saving him, in a short period of time, Emily would pay a huge price to come ashore. He had originally wanted to coax the mermaid, but he didn't expect that the mermaid would really deliver herself to him. It would be a waste if he didn't want it. Sure enough, not long after, the maid was called over by the princess consort and disappeared from the palace. Because Ningxu served them well, and because of the effect of bribery, Ningxu could often get close to the prince and princess. Sometimes, the prince would even tease her, touch her small hand, and ask her to pour a cup of tea or something. Then, the way the princess consort looked at her changed. After coming to fairy tale world, she even experienced a wave of cruel palace fights. Ningxu did not cross the line at all, but when the Wangfei was not in front of him, Prince Ningxu smiled darkly. But the client's face was very beautiful. Even if she was smiling coldly, she looked sweet and cute. When the prince saw Ningxu's smile, he was a little dazed. Then, he actually followed Ningxu into the utility room. There was usually no one in the utility room. The prince closed the door and reached out to hug Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and hit the prince's nose with her head. The prince groaned and covered his nose. It was so sore that tears came out. You. Before the prince could finish his words, Ningxu directly threw him to the ground and pressed down on his body. With a thump, the prince was almost out of breath from the pressure. He had never seen a woman so heavy and so fierce. The mainstream aesthetic was still petite and cute, preferably with a thin waist. Ning. Shu casually stuffed the prince's mouth with a rag and tied his hands and feet with a rope. At this time, the prince finally felt that something was wrong. He struggled hard and wanted to shout, but his mouth was blocked. And they were in the utility room, so no one would come for a while. Ningxu dragged him to a corner. This place was blocked by shelves, so no one would notice for a while. It was messy and no one was willing to go inside. The prince tried to intimidate Ningxu with his eyes, but such eyes were useless against Ningxu. The prince thought that this beautiful and petite woman should be an assassin. She was wearing a maid's uniform. Could she be a spy from another country? If she wanted to do something to him, she had to get rid of the filthy thing in his mouth. It was too disgusting. Otherwise, how could he talk, how could he call for help, and how could he calm this woman down first? She was a beauty, but why did she become a thief? Up close, this girl was really beautiful. Her lush hair was simply braided, and the braid was casually placed on her chest. It was fluffy and beautiful. The prince calmed down and tried to use his manly charm to make the girl let go of him. He looked at Ningxu with affectionate eyes. As long as he was saved, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Ningxu found a set of knives in the storeroom. She placed them in front of the prince, and they shone brightly. The prince's expression directly distorted, staring at Ningxu in horror. Especially when he saw Ningxu leisurely brushing his hair behind his ears, it was really indescribably beautiful. But in this case, it was quite inappropriate and horrifying. The prince was covered in cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and his pupils contracted as he looked at Ningxu. Woo-woo. The prince wanted to speak, but his mouth was blocked. Ningxu's hand moved around these knives. He picked up the knife and scraped the blade with his finger to test the sharpness. The prince was so scared that he almost peed. He looked at Ningxu with pleading eyes. As long as he let him go, he would give him anything, including the princess. Now, no matter what, he had to control the switch first. He had never seen such a ferocious woman. Ningxu stretched out his hand and pinched the acupuncture points on the prince's body, which can make the blood flow slower. He picked up the light knife and released his spiritual force. When he found that no one was around the storeroom, he took off the cloth strip. The prince dared to shout, but his tongue was pulled. His tongue was pulled and he couldn't scream. The prince wept in horror, especially when he saw the knife getting closer and closer to his tongue. His eyes were desperate and helpless. He looked at Ningxu with eyes full of fear and pleading. Ningxu raised his hand and cut the prince's tongue directly. Blood splashed. Ningxu had covered his body with a cloth in advance and the blood splashed on the cloth. The prince's whole body convulsed in pain, but he couldn't scream. Then Ningxu cut the prince's hand and leg tendons. The prince's eyes rolled over and he fainted. From then on, the prince became a waste who couldn't lift his shoulders or walk. After thinking about it, he simply cut off the third one, leaving his eyes and ears intact so that he could see and hear other people's disdain for him. The prince, who was high in the air, became a joke to others, which was enough to make the prince suffer/BK in order to keep him alive. Ningxu even wasted some spiritual energy and injected it into his body. Spiritual energy could reduce the bleeding, but things that were missing would not grow back. Also, there were witches in this world. She didn't know if there were witches who had some potion that could restore the prince's body. She felt that it was unlikely. Even if it was possible, the prince would have to pay a price. For a pair of legs, the client lost her voice and became a mute. Walking was like being pricked by needles. But she was forced to dance. Moreover, the prince seemed to have found that the mermaid's feet were very sensitive. If he poked a little harder, she would cry. Every time he wanted the client to drop a pearl, he would play with her feet in every possible way. Ningxu came out of the utility room with a normal expression and then prepared to run. She bribed the guards with gold coins and said that she wanted to go home to see her mother and would be back soon. Ningxu gave a lot of money this time. She could drink a lot of good wine and find a girl. The guards agreed and let Ningxu go. Ningxu smiled and thanked them, then left their sight in a relaxed manner. Then she quickened her pace. She had to leave here as soon as possible. Before the prince was discovered, she covered him with a clean cloth and put him under the cover with other things. If the cloth was not removed, no one would find him. Unless the prince woke up and called for help, but someone had to go into the utility room. Of course, the prince would not be able to shout. Out of the city gate and into the woods, Ningxu turned invisible. Perhaps there was some god spell or tool in this world that could let people know what happened. If she turned invisible, they wouldn't be able to see her. She chose the utility room because there were few people coming and going. There were guards outside the room at all times, and there were eagles hovering in the sky above the castle. If she dealt with the prince outside the room, the eagles would be the first to notice, and the cries would attract the guards. Familiarizing herself with the castle structure in a low-key way, she set the location as the utility room. If the client's face was beautiful, the prince would definitely hunt for beauties. If the maid was beautiful, the prince would taste her. As for where the maid went after that, or if she was dealt with by the princess, the prince didn't care much. She was not a vicious woman and liked every woman. She had to be good-looking. The invisible Ningxu crossed the mountains and returned to the ocean. The first thing she did was to take off her maid uniform. He directly buried the maid uniform in the deep sea. After soaking it for a period of time, it would rot. It was hard to guarantee that people wouldn't make the connection if a maid's costume from the palace appeared at the seaside. Witches were like gods in this world. Ningxu felt much more relaxed after turning back to his fishtail form. He played around in the water for a while before he quickly swam back to his tribe. After disappearing for a period of time, the queen had probably gone crazy from anxiety. It was inevitable that he would be punished. "Emily, you're back. Everyone said that something happened to you. Where have you been? The queen has always been looking for you." When some of the mermaids saw Ningxu, they immediately swam over and started talking. When the sisters received the news, they immediately rushed over. When they saw Ningxu, they let out a sigh of relief. "Mother is very angry and sad. You have to apologize." Ningxu decided to make up a miserable story about the time when she disappeared. This way, not only would she solve the problem of disappearing, but she would also be punished less. Moreover, she went to the land and heard a prince. This kind of thing was too unbelievable. It would only add to the troubles of the other mermaids. When the queen saw Ningxu, she just snorted coldly. "Why did you come back? Continue to play outside." Ningxu immediately looked at the queen with pitiful eyes and said that she was swept away by the whirlpool and did not know where she was taken to. When she woke up, she did not know where she was. She was very scared and did not know where her home was. She met a lot of big fish and these big fish wanted to eat her. She could only hide and wait for the big fish to leave before she dared to come out. Then she rushed home. Now she was finally back. The queen was moved. She no longer had the indifference from before. She immediately hugged Ningxu and called out to him, "My son, my sweetheart, you have suffered. So pitiful, so dangerous. I almost couldn't see my sweetheart." Several sisters looked at Ningxu with tender eyes. Ningxu nodded cheekily and said, "It was really dangerous. I was so scared." Although Ningxu temporarily avoided punishment, the consequence was that he was restricted from going out. In particular, he could not go far from the Coral Palace. There were people following behind him. In any case, Ningxu would not go anywhere now. Every day, except for cultivation, he would eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Of course, there was also a mother who was keen on childbirth. Every day, she would bring a row of male mermaids for her to choose from so that she could quickly give birth to a baby and increase the population of the race. Ningxu was really not in the mood to make a little mermaid. He did not want to have children. Things like giving birth to children should be left to the client. In order to stop people from talking, Ningxu said that he was thinking about Lan and that the other males were not interested. When the queen heard Ningxu's words, she lovingly touched his head. "You usually don't like Lan. Now that Lan is gone, you miss him. When he was alive, you should have been nicer to him, poor child." Ningxu pulled the corners of his mouth. "How do you know that Lan is dead? His body was buried in the mud of the deep sea. Did someone dig the grave? You have to be mentally prepared. After such a long time, he either died, lost his way and could not come back, or was eaten by a big fish." "Oh." Ningxu made a sad expression. After that, the queen tried not to touch Ningxu's sadness and did not bring any male mermaids over for the time being. Not long after Ningxu left, the prince was found in the utility room. The first to feel that something was wrong was the Princess Karina, because the prince seemed to have disappeared for a while. The princess's first thought was that the prince was with a maid behind her back again. Whenever he saw a pretty maid, his eyes would turn green. He did not even bother to hide it, and those maids pretended to seduce the men. Why couldn't the prince be more loyal? The princess angrily ordered the maids to look for the prince. If she knew which maid it was, she would definitely make the maid suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone in the castle was looking for the prince. In the end, it was a maid who accidentally found the prince covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. She screamed and attracted people. The whole castle was in an uproar. The prince was killed in his own home. Although he was not killed, he was insulting the prince. The prince's tongue was cut off, and he could not use his hands and feet. This was a torture used on the untouchables, and someone actually used it on the prince. The prince was still alive, but he couldn't speak, walk, or give birth to children. That was because his manhood had been cut off/BK. The king was shocked and grieved. Who did this to his son? The queen cried even harder. Her son had suffered such a thing. She was distressed and angry. She begged the king to catch the murderer and let the murderer die a horrible death. Wang Fei was dumbfounded. So, the prince had become a cripple now, he couldn't do anything. Could he still be a king in the future? He didn't even have that thing. Was she going to be a widow in the future? She had resented the prince for being a playboy. Now, she had played too big. The princess didn't have any reluctance. She immediately packed her things to go back to her country. She couldn't face a cripple. When she returned to her country, she could remarry in the future. This playboy had disappointed her. Was it worth it to be a widow by his side? The princess wanted to leave when his son was in trouble. This made the old king feel cold and angry. Even if you want to leave, you have to wait until you find the murderer. No, I'm leaving now. It's your son who messes around with women all day. This is God's punishment for him. The union between countries was nothing more than benefits. The king hurriedly looked for a powerful witch. He wanted to restore his son's identity through magic. It would be best if he could find the murderer. Who wanted to torture his son so cruelly, and now the prince had become a joke. Not only were his subjects laughing behind his back, but other countries were also unceremoniously adding insult to injury. They sent letters one after another. Although they were asking about the prince's injury, their tone was full of ridicule and anticipation. The witch was invited to the palace. To be honest, no one liked witches. It was not so much that they were afraid of the witch's power. Especially bad witches. They would use their power to play tricks on people. As a ruler, it was better to destroy such uncontrollable people as soon as possible. The witch checked the prince's body and shook her head. There's no way. The body can't be restored. But you can change it. That's good, then change it. The king said without hesitation. As long as the prince could live well, he would change it. The prince woke up. When he heard the witch's words, he was relieved. He still couldn't accept that his body had become a cripple. And the symbol of a man was gone. That woman was a demon. She was like a delicate flower, but in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a ferocious man-eating flower. He must find that woman and let her suffer hellish pain. However, the prerequisite was that he had to change his body. He was in so much pain. Without his tongue, he couldn't speak at all, and he couldn't exert any strength in his limbs. That woman was so cruel. The king ordered the witches to find the murderer. If they were found, they must be cut into pieces to let them know the cruel laws of the country. No matter how many people died, it wouldn't be enough to hurt the prince. The witch chanted an incantation, and an image appeared in front of her. The image showed what had happened at that time. The misery of the prince was repeated, and the king and the queen were furious, and thus tortured their children. Then, he watched as the woman walked out of the castle and out of the city. In the end, she disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Where are they? The king asked angrily. The prince's eyes bulged out. He wanted to speak, but the root of his tongue was in great pain. It was as if blood was gushing out whenever he moved. Why did this woman suddenly disappear? The witch was also shocked. Because she couldn't be seen, there was no way to track her. She was able to hide and disappear. In the face of the anger of the king's family, the witch found a reason and said, "It's very likely that this is a witch." She changed into the appearance of a young and beautiful woman to deal with the prince. Of course, they knew that she came to deal with the prince. After all, the prince was lying here so miserably. There was no need for you to say the result. The problem was the murderer. Where was the murderer? This witch seems to be very powerful. She hid her figure, and there was no way to track her. Witches are really annoying things. The king cursed. He guessed which country had sent the witch to deal with them. There were many suspects. He felt that every country was a suspect. In order to prevent the king from being implicated, the witch said, "The most important thing now is to find a body for the prince. It's best to find a similar face." The king could only endure the anger in his heart. The most important thing was to change the prince's body. The murderer still had to be wanted. But what should the wanted portrait be? It was said that the appearance was the witch's illusion. If he used this appearance to find the murderer, he wouldn't be able to find her. Perhaps the witch had already turned into a sinister, old, and short woman. Draped in a black robe, this situation was completely different from the one depicted in the portrait. There were so many witches in the world, and witches were all powerful. If he didn't pay attention and offended the narrow-minded witch, she would curse him. In short, it was difficult to catch the murderer, so angry, so sullen. The prince was so angry that his whole body hurt. His wounds hurt even more. He was tortured and ran away. Now he had lost his dignity as a human. In the past, when he saw the maids who looked at him, they would lower their heads and blush. Now they all avoided him. When he needed to solve his physiological needs, he had to accept the strange eyes of others. So humiliating, the princess did not hesitate to return to her country, which made the prince's lungs explode. Everyone was so realistic, especially his princess. She was his princess. She should be with him. Usually, she was always picking on him, but now she ran away. The prince wanted to say, "Father, attack the princess country and annex their country. I want to see the princess regret it and kneel in front of me to beg me." As long as he changed his body, he would have a complete body again. But without a tongue, he couldn't say anything, even if his heart was angry to the extreme. Although the king knew that his son was sad, he didn't know that his heart was like a volcanic eruption. He was busy looking for a body, and it had to be similar to the prince's face. The king also wanted to try his best to find a similar face. He was used to seeing his son's face. If one day another face called him father, even if the soul was his son's, a different face would make him feel like he was cuckolded. Moreover, the change of the prince's face would more or less lead to some side effects. For the stability of the country, the king was also worried and sent out waves of people to find a suitable candidate. You are a witch. You can guide these people where to look. They can't search without a head. The king said to the witch. The longer his son stayed in this body, the longer he suffered. He had to change his body as soon as possible. BK being asked to find a suitable body, the witch felt quite helpless. She was particularly unhappy with the king's attitude. This kind of attitude of not only looking at you but also making you work. You are the king, you are amazing. But in the castle, the palace was someone else's territory. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. The witch folded a small paper crane and said to the king, when the time comes, follow this paper crane. You will probably find a suitable soul. The witch chanted an unknown spell to the paper crane, and the paper crane flew up. Every time the king saw this incomprehensible power, he was very afraid. What kind of existence is the witch? Where does their power come from? Follow the paper crane. The king ordered the guards to follow the paper crane and find a suitable body. During the recent period of his son's accident, the king felt that his old face had been completely lost. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. The witch tortured people like this and destroyed the symbol of men. Those nobles with titles looked at him strangely. The queen preferred to hold banquets, brightly lit, embroidered clothes, good wine, and delicious food. Everyone hugged and danced together, which made the queen very happy. But because of the accident, the queen was too lazy to hold the banquet. Those gossipy women still didn't know how to talk behind her back about her son. When she heard it, she exploded with anger. The guards were also very helpless. Out of respect for the witch's power, they could only follow the paper crane and hope that they were not played by the witch. If the witch wanted to play with people, there was nothing they could do. The paper crane flew over the mountains and was already some distance away from the king's city. And the more they went, the more desolate it became. Was there really someone living in this place? Finally, they found a man in the forest. This man had golden hair and a tall figure. The most important thing was that he was 70% similar to the prince. He was wearing tattered clothes. At first glance, they could tell that he was from a poor family. The paper crane stopped on the man's shoulder, and the man looked at the guards in surprise. The guards didn't say anything and directly took the man away. The fruit in his arms fell to the ground. Let me go, where are you taking me? The man was terrified and was dragged away by the guards. Of course, we are going to let you enjoy it. You are really lucky to have a face so similar to the prince. From the back, he looked exactly like the prince. Their hair color was similar. The man became even more terrified, but he couldn't resist. The guard pulled the man to the front of the king and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the mission was completed. Otherwise, she would have to look all over the world for someone who looked like the prince. How long would that take? Moreover, the place where this person lived was so desolate that they wouldn't look for him at all. Even if they wanted to find someone who looked like him, they would go to a place with a lot of people. Witches were both feared and respected. The man was suddenly brought to a dazzling palace. The floor was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection, and there was a fragrant heat. It was much better than his rundown house. The man was terrified. He knelt on the ground and trembled. The king ordered, "Raise your head." The man raised his head. There was some dirt on his face. The king was disgusted. He ordered the servants to drag him away and wash him. His appearance was too unsightly. Thinking that her son was going to enter this dirty body, she really didn't want to say anything. From the clothes he was wearing, it was obvious that he was a poor commoner and not someone who had been pampered since childhood. His body was definitely not as good as the prince's. The food that he ate must have been dirty and not something that was carefully cooked. It was a pity. If it was a noble's body, it would be better. But the king knew that if he used a noble's body, there would be a lot of trouble. And it was not certain that the nobles would agree. Using a commoner's body was the least troublesome. He would slowly nurture it in the future, and some skills had to be practiced again, such as fencing. His son's strength was not weak. The man was washed clean and brought in front of the king. This time, he could see clearly. He looked quite similar, but his skin was quite rough. At first glance, he could tell that he was a poor commoner. When the prince entered the body, it would be better to take care of him. Soon, he would become his son. His son was now lying like a piece of trash. He was embarrassed, especially when it came to diplomacy between countries. Some people would use this matter to laugh at their country. Now quickly let them exchange bodies, the king anxiously said to the witch. When the man on the ground heard this, he was stunned. He raised his head and saw a person lying on the bed. This person was somewhat similar to him, but his expression was more arrogant. Exchange bodies? Why exchange bodies? Was he going to enter the prince's body? The man's heart was beating rapidly. He did not know whether it was nervousness or fear. He felt that it was inconceivable. He came to a magnificent place and wanted to exchange bodies with the prince. This man did not know what happened to the prince. The witch said some things to pay attention to. Do not let anyone disturb them, and there could not be any mistakes during the process. The king nodded. It was related to his son, so he had to be serious. The prince on the bed was also looking forward to it. Although it was the body of a lowly commoner, it was good to have a complete body. When he had a normal body, it was time to start his journey of revenge. Those who bullied him before and spoke ill of him behind his back were worse. It was too painful to not be able to speak. He was hungry and thirsty, but he could not express his request. The maids and servants' attitude towards him changed 180 degrees. They were full of disdain. Thus, the witch began to chant an obscure incantation and began to exchange the souls of the two people. First, the man's soul had to be taken out to make room for the prince. The man suddenly felt a huge force that was about to absorb him. Then, there was darkness. He did not know anything, as if he had fallen into chaos. His thoughts also stopped. The witch began to take the prince's soul into that body. She was about to start the soul transfer process. But the witch tried several times and found that the prince's soul could not leave his body at all. The witch's face changed. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The soul could not leave the body. How could she exchange bodies? If she could not exchange bodies, would she be able to walk out of the palace? Inevitably, the witch's face showed a difficult expression. When the king saw the witch's face, he could not help but want to ask what was going on. But he remembered the witch's previous instructions. He could not disturb the witch. In the deep sea, Xianxia's heart moved. She felt that someone had begun to move the prince's soul. When she was dealing with the prince, she thought of the witch. The prince turned into a frog, and the frog turned into the prince. It was too casual. She wondered if the witch used magic to integrate the prince's soul into the frog's body. As for the kiss turning into a human form, there should be some other reason. In order to let the prince stay with his body for a long time, until the body died, Xianxia used the soul fixation technique. This method was actually a little mountain method. Some children or adults, whose souls were weaker, were particularly prone to soul detachment, causing people to fall into a coma and their souls to wander. Using the soul fixation technique, the soul can stay in the body, like a nail. Two pieces of wood are forcibly nailed together, gradually the soul and the body fuse together, and after a long time, the soul will not cause the soul detachment. Now that he felt that someone was moving the soul, Xianxia was the first to notice it. The witch was really amazing. He hoped that his nail was strong enough. Since she wanted to take the soul away, she didn't want to change the body, right? This kind of trick, the witch's strength was really not weak. Xianxia thought for a moment, floated up to the surface, bit his finger, formed a seal with both hands, and drew a talisman in the air. Because of the distance, the effect of the talisman should be greatly weakened. But it can also make the nail a little deeper. In the past, if the prince was killed, then he would be killed, but directly killing him was really too easy for him. After collecting more than 10 kinds of mermaid scales, he knew that the prince's hands were stained with the blood of mermaids. After drawing the talisman, Xianxia sank to the bottom of the sea. If the prince's soul really left the body, then she would have to go ashore again. If the body was changed, then that body was not the prince's. Even if it was done again, it would be someone else's body. The person whose body was replaced, the soul would be destroyed or enter the prince's body. This wave of operation, Xianxia was convinced. The witch tried several times, but couldn't successfully summon the prince's soul. If the prince's soul didn't come out, then there was no doubt about changing the body. What to do? The witch clenched her eyeballs, thinking of a way to hide things, at least to successfully leave the palace. It was impossible to say that the witches were in awe of the royal family, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many princesses and princes cursed. As time went by, the king's face became more and more ugly. The witch quickly thought of a way, directly put the man's soul back into his own body, and then chanted a spell. The man returned to his body and opened his eyes in a daze. The witch took the lead and said, "You're a prince, right? How do you feel, prince?" Prince, was she calling him? The man's expression was blank because his soul had just returned to his body and he had yet to adapt to various aspects. The king called out, "Hickle, do you know me?" The witch immediately said, "Your Majesty, the prince's soul has just entered his body, and his thoughts are a bit muddled. You have to give him time to recover. Sometimes there will be symptoms of not remembering things. It's normal. You just need to tell him slowly," the witch said seriously. The king nodded. His son finally had a complete body. He glanced at the body of his son on the bed and asked, "Has that person entered the body?" The witch nodded. "The pain that the prince endured has now been borne by someone else. Congratulations to the prince for his rebirth." The man was dumbfounded. How did he become a prince? If he became a prince, would he be able to stay in this magnificent place? Could he lie in a bathtub filled with fragrance, enjoying everything? The man's heart was filled with fear and anticipation. He was afraid that if he was exposed, he would definitely be punished. But the yearning for a better life overcame the fear in his heart. He trembled and said, "I am a prince." "Your Majesty, you see, he still remembers that he is a prince. Because his body is different, there will always be some discomfort." The witch directly put the prince's hat on the man's head. He was originally a lowly person who could not eat, but now he had become a prince. He was born lowly, but to have such a fate really made the witch sigh. Of course, the witch would not tell anyone about this. If she did, the other witches would laugh at her for not being strong enough. Secondly, the king would definitely not let her go. Once she left the palace, she would leave the country. The witch was free and could go wherever she wanted. When the prince on the bed heard this, he was extremely shocked. He was the prince. How did someone else become the prince? But he could not speak. He could not even open his mouth to scream. His limbs could not move, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. And he could not move at all. He was the prince. "Father, don't be fooled by him. I was the prince. That was an impostor." The witch did not say that she would exchange bodies for them. There was no exchange at all. The prince was extremely desperate. He could not speak and had no way to prove himself. Now he had become the soul of a lowly person. How could this be? The witch was a liar, a liar. The prince shed tears and tried hard to move his body. With a plop, he fell off the bed. This attracted the attention of ordinary people and also interrupted the sentimental conversation between the king and the fake son. The prince looked at his father with teary eyes, trying to convey a complicated message with his eyes, hoping that his father could understand his eyes. The king did not understand. Now the prince's pain and despair were all understood as that lowly person's because he had entered that despairing body. From a complete person to an incomplete person who was not even a man, it was understandable. "I can allow you to despair. After all, I am an enlightened king." The prince saw that his father's eyes were incomparably cold. He felt even more desperate. He was the real prince, not the impostor. "Father, this was the witch's plot. She found someone to seize our country. The witch from before might be in cahoots with this one. One of them tortured her to this state, while the other pretended to be able to switch bodies and put on a show. I was really deceived." The prince looked at the witch with eyes full of hatred. These lowly slaves, these disgusting witches, should disappear from this world. "Father, I am your son. "Father," the prince was so sad that he could not control himself. He was especially afraid of what his father would do to him after he became a lowly person. Would his father kill him or throw him out of the palace to fend for himself? He was a noble prince. How could he be like a lowly person, sleeping on the road and being looked at with disgust? His tongue was cut off so that he could not speak and could not tell the truth. That lowly impostor had to live a luxurious life in the palace. How could this be? The witch narrowed her eyes and asked the king, "Your Majesty, what are you going to do with this person?" The king looked at the crying prince and then at the man. For a moment, he did not know what to do. In any case, it was his son's body. The king looked at his son and asked, "What are you going to do with it?" After all, it was his own body. The man didn't know. His mind was muddled, and he couldn't figure out the situation. How did he suddenly become a prince? Instinctively, he felt that the existence of that person was a threat to him, so he said, "You can ask her." The person the man pointed to was the witch. It was this woman who made him a prince. Asking her was always the right thing to do. The witch smiled, and her black lips made her look a little gloomy. The prince was furious. Now someone wanted to take over the magpie's nest. A lowly person dared to decide the fate of a prince. The prince's heart was sad. He was originally a prince, but now he had fallen to this point. His family was in front of him, but there was no way to recognize them. Now he believed that the witch made a mess and believed that his soul ran to that person's body. From the beginning to the end, it was a trap. The witch's paper crane would definitely find this person. The prince was terrified. She found someone similar to him to replace her. The prince's imagination was running wild, but now he had to look at the witch to know what the witch would do to him. The witch kicked the ball back to the king. "After all, this is the prince's body. It depends on your Majesty's decision. Keep it in the palace or throw it out of the palace. It's all up to your Majesty." The king was really conflicted, so he called the queen. The queen came in a splendid dress. When she heard about this, she looked at her son, who was a little confused, and then looked at the body on the ground, looking at her with tears in her eyes. The queen couldn't make the decision to throw her son's body out of the palace. The queen couldn't bear it. Her son was born by her, and this body was given to him by her. In short, after discussing it, the final decision was to raise this lowly person in the palace. It was a kind of compensation for the lowly person who gave up his body. Good food and drink. That lowly person probably had never enjoyed such glory and wealth in his life. The prince closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to see his mother holding the impostor and crying. She said with relief that he could talk. His son could talk and walk. From the beginning to the end, it was a scam. Everyone was deceived by the witch. The witch ignored the prince's hateful eyes, but even if he hated her, it was normal. Everyone thought that the prince's hatred was normal. It would be abnormal if he didn't hate her. Prince was carried to a more remote room and was basically raised like a pig. And that man would be groomed as the country's successor. The witch rode away on her broom and left directly. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Xianxia was in the deep sea and felt that no one had touched the prince's soul. He wondered how the prince was doing. From a lowly commoner who couldn't even fill his stomach, he was now a prince of a country. It was inevitable that he would cower in fear. Every day, he ate delicious food and had many beautiful maids serving him. He wore beautiful clothes. The false prince was both happy and anxious, especially when he saw his father's discontented expression. The king was indeed a little dissatisfied with his son who had switched bodies. The body was not his son's to begin with, but he seemed to have forgotten all the knowledge and words he had learned in the past. It was understandable that one's body would not be as strong after changing bodies. It could be slowly trained, but the people he knew had all forgotten about it. Could this be the after effects of exchanging souls? In order to live a luxurious life, the prince had no choice but to study hard and learn all kinds of things in order to become a qualified prince. Occasionally, he would ask about the real prince and visit him. After confirming that the prince couldn't speak and that his tongue had been cut off, the false prince heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he hadn't entered this body. They had captured him because they wanted his body. Although he didn't know what had happened, he didn't end up in such a miserable state. They were all high and mighty people while he was just a lowly commoner. They didn't care about his wishes at all and just wanted to take over his body. The false prince was very grateful to the witch for making him a prince. His fate would be different from now on. When the real prince saw the luxuriously dressed false prince appear in front of him, he was emotional. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a complete sentence. Moreover, the real prince didn't know how to speak. He was the real prince, but a fake prince was showing off in front of him. The real prince was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He felt that the heavens were unfair. He was like a piece of trash here. Those maids and servants could openly despise him and call him trash in front of him. Because of his legs, he couldn't even pee or poop himself and needed help from others. At this time, as a proud prince, he wanted to die. The real prince was so wrong that he cried. Because of the fake prince, his parents stopped coming to see him. Why did they treat him so cruelly? Every day of living was a torture, a death by 1,000 cuts. The fake prince took a look, covered his nose, and left. There was a weird smell in the room. It was the smell of urine and feces mixed together. It didn't dissipate in the room. The real prince's face was twisted. No matter what price he had to make those people who hurt him pay. But his body couldn't move at all. He couldn't speak at all. He thought that when his wounds healed, he would be able to write. But he couldn't even hold a pen. His hands were soft and powerless. Since the prince had a new body, then he should find a concubine. Find a concubine, the fake prince thought about those noble ladies at the banquet. They had thin waists and smelled fragrant. They were beautiful and enchanting. If it was in the past, they wouldn't even look at him. But now that he had become a prince, those women all stared at him with burning eyes. The fake prince who suddenly got rich was a little arrogant. He had never enjoyed anything before, and now that he did, his heart naturally changed. He asked the prince what kind of concubine he wanted. The king decided to find a noble lady from his own country to be his concubine. If he found someone from another country, once something happened, they would run away. The prince looked at so many beauties. All of them were decent, but he had to think of a way to choose one to be his concubine. So, the prince suggested that there was a fruit in the forest that grew on trees. It was really sweet, but there was a hornet's nest. If any lady could pick the fruit, she would be the concubine. When they heard that, some noble ladies were unhappy. Some felt that the prince was testing them and decided to go to the forest to pick the fruit. Looking at these high and mighty proud young ladies picking the fruits because of his words, they even had smiles on their faces and looked like they were willing to do so. Power and wealth were really good things. The prince decided to work hard. He was a prince now and would become a king in the future. Becoming the person with the most power in the country, using the best things, eating the most delicious food, and having the most beautiful girls. The king was very pleased to see the prince studying so hard. In the past, the prince was a bit rebellious and ignored his father. But now, the prince was very obedient. The king thought that it was because the prince had encountered a disaster, which made him calm down completely. In the future, when the country was in the hands of the prince, he could rest assured that the country would become stronger. However, the prince's indifference to the former princess made the king a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, his son should have angrily gone to the former princess, but there was no movement at all. The prince just said that she would regret it in the future. The prince was very ambitious. When he became the king, he would conquer the princess's country and annex her country, and she would have no one to rely on. Now, the fake prince seemed to empathize with her. He felt insulted by others and wanted to fight back to defend his dignity. In the past, he would not have dared to think like this. Wealth and power would allow people to freely decide what kind of person to be. If one chose to be a kind person, one would have enough capital to become a kind person, donate money, and help others. It could also allow people to do whatever they wanted without any worries. The prince's mentality was slowly changing, and he was getting more and more used to his identity as a prince. The noble ladies who went to pick the fruit were full of bumps on their heads, and their faces were swollen like a pig's head. They thought that they had taken the fruit back, but the prince tasted it and said that it did not taste right. The noble ladies wanted to cry but had no tears. They did not become the princess, but their faces were disfigured. They did not dare to go out until the swelling subsided. The noble ladies who did not look for the fruit were glad that they did not look for it. Maybe the prince was just playing with them. But there were also people who insisted on looking for the fruit. Once the prince said that it did not taste right, they kept looking. Anyway, it was just torturing. It was not that easy to become the princess. In the king's city, all kinds of fruits suddenly became popular, especially the strange ones. Maybe this kind of fruit was what the prince needed. Many people went into the forest to look for the fruit. The prince smiled sarcastically. The things that he used to have to fill his stomach had become so popular now. The real prince would occasionally overhear the maids talking about the prince. They would talk about the prince's actions, and the maids would say how handsome the prince was, blah, blah, blah. The true prince's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all shifted positions. He was in so much pain. Why was the heavens so unfair to the people who took his position? Why did they let evil people take over his position, deceiving everyone? The prince was tormented and even wanted to end his miserable life. But he wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to take back his prince and become the future king. The prince was in pain, but Xianxia, who was in the deep sea, was also in pain. This was because Her Majesty had started to give birth again. Previously, it had been peaceful for a period of time. Now, it had started again. Her Lady Queen said, "Previously, I gave you a period of time to let you feel sad. It's about time. Hurry up and give birth. Your sisters already have babies." Xianxia was speechless. "It's so suffocating. I just don't want to reproduce." Regardless of Xianxia's wishes, he pulled a row of male mermaids for him to choose from. It was like breeding. It really made him feel quite helpless. What could Xianxia do? Of course, he refused. He said that it wasn't good that his sisters already had children. Why did he have to give birth to little mermaids? This wasn't his responsibility. Sorry, he wouldn't do any additional requests outside of the mission. And he didn't even know how mermaids reproduced. How could he applaud for love? Xianxia swam to a hidden place to cultivate when he had nothing to do. Sometimes, he would sing loudly. Although his singing wasn't very good, because it was the throat of a mermaid, his singing was mellow and pleasant. From then on, Xianxia fell in love with singing. The fishermen and sailors who passed by were so scared that they trembled. Some merchants who specialized in catching mermaids were very happy when they heard the singing of mermaids. As long as they caught a mermaid, they would be rich. Xianxia cleared his throat and sang for a while. When he stopped, he heard screams for help. To humans, mermaids were screaming. They didn't speak. But mermaids didn't communicate with words. They used cries. Xianxia heard another mermaid crying for help. He jumped off the reef with a plop and quickly swam towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, he saw a big ship with 2 mermaids caught in a fishing net. The people on the ship excitedly pulled the fishing net up. The 2 mermaids struggled but couldn't break free. Their expressions were full of despair. The tears that flowed out directly turned into pearls and rolled into the sea. Xianxia swayed his tail and jumped up, directly grabbing the fishing net. Another mermaid came. "Quickly cast the net, quickly, we're rich." Xianxia pulled the fishing net with all his strength. The strength was so great that he directly pulled the human who was pulling the net down the ship. Together with the mermaid and the fishing net, they were all taken away by the sudden appearance of the mermaid. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The human who fell into the sea flopped and was pulled onto the ship by his companions. If the ship wasn't big enough, it might have capsized. Damn, was that mermaid Hercules? The 2 mermaids that were in his hands were gone just like that. The wealth that was in his hands disappeared in the blink of an eye. He really couldn't accept the difference in his heart. After 2 mermaids, he became rich. Another mermaid came, he became rich. In the end, there was none left. Xianxia untied the fishing net. The 2 mermaids' shoulders trembled as they cried and thanked Xianxia. "Thank you, princess. Otherwise, we would have been caught by the humans. Why did you run to the surface of the sea? It's very dangerous there." Even Xianxia felt that it would be a little difficult to escape if he was caught. The mermaids were out of the water. Their tails became their biggest armpits. They couldn't walk or jump. We didn't swim to the surface of the sea. We were under the sea. Those fishing nets were always cast. Those humans wandered around where there were mermaids. We accidentally got caught in the net. Ningxu nodded and reminded them to be more careful in the future. Try not to go to the surface of the sea. Find a partner and have children. Ningxu vented the pain of childbirth on others. A younger mermaid asked Ningxu in a crisp voice, "Seventh princess, why are you so strong that you can save me from the humans?" "Because I am a mermaid with superpowers. My strength is relatively strong." Ningxu raised his hand and was about to bulge his biceps. Ningxu brought the two mermaids back and told the queen about this. The queen was so angry that her face turned green. Humans are really getting out of hand. The queen touched Ningxu's face lovingly. "Fortunately, you saved them. In the future, when you encounter such things, don't run over recklessly." Because of this, the queen instructed the mermaids not to go to the surface of the sea as much as possible. The humans wandered around on the surface, waiting for the mermaids to take the bait. In order to catch the mermaids, the humans went all out. They drove boats to patrol the surface of the sea. Every time they saw a boat swimming above the sea, the mermaids would be frightened. They would scatter and swim deeper. Ningxu looked at the black boat and felt a little irritated. The price of mermaids was high. As a human, they would set their eyes on mermaids to catch if they could make a profit. If this went on, they would catch all the mermaids. Moreover, mermaids could not always live in the deep sea. They had to float to the surface of the sea to take a breath. Mermaids often went to the reef to sing. That was to take a breath and clear their throats. No one liked to cry for no reason. These songs also covered the mermaids with an evil veil. Ningxu swayed his fishtail and swam to the bottom of the boat. He scanned the bed to confirm that the people on the boat were here to catch mermaids. Ningxu raised his arms and did some warm-up exercises. Then he placed both hands on the bottom of the boat. For a moment, the whole boat was lifted out of the water by Ningxu. The people on the bed staggered and looked at the side of the boat. The boat did not draw water. What was going on? The boat left the water. Could it be that there was some kind of gigantic object under the ship that was arching their ship? The situation was not good. If they did not catch the mermaids, they would lose everything on this trip. Ningxu turned the boat and swung his hands. The boat was swung round and faster. The people on the boat were dizzy and disoriented. They were not feeling well. Those who were seasick to begin with were now vomiting all over the place. They couldn't even stand properly. Oh my God, what kind of monster was under the boat? It had so much strength. In order to prevent themselves from being thrown off, they held on tightly to anything that was stable in their hands. Which naughty sea creature was it? Soon after, many vines wrapped around the entire ship. These vines grew very quickly, entangling people and things. The entire ship looked green and was completely covered by plants. Oh my God, what is this? It's so scary, I've been entangled. The vines are pricking my leg. Ouch, Ningxu screamed. His voice was so sharp that the people on the ship couldn't bear it and covered their ears. The mermaids who sang beautiful songs screamed so fiercely and unpleasantly. The other mermaids heard the cries of their companions and rushed over to Ningxu's side. They probably felt that their companions were in danger and came to rescue them. Ningxu saw that it was about time. If the mermaids saw him using vines with such great strength, it would be hard to explain. Things like vines could not be used by the client. As for the slightly greater strength, it was easy to explain because this body had already cultivated, so it was normal for it to have greater strength. However, it was difficult to explain the vines. The vines converged like a tide and disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was like an illusion, but the pain in his body was real. Some people had their legs and arms pierced by the vines. In short, they were all injured and bleeding. Ningxu swung the boat and threw it a little further away. With a plop, the boat exploded and created a big splash. Emily, what's the matter with you? What happened? Little princess, did you hear me screaming just now? Are you okay? A group of mermaids surrounded Uncle Lin and asked. They looked at the overturned boat not far away and said, "Let's hurry up and leave. There are boats here." We might be caught. Now, the mermaids were subconsciously afraid when they saw boats. The humans kept circling above them and refused to leave. They did not dare to come out of the sea. Ningxu shook his head and said, "I'm fine." The queen also came over and looked at Ningxu. "Didn't I say not to swim out of the sea?" Ningxu screamed to scare the fishermen, but he did not expect to attract the mermaids. The people on the boat were dizzy and disoriented. Many of them were injured and scared. They looked at each other with fear and doubt. Was it the mermaids who did this? Weren't mermaids delicate and liked to cry? Why were these mermaids so fierce? They were not sure if they were mermaids, but the problem was that they had to run. This place was too frightening. The crew members who had yet to recover from their shock immediately steered the ship away. If the vines weren't an illusion, they might have even sunk the passing ships. The reason why they let these people go was that Ningxu wanted them to spread the message that this place was dangerous. It was useless to hide every time. They had to solve the problem from the root. For example, they had to make those who came to catch mermaids feel fear. They had to wait for the next batch of people to come and test it again. After a few times, people would gradually believe it. There were sea monsters in the sea. Those who were not afraid of death should come. Leaving behind a reputation to scare people would make the mermaids more peaceful. The main reason was that mermaids were beautiful and weak. If they did not abuse them, it would be intolerable. When they felt that it was dangerous and unprofitable, fewer people were willing to take the risk. They could also come out of the water to play and sing songs. Apart from the unpleasant humans, there were a few happy things that happened. The sisters all gave birth to little mermaids. Mermaids were viviparous animals. The little mermaids that were born were the size of newborn puppies. They were naked and had small scales. It was probably because of their talent. They could move their tails and swim in the sea for a while. But they did not have the strength to swim for too long. The queen mermaid hugged the little mermaids with different tails and smiled happily. She hugged and coaxed them. When she saw Ningxu stretching his neck to look at these little mermaids, she immediately urged, "You should also quickly find a partner to give birth to." Ningxu was expressionless. Born for what? To play. If you don't play with children, it will be meaningless, the queen said. Ningxu, he did not want to play with children. Ningxu expressed that he did not like children at all. He would not play with children if they played with him. The newly born little mermaids diverted some of the queen mermaid's attention. They played with the little mermaids. When the novelty of this little mermaid wore off, she would start to give birth again. Ningxu used the same method to scare a few groups of people. There were rumors on the land that the mermaids were very fierce and had extraordinary strength. They could even lift a boat. In order to let people know that the mermaids were teasing them, Ningxu deliberately exposed his head. His head was wrapped in seaweed and he smeared some mud on his face. He looked particularly ugly and terrifying. He jumped up and did a beautiful flip in the air. The people on the boat were surprised. Then the boat began to turn. Some people who were not paying attention were caught off guard and were thrown off the boat. They were especially frightened. It's good to know fear. There were all kinds of rumors about creatures like mermaids on land. Some said that mermaids were ugly, big, and could eat people. The portraits printed in books were particularly fierce. Relying on all kinds of threats, Ningxu's group of mermaids lived a stable life for the time being. At least now there weren't so many boats hunting mermaids floating around. He and his clansmen could even sit on the reef and sing at night. His days were quite good. He had nothing to do, so he could cultivate and scare people. The only bad thing was that the queen had passed the fun period of playing with children. She wanted to play with the children she gave birth to. She ordered you to give birth whether you wanted to or not. Anyway, she pulled a row of male mermaids for people to choose from. Ningxu was silent. He felt that it was about time for him to leave. The deepest impression in this world was that the queen urged him to get married. If it wasn't for the fact that the shore was too troublesome, Ningxu really wanted to see how the prince was doing now. He didn't know how the witch was controlling the prince's soul now. There was no source of information in the sea. Ningxu was really at a loss. He couldn't be at ease if he didn't take a look. And he couldn't find clothes on the shore. Even if there were sunken ships, they were probably rotted by the sea and couldn't be worn at all. The mission was almost completed. Xianxia began a treasure hunt. There were no treasures around each clan. At most, there were pearls and gems collected by the mermaids. These things were useless to Xianxia. These things couldn't be sold at a good price even if they were sold in the system exchange store. They were trash that no one wanted. Because he could sense places far away in the water, he knew what treasures there were. There were no treasures in other places, but he noticed a strange fluctuation in the sea witch. The last time he went there, he probably had something on his mind. He didn't pay attention and didn't feel anything. But now there was this fluctuation, which meant that the sea witch had some treasure. These witches all had strange things in their hands. Xianxia decided to find the witch and see what it was. Was it worth it for her to pay a little price to get it? When the witch saw Xianxia, her eyes kept wandering around his face. Her voice was old and hoarse as she said, "Why, have you decided to become a human?" Now that they were all back, Xianxia shook his head and said, "I heard that witches have a lot of fun things. Do you have anything interesting, or precious that you can show me?" As Xianxia spoke, he scanned the small house. He wanted to know where the special wave came from. The witch snorted coldly. This little princess was really unruly. As soon as she came over, she asked what was fun and what was fun. There was nothing fun in the witch's place, only deadly things. The witch sneered. "Did your elders tell you that witches are dangerous people? Aren't you afraid that I'll curse you if you get so close to a witch? And tell the queen that you want to become a human." Xianxia shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I'm just asking anyway. I've never thought about becoming a human. It doesn't matter if you tell my mother." Xianxia looked at the bubbling pot of unknown liquid and asked, "Do you eat this kind of thing? It doesn't look appetizing." Xianxia felt strange. Why didn't he scan it for so long and didn't find anything? Moreover, the things in this house were disgusting. They were not all kinds of fish bones, but some strange things. However, Xianxia found a mermaid's skin. The skin had been cut open, and the scales and skin were well preserved. Only the skin was missing. And the color was so familiar. It was especially blue, like a sapphire. It couldn't be Lanen's corpse, right? Didn't she already bury Lanen? How did the skin appear here, and someone else cut it open? Xianxia felt that Lan, the mermaid, was miserable. His body was occupied and now he was made into a fur. If the mermaid's tail was draped over the body, it would be absolutely dazzling. Xianxia looked at the witch with a sullen face. "Why is his body here? What did you do to him?" "I'm just taking back my reward. And this mermaid promised that after he died, this body would belong to me," the witch said righteously. But her voice was really unpleasant to hear. Xianxia frowned. "What kind of deal did Lan make with you that you have to give up your body?" "This is my contract with him. I don't need to tell you. Although I'm a witch, I still have the most basic integrity." The witch sneered. "This is my thing. Don't even think about taking it away." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. So the one who made the deal with the witch was the previous Lan, and definitely not the official. With the official's arrogant appearance, how could he condescend to make a deal with a witch? He estimated that he could kill this witch with a slap. He didn't know what kind of deal he made with the witch, but Lan's body was finally occupied by the official. He didn't know what happened in the past. When he asked the witch refused to say. There were intelligent creatures in the sea, and mermaids were the most famous. Everyone knew that there was a witch, and mermaids were warned by their elders not to get close to witches. But some mermaids still came into contact with witches for various reasons. The witch stared at Xianxia's beautiful face, and the voice that came out of her mouth was charming and moving. It was very pleasant to hear and intoxicating. "If you want me to tell you, that's fine, but you have to pay a price. This old woman never makes a losing deal." The witch coaxed Xianxia. "You really don't want to know what Lan wanted to exchange, or whether it's related to the future of your mermaid race?" Xianxia, I don't want to know." Xianxia reached out, picked up a long spoon, stirred the things in the pot, and scooped up 2 black beads. "What are you doing?" "Put down my things." When the witch saw Ningxu being so rude, she immediately grabbed the spoon, but some inexplicably colored soup spilled out of the pot and splashed on the witch's face. It made a sizzling sound, like sulfuric acid. Ningxu asked, "Is your face okay?" The witch seemed to not feel the pain on her face. She put the beads at the bottom of the pot and boiled them. She turned her head and looked at Ningxu. "I really don't like rude children. Little princess, it seems that you have to suffer a little to know why the creatures in the sea are avoiding me." The witch's eyes glowed fiercely, and she began to chant a spell. It was like a curse on Ningxu. When the witch finished, Ningxu asked, "How are you going to punish me?" The faith halo directly blocked the power of the curse/BK. Therefore, Ningxu did not know how the witch was going to punish him. The witch's wrinkled face trembled, but she didn't see her spell take effect. She was not satisfied. "Why are you fine?" "Ah, you're finished." Ningxu shook his head. He glanced at the bubbling pot from the corner of his eye. What kind of bead was that? It was pitch black. Seeing the witch so nervous, it must be something good. In any case, Ningxu did not see what it was. The witch looked at Ningxu warily. Her nose twitched, wanting to smell something from Ningxu's body. Then she laughed, looking quite malicious. "Little princess, you look full of vitality." Ningxu grunted. Of course he was full of vitality. After all, he had the rules of life. He did not know what this witch was thinking. The witch said, "Little princess, give me your face and voice. I will fulfill your wish." Ningxu asked, "Then do you know what I'm thinking now?" The witch nodded. "Of course I know. You want to become a human." Ningxu shook his head. "Wrong. Guess again." It was so obvious. Could she not see it? Her eyes had already landed on the pot. It was obvious that she was looking at the witch. The witch picked up a spoon and scooped a bowl of soup for Ningxu. "Drink. You will be very happy after drinking this. Didn't you want this?" Ningxu grunted. He took the bowl and smelled it. The smell was simply overwhelming. After simmering for a long time, it seemed to be full of vitality. What kind of soup was this? The witch scooped a bowl for herself and gulped it down. After drinking it, her face was filled with comfort and contentment. Under Ningxu's gaze, the wrinkles on her face lessened a lot, and even her eyes began to clear up. Previously, she was a hunched old woman. Now, the witch was a 30-year-old woman. Damn, this disgusting soup actually had the effect of rejuvenating. It could even beautify one's face. Seeing Ningxu in a daze, which Ningxu winked. If it was a wrinkled old woman throwing flirtatious glances at him, it would naturally not look good. But now, the image of witches was not so bad, and this blink of an eye was a little seductive. "Why are you in a daze?" "Drink it. Don't you like this stuff? Drink it and you'll enjoy extreme happiness." Ningxu, could it be something like self-made drugs and extreme happiness? Even if he was really happy, he couldn't bring himself to eat the soup that was neither yellow nor green nor black. He brought it to his nose and sniffed it. There was a hint of vitality in it. It seemed that the witches had found something with a lot of vitality to boil this pot of soup. "It's so disgusting, I don't want to drink it." Ningxu poured it back into the pot, picked up the spoon, scooped the 2 beads into his bowl, and looked at them. The witch was immersed in her youthful beauty. Seeing Ningxu's action, she immediately became angry. "Little princess, what are you doing? Give this thing back to me." Ningxu held the bowl. "Let me see what this thing is. It looks like a black pearl. Could it be that you're cooking a pearl milk tea?" Ningxu, while avoiding the witch, picked up the beads, observed the beads, and put it to his ear to listen to the movements inside. The witch was so angry that her face was distorted. She picked up the broom and hit Ningxu. "Put down my things. Let me out, get out." Inside the beads, he could vaguely hear someone's voice, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Could it be that there was a soul inside this black bead? "Emily, put my things, if you don't want your whole body to rot." The witch was flustered and exasperated. Her originally youthful face was now rapidly covered with wrinkles, and her body began to hunch. She had become the short and old witch again. It was like magic. Ningxu almost understood. This pot of soup had the effect of making people younger, but it didn't seem to last long. After a while, it would return to its original appearance. Ningxu stopped and looked sharply at the witch. There seems to be a mermaid inside. Mermaids had a special sound, which was a language of communication. The witch didn't even think about it and said, "You heard wrong. How can there be a mermaid? How can such a small bead hold such a big mermaid?" Ningxu said, "Not the body, but the soul." "Good, old witch. You captured us mermaids, boiled them into soup, and imprisoned their souls. I want to go back and tell my mother," Ningxu said as she took the 2 pearls and was about to leave. "Stop, did I say you could go?" The witch controlled Ningxu. Ningxu took advantage of the situation. She just wanted to trick the witch, pretending that she couldn't move her body. The witch took the 2 beads from her hand, and her rough and old hands touched Ningxu's face. The calluses on her hands made her face uncomfortable. It's good to be young, with such delicate skin, thick hair, and bright red lips. The witch sighed, showing jealousy. Ningxu let her touch and didn't resist. She said with grievance, "I am so beautiful, so young. We mermaids are so beautiful until we die. Beauty is not something I can decide. If you want to blame it on your ugly appearance, you must have done something bad to make you old." The witch's face trembled. She found that this little princess really had the ability to anger people to death. So what if you mermaids are beautiful? You are just fish in the sea, caught by humans and eaten. Ningxu looked at her. "You really are eating mermaids. What's wrong with eating fish?" The witch smiled, but her smile was particularly ugly. There seemed to be nothing wrong with this logic. Ningxu's face was filled with anger and confusion. She looked agitated, but her body could not move. "Why do you want to eat mermaids? Other than the mermaids that were captured by humans, did you eat all the mermaids that disappeared?" Damn, the client was a little mermaid who didn't know anything. She actually came to this witch to make a deal. This witch seemed to have a good business reputation. She didn't put the little princess in a pot to stew her. She probably wanted the little princess's throat, and there was a contract, so she couldn't do anything to the little princess. The little princess wanted a pair of legs, so the witch couldn't keep her. The witch said, "You mermaids are so young, it's too enviable." Ningxu said, "Old lady, this kind of thing can't be done with jealousy. Jealousy has changed you." The witch's face trembled. "Shut up, I used to be a young woman." Ningxu said, "I said it was in the past. Did you eat mermaids to restore your youthful appearance? This is called maintenance. Little girl, what do you know? Then why did you trap the souls of my people?" Ningxu stared at the pot and asked. "Be careful, or I'll kick the pot over." /BK It was one thing to eat mermaids and fish, but why did they have to imprison their souls? They didn't even have the chance to enter the world of reincarnation. The witch said, "Mermaids not only have good meat and fragrant meat, but their souls are also very delicious and full of vitality." Ningxu asked, "Other than the mermaids you made a deal with, do you catch other mermaids? Why are there so many people who want to catch mermaids? They want to make mermaids cry and eat meat. Is it my fault that I am beautiful? People are all relying on their beauty to commit crimes. The beauty of mermaids doesn't bring any benefits to mermaids. Sometimes it's not enough to eat. Besides, other than you mermaids, I like to eat anything that is full of vitality." The witch thought that Ningxu was immobilized and deliberately angered him. At the same time, she touched Ningxu. She was especially infatuated with Ningxu's soft and smooth skin and his waterfall-like hair that was slightly curly like seaweed. It was very thick and very beautiful. Her gaze was scorching as if she was looking at a lover. Ningxu was extremely disgusted. "Touch me. You are still so old and ugly. Even if you eat mermaids and other creatures full of vitality, you can only retain your youthful appearance for a moment." Ningxu hesitated for a moment. "There is something I don't know if I should say." The witch narrowed her eyes. Her originally deaf eyelids completely covered her dim yellow eyes. "What is it?" "It's not that you are beautiful because you are young. You are beautiful because you are beautiful. There is no difference between being ugly and being young or old. Old lady, you are not beautiful when you are young. You are even uglier when you are old. Why do you have to painstakingly go back to when you were young? You were not beautiful when you were young. Because being old and ugly is not beautiful. When you were young, you were really ugly. You didn't even have a fig leaf. There was a saying that you were ugly not because you were fat. Ningxu's face was full of sincerity. The witch was so angry that her long nose was about to become crooked. She was wrong. She shouldn't have listened to this blabbermouth mermaid. Instead, she was so angry that she was half dead. Why didn't this mermaid be captured by humans and suffer a little? When humans tortured creatures, they were outstanding. Not to mention other creatures, she was even more outstanding among her own kind. If this girl were to fall into the hands of a human, she would cry herself blind. The witch's lips trembled and she couldn't say anything for a long time. She looked at Ningxu with fierce eyes. Ningxu continued, "You actually ate souls directly. Don't you get diarrhea? Do you think you're an abyssal prefect? Even if the black fog ate something wrong, it would vomit and have diarrhea." The witch looked at Ningxu as if he was a stupid mortal. "I'm a witch. Of course I have my ways." Ningxu's face lit up. "Don't tell me it's because of the bead. Look at you boiling the bead in the pot. You're so stupid." The witch took a deep breath. She couldn't talk to her. She couldn't. He was a brat who didn't know any manners. He didn't even teach the mermaid queen how to teach him. "I'm going to stew you. I'm going to cook your body together with your people. The vitality in your body will definitely allow me to return to 18 years old." The witch laughed happily, allowing her prey to struggle before death. She had sharp teeth. Let's see if she can still speak after death. Ningxu looked helpless. "You didn't look good when you were 18 years old. I don't understand why you want to return to your youth." She wouldn't be able to maintain her appearance for long. One moment she was young, the next she was old. How annoying. Ningxu said, "I can provide a way for you to maintain your youth." The witch snorted and looked down on him. "What can a little girl do? You can return to your youth and then kill yourself. This way, you'll stay young forever. But there's a side effect. I can't guarantee whether your soul will be young or old. Although your body is young, I can't guarantee that your soul will be young. You might even have an old and stooped appearance." Ningxu's suggestion was sincere, but it made the witch so angry that she was about to explode. She shouldn't have asked. Why did she ask this guy? She grabbed Ningxu and dragged him to the big pot. She wanted to throw Ningxu, this noisy and irritating girl, into it. "When I drink your soup, you'll know how beautiful I was when I was young. But at that time, you won't be able to see it. What a pity." Ningxu calmly stretched out his foot and kicked over the pot of soup. Then he looked at the sluggish witch with a smile. "You see, you can't throw me into the pot like this." The witch wailed. Her voice was rough and unpleasant. She rushed to put the thick soup back into the pot. She had no time to think about why the little mermaid wasn't frozen. The witch's face was twisted with heartache. She was actually lying on the ground and licking the soup that she couldn't lift. Ningxu took 2 beads from the pot and watched the witch lick the soup as if she was wiping the floor. Under the effect of the soup, her body began to become slender and young. But because of heartache, her face was twisted. Ningxu took advantage of this emptiness and directly invaded the black bead with his consciousness. This bead was a black space. There were many souls wandering in it. There were even human souls. It seemed that this witch not only ate mermaids, but also other sea creatures. She even ate humans. In addition to these, the mermaid souls were the most. More than half of them were standing. Mermaids with different colors of tails were floating and wagging their tails. It seemed that mermaids were the witch's main prey. No wonder the number of mermaids was getting fewer and fewer. Humans were hunting them, and witches were eyeing them covetously. There were also various kinds of accidents. They were too beautiful, and people missed them. These souls were tied up in the black bead. Ningxu wanted to take these souls for himself, but if he sent them to the main system for purification, they would die very rhythmically. But how could he release these souls from the bead? Ningxu didn't want to smash the bead. This kind of thing was a bit like a soul bead. He couldn't bear to do it. And he didn't know if the bead was smashed, the souls inside would disappear because of the collapse of the world. Most of the soup on the ground was wasted. No matter how the witch tried to save it, she couldn't save much. The witch, who had become young, was furious. Especially when she saw that the black bead in the pot was gone, she was so angry that her chest trembled. The young witch was twice as tall as when she was old. She was tall and straight, with curves in front and back. Unlike when she was old, she was like a shriveled persimmon. You're courting death. It's not just life or death. If you provoke a witch, don't think about living. The witch only thought that her spell had lost its effect because it took too long. She used the same trick again to freeze the little mermaid. She couldn't let her die so easily. She had to pull out her scales one by one. The mermaid's tender skin was full of gelatin. /BK Drinking this kind of cutin can make a person's skin better, perhaps returning to their youth in a short time. And drinking the mermaid soup, the young skin will become more tender and smooth. This mermaid is at least a princess. In fact, the witch has always wanted the queen of the mermaids. She came to the sea and saw the queen, but time has not left a mark on the queen. What he saw before was the same as what he saw before. And she seems to be getting more and more beautiful. The witch especially wants to take the queen away, and also looks forward to the queen coming to her to make a deal. But the queen has to protect the tribe and will not easily leave the coral palace. The witch can't just run over and snatch the fish. With so many mermaids, she may suffer a loss. The witch suddenly thought of a way that would allow her to obtain the queen, and at the same time, make this girl suffer. Mother and daughter will not give up either. The witch calmed down. I have to ask your mother how she taught you to be so impolite. You are in my hands, your mother will come to find you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, his mind quickly turning, looking at the greedy eyes of the witch. Even if she is young, her face is still ugly because of greed and jealousy. Xianxia said without much care, why are you looking for my mother? My mother is the queen. Even if I am in danger, she will not come back to find me and put the tribe in danger. Without the queen, the tribe is like without a leader, and the mermaid tribe will fall into panic. It will be easier to encounter danger. The witch said meaningfully, that is not necessarily true. You will be the new queen in the future. Your mother will not give up on you, she will definitely come to save you. Speaking of which, I can eat 2 queens like this. The queen should have more vitality. Xianxia had a certain idea in his mind. Where did the dagger given by the last sister of the consignor come from? She said that if she wants to become a fishtail again, she can only come back to life by killing the prince and splashing his blood on her legs. Otherwise, she will become a bubble. Then the question is, when mermaids eat, a fish holds and nibbles, where did the dagger come from? Is it possible to find a weapon in the shipwreck? But the dagger obviously has the power of the witch. Killing the prince requires the prince's blood to remove the effect. This was definitely the work of a witch. Anyone who did business with a witch would have to pay a price. To get the dagger, the mermaid would have to pay with her life and body. So, that dagger was most likely the one the queen had used to make a deal with a witch, and her sister had found a way to hand it over to the person who had entrusted her with it. However, the client failed and turned into a bubble the next day. If it was the queen who made the deal, then she would definitely die. The 2 queens had died just like that, leaving them without a leader. Plus, Prince Hickle had lost a mermaid and wanted to catch another one. Coupled with the harvesting by humans, the mermaids were probably going to be wiped out. Xianxia's face sank. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Witches actually coveted the queen. Eating mermaids was nothing, but eating the mermaid queen was the real deal. In addition to the fish waiting to be hooked, the witch would definitely catch the mermaids herself. Witches were not good people. This was something that the mermaids had been constantly brainwashing. They would not look for witches unless they had no other choice. Where did that witch get so many mermaid souls? Xianxia bared his white teeth. Why are you looking for my mother? I can get rid of you. Compared to the great fanfare of humans, witches hid in the dark and secretly caught mermaids, but humans caught too many of them. Witches were the biggest threat. When humans caught mermaids, they could sink into the deep sea and hide. But when it came to witches, they couldn't hide. Witches also lived in the sea, hiding in the dark and killing mermaids who didn't know anything. Xianxia felt that the fluctuations he had felt before were probably the fluctuations of the soul in the bead. making her mistakenly think that some treasure was coming. "You can get rid of me?" The witch didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a weak mermaid, even if it was a strong male mermaid, was in front of her. Ningxu stretched out his hand and dug his ear. "Old witch, you are really noisy, but I also figured out something." The witch was surprised that the little mermaid was able to break free from her control again and again. Then, what was even more shocking was that vines grew out of the little princess's hand. The vines quickly extended and directly trapped her. The witch was tied up tightly, and the vines were very strong, causing her body to be in pain. The witch was a little flustered, and even made her body return to her short and old appearance, but she was still tied up by the vines. "Let me go, or I will curse you." The witch was shocked. "What the hell are you? Mermaids don't have such ability." Her hand could grow vines, and the vines grew very fast. The witch had never seen such a situation, and angrily threatened Ningxu. Ningxu took the 2 black beads in his hand and played with them. He lightly said, "Curse me with what?" The witch's dim yellow eyes turned. "I will curse you to become the loneliest mermaid in the deep sea. Your appearance will become ugly as time passes, just like a human. You are the ugliest mermaid." Ningxu stuck out his tongue and pulled open his eyelids to make a face. "Ha ha ha, you are ugly, and you want others to be like you." "I won't be ugly, you will be ugly." Ningxu felt that he could learn a bit of the power of curses when he had nothing to do. After being cursed, it would be very uncomfortable if he did not curse back. There were so many law cities, so many law incarnations, so there were also laws like prophecies and curses. The witch almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and exploded in anger. "How do I release the soul inside?" Ningxu asked the witch. The witch laughed. "I won't tell you. Kill me if you can." Ningxu grunted and directly used the vines to pierce the witch's heart. The witch's face twisted in pain, and she looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Didn't he want to know how to release the soul inside? Why did he kill her? Ningxu spread out his hands and said, "This is your request, I will satisfy you." He casually asked the witch how to release the soul. If she released the soul, she could study the beads, but it did not mean that the witch could threaten her. She must get rid of the witch. No matter how many mermaids there were, it would not be enough for the witch to eat. It felt like the witch treated the mermaids as her own fish, and it was very convenient to catch one when she wanted to eat. The witch's vitality was tenacious, and her heart was pierced. She spat out blood and looked at Ningxu with hatred. /BK The witch panicked and chanted a spell to save her life. As soon as the vines were pulled out, the witch's heart would definitely bleed. Now that the vines were stuck in her heart, to some extent, it would stop the bleeding. This made the witch feel that she could be saved. "Save me, I can tell you how to release the souls inside. Without my order, these souls can't leave. Only I can break the spell." The witch had no choice but to look at Ningxu, who was playing with the beads. He looked like a child who was very interested in his toy and was particularly engrossed. The little mermaid was very good-looking, and his focused look was indescribably beautiful, but this scene made the witch feel terrified. Her life was gradually fading away. The witch didn't want to die, so she could only beg the little mermaid Ningxu to save her. Ningxu shook his head. "No, I don't want to know now. I want to figure out how to release them myself." Pfft. The witch really vomited blood. In the past, the methods that made humans and underwater creatures afraid were useless on this little mermaid. Then. The witch saw the blue scales from the corner of her eyes and her brain flashed. "Then I'll tell you what Lon traded with me." Ningxu said, "The fish are dead. Even if he had a deal, it's useless. I don't want to know." When the witch heard this, she swallowed the blood in her mouth with difficulty. She didn't dare to bleed anymore. The smell of blood would attract hunters. Smelling the blood, they might tear her apart. Even if the little mermaid didn't kill her now, it might attract other creatures. She had never hated children so much. The word naughty child appeared in front of the witch's eyes. She always suffered in the hands of the little mermaid. In the past, she thought that the little mermaid was a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers. She didn't have any respect for the witch. The elders in the family didn't tell her that witches were scary. In the end, this girl was a violent mermaid. She had eaten so many mermaids, but she had never seen such a mermaid. How could a mermaid have such an ability? If all mermaids had such an ability, how could she have eaten so many mermaids? What was wrong with this little princess? She wasn't afraid of her because the other party had power. The witch hated how she had provoked such a reckless and willful mermaid. No, you don't know what Lan's transaction means to the entire mermaid clan. As long as you promise to let me go and send me ashore, I will tell you. Ningshu shook his head. My mother said that witches are good at coaxing people into signing contracts. If I agree with you, it's over. The witch was angry and anxious. This little mermaid was so difficult to deal with. She used to know that the mermaid princess was innocent and kind, and was the cutest mermaid of the mermaids. God was so king innocent and cute. He was simply a demon. Lanan wants to be the leader of the mermaids. Ningshu responded with an "oh," but he didn't show any expression. Any intelligent creature would want to fight for as many resources as possible. Lanan was really unlucky. His body was taken over by someone else. Before he could become the king of the mermaids, his body was boiled into soup. To die before achieving victory in the first battle would make heroes weep with tears. He shed tears of sympathy for Lanan. The witch looked at Ningshu, who was still indifferent. Someone wanted to fight for his mother's throne, and he was still so indifferent. Was he his biological child? Ningshu tilted his head and asked, why does Lanan want to be the king of the mermaids? In addition to having more mates and more food, he also has other ambitions. Does he want to deal with humans? The mermaids were badly bullied by humans. The witch was shocked, and her weak eyes lit up. Let me go first. Ningshu said, forget it, I don't want to ask. He was too lazy to argue with the witch. The smell of blood soon attracted hunters. Another vine pierced the witch's heart. The witch cried out in pain as blood spurted out. Her heart had been pierced by the vine and was badly mutilated. You. Completely out of the ordinary, the witch could no longer use her power to chant spells. She struggled in pain for a few moments and died. Her soul floated out of her body. Ningshu rushed over, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. The witch's soul was still old and short. Ningshu shook his head and clicked his tongue. Sure enough, your soul is still so old. The witch in the soul state heard Ningshu's words and looked frightened. You can see me. Ningshu tilted his head and smiled sweetly. Because of her face, she looked particularly innocent and sweet. Yes. The witch shivered and turned to escape. Ningshu opened the black hole, caught the witch directly, and threw her in. Who knew if the witch's soul would be harmful in this world? It was better to put her in the world of samsara. The witch suddenly died, and her body lay on the ground. Ningshu took the bead and left. On the way, he met several fierce hunters, who were obviously attracted by the smell of blood. Ningshu turned invisible and passed by these giants. But when he approached the mermaids, he saw something like a human floating on the sea. Did someone have an accident in the sea? Ningshu hesitated for a moment between saving and not saving, and then swam to the sea with his fishtail. When he got closer, it was a man who had fainted, but he was holding a wooden board tightly. Because of this board, he didn't sink into the sea. The man was young, handsome, and dressed in the clothes of a noble. Ningshu had been in the palace for a while as a human. This man was either rich or noble in human society. With a saber hanging from his waist and a complicated bow tie in front of his chest, he was dressed like this. His identity was obvious. A prince. Ningshu didn't like princes. She didn't care about Hickel, and now there was another prince. Why hadn't he been eaten by the fish? There was one prince after another, and he still wanted her to save him. Did he have to drag her into the plot? There was no end to it. Maybe this prince was kind and really liked mermaids. But so what? The mermaids could no longer get the potion, and their fishtails became legs. Looking at him, he must have had an accident in the sea. The weather changed so fast, and the wooden board should be a part of the ship. She didn't know how many days he had been in the water, but his skin was soaked like a steamed bun. Ningshu touched his nose. He was still breathing. He was not dead. Ningshu dragged him to a secluded beach, injected some spiritual qi, and then threw him on the beach. The prince was woken up by the pain. When he woke up, he looked around blankly and rubbed his head. It hurt so much. Hey! A slightly low voice sounded. Although it was low, he could still tell that it was a woman's voice, and even a little pleasant. The prince thought to himself as he looked around. Could it be that someone had saved him? Look at the sea, Xianxia said. /BK The prince followed the voice and saw a head not far from the beach. It was really a head floating on the sea, covered in moss and seaweed, with a face full of mud. When the prince saw this situation, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He took a few steps back and hurriedly got up to run. Xianxia immediately said, "Stop, I have something to ask you. If you run, I'll eat you." Xianxia showed her sharp teeth. Mermaids might need to eat, so of course they had teeth, but when they encountered danger or threat, they would use their sharp teeth to intimidate others. Other than that, they might be able to bite their opponents, but it was definitely not fatal. That was all. Therefore, mermaids were naturally soft and cute. The reason why Xianxia did this was to avoid trouble caused by her looks. Love began with appearance, and everyone liked beautiful things. If she appeared with her original appearance, the prince would definitely not look like he had seen a ghost and was terrified. Xianxia did not want to have anything to do with the prince. If he really liked her appearance, he might come to fish her out every day. The prince tried to calm himself down, but when he saw the head floating on the sea, it was covered in moss and seaweed, and there seemed to be some insects crawling on it. The prince felt nauseous. What the hell was this? It could talk. He had heard that there were beautiful mermaids in the sea, but he did not expect there to be such an ugly thing. It was so disgusting. Her face was covered in mud. He did not know if it grew on her face or was smeared on her face. The prince could not see clearly from a distance, but he could see the white teeth. It was so strange. Xianxia spoke again, "You are a human on the land, right? Tell me anything interesting on the land. If you tell me well, I'll let you leave." The prince asked instead, "What are you? Have you heard of mermaids?" Xianxia said gloomily, "Mermaids are ugly and cruel. They like to eat humans, completely different from mermaids who are not kind and good at cutting throats. Tell me something interesting, or I'll eat you." Xianxia smiled gloomily. She wanted to ask about Hickel, but she could not ask directly. The prince asked, "What do you want to hear?" Of course it's something interesting. Usually, the secrets of the royal family would be magnified and transmitted. No one cared about the life and death of ordinary people. The prince rummaged through his mind, trying to find some so-called interesting stories, but after telling a few, they were all rejected by Xianxia. So boring. Boring. Is there anything else? It's all about princes and princesses. It's so disgusting. I want something interesting, something that you want to divorce. Think about it again. Xianxia reminded the prince. Could it be that the prince didn't know about Hickel? The prince was a respected person on the continent. Now that he had to tell a story to an unknown monster, he felt very wronged. Furthermore, he was denied time and time again. The prince had long since lost his patience. However, the other party's ferocious gaze made the prince's heart tremble. For the sake of his own life, the prince tried his best to recall the scandals of the royal families of various countries. Something interesting happened recently. You'll definitely be interested. Once I'm done, you have to let me go. If it's really interesting, I'll let you go. Xianxia smiled sinisterly. The prince immediately averted his eyes. Not only was he ugly, he even came out to scare people. If not for the fact that he was alone and had people around him, he would have beaten this bastard into a pulp. The prince felt weak all over. He hadn't eaten for too long, so he didn't have the strength to deal with the sea monster. Prince Hickel was tortured by a witch. His limbs were broken, and even that part of his body was crippled. Everyone said that he must have offended the witch, or that he was so perverted that he deceived the witch's feelings and forced himself on her. That was why the witch took revenge. However, later on, he found a new body. After changing bodies, he's living well now. Many noble ladies want to marry him, but he's playing around with them. The former princess left when he was in trouble, but she came back later. Guess how he took revenge on the former princess who left him? He locked her in a cage with a lion. If the princess could defeat the lion, the matter would be written off. The princess would still be the princess. The princess had no choice but to fight the lion with her bare hands. In the end, the lion tore through her intestines. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu said, although the former princess was unkind and came back after recovering, she was even worse. She didn't know what she was like. How could she fight a lion? She was going to deliver her head. There was no suspense at all. She was going to die. She was going to die so generously. Ningxu knew that Princess Karina wasn't someone who would do such a stupid thing. Karina cherished her life and enjoyed wealth. It could be seen from the fact that she immediately abandoned the prince and returned to her own country when something happened to him. She was decisive and resolute. She didn't want to waste her time and life with a useless person. That's because Hickel was attacking their country. The princess country couldn't hold on any longer, so they sent the princess over. They hoped that the princess would remember their old friendship. How could countries give up their old friendship? That's wealth and territory. They knew that sending the princess over was just a fluke. What if it worked? But the princess paid the price with her life. The prince's voice was weak. He had been in the sea for a while and hadn't eaten anything. He was famished, and he still had to tell a story to a monster. Ningxu pondered. Could it be that he had really switched bodies? What Hickel was doing now was something that Hickel would have done in the past. F*ck, he went through a lot of trouble. In the end, he was still doing well in a new body. What kind of powerful witch could have dispelled the soul anchor spell? Ningxu asked. What happened to the person whose body was taken over by the prince? The soul was swapped. That commoner suffered the prince's pain, but was taken care of by the royal family. That was really a disaster. Ningxu still didn't believe it. The soul was swapped so easily. Aren't there any repercussions? If that was the case, it wouldn't be convenient to swap souls in the future. The witch who swapped the prince's soul was famous. There must be many people who wanted to swap souls with her. There were some repercussions. I heard that when the soul was swapped, the prince was unfamiliar with many things. He didn't recognize people or words. It was very, very unfamiliar. But he learned later. He learned very quickly. He probably has some foundation. Ningxu gave a meaningful "oh." There was such a thing as memory loss. Ningxu felt that the witch hadn't been able to summon the prince's soul. She had replaced the prince with that unlucky guy/BK. Knowing that the prince wasn't doing well, Ningxu was relieved. His body was disabled, and even his identity as a prince had been taken away. Since ancient times, there had been many people who worshipped the strong and trampled on the weak. Without his identity as a prince and his body being disabled, the prince's life must have been very difficult. If he hadn't swapped bodies with someone else, his identity wouldn't have been taken away by someone else. However, that fake prince was so cruel to the former princess. It was obvious that he was taking revenge. What was the fake prince taking revenge on? Then he remembered that the two countries were at war. Maybe he wanted to use this to break the other side's morale. I've already killed the princess of your family. Ningxu asked the prince, who was spread out like a pancake on the beach. Has no one suspected that the prince is fake? The prince said weakly, what the country and the royal family need is a healthy prince. I heard that the old king is preparing to abdicate and let the prince take the throne. Wow, that fake prince really reached the sky in one step. He became a prince, married a beautiful woman, and was about to become a king. He was really a winner in life. Who was the person whose body was swapped? Ningxu asked curiously. What was his identity before? I heard that he was a lowly person who didn't have enough to eat and lived in a broken house. Many people made fun of the prince's body for being a lowly person's body. When the prince got angry, he would directly cut off people's tongues. Ningxu was speechless. Calling someone a lowly person in front of the real person, wasn't that asking for trouble? Especially for people who suddenly reached a different level, they would have a sense of inferiority in their hearts. They weren't like the real prince, who had enjoyed his life since he was young. The fake prince would inevitably feel fear and trepidation in his heart. That person had become a prince because of his advantage. No matter who the fake prince was, he didn't have any conflict with Ningxu. Instead, he pushed the real prince into a more tragic situation. Ningxu was very happy. After getting what he wanted, Ningxu said in a low voice, "You can go now." The prince still didn't believe it. "I can go now? Then you stay here and tell me stories. You look really good, I like it very much. You can stay by the sea and live with me." Ningxu bared his white teeth and said gloomily. The prince, who was originally on the verge of death, suddenly stood up like a carp and ran off without a trace. It was impossible to tell that he had been starving for several days. Ningxu chuckled and slowly sank into the sea. The seaweed on his head was removed, and the mud on his face was washed away by the seawater. Her snow-white skin was exposed. He even made a deep-sea mud mask. After returning to the tribe, Ningxu had nothing to do, so he took out the bead and studied it. He guessed that there really was some kind of spell that trapped these souls in the bead. Once the mission was completed, he would go in and take a look. Ningxu asked the main system to put the 2 beads back into the system, in case something went wrong during the teleportation process and they were lost. As long as he was free and within the queen's sight, the first thing the queen asked was when he was going to have a child. "How old are you? Why are you still having children? Are you going to wait until you're old to have children? Your sister and the others have children again. When are you going to have children? You unfilial daughter. You must have children, or we'll break off our relationship." Ningxu was speechless. Such a terrifying method of inducing births. Ningxu said, "There will be more and more people in our tribe in the future. Even if humans would still come to hunt in the future, there would be no witches secretly catching mermaids, so the population would still increase." The queen used this method of inducing births because she was afraid that the tribe would be wiped out one day, and the newborns would not disappear quickly enough. Sooner or later, they would all disappear. The queen was very worried. "Give birth. If you don't give birth, you're simply useless." When Ningxu heard the system say that he could leave this world, he was absolutely moved to tears and left in a hurry. Back in the system space, there were 2 black beads on the coffee table. Ningxu held them in his hand and felt that they were not soul beads. Before the soul beads formed the samsara world, they felt cool in the hand. These beads did not have such a feeling. And there were many souls in them that did not have the feeling of cold wind. The possibility of them being soul beads was even lower. At most, it could be a space. Ningxu put down the beads and opened up his harvest. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Points card, 502 plus 20, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul, 45 plus 2 life, 41 plus 2 wisdom, 47 plus 2 luck, 47 plus 2 charm, 37 plus 2 spiritual power, 51 plus 2 martial strength, 46 plus 1 aptitude, 46 plus 2 faith, 11,000 plus 9,000 merit, 50,000 plus 8 million soul strength, 3 plus 8 authorization ticket, 0 pure heart, none comprehended law, water rule incarnation, wood rule incarnation, space rule, earth rule incarnation, constructed world, samsara world tools, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless. Ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, level close combat technique, minor achievement in peerless martial arts, level poison technique, low-level business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, divine master ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass's blessing, best friend for life, meow meow meows. Blessing, life-saving hand, Jusu's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcendental race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck aura, faith aura, longevity. Complete the wish of Emily. Mission completion rate, 100%. Total mission rewards, 20 point cards, 16 attribute points, 80% soul power, 900 faith power, including the accumulated in the previous world, 80% of the soul power was quite a lot. Ningxu absorbed a part of it and then stored a part, He was afraid that in the future, when his soul was extremely weak, he would still have some food left. Moreover, there was no one who wanted to rob her now. There was no food at home and she was panicking. After absorbing a part of it, the part that he stored was also quite a lot. It seemed that this little princess had contributed a lot of soul power. She received 80% of it and absorbed more than 50% of the world's soul power. After packing up, Ningxu planned to enter the pearl and check the situation inside. It was not a soul pearl. Ningxu was still a little disappointed that he did not find any treasure. He also knew that soul pearls were rare. After doing the mission for so long, he only found one soul pearl. Two things that looked like soul pearls appeared at once. The quantity was negated. /BK If something like a soul pearl appeared in pairs, it was most likely not a soul pearl. The conditions for a soul pearl to form were quite harsh. It had to be a world of living beings and also had to have enough yin qi. The more yin qi there was, the more evil spirits there were. After a person died, they would enter the world of reincarnation immediately. Therefore, it was unreasonable for a world to have a lot of souls. Playing with the two pearls, Ningxu went in to check. Ningxu entered the pearl easily. It seemed that the witch had set up a mode where it was easy to enter but not easy to exit. This world was very dark. At first glance, it actually felt a little like the world of reincarnation. Many souls of underwater creatures were wandering around. The mermaids were a touch of light in this dark world. The scales on their tails were very beautiful, especially shiny. Their faces were very beautiful. Ningxu thought that if he could bring these mermaids into his world of reincarnation, it would probably raise the appearance of the world of reincarnation by a notch. Ningxu opened the black hole and let these souls enter. Because he knew the mermaids' cries, Ningxu took the initiative to communicate with the intelligent mermaids. When the mermaids saw a human, they actually knew their cries. Now, they let them enter the black hole out of fear and hatred for the human. None of these mermaids entered. They felt that the human was here to capture them and if they were caught, they would torture them. Now, Ningxu was not a mermaid princess. He was a human. The mermaids hid far away. Ningxu was speechless. Alright, there was no use in being polite. He had to be more violent. Ningxu directly used vines to wrap these souls up and threw them into the black hole. The souls and the pearls were all thrown into the world of reincarnation. When the mermaids were tied up by the vines, they were trembling and scared. Moreover, they were very beautiful. People could not help but want to ravage them. Ningxu stopped the evil thoughts in his heart. When there were no more souls in the world, Ningxu directly used a flood on the Jinshan. Even if there were more spells, even if there was a well cover, the water could still push the well cover open. The entire world was flooded as if it was the end of the world. The witch's spell was directly broken. This kind of spell had a great effect on the soul, but in reality, it was like a piece of paper. Ningxu came out of the pearl and did the same to the second pearl. He didn't hold back and directly threw these souls into the world of reincarnation. Then, he broke the incantation. The two pearls were empty. They were two small worlds. No, they couldn't even be considered as worlds. They could only be considered as two spaces. Ningxu put away the bead. It was better to gain something than gain something. Who knows, maybe this bead would be useful in the future. He didn't know if this pearl could be used as a carrier for a world. If it could, he could sell it for some money. Speaking of world carriers, Ningxu couldn't help but rub his hair bun. The bun was a bit loose. Ningxu loosened his hair bun and looked at himself in the mirror. The world tree didn't grow much, but the color of its two leaves was getting darker. They used to be light green, but now they were dark green, which was even more eye-catching. Ningxu sighed. He tied his hair into a bun to cover the world tree. Thank goodness it wasn't on his forehead. Otherwise, he would have to tie a bun on his forehead. That would be too horrible to look at. At least, it didn't suit her taste. After tying his hair up, Ningxu felt that he had returned to his youth and became much younger. The power of a hairstyle was very strong. No, the most important thing was that she looked good. Ningxu went to the ultimate martial arts and was shocked. Now, he had to tiptoe to look at the law of nothingness. He couldn't even see the end. Damn, what happened to the world of nothingness? Why did it suddenly become so big? It was silent and there weren't any cracks on the surface of the world of reincarnation. If he didn't walk into the world, he wouldn't know what was going on. Ningshu flew around the law of nothingness to the end. What made Ningshu the most worried was that the world was shrinking rapidly. It was about to touch the law of nothingness. If the law of nothingness continued to grow and the world continued to shrink, the world wouldn't be able to hold the law of nothingness. When would it overflow? If the bowl was filled, no matter how much water there was, it would overflow. Once it touched the law of nothingness, it would be swallowed and assimilated. As expected, the law of nothingness was expanding much faster than her strength. Previously, she had been anxious to deal with the law of nothingness. She knew that the law of nothingness was expanding too quickly. She couldn't catch up. Now, she couldn't catch up. After a while, she might not even be able to catch up. She begged a few people but it was no use. If this was the case, she would have to hand over the ultimate martial arts. The soul source that was absorbed by the ultimate martial arts would be wasted. Ningshu frowned. He had a troubled expression. He threw the star stones on the shore into the law of nothingness. He threw them in but they didn't even cause a splash. There wasn't even a ripple. She couldn't communicate with the ultimate martial arts. She had the instinct to save herself but she didn't form the heavenly Tao. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to solve the current situation. Ningshu added some vitality to the world. Then, he gave her the ultimate martial arts. The main system was urging her to pick up the trash again. He threw the star stones into the law of nothingness. Without the star stones, Ningshu really wanted to pick up the trash and go for the star stones. Ningshu informed Fragrant Wind Man to send him to the place where the plane was broken. When they met, he would give Fragrant Wind Man a bottle of vitality water as compensation. Ningshu felt bad for always troubling others. The spatial tunnel she created wasn't long. It couldn't reach that far. When she had time, she would ask Elder Chi about the law of space. She didn't know why she couldn't create a long spatial tunnel. Other people could quickly form a long and stable spatial tunnel in an instant. Why was it so difficult for her? Did she take the wrong path? Fragrant Wind Man, I'm resting. Don't look for me. I'm exhausted. After saying that, Fragrant Wind Man actually blocked Ningshu. Clearly, he was resting and didn't want to be disturbed. Ningshu felt a headache coming on. Who should he look for? There were only a few people who were familiar with picking up trash. Ningshu had no choice but to click on Senior Uncle. As soon as he saw the two words Senior Uncle, Ningshu couldn't help but think of the scene in the sea. He tried not to laugh. Ningshu's body trembled as he sent a message to Senior Uncle, saying that he had to pick up trash and couldn't build a spatial tunnel. He didn't know if Senior Uncle was there. Maybe he was still looking for Xianxia. He tried not to laugh. If he showed a gloating expression in front of Senior Uncle might look at him with a sinister gaze. Senior Uncle didn't reply. After a while, a tunnel appeared in front of him. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Xianxia had already been caught? Then Xianxia had suffered a big loss. He was so shameless but still couldn't escape. BK Ningshu pondered as she walked. She warned herself in her heart not to gloat later on. That kind of thing would probably damage the dignity of a judge. If she spread this matter around, others would probably think, so she's that kind of judge. Her dignity was gone instantly. As soon as Ningshu arrived at the place where the plane was broken and saw Taishu dealing with the stars, she felt an itch in her throat. Ningshu held it back, but her throat made gurgling sounds. Holding back her laughter, Ningshu walked over and asked, "Did you catch Xianxia?" "No, he ran away." Taishu glanced at her indifferently. Ningshu's gaze couldn't help but stop at his lips. Her throat made a gurgling sound. She looked away from his colorless lips with difficulty, stared at the star stones, and asked, "Do you have more star stones this time?" "No," Taishu said simply. Ningshu left very tactfully. Even if he had more, he wouldn't give it to her. With gurgling sounds in her throat, Ningshu released her vines and began to pick up the fragments. She couldn't help but look at Taishu from the corner of her eyes. Xianxia had run away, so why wasn't he looking for her? Why was he still dealing with the starstones here? She looked around. Fragrant Wind Guy was indeed not here. He had gone to rest. Girl, Ningxu was really shocked. She looked at Tan Lang. You're still here. You've picked up so much. Aren't you tired? Fragrant Wind Guy was so tired that he had gone on vacation. Tan Lang's face was already tired. He sighed. Everyone knows that I have a star fate and a gas station. Let me work hard. Ningxu asked, gas station? What's the situation? People with a star fate can borrow power from the stars. Tan Lang's expression was very melancholic. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, there was such a good thing. She could replenish her energy when she was tired. There were many people with a star fate, such as the Seven Kills star, the Army Destroyer star, the Lianjin star, the Greedy Wolf star, the Emperor star, the Tianfu star, the Wuxu star, the Tianxiang star, the Sun star, the Great Gate star, the Tianji star, the Taiyin star, the Tianliang star, and the Tiantong star. Could it be that these people with star fate were able to borrow the power of the stars? Every plane would have stars, and the number of stars was endless. F***ck, these people must be carrying a huge buff. If you don't want to pick it up, go and tell senior uncle. He didn't even have the ability to do that, yet he still wanted to overthrow the organization. Ningxu felt a little sympathy for this guy. Every time he came, he would be picking up fragments. He must be tired and out of energy. That's fine. There are so many planes and so many stars. I'll give you a boost. Tan Lang shook his head. If I go over, he'll kick me again. Ningxu said, let me tell you a way, a stable operation. Ningxu transmitted his voice to Tan Lang, fearing that Grand Uncle would hear him. You can hug him and kiss him. Tan Lang looked at Ningxu in shock. This move is too flashy. He'll definitely die miserably. Ningxu felt that he could give it a try at a critical moment. He copied Xingqing's method and increased his chances of escaping. Tan Lang shook his head like a rattledrum. Overthrow the organization will die even faster. Have you thought about it? Do you want to join the organization? Ningxu asked Tan Lang. Ningxu shook his head. If you kiss senior uncle, I can feel your determination to overthrow the organization. I'll join the organization. Tan Lang was speechless. This was even more difficult than beating up senior uncle. Tan Lang thought timidly, but on the surface, he was particularly upright. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. I'd rather bleed and cry than do such a thing. Ningxu nodded. He didn't expect Tan Lang to dare to do this. He didn't even dare to approach senior uncle. If he really did such a thing, he would have nothing left to live for and would really want to die. Ningxu felt a chill all over. He turned his head and saw senior uncle staring at her and Tan Lang with his white lenses. Could it be that he had heard her and Tan Lang's words? Ningxu calmly picked up the fragments, looking as if he had a clean heart and an upright body. He didn't do anything against his conscience at all. Tan Lang was frightened by senior uncle's stare. He couldn't help but drag the bag further away. He didn't know if senior uncle would beat him up if he was in a bad mood. Ningxu saw that there were no fragments here, so he changed to another place. He picked up senior uncle's stare and immediately looked at him with innocent eyes. Do you have extra starstones? Senior uncle's white glasses flashed, revealing his eyes. He looked at Ningxu indifferently. His lips moved, but he didn't speak. He started to process the starstones again. Ningxu's throat made a gurgling sound again. He couldn't help but laugh. Senior uncle was definitely thinking about the incident in the sea. It wasn't good to not mention it. So embarrassing, but Ningxu felt good in his heart. When connecting the planes, Ningxu took some starstone liquid and rushed to the next place. He sat not far from senior uncle and manipulated the fragments. Senior uncle looked at Ningxu. Ningxu looked surprised. Ah, I picked up the wrong one. Ningxu controlled the vines to put down the starstone. He looked apologetic. My spiritual power isn't strong. I'm not familiar with controlling vines. I picked up the starstone. Senior uncle frowned. What do you want to say? You can see that I have something to say to you. Ningshu immediately sat closer. Senior Uncle's eyes almost fell on him. Don't worry about Jingqing. Senior Uncle was naturally talking about what happened in the sea. Ningshu looked confused. I didn't want to talk about Minister Jingqing. Senior Uncle took a deep breath. His expression became colder. Ningshu's throat made a gurgling sound again. I'm bloated. My stomach is not good, Ningshu explained. Ningshu was asking about the peerless martial arts. He told Senior Uncle about the peerless martial arts and then looked at him. You can still be saved. If you help me solve the law of nothingness. Deduct another 100 years of my taxes from the law city, Ningshu said, enduring the pain. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to receive taxes from the law city in this lifetime. 100 years was definitely a lot, but it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he could just deduct the taxes and use the money of the future to serve the present. Ningshu Xin was fat. If he asked her to take out cash, it would be more painful than deducting taxes. Senior Uncle didn't say anything. Ningshu stretched out 2 fingers. 200 years? Senior Uncle still didn't say anything. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. Even if you want to bargain, say something. Go away. Don't wander around me. It's so annoying. Ningshu was speechless. He almost blurted out that she didn't see that scene, but Ningshu burped and shut his mouth. It was worse to say it out loud. Could it be that Senior Uncle was still holding a grudge against her for seeing that scene? Ningshu walked away silently. Senior Uncle was probably depressed now. Jingqing's appearance would probably disgust him to death. She didn't move forward, lest she become cannon fodder and bear Senior Uncle's anger for Jingqing. Halfway, Senior Uncle left, and Eldest Uncle came to replace him. He probably went to find Jingqing again. She didn't know how he found him. /BK Jingqing's soul wandered in the plains. Did they rely on their senses? There were so many plains. The chances of finding Jingqing were too small. However, it also meant that she was unlucky. She met that idiot during the mission, which made her mission more complicated. F*CK, Ningshu almost forgot to check if the mermaid Lan's soul was in the bead. If it was, the mermaid's soul hadn't been swallowed by Jingqing. If it wasn't, then it must have been swallowed by Jingqing. Ningshu thought that Jingqing, who was in a soul state, must find a host, and it was easy to be found if she drifted. Ningshu clicked his tongue. The person whose body was taken over by Jingqing was really miserable. Maybe even the soul was swallowed. Uncle Zhang was easy to talk to. Ningshu asked, do you have extra star stones this time? No, Uncle Zhang said gently. Oh, Ningshu said. She couldn't insist on it, so she could only accept some scraps. There weren't many star stones this time. After picking up 1,000,000, Ningshu planned to leave. However, Fragrant Wind wasn't here, and Senior Uncle was gone. Who could he find to set up the space channel? Ningshu looked at Uncle Zhang. It was a bit difficult to speak. After all, he wasn't familiar with Uncle Zhang. Forget it. He didn't want to trouble him. He said to the system, can you send me back? He wasn't sure about the space node before. He should be able to go back now. The backup system said cautiously, it's a bit far. It might be a bit difficult. Ningshu was surprised. Then why can you send me to the plane? There were so many planes. They were still very far away. The backup system said, it's divided into regions. In fact, all the missions you did were in this region. There are too many planes. They are divided into regions. It felt like she was wandering in a small plane. However, she had done so many missions and been to many worlds. The organization was huge. The backup system suggested using the space channel. The system might not be able to bring her back. Therefore, he still had to find Uncle Zhang. When he saw the gentle Uncle Zhang, he thought of the fetish that Greedy Wolf mentioned. Ningshu walked over and said, Uncle Zhang, I want to ask you for a favor. Oh, what is it? Uncle Zhang smiled as he looked at Ningshu. His expression was very gentle, but for some reason, Ningshu felt goosebumps all over his body. Ningshu rubbed his face. It's because I can't construct a spatial tunnel. Oh. Uncle Zhang suddenly understood. You want me to send you back? Yes, yes. Ningxu nodded. A drop of life source. You know, I'm a businessman. I've never done business without profit. Uncle Feng smiled and said, you know that I'm a businessman. Ningxu was speechless. One drop of hers was worth at least 100,000 merit points. After giving the first uncle a drop of the source of life, the first uncle gently constructed a channel. After Ningxu returned to the system space, she went straight to the Time City. She wanted to find Elder Qian and pay him a price so that he could give her some pointers on the law of space. Ningxu felt that she might be working in the wrong direction since she couldn't grasp the main point. However, when they reached the alley, Elder Qian did not set up a stall. Could something have happened to Elder Qian, because of the incident with the official's corpse? Ningxu went to the Xianxia man to ask about Elder Qian's whereabouts. He won't be coming out for a while. Because of that incident, he was punished badly. You and I are going to suffer, the Xianxia man said. Many people were punished badly, and some even lost their lives. The Xianxia man's eyelids trembled. Obviously, his heart ached at the thought of taxes. Unfortunately, since Elder Qian could not do business for a while, Ningxu decided to learn curses. Curses were also a kind of power. When she was doing missions, she was always cursed. She wanted to learn curses and reflect the other party's curses. The power of curses was in her body. It felt terrible. In addition to learning curses, she also wanted to learn about prophecies. In the future, whatever she did or who she looked for, she could predict in advance whether it would come true. She did not want to be like a headless fly. It was very, very tiring. Ningxu went to learn curses first. When she arrived at Witch City, she felt that the entire Witch City was dark and there was a special power floating around. However, it was not a feeling of evil, just pure power. Witchcraft was a kind of power. However, since she had just entered the city, she had to familiarize herself with the laws of the city. Now, she felt uncomfortable all over. There was pain here and there, as if someone had stabbed her. Moreover, she did not know where this power came from. Ningxu held the black bone umbrella. She did not know if this kind of pain would harm her soul. Seeing many mission enforcers wandering around Witch City, Ningxu was a little relieved. However, it was really painful. In the end, Ningxu's legs were in so much pain that she could not stand. She could only sit on the side of the street and endure the pain. Some people saw Ningxu's painful expression and knew that she had just entered Witch City. People who entered Witch City for the first time were all like this. If one could not endure the pain of broken bones and torn skin, they would not be able to walk freely in the city. They were used to it. Ningxu took a deep breath. It was really F***ing painful. Besides Ningxu, some mission enforcers who were close to her directly lay on the ground, twitching in pain. Ningxu did not care about her image. She just lay on the ground and stretched her body to feel more comfortable. Curling up into a ball, she felt more pain. She felt that this method of enlightenment was quite good. Although it was more uncomfortable in the early stages, it was faster to let the laws wash over her. City Lord Shui. A person stood in front of Ningxu. Ningxu opened her eyes and saw a pair of shiny leather shoes. Then, she saw a pair of suit pants. This was a modern mission enforcer. Ningxu sat up from her paralyzed state and raised her head to look at this person inch by inch. Ningxu's eyes were now in a half-blind state. Her eyeballs were in so much pain that they almost popped out. She squinted her eyes and looked at him. Witch City was originally dark, and now it was even harder to see clearly. Sorry, I'm a little blind now. Ningxu asked, you are? She met an acquaintance here, but she was still a little famous. You don't remember me, but I've seen you many times. The man squatted down. There was a perfume smell on his body. When he squatted down, the smell became stronger, but it was not the pungent kind. He did not spray as much as Fragrant Wind Man. Fragrant Wind Man's perfume and hair cream were absolutely intoxicating. He put his face in front of Ningxu. He was too close, and Ningxu could not see clearly. Her eyes were crossed. Sorry, I'm a little blind now. Ningxu moved back a little. She was already at the final stage of the nomological cleansing. What was this person trying to do by suddenly appearing? Was he trying to take advantage of the situation? Could it be that he recognized her as the embodiment of the law of water and came to chat with her? How can you not recognize me? I'm Xianxia. Ning-Shu/BK Xianxia seemed to like wearing a suit, not only when he was alive, but also when he was dead. His suit was neat and tidy, as if he was an elite of society. Just like how a girl would look like a queen in high heels. Ning-Shu patted the non-existent dust off her body, opened her umbrella and prepared to leave. Xianxia sneered, "You seem to be a little afraid of seeing me. Shouldn't we have a drink when we meet? Let me treat you to a drink." Ning-Shu tilted her head and said, "Sorry, I don't drink with people I don't know." "You don't have to be so weird. We will repay kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge." Ning-Shu didn't forget that Xianxia wanted to put the string of love on her. He wanted to make her his love slave. Just like how he treated his wife. Xianxia looked at Ning-Shu, "Then do you think we have a grudge or a grudge?" Ning-Shu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. She would rather use the time to understand the power of witchcraft and learn curses. Xianxia wasn't worth her time. If he wanted to take revenge, she would take it. Ning-Shu was speechless. "Whether you want to take revenge or complain, let's set a time and settle it. Don't waste my time," Ning-Shu said directly. Xianxia said, "Then what if I say I like you? What does it have to do with me that you like me? Just do it." Ning-Shu was baffled. If a random person came to her and said, "I like you," she would accept it. Whether it was a beggar or a cripple, she would accept it. She didn't like Xianxia at all. Moreover, Xianxia said those words just to stir up her heart. It would be best if he could turn the world upside down. Ning-Shu's heart didn't waver. Could he not be so annoying? They both knew what kind of person she was. It was interesting to use such tricks. Xianxia smiled, "I know it's like this. You have always been a cold-hearted person." Ning-Shu almost vomited, "What right do you have to scold me? Don't play love games with me." She had been single for hundreds of years, not because she wanted to date someone like Xianxia. He would rather find a skeleton. A skeleton with delicate features was better looking than Xianxia. Xianxia's cancer of being a straight man was probably terminal. He felt that love could deal with women. As long as a woman fell in love, even if it was a love that he imagined, she would become a Satan. Talking to him was really a waste of time. He might as well let the wood law imprint absorb the energy. Ning-Shu narrowed his eyes. Should he just kill Xianxia? Moreover, he still had the law imprint. However, in a city of laws, being caught was a bit risky. Moreover, the grand-uncle was currently in a bad mood. If he was caught, Ning-Shu felt that he wouldn't be able to survive. He was not worried about Xianxia, but the grand-uncle. It wasn't worth it to sacrifice himself just to kill Xianxia. Even if he were to take away her soul power, the price would be too great. Ning-Shu would think twice if he was still under the control of the Grand Elder. Especially some time ago, she saw Senior Uncle and Jingqing cuddling and whispering sweet nothings to each other. Maybe he used his power to take revenge on her. Ning-Shu looked at Xianxia with an inexplicable expression. Xianxia looked straight into Ning-Shu's eyes. Could it be that the Water City Lord wants to kill the Law Incarnation again and snatch the Law Imprint? Ning-Shu said indifferently, "Why not?" He thought about the possible price he might have to pay. This time, the Grand Uncle had his personal feelings. The price was too high. Xianxia started laughing. His laughter grew louder and louder. Ning-Shu looked at him coldly. "You might not know yet, but you're already on the Law Incarnation's blacklist. All the Law Incarnations know where you appear. If something happens to me, even if the judges don't come, they'll know that it was you." Xianxia took a step forward and approached Ning-Shu. "Do you want to fight? Are you trying to provoke me?" Ning-Shu chuckled. "How can I fight with you? This kind of thing doesn't fit my little fairy's personality." Ning-Shu sneered. Ning-Shu opened the black hole. Behind the black hole was the world of samsara. "I won't kill you. I'll just lock you in. If you annoy me, I'll throw you into the pool of rebirth." Even if you're a task enforcer, I'll still devour you. When Zhang Jiasen saw the black hole, his whole body trembled. He retreated far away in an instant and mobilized the power of the Law City to protect himself. Zhang Jiasen looked at Ningxu with a changing expression. Ningxu glanced at him and walked directly into the black hole. He didn't want to fight with her. Why did he have to provoke her? He just wanted her to make the first move and kill him with a borrowed knife. The black hole gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Ningxu left the city of witches. Zhang Jiasen couldn't stop Ningxu from leaving and could only watch her leave. It wasn't that Zhang Jiasen didn't know that this woman despised him, but when she said that she liked him, there was a sense of hatred and coldness. That kind of gnashing of teeth was because he couldn't do anything to this woman. He couldn't beat her. He was almost desperate and couldn't find a way to deal with her. It was as if she was an iron bastion. The more she was like this, the more he wanted her to soften because of him. He wanted her to smile in front of him, not with contempt and mockery. Zhang Jiasen laughed and rubbed his temples. This kind of woman was different from his wife. His wife was pure and kind, but this woman's heart was as hard as iron and high above. She could see through his heart at a glance. Even if he dug out his heart, this woman wouldn't believe him. Instead, she would trample on his heart and liver. She made him hate her to the core. Ningxu left the city of witches and came to the city of wood to let the law of wood imprint absorb the energy. Ningxu was in the city lord's residence. Looking at the mirror, she fixed her hair bun. There were leaves. What would happen when the world tree grew up? Ningxu was a little melancholy. She really had to carry a Christmas tree. You, can't you change the position or hide it? You're making me unable to see anyone. After fussing with the mirror for a long time, she tied her hair bun tightly so that the leaves wouldn't show as she walked. Ningxu was more worried that the leaves would run out of her hair to bask in the sun and see the light. She didn't know if it would blossom and bear fruit in the future. She remembered that when she wanted to repair the peerless martial arts, she said that she needed the soul origin and the fruit of the world tree. First of all, the world tree had to satisfy her own energy before it could blossom and bear fruit. She hadn't seen what the fruit of the world tree looked like. Her luck wasn't too good. She met Zhang Jiasen in the city of witches. Zhang Jiasen was the city lord. She might meet Zhang Jiasen again when she went to comprehend the curse and the law of witches. She was so annoyed. She was most annoyed that Zhang Jiasen looked at her with a conflicted gaze. His gaze was complicated, resentful, and emotional. I don't have time to play with you. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of all this nonsense? /BK After absorbing the energy, Ningxu was ready to learn prophecy. He had said that he wanted to learn curses and prophecy. As soon as he walked into the city of prophecy, Ningxu saw many images in front of him. These images appeared in front of him frame by frame like a movie. The content of each image was different. In some scenes, she was killed by Zhang Jiasen. Zhang Jiasen had a smile on his face, looking handsome and steady. She fell beside Zhang Jiasen's feet, digging at Zhang Jiasen's ankle, her lips moving. She seemed to be begging for something. Zhang Jiasen kicked her away. She rolled on the ground several times. She crawled over like a dog, grabbing Zhang Jiasen's trousers and begging without humility. Her face and clothes were covered in dust, and there were tears on her face. Zhang Jiasen said, Ningxu, thank you for cultivating the tree of world for me. You are still the woman I love the most. But you are not proud now. You have been crushed into mud. She wept in despair, looking as if the sky had collapsed. Ningxu pursed his lips and refused to admit that the person in the image was him. What couldn't be solved by a fight? If one fight was not enough, he would fight too. This was a prophecy about her future. Nonsense. She might die in all kinds of ways, but she would not die because of her own cheap self. At least, it was impossible for Zhang Jiasen. Zhang Jiasen might look at you a few times if you were superior. When you really became what Zhang Jiasen wanted, he would immediately abandon you without hesitation. He worked tirelessly to get what he hated. When you were gone one day, he would not like you anymore. People were so cheap. Ningxu looked away without any fluctuation in his heart and looked at the next image. In this image, she was in the place where the Taishu was in the void, and the two of them were fighting. She was holding a long whip, and the Taishu was holding a long sword. They were fighting fiercely. Both of them had a murderous aura, as if they were having a duel of life and death. Ningxu's heart was full of fluctuations. Damn, she will be so strong in the future that she can fight with the Taishu. Ningxu liked this prophecy. It was not like the first person who was disgusting. However, this scene quickly flashed past. The third scroll was a peerless martial art. It collapsed completely. The law of nothingness swallowed up the system space, and she was swallowed as well. She instantly vanished into thin air. Ningxu rolled his eyes. This might be the way to die in the future. After all, she was very worried about peerless martial arts. Images flashed through her mind frame by frame. There were images of her dying on the battlefield, images of her being forced into the law of nothingness, images of her being eaten by an abyssal prefect. Ningxu was speechless. How was this a prophecy? It was a projection of all the things that could happen in the surroundings. Some of them were especially unreliable. She would not be forced into the law of nothingness in Jingqing's place. Zhang Jiasen, it's better not to say anything. Some of them poked at Ningxu's heart, but Ningxu didn't care about some of them at all. It was a list of all the possible dangers she might encounter. However, there was one thing that particularly touched Ningxu's heart. It was the scene when he fought with the Grand Elder. That was really the powerful strength that Ningxu dreamed of. Seeing this, Ningxu reluctantly believed that the prophecy was really useful and could predict the future. However, things like the future were especially hard to predict. It was like countless rivers. Once they turned a corner, the direction would be completely different. Things that were too complicated probably couldn't be predicted. Ningxu didn't expect to be able to accurately predict the future. She only wanted to predict small things so that she could walk less. For example, finding someone or something. If the person wasn't there, she wouldn't go. The images became faster and faster. All kinds of images flashed in front of Ningxu. Ningxu didn't care much about them. She was just wondering when these images would disappear. She didn't want to look anymore. However, these images still appeared frame by frame. Ningxu squatted down, held an umbrella, and supported her chin with one hand. She looked at these images indifferently. Prophecies were actually speculations about what would happen in the future based on the current situation. Perhaps it wasn't 100% accurate. Sometimes, logic was needed to support the theory. These images disappeared after Ningxu flashed past them, revealing the original appearance of the city. The city was very bright. It was so bright that it felt a little dazzling. Someone next to her wailed. She held her head with both hands and her face was full of disbelief. This is impossible. It can't be like this. It was probably the task enforcers who saw the prophecy about themselves and refused to believe it. Some were in tears, some were gnashing their teeth, as if they wanted to tear someone apart alive. Anyway, many people were affected by these prophecies and probably had a knot in their heart. She didn't know if it was intentional or not. There would definitely be images that would sow discord between people. When the task enforcers saw it, they would be shocked and doubtful. The law of this city was a little bad. Before, in the city of witches, she was in so much pain that she didn't have any strength. Here, her mood was up and down. Ningxu said that she wanted to have a meal to relieve her mood. Ningxu walked into the restaurant. A loud music hit her in the face. Ningxu looked at the flickering lights in the dim room. There was even someone singing on the stage. There were many people dancing on the dance floor. This was completely the appearance of a modern bar. After walking through several cities, this was the first time she saw such a bar. A restaurant was converted into a bar. Ningxu turned around and wanted to leave. She wanted to eat, not drink. It was very noisy inside. Ningxu was now physically and mentally exhausted. It was too noisy. Guest, you must be here for the first time. The wine here is very special. Drinking it can make you forget all your troubles. Ningxu, drugs? The charming woman couldn't help but laugh. Her fingernails painted bright red pointed at Ningxu's nose. So cute. How can it be drugs? It's brewed with the water of the reincarnation pool. It can remove the resentment, hatred, and worries of the soul. Drinking it will make all your worries disappear. Ningshu's eyes widened. Wine brewed with the water of the reincarnation pool, was it a gimmick or real? How could people eat so much? Looking at Ningshu's shocked expression, the woman was overjoyed. You must be a task enforcer who just came to the space of law. The water of the reincarnation pool can purify the soul. The wine brewed with it can make people forget their troubles. Ningshu asked, is it true? I heard that the water of the reincarnation pool can wash away the impurities of the soul. But it can also erase the memories of the soul. Idiot, it's not all brewed with the water of the reincarnation pool. It must be done according to the rules. If it's all brewed with the water of the reincarnation pool, people will become stupid. The woman pulled Ningshu's arm and dragged her into the brightly lit bar. This one is on you. I guarantee you will want to drink more. Ningshu looked at the dark green wine in front of her. Her expression was very resistant. I don't drink. Ningshu shook her head and said directly /BKY. Not? I'm not charging you. I'm just letting you have a taste. You'll know how good it tastes after you try it. The water in the pool of rebirth can purify souls. This wine has the same effect, but it's not as effective. The lady boss couldn't help but say. Look around. Many people are drinking it. Ningshu was a little speechless. Don't try to trick me. Ningshu still refused. So many people jumped into the pool of rebirth. I won't drink it. She had pushed so many souls into the pool of rebirth. Seeing this wine, Ningshu thought of all kinds of creatures jumping in. Sorry, I can't drink it at all. The lady boss was stunned for a moment. She was obviously speechless by Ningshu's elegant and refined rejection. The lady boss smiled. Her bright red lips and snow-white teeth made her look very gorgeous. She was very beautiful, and her figure was curvy. She was very good-looking. He realized that the mission enforcers were all quite good-looking. There weren't any particularly ugly ones with distorted facial features. Of course, as the soul grew stronger, it would slowly adjust. Moreover, didn't the attribute panel have charm? It would slowly become more beautiful if he added it. Let me tell you. This wine has another effect. It can strengthen the soul. Ningshu looked at her in surprise. Why? The pool of rebirth will remove a part of the soul. The water in the pool of rebirth itself contains soul power. Moreover, it's very pure. Of course, there won't be a lot. If there's a lot, people won't do missions and will just drink it. Ningshu asked again, is the water from the reincarnation world all transported here? Won't it affect the pool of rebirth? Of course it's from the reincarnation world. It won't affect it much. There are so many reincarnation worlds. Even if I scoop a bowl of water from the pool of rebirth in each world, it'll be enough for me to brew wine for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the pool of rebirth is a living spring. Of course, there will be times when a living spring dries up. So, little cutie, I've told you so much. Are you going to drink it? The lady boss supported her chin in an extremely flirtatious manner. Ningshu felt a little psychological barrier and couldn't drink it. He sniffed it and smelled the rich fragrance of wine. It was quite charming. Why do you insist on letting me drink your wine? This kind of forceful promotion always made people feel that she did not have good intentions. The lady boss stood up and opened her arms with an intoxicated expression on her face. Because I like to see people's expressions of enjoyment and amazement after drinking my wine. Ningshu had nothing to say. He carefully took a sip, numbing his tongue. After drinking it, he felt a cooling sensation in his throat, as if it could dispel all the anxiety and discomfort in his heart. How is it? Does it taste good? The lady boss looked at Ningshu with a smile. Ningshu nodded. Not bad. As for soul strength, I didn't feel it. The soul power extracted from the reincarnation pool was used to support the world of reincarnation. The lady boss said disapprovingly, it's just a gimmick. It's good enough that it can make people forget their worries. No one will care if it has soul power or not. It's not like they're here for soul power. It's just for fun. The lady boss looked at Ningxu with a smile. This cup is free. Every customer who comes for the first time gets a cup. You have to pay for it in the future. It's not easy for me to run a business. Drinking the water from the reincarnation pool, Ningxu felt a little strange. His mind was filled with images of many souls jumping into the reincarnation pool. He felt a little troubled. If he did not see the reincarnation pool, it would be fine. But seeing it, he felt like drinking someone else's bathwater. Ningxu drank half of it and could not drink any more. It was too numbing for his tongue. Although it felt good after drinking it. But he felt addicted. Ningxu glanced at the bar. It was quite big, but because there were many people, it was especially crowded. The bar looked small. Business was good, and the taxes paid were high. Why aren't you drinking? Is it not good? The lady boss was a little dissatisfied that Ningxu did not finish the free drink. Ningxu smiled. I don't like drinking. And it's too noisy here. Oh, you're a good girl. The lady boss teased. Ningxu was speechless. Yes, good girl. Ningxu nodded very shamelessly. The lady boss played with Ningxu's hair bun. A leaf stretched out. The lady boss thought it was some kind of hair ornament and did not care. Ningxu quickly avoided her hand. Don't mess up my hair bun. You must have become a mission enforcer at a very young age. So pitiful. You died at such a young age. The lady boss sighed. It's better to be human. Mediocre and ordinary. You can start over after you die. This was the bad thing about being young. Others would think that she was immature. Ningxu did not think so. He struggled for an ordinary life and then started to be reincarnated. No one knew what his next life would be like. But everyone had their own thoughts. Ningxu did not refute. When he was ordinary, he hoped that he was unique and strong. He did not have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Money, he thought of himself as a different firework. He could not bear the strong pressure that came one after another. It made him feel that he might as well be an ordinary person and live a peaceful and happy life. Go away, you money. Everyone longed for things they did not have. I'll only let you go after you finish this glass of wine today. Otherwise, I won't let you go. There has never been a precedent of leaving without finishing a glass of wine. So, you can't set this precedent. The lady boss pushed the wine glass in front of Ningxu. Ningxu looked at the dark green wine. He could not help but think of the scene of a caterpillar being squashed and the green juice splattering out. Ningxu's throat gurgled. This bath water was hard to swallow. Why did you give me green? Ningxu was also tired. Isn't this color cute? In the end, Ningxu did not finish the glass of wine and left the bar. It was too noisy. He felt like vomiting. This kind of music reached the depths of his soul, making his soul tremble. Ningxu went to a restaurant in the city of water and ordered something to eat. His mouth was full of the taste of wine. He ordered some light dishes and pastries. Ningxu was eating when the lady boss, Xu Bai, came downstairs. She walked straight to Ningxu and sat opposite her. Ningxu asked the waiter to bring an extra pair of chopsticks. Let me treat you. You don't seem to be in good spirits. Xu Bai wanted to say something but hesitated. Then, she seemed to have forgotten what to say. She opened her mouth and said, City Lord, please eat first. Ningxu ate slowly. From time to time, he would look at Xu Bai, who was frowning. In any case, he should wait for her to finish eating before appearing. Otherwise, it would be like eating a bitter melon. Ningxu felt that Xu Bai must have encountered something. Since she came to find him, it should be something that was hard to talk about. If she did not say it, Ningxu would not force her to say it. As long as the other party did not say anything, she would not be in trouble. Ningxu ate alone happily. Xu Bai did not even move her chopsticks. The atmosphere at the table was a little strange. The passers-by could not help but take a few more glances. /BK While Ningxu was eating, Xu Bai looked at Ningxu with a bitter face. She didn't say anything, and Ningxu didn't say anything either. Recently, she always didn't say anything whenever she met someone. Ningxu said, don't tell me you also like me? Shubai was stunned for a moment before she shook her head. No. Then. Why do you look like you want to say something? What do you want to say? Ningxu said helplessly. He put down his chopsticks and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. If it was Zhang Jiasen, he would have directly thrown the bowl over and crushed it a few times. However, it was a beautiful woman like Shubai. Ningxu didn't have any enmity with her, so he definitely wouldn't do that. City Lord, are you full? Shubai asked. Ningxu said, how can I be full? He didn't feel full when he was in his soul state. He just ate to satisfy his cravings. When he chewed, he could also release his stress. Shubai asked the waiter to serve a few more dishes. The dishes were all very exquisite and looked very expensive. It was obvious that they were the restaurant's signature dishes. City Lord, have a taste. Ningxu looked at Shubai. She was sure that Shubai had something to do with her. Shubai must have something she needed her help with. Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Shubai stared at Ningxu and asked, City Lord, is it delicious? Ningxu nodded. It's delicious. You should eat some too. Shubai also picked up her chopsticks and ate with Ningxu. She even warmed up some wine. This wine was cold and clean, like a pure spirit spring. It had a faint wine fragrance. It wasn't the dark green color that he saw at the bar. Ningxu asked, is this wine brewed with the water of the reincarnation pool? Since when was the water of the reincarnation pool so easy to obtain? It could be used to brew wine. Back then, the reincarnation pool was born in the Nine Palace Mountain. It was quite tragic. Such a precious thing was actually used to brew wine. Shubai was stunned for a moment. No. City Lord, did you go to a bar? I heard that the alcohol there is brewed with the water from the pond of reincarnation. Although I don't know what dangers there are, it's better for City Lord not to drink that kind of alcohol. Shubai warned. It doesn't matter if you don't drink much, but if you drink too much, even if the proportion of the water from the pond of rebirth is relatively small, it will still accumulate in your soul. Although it can resolve your worries and forget your worries, how can a person not encounter unpleasant things in their life? It's not something that can be resolved by drinking. Unexpectedly, Shubai gave Ningxu a heartwarming chicken soup for the soul. Ningxu nodded. That's true. I didn't drink it after tasting it. Shubai poured a cup of clean wine for Ningxu. Ningxu said, didn't you say that you don't drink? This wine is different from that wine. Just treat it as a drink. Shubai took a sip and smacked her lips. Obviously, she didn't know how to drink. Ningxu was speechless. She was accompanying him to drink and eat. If Shubai didn't have anything to say to him, then she must be lonely and cold. That's why she insisted on accompanying him to eat. Ningxu drank a little wine and ate a big meal. There was no reason for Shubai to speak first. Shubai didn't speak until the meal was over. Ningxu was a little surprised. Could it be that she was really lonely and cold, so she specially accompanied him to eat? Ningxu stood up and was about to leave the table to pay the bill. Shubai panicked and immediately called out to her. Ningxu sat down again. Treat this meal as my treat, City Lord, Shubai said. Ningxu nodded. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Treating someone to a meal was a form of reciprocation. Shubai shook her head and fanned herself with her round fan. She fanned herself a little too quickly. It was obvious that she had something on her mind. Ningxu drank his tea leisurely. He wasn't in a hurry. Shubai finally opened her mouth. She said to Ningxu, City Lord, can you please protect Shubai? Ningxu was surprised. Protection? Did she mean that she needed a protective umbrella? Didn't Shubai have a protective umbrella behind her back? Was it really a good idea to find another protective umbrella? Ningxu put down the teacup and directly expressed the doubts in her heart. Don't you have someone protecting you? It's not good to find someone else. Although I don't know the person behind you, if we meet one day, it will be awkward for everyone. Shubai wasn't someone who didn't know how to conduct herself. Shubai's face was a little bitter. There won't be a day when we meet. Something happened to him. Ningxu was speechless. So, the powerful person behind Shubai died. If something happened to a mission enforcer, his soul would scatter and he wouldn't have a chance to start over. Stepping on this path was completely a gamble. He couldn't afford to lose. Ningxu was a little shocked that a powerful person like Shubai had met with an accident. No wonder Shubai was so shy and couldn't open her mouth. Asking for help was the most difficult thing in the world. Asking for help meant that one was useless and had to sacrifice something. Because something happened, Shubai had no choice but to find another protective umbrella. Ningxu was a little sad. He was a little depressed like Shubai. He didn't know how powerful Shubai's protective umbrella was in the past. It allowed her to open a restaurant with peace of mind. Shubai's expression was a little sad. I gave up the thorny path and chose to live a peaceful and happy life. However, there is a price to pay. If I'm so weak and don't have anyone to protect me, life will be difficult. If something happens one day, I won't be able to rely on myself. Ningxu drank a mouthful of tea. Are you regretting it? Regretting that you didn't become stronger and had to beg for help like this? What's there to regret? I don't regret it. Everything has a price. I chose to live a peaceful and happy life, so I have to pay the price at this time. When others become stronger, they will be respected at this time. Was there a way to have both in this world? There were two forks in the road. If one chose one, it was impossible to walk both paths at the same time. Ningxu tidied up her skirt and said indifferently, I might not be as strong as you think. I might not be able to protect you at all. You should find someone else. If she really chose to protect Shubai, then she would have a responsibility to Shubai. She would add another responsibility to her burden for no reason. Ningxu expressed that she wouldn't pressure herself if she could. Moreover, Ningxu had a clear understanding of her own strength. She didn't want to have another responsibility. She and Shubai were just acquaintances. They hadn't reached the point where they could rely on each other. Did Shubai trust her? Shubai shook her head and said, Shubai only wants to open a restaurant in Water City. You are the city lord of Water City. Of course, you are strong enough to protect me. Actually, many people know you after you caused a ruckus. With you protecting the restaurant, I am very relieved, said Shubai. You will take 30% of the restaurant's net profits. I only hope that the city lord can appear when something happens to the restaurant and protect it. Shubai clearly stated the remuneration. This was equivalent to paying tribute. I will pay tribute to you and you will be responsible for protecting me. If something happens to the restaurant, you will have to appear and deal with the restaurant. Even if nothing happened to the restaurant, the tribute would still be endless. She was looking for a backer, but not for free. She had to acknowledge a boss. Ningxu was a little tempted when he heard that he could get 30% of the money. However, if something happened, he had to be the first to take responsibility. The money was not for free. Ningxu did not expect that one day, someone would come to ask him to be their backer. This meant that he was now someone with some power. Ningxu shook his head. Forget it. You can find someone else. I'm busy. Shubai immediately said, I don't need you to protect me all the time. I just need you to help me when I'm in danger. I won't trouble you for ordinary small matters. Ningxu was quite tempted by the money, but he still said, I have a lot of enemies. If you really ask me to be your backer, there might be more people who will come to cause trouble. In the circle of nomological law incarnations, she was almost untouchable. She did not know why she could not get along with this group of people, especially when they had collectively targeted her last time and killed the Earth nomological law incarnation. Many people had been punished because of this. In short, if something really happened to her, this group of nomological law incarnations would probably set off firecrackers to celebrate. Shubai smiled and covered her mouth with a round fan, revealing the bridge of her nose and a pair of watery eyes. She still had the reserved and hazy look of a peepa covering half of her face. When she smiled like this, she was quite devastatingly beautiful. City Lord, I'm not stupid. I won't go around telling everyone that you're my backer. If a backer is exposed, then it's not a backer anymore. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to stir up trouble. However, it's more reassuring to have someone to rely on. Therefore, you don't have to worry about people coming to cause trouble. I can solve those small problems myself. Therefore, City Lord, do you want to be my backer and let me rely on you? Shubai relaxed and actually became a little mischievous. She probably saw that Ningxu was a little tempted and was now just short of convincing him. Ningxu's status was equivalent to the restaurant's consecrator. He would be given some money to protect the restaurant. Ningxu thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask how much profit the restaurant makes in a month?" If he could only get 1 or 200 merit points, Ningxu would not have bothered. With such a small amount, he did not want to take on this responsibility. Shubai said, "That depends on the business. Ever since the restrictions were imposed, the flow of people in the various law cities has decreased. Naturally, business is not as good as before. Business is sometimes good and sometimes bad. However, it can allow the city lord to obtain more than 50,000 merit points. Even if he took 30% of the 50,000 merit points, the net profit of the restaurant would only be about 200,000. The business of the restaurant was indeed not very good, but he could earn an additional 50,000 to 60,000 merit points every month, so he had accumulated quite a lot. Furthermore, the restaurant might not necessarily run into trouble. If it did, the amount of merit points accumulated would not be small. It was only natural for her to take action. Buying insurance for the restaurant, of course, insurance was not necessarily insurance. Shubai's previous backer was in trouble, and the money she had invested previously was gone. Ningxu did not even dare to take this small amount of money. He was afraid that he would be crippled. What was the point of working so hard? Since she dared to ask for it, then she dared to accept it. Since you trust me, then let's do it. Ningxu directly made the decision. Shubai immediately smiled. Thank you, City Lord. From today onwards, we are one. Shubai returned a document to Ningxu. It was considered a share certificate. The money given every month was equivalent to shares, and the money given every month was equivalent to the shares. Ningxu took the document and clinked glasses with Shubai. It was considered a cooperation. Shubai seemed to have solved the problem in her heart and relaxed. She was in the mood to tease Ningxu. There were many candidates, but in the end, she was chosen. Firstly, it was Water City. She was doing business in Water City, so she was under her protection. Secondly, she was strong enough. Her name was enough to deter those troublemakers. Thirdly, Shubai felt that this person's character was not bad. She had a good impression of him after interacting with him. Rather than finding someone difficult to get along with, it was better to find someone pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, she would be supporting a big boss and would feel aggrieved even if she spent money. Ningxu was quite happy that she actually made a deal when she came to eat. The disgusting feeling she had when she met Xianxia dissipated a little. Being treated as a backer was an acknowledgement of her strength. She was starting to get excited. After leaving the restaurant, Ningxu went to learn about prophecies. This time, when he entered the city, all kinds of prophecies did not appear. It was obvious that he had been tested before. Ningxu did not know how to comprehend things like prophecies. Should he throw copper coins? He learned some Maoshan technique and used spells to know some things. He did not know if there were any similar things used as a medium to predict good fortune or bad luck when he learned about prophecies. Ningxu took out the copper coins. He thought about something and then began to divine. It showed that it was fierce. Ningxu was speechless. It was not reliable at all. She was only predicting her next mission. How was it fierce? Even if it was not safe and auspicious, it should be a frightened but not dangerous one and return safely. But what did it mean by fierce? Ningxu picked up the copper coins, squatted by the side of the road, and threw it again. It was still fierce. Ningxu was in trouble. It did not matter whether the road ahead was good or bad. It affected his mentality. Ningxu calculated other things. Anyway, he did not believe the results. He did not know if it was accurate. He probably had not figured out the law of this law yet. He needed time to comprehend it. Ningxu repeatedly confirmed the deduction in his heart. The result was that the Xianxia man was no longer in the restaurant. He either went to do a mission or went to the void to look for something. In short, he was no longer in the restaurant. He did not know if it was right. Of course, he needed to confirm it. Ningxu immediately ran to the Xianxia man's restaurant and asked the waiter, "Is your boss here?" "Yes, upstairs," the waiter said. Ningxu felt his face burning. The prediction was not accurate. The Xianxia man leaned against the railing upstairs. Ningxu asked, "Why are you looking for me? Do you need me to send you something to purify?" Ningxu looked at her from the corner of his eyes and then ran away. He returned to the city of prophecies and recomprehended it. She did not realize it at all. She hurriedly made a prediction and slapped herself in the face. The stronger the person, the more difficult it was to make a prediction. Next time, she would make a smaller prediction. Perhaps she would predict that an ant would crawl in front of her. This kind of trivial prediction would definitely be accurate. Anyway, Ningxu did not make random predictions. After predicting the Xianxia man's movements, he felt that some of his soul power had been sucked away. Could it be that prophecies required power and soul power was also power? Then the mission taker who had the mark of the law of prophecy should not consume his power. Xianxia also became the city lord of Wu. I don't care if you look good or not. I don't care if you look good or not. If you weren't the world tree, I would have thrown you to the ground. Ningxu took out the spirit stone and began to absorb the spiritual power in it. When he was almost done, he used the fire pearl to refine it. He removed the impurities and purified the spiritual power. When the absorption speed of the spirit stone slowed down and was full, Ningxu stopped. After refining, he expanded his sea of consciousness. Only by expanding his sea of consciousness could it contain more spiritual power. After hammering and patching, he managed to expand his sea of consciousness a little. Ningxu planned to earn some extra money, such as soul crystals. Even if he didn't have soul crystals, he could look for other things. There were many void worlds. Recently, Elder Qi was hiding and didn't dare to come out. He couldn't buy a passage to the void world. He didn't even have the chance to search for treasures. Ningxu was a little worried that Elder Qi was obliterated. She still wanted to ask Elder Qi about the space law. The organization wouldn't kill him, right? After all, Elder Qi could make a lot of money for the organization. It should be fine. Besides the void world, there were no other places to search for treasures. As for searching for treasures, it was basically impossible. There might not be anything in a world. There were more treasures in the void world. Where could she get soul power? Ningxu thought about it and decided to go to the second level of the Nine Palace Mountain. Now that her spiritual power had expanded, she could scan a large area and find out if there were small workshops. If there was a small workshop, she might be able to get some soul fluid. Traveling around a world was a simple and easy thing. Maybe Yilin was still collecting soul fluid, but he might not have searched every place, especially the secret places. Now she seemed to have become competitors with Yilin. Both of them were fighting to collect soul fluid. There was probably very little soul fluid in that world. She also went to the fourth level to see if there were any beastmen. Ningxu entered the world of reincarnation and saw mermaids floating around. They were very beautiful. These mermaids were in groups. No matter where they went, they would go together. This group of beauties was even more spectacular. The colorful scales were especially eye-catching in this gloomy world. They were really beautiful. Ningxu looked at these obedient and good-looking creatures and revealed a mysterious smile. However, when these mermaids saw Ningxu, they immediately swam away. They looked at Ningxu as if he was a witch. However, Ningxu still revealed a mysterious smile as he looked at the beautiful mermaid. When he looked at the other souls, he felt that it was a little painful to the eyes, especially the souls of the pig people. Ningxu was a little surprised that the mermaid did not jump into the rebirth pool. To the naked eye, the rebirth pool was water. The mermaid who lived in the water didn't jump in. Ningxu walked to the front of the weeds. The weeds that he had planted before were a little withered, but they had sprouted new buds. They were clearly alive. There were actually quite a few souls hiding in this patch of weeds. Ningxu was thinking whether he should plant some fruit trees that could survive in the world of samsara. It could absorb the power of souls floating in the world of samsara. If the fruit had rich power of souls, he would send it to be purified. Although there would occasionally be one or two wild fruits in the world of samsara that seemed to have some power of souls. However, this was not what Ningxu wanted. Sword King stood motionless beside the rebirth pool. The souls that jumped into the rebirth pool couldn't help but glance at him. There was also a mischievous soul that said to Sword King, "Brother, why don't you jump first? Let's see you queue up first." Sword King didn't say a word. The Karen covered in lightning was snoring not far away. It had fallen asleep. Ningshu felt that he should plant some fruits in the morning and let the Thunder Karen guard it. Otherwise, he would sleep every day. Ningshu suddenly thought of something. What did the Thunder Karen eat? He had never seen the Thunder Karen eat. What did it eat? Did it never eat? Ningshu wanted to ask, but the Thunder Karen was sleeping and he was too lazy to wake it up. It was fine as long as it didn't starve to death. Ningshu entered the world of samsara and asked Li Si, "Is there anything wrong with the 2 rebirth pools?" Li Si touched his shiny, golden head and said, "It's okay. There's no problem for the time being. I guess the 2 rebirth pools scattered the souls. They won't give birth to any misfortune beasts soon." "Well, madam." Li Si was a little hesitant. He didn't know what to say. When she saw him like this, Ningshu was reminded of Shubai. Shubai had always looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitant. Ningshu didn't say anything. He waited for Li Si to speak. It wasn't her business. Why was she in a hurry to speak? She had to be proper. Ningshu turned the umbrella handle and looked at the rebirth pool. Li Si first touched his head with one hand. Then, he used both hands to rub his head. He looked very silly. Li Si stammered, "I want to jump into the rebirth pool to be reincarnated." Ningshu was very calm. He knew that Li Si had a knot in his heart. "Do you think you can find your master through the rebirth pool? But I've been here for so long and I haven't seen you. I think there's a higher chance of seeing you through the rebirth pool." Li Si felt guilty when he said this. He felt sorry for his madam. Ningshu knew that Li Si was thinking about the fool Pai Lupi. He was not surprised that he made such a request. He had to make him give up. Li Si's fate with his master was over. Ningshu said, "Let's not talk about whether you can reincarnate or not. Even if you can, you'll have forgotten everything. How can you find your pearl? Can you rely on telepathy? Secondly, your soul has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. It's fused with your bones. How can you reincarnate with your bones?" Ningshu had spent a lot of effort to cultivate Li Si. Now that his employee wanted to jump ship and go back to his old boss, he had to do his best to keep him. Li Si did not say anything. Ningshu knew that he was uncomfortable. He said, "You can try jumping into the rebirth pool. Try jumping in." He would not give up until he tried. Li Si looked at Ningshu. "Can I really jump in?" "You can try. If you can reincarnate, then you can go ahead." If he could reincarnate, then he lost. Li Si got Ningshu's permission. He pouted and jumped into the rebirth pool with a splash. He flopped around in the rebirth pool. As long as a soul jumped into the rebirth pool, it would quickly submerge. However, Li Si could not submerge. But anything that jumped into the rebirth pool would be purified by the rebirth pool. The golden merit on Li Si's body gradually faded. It was like a canvas that had been exposed to water. Li Si saw that the situation was not right. He quickly climbed into the rebirth pool. His body was dripping with water. Some parts of his bones had turned white. It revealed the original color of his bones. Ningshu's heart ached. That was merit. Who knew how much merit he had lost with this jump, /BK. Even if some of the methods to obtain power were a bit evil, there would still be people who would do it. After going to a bigger city, she found out that the dynasty was also cracking down on the matter of refining soul fluid. This kind of thing was classified as evil and crooked. Using human souls to refine soul fluid was, of course, evil and crooked. Even the rulers had to crack down on this kind of behavior for the sake of the people. Ningshu raised her eyebrows. It seemed that human rights were slowly rising now. It was no longer like before, where people were enslaved when they were alive and their souls were forever destroyed after death. Although people were still divided into different grades and ranks, human death was fair. If one wanted to live longer, they had to cultivate immortality. If they were really strong, they could live for a few thousand years or even 10,000 years. Ningshu sat in a restaurant and listened to the storyteller's story. His saliva was flying all over the place. The content of the story was about her destroying a few cities. In the past, she had the image of a red-haired demoness, but now she was actually written as a righteous person. Ningshu found it a bit funny. Was this trying to whitewash her? Thinking about it, it was normal. The change of dynasty was all based on overthrowing the previous one and building a new one. The rulers of the previous dynasties did this. If they denied her actions, they would be denying the ruler. The rulers all thought that they were the true dragon, the son of heaven. Everything they did was righteous, even if it was a rebellion. In short, Ningshu unexpectedly started to whitewash herself. Although she was still called the red-haired demoness, the meaning was not quite the same. Some versions even described her as a fairy because after destroying the cities, this person basically did not appear much. Some people thought that she had returned to heaven. Ningshu touched her face. She liked the word fairy. To rationalize her actions, from a certain perspective, it was also for the needs of the ruler. If one day someone rebelled, they might take out the red-haired demoness name and say that the act of rebellion was changing rotten things. Ningshu did not care whether the ordinary people had a good or bad impression of her. She would not rebel, nor would she live in this world. Since the imperial court was cracking down on this kind of crooked path, then those who wanted to refine soul fluid would not do it in the cities and villages with great fanfare. They would definitely do it secretly. Therefore, she had to go to a hidden mountain or some dangerous place where people rarely went. Few people went to these places, so it was not easy to be discovered. Ningshu raised a finger to the sky. There was no benefit in asking for help, not even a bit of merit. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Ningshu was speechless. She had quite a temper. Ningshu held the black bone umbrella, but the rain was so heavy that the umbrella was deformed. Ningshu saw a temple. Recently, there were many different kinds of religions in this world. All kinds of temples were being built. He worshipped an immortal whose name he couldn't name. Perhaps some cultivator flew over and was seen by others. They thought that he was an immortal, so they started to worship him. I'll pray for nothing. Once a person was free and satisfied with their basic physiological needs, they would have spiritual pursuits. However, this kind of temple was soon abandoned. People liked the new and hated the old. Ningshu walked into the temple. There was a group of little radish heads in the temple. The older ones were in their 20s, while the younger ones were 8 or 9 years old. Recently, the sect was recruiting in the capital city. These children were probably there to participate in the sect's recruitment. If they were seen by an immortal, they would reach the heavens in a single step. They would sever all ties with the short life of an ant in the mortal world. If the sect really took a look at them, they would reward their families handsomely. For something like immortal cultivation, one had to sever their ties with the mortal world. They would gradually distance themselves from their family. When their family's lifespan was up, they would still be alive. Gradually, they would lose their ties with the mortal world. Ningshu's soul was now strong. He looked like a real person at a glance. When the people in the temple saw Ningshu holding the umbrella, the older ones were wary, while the younger ones stared at Ningshu. Ningshu shook the rain off the umbrella. He felt that the heavens were doing this on purpose. Although there was a barrier that allowed him to walk freely, Ningshu was not in a hurry. He was here for a vacation. Ningshu sat at the side. The sky was gradually darkening. The rain was still heavy, and the small temple was leaking rain. The water dripped onto the ground. Some of the youths stared at Ningshu from time to time. Clearly, they were very good. Ningshu felt that it was fortunate that he was not wearing red clothes. Otherwise, these youths would be trembling in fear when they saw him. The red-clothed demoness was widely spread. Some of the older ones warned the younger ones, "Don't look. This is the wilderness. A lone woman appeared here. She's not a spirit. She's a fox spirit that eats people's hearts." In this world with many spirit beasts, all kinds of spirits and spirit beasts were very scary. There were many stories about spirit beasts that turned into human forms to harm people, eat people's hearts, cheat people's feelings, and demon beasts that loved humans. In any case, there were strange stories everywhere. As they spoke, they stared at Ningxu. Ningxu and the rest smiled, scaring these people into trembling. The sky was gradually darkening. He did not know why the heavens had trapped her here. Ningxu felt that it was better to stay in the temple. Actually, it could not trap her. She was a water dharma. This bit of rain could not do anything to her. However, Ningxu let nature take its course. I'm not afraid. You can do whatever you want. In the middle of the night, everyone was asleep. A 7 or 8-year-old little radish head tiptoed. Ningxu walked over and placed a pancake in front of her. Ningxu was expanding his sea of consciousness. Seeing this, he opened his eyes and looked at him. The little radish head did not expect Ningxu to suddenly open his eyes. She was shocked and almost cried. With a sobbing tone, she stuttered, Don't eat me. I'll give you a pancake to eat. Ningxu said, Take it back. I'm not hungry. You're going to participate in the sect recruitment, right? Yes, I think I can become an immortal. Ningxu used his spiritual energy to scan his bone structure. His bone structure was not good. He had 3 spirit roots, but he was the only one here with spirit roots. If he worked hard, he could build his foundation and become a golden core. If he wanted to climb higher, it would depend on luck. Ningxu nodded. You can become an immortal. Thank you, thank you. When the little radish head heard that she could become an immortal, she was especially happy. She felt that Ningxu might be an immortal too. She asked, Other than me, who else can become an immortal here? I'm not responsible for looking at other people. Ningxu said indifferently. Oh. The little radish head scratched her head. She mustered up her courage and said to Ningxu, You must be a fairy. I heard that fairies are all very beautiful. Of course, female demons were also very beautiful. Little Radish did not dare to say that. Ningxu liked people with good taste. Although her head was green, her face now was much better looking than before. She had 3 law imprints on her body, and 1 law/BK. His temperament was completely different. Sometimes, a person's face was not the most important thing, but temperament was. Temperament was unique, just like a label. Ningxu looked at the little radish head with a pleasant expression. I am indeed quite good-looking. The little radish head choked and did not know how to respond. Ningxu waved his hand. Take the pancakes away, I'm not eating them. Picking up the black bone umbrella, Ningxu decided to leave the temple. It's so dark now, are you leaving already? Wait until the sun rises. The little radish head hurriedly called out to Ningxu. It was so dark, he would definitely encounter some danger. Ningxu opened the umbrella and turned around. If I don't leave, no one can leave. Ningxu walked out of the temple, but after a few steps, he stopped and said indifferently, Sneaking around until now, still not coming out. A black figure appeared, wearing a straw raincoat. He raised his shiny sword and slashed at Ningxu. Ningxu stood still and directly attacked his sea of consciousness with his spiritual energy. The black figure suddenly screamed and stabbed his sword into the ground. He clutched his head and looked as if he was in great pain. What did you do to me? He was terrified. Ningxu floated and walked. He did not want to walk on the ground, in case the rain splashed on him. He walked in front of him. Do you want to tell me why you killed those people inside, or do you want me to search your soul? Searching your soul is very painful. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. Ningxu attacked his spiritual energy ball again. The man in the straw raincoat rolled on the ground in pain, covered in mud. Ningxu could feel a mixed soul force coming from this person. If such a situation occurred, it meant that this person was drinking soul fluid. That was why Ningxu was competing with him. I will never tell you. This person was probably in so much pain that he did not want to expose his secret, so he actually killed himself. He slapped his own head and cut off his own life. Ningxu was speechless. Was he stupid? Did you hear anything? I heard it too. It seems like there's a ghost. Someone is screaming. Some people in the temple woke up and heard the commotion in the forest. They hugged each other and shivered. The little radish head that gave him the pancakes was deeply worried. That fairy had gone out just now. Could something have happened to her? Little Radish Head wanted to go out and take a look, but he was held back by someone else, so he gave up. Since she was a fairy, she shouldn't be weak. She should be fine. He hadn't become an immortal yet, so he couldn't defeat demons and ghosts. Ningxu watched as this person's soul floated out of his body. His soul was emitting black smoke. Clearly, this was a soul that had been contaminated. Now, not everyone was willing to be refined into soul fluid. It was only natural that they would no longer resign themselves to being refined into soul fluid. When they were being refined into soul fluid, they would definitely be filled with resentment. This would increase the negative side effects of the soul, but that kind of physical purification couldn't really purify the soul completely. In other words, if he were to obtain soul fluid now, it would be a completely unprofitable business. It would also cause him to easily fall into a state of chi deviation. It was the same as the idiot Pai Lupi absorbing the soul stone. This person's soul floated out of his body. He wanted to use his soul to escape. At worst, he could just take over another person's body. Even if he was in soul form, he could still live. He even smiled proudly at Ningxu, taking advantage of Ningxu's inability to see souls. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. He found that his soul couldn't move. And the woman in front of him stared straight at him. "Tell me, where is your headquarters?" Ningxu was very excited because he could get soul fluid. Although the soul fluid was seriously contaminated, it would be a waste not to take it. Previously, she was in the wrong for scolding the villainous heavens. Now, they were giving her something. This person was probably here to kill people, capture their souls, and refine them into soul fluid. I don't know. The man was still stubborn. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Did he think that she couldn't do anything to him because he was in soul form? Sometimes, soul form hurt more. Feel the pain of your soul being torn apart. Ningxu directly activated soul search. When soul searching, everything that this person had experienced and secrets were completely revealed in front of Ningxu. The only thing that was a little unclear was that even this person didn't know where his headquarters was. Every time he went in and out, the surroundings were shrouded in black fog, and he couldn't see clearly. This was a little difficult to find. Ningxu began to get excited. Since it was so secretive, it must be on a large scale, and there must be a lot of soul fluid. So exciting, Ningxu let this soul bring him to this place. He wanted to destroy the soul fluid device. Now, this kind of activity had turned into an underground activity. Souls had to go to the world of reincarnation, and it was very difficult to get souls. If he wanted to get souls, he could only kill people. Even a person who collected souls drank so much soul fluid. That organization must have even more soul fluid. This soul had been tortured to death by Ningxu. He could only follow Ningxu's instructions and bring Ningxu to the headquarters. This was a place shrouded in black fog, surrounded by poisonous grass. The trees had no leaves and were bare. When the black fog was thick, one couldn't even see their own fingers. Moreover, it was poisonous. Ordinary people didn't dare to come here. Even if a cultivator came here, it wouldn't be good. Ningxu directly turned invisible and let the soul bring him in. He also promised that if he brought her in, he would give her a chance to reincarnate. The man sneered at this. "Who do you think you are? A chance to reincarnate? I don't want to reincarnate at all. You can fantasize about it." He brought her here and handed her over to a capable person to deal with. There were many powerful people in the village. Damn, where is she? Why is she gone? Was she swallowed by the poisonous fog? That's good. Keep walking. What are you doing? Ningxu couldn't help but say when he saw the soul startled. The man was startled. She was still here. Why couldn't he see her body? After walking through the thick black fog, the soul relied on the token to guide the way. Ningxu followed behind him. After walking for a while, it finally opened up. On the other side of the black fog was a beautiful scenery. There was a huge palace in the canyon. The palace seemed to be surrounded by villages. Some people were still farming. It looked like an ordinary village. Xiaoxia, how did you become a soul? Were you killed? A villager saw Xiaoxia's soul and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Xiaojia's mouth twitched. He didn't know if that person was still by his side. Someone broke in. Go and inform the elders. Hurry. Out of his love for his hometown and organization, Xiaojia shouted. He planned to sacrifice himself to inform everyone. When the villagers heard this, their mental state and appearance immediately changed. They became ferocious, took out their weapons, and looked around vigilantly. BK Ningxu entered the village and went straight to the palace. There must be a lot of soul fluid in the palace. Ningxu ignored these villagers. The invisible Ningxu walked into the palace as if no one was there. Soon, the palace rang a bell, informing all the villagers that someone had invaded. The villagers who were working threw away their hoes and picked up their weapons, swarming towards the palace. Ningxu saw that the pool was full of soul fluid with black smoke. This was the first time he saw soul fluid like this. The soul fluid before was gray and didn't emit black smoke. Absorbing this kind of soul fluid was no different from courting death. Ningxu didn't hesitate and collected all the soul fluid in the pool. There was also some distilled soul fluid. Even if it was distilled, it was still very dirty. Ningxu took them all away, and finally destroyed the array formation and the purification device. The people who rushed over saw the vines covering the sky and gritted their teeth. Red Witch. They had already hidden here, but this witch still chased them here. What used to be reasonable and legal was now being criticized. They hid here, but the Red Witch didn't let them go. She was going too far. Red Witch, get out here. Get out here. The soul who committed suicide said weakly, but she's not red, she's white. The surrounding people stared at her angrily. Can't she change her clothes and always wear red? The vines covered the entire palace. As long as she exerted her strength, the entire palace would collapse. Heavens, how can this be? Without soul fluid, we can't live. We can't live without soul fluid. The villagers were shocked and angry. They would absorb some soul fluid from time to time to replenish their withered souls. Without soul fluid, all of them would die. Red Witch, you've done a lot of harm. Protect the palace, we have to live. Kill the murderer. Ningxu looked at these people who were so wrong that they couldn't control themselves. It was as if he had suffered a great grievance. He suddenly felt a little good. He removed the invisibility barrier and looked at these people. Seeing the person in person, the villagers became even more excited. One by one, they took out their weapons. There were all kinds of weapons, and there were also spiritual energy fluctuations around them. It seemed that they were cultivators. So many self-cultivators had gathered here, yet they insisted on drinking the soul fluid. Ningxu controlled the vines and exerted a little force, causing a wall to collapse. The villagers' expressions immediately became as painful as if their parents had died. Demoness in red, it doesn't matter if you take the soul fluid, but you cannot destroy the palace. So many people need soul fluid to survive. You destroyed the palace and killed so many people. Do you dare to shoulder such a great karma? The elder stepped forward and looked at Ningxu. There are also so many children in the village. Ningxu laughed out loud. Why wouldn't I dare to bear the burden of karma? Your ignoble existence is built on the lives of others. Don't tell me that bandits commit crimes because they have no other choice. Because bandits have to raise children, do you know how hard we work to survive? This statement is not tenable. Ningxu had just finished speaking when the entire palace collapsed. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. You want to kill others, but you don't even have their afterlife. You feel so wronged. So much soul fluid could only be gathered by killing so many people, not to mention the soul fluid absorbed before. The souls of these villagers were mixed and emitted black smoke. Absorbing the soul fluid was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The building collapsed. The villagers' faces were filled with despair and defeat. They looked at Ningxu with extreme resentment. One by one, they cursed Ningxu. The curses of people with cultivation were more effective than the curses of ordinary people. Waves of curses floated over to Ningxu. Suddenly, the soul bell rang. It seemed to shake a little. The crisp sound directly dissolved the curses. These curses dissipated before they could even touch Ningxu's body. The 500,000 merit points bell was really not bad. Moreover, when the bell rang, Ningxu felt that his soul had become much clearer. If he fell into some kind of demonic state, he would be able to wake up when he heard the bell. Seeing Ningxu floating there perfectly fine, so indifferent and emotionless, these villagers gnashed their teeth in hatred. Those are just some weak mortals. It is their honor to be able to offer their souls to us. Ningxu did not say anything. He was afraid that it was not just mortals. These people actually wanted to get cultivators. Because cultivators' souls were tougher and stronger than mortals without cultivation. Ningxu stretched out his vines and directly killed the leading elder. This elder seemed to be the leader of this village. The leader died, but these people were like a group of dragons without a leader. Without soul fluid, these people would slowly disappear. When the elder saw these vines, he felt very uneasy. Moreover, he was clear about the demonic woman in red style. He would not be able to escape death. He was already prepared to escape. However, he was still killed before he could react. Elder, heavens, mournful cries and the ignorant cries of children dyed this village with the color of loneliness. There were all kinds of curses. That was the fear and despair when facing death. Not only was it sorrow for the elder, but it was also for their future. Ningxu kept the vines and directly left. He was too lazy to care about these people. Karma, if it was really karma, the heavenly Tao would not have lured her over. At least there would be some gains. Ningxu magnanimously forgave the heavenly Tao's scheme. The entire village carried a lot of karma. Hiding, who knows how many people she killed. However, these villagers felt very wronged. They were slaughtering pigs and chickens. You actually want them to pay with their lives. This soul fluid was filled with all kinds of negative things. It was emitting black smoke. Ningxu did not dare to touch it at all. When he brought it back, the first thing he did was to find the main system to purify it. If it was left in the space, if it spilled, it would invisibly pollute her soul. As soon as Ningxu left the village, there was a downpour. It directly diluted the thick fog. Without this thing as a protective umbrella, the imperial court and some cultivators would come looking for him. But as soon as he left the village, he ran into Yilin. When Yilin saw Ningxu, he also had a complex expression. In particular, when he saw that Ningxu had become stronger again, just like before, his expression became even more complicated. He always felt that she was playing around. One moment she was strong and the next she was weak. Yilin cupped his hands. Moss, Senior. Ningxu nodded. You also came to look for soul fluid. I'll take it first. Yilin was alone. Was Bai Sisi not by Yilin's side? And what about the young hunter boy? They had been traveling with 3 people before, so why was Yilin alone now? But it didn't matter. Ningxu didn't ask. He only said, have the earthworm come out. Let me catch up with it. /BK At the mention of soul crystals, Ningxu shook her head. She was lucky this time. If she went back again, His Excellency would eat her up. She didn't dare to challenge the bottom line of these big bosses. If she went overboard, killing her would be as easy as killing an ant. The death of a mission enforcer was insignificant to these people. As expected, there wasn't much soul power after purification. There were too many impurities, so there wasn't much soul power left. He gave some to the Xianxia man. As for the rest, Ningxu took it back to his system space and stored it. He left some to prevent any problems with the soul in the future. It was better to have some in stock. The chat system dinged. Ningxu opened it. It was from His Excellency. Usually, she was the one looking for His Excellency. His Excellency rarely looked for her. Even if he looked for her, it was because he had something to do with her. She sent a picture. Ningxu opened it. It was a picture of a baby. The baby was wearing a red doo-doo and had snow-white skin. It was really a good-looking baby. Ningxu's mind flashed. This is the black fog, right? It transformed so quickly? Ningxu suddenly realized why His Excellency sent him a picture. It was to show off the baby. His Excellency replied, it's because I taught it well. Ningxu nodded. Yes, it's because you taught it well. Is it a boy or a girl? The doo-doo covered that area. Ningxu didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. He secretly wanted a girl. After all, this child was an existence that balanced the world of reincarnation. Girls were easy to get along with. He was really fed up with those people who were born naturally. It must be a pretty good girl. She ate countless souls with her mouth. After that, she turned into a cute little girl. Ningxu felt that it was really cute. His Excellency, why are you so shallow? First, you asked about the gender. Ningxu? How was it shallow to ask about the gender? After asking clearly, she could decide how to treat this child. Ningxu, does the child not have a gender? So he didn't ask. His Excellency didn't want to answer. Ningxu changed the topic. It's not important whether it's a boy or a girl. Since it has successfully transformed, it can come back. The world of reincarnation needs it. Abyssal Prefect, Ningxu could tell from the long string of ellipses that Abyssal Prefect Xianxia's emotions. Ningxu sighed and said, after all, this child was born in this world of reincarnation. Her mission is in this world. If you like her, you can come and see her at any time. Abyssal Prefect, Ningxu continued, you know, there is nothing in my world now. I can only rely on this child. Abyssal Prefect, you want this child to stay in that tiny little world of yours? If anything happens in such a small world, you can't even solve it yourself. How can you be so useless? The Abyssal Prefect was like an old mother whose child was about to be snatched away. He probably didn't expect that someone would want to snatch his child away from him. Bad guy, Ningxu said, I am indeed incompetent, but the balance of the world depends on him. Abyssal Prefect, you want to enslave such a small child? You are rotten. Ningxu, I have no choice. The main thing is that there is no power in the world of reincarnation. I can only rely on this child. If something happens in the world of reincarnation, this child will also be in trouble. No, nothing will happen to him. He will be useful. You don't have to worry about him. Ningxu felt that if she continued to discuss with Abyssal Prefect Xianxia, Abyssal Prefect Xianxia would blacklist her and they would never see each other again. Ningxu said, calm down. If there is power in my world of reincarnation, this child can stay with you as long as he wants. If something happens in the world of reincarnation and he appears, he can do whatever he wants. Abyssal Prefect was silent for a while. Don't you want the method of making skeletons? You are beating around the bush. Hypocritical and disgusting. Ningxu slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, when can I take him back? I will take good care of him. How will you take care of him? Abyssal Prefect asked. Ningxu, in the world of reincarnation, he can do whatever he wants. Abyssal Prefect, haha, you are so relaxed. You don't care about the danger the child will encounter. Ningxu, what danger? In the world of reincarnation, all the souls were his food. He was the most dangerous one. Abyssal Prefect was really unreasonable and protective of his child. Abyssal Prefect, come over here. Ningxu asked carefully, what for? Abyssal Prefect, don't you want the method of making skeletons? I will tell you. Ningxu's heart beat wildly. I can't come to you. Can you make a space tunnel? Abyssal Prefect, why are you so useless? You are so weak. How can you have the nerve to ask? Aren't you ashamed? Ningxu, no, no. Knowing that Abyssal Prefect was angry, Ningxu magnanimously forgave him. After a while, a black door with carved patterns appeared in front of him. Ningxu opened the black bone umbrella and walked through the black door. The moment Ningxu entered, the door closed and disappeared. Ningxu appeared in a world of reincarnation. Moreover, he appeared in a sea of flowers. All kinds of flowers swayed in the wind. It was a magnificent, terrifying sight. He walked to the front of the house. This palace was built very big and very tall. The pillars were so tall that they reached the black clouds. This building was probably built according to Abyssal Prefect's original size. She was like an ant standing in front of a 100-story building. She couldn't understand this majesty. Poverty limited imagination. Ningxu walked into the palace like an ant. He saw a huge chair with white bones. Such a huge chair was actually made of white bones. How many corpses did it take? Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An abyssal prefect in a tuxedo walked out with a chubby child in his arms. When abyssal prefect saw Ningxu's expression, he still said, "Someone will tell you how to make it later. But you must promise not to restrict him in the future." Ningxu nodded and looked at the child in his arms. Abyssal prefect tidied up the child's undergarment so that Ningxu wouldn't see the child's gender. "Ningxu, what's there to hide? If you don't want me to see, just tell me the child's gender." "Why are you being so secretive? Is it really not growing?" Ningxu was a little depressed. He reached out and said, "Let me hold him." "I haven't held him yet." "Is it that important?" Abyssal prefect's expression was indifferent. Ningxu retracted his hand. He didn't want to argue with abyssal prefect. Abyssal prefect treated this child like a treasure. Ningxu didn't have any objections. "You like to carry." /BK If she was asked to take care of a child in a bellyband, she would be the first to break down. So Ningxu was not embarrassed at all when she was rejected. Maybe she couldn't even carry the child, which would be even more embarrassing. She couldn't treat this kind of child as an ordinary child. His Excellency pulled a chair and sat down, holding the child and not letting go. Anyway, he would never get tired of playing with the child. Then he watched the child crawling on the black floor. His Excellency held his head and stared at the child. Ningxu stood without a chair. His Excellency didn't care that there were guests in his house. His Excellency didn't speak. Ningxu waited. His Excellency had promised to tell her anyway. So Ningxu stood quietly and looked at His Excellency's palace. How much manpower did it take to build such a huge palace, and where did he find such a pure black floor? It was so black that it reflected light. It was obviously high-end. She didn't know if she could build such a high-end palace for the child in the future. Ningxu suddenly thought of something and asked His Excellency, "What will the child look like when he grows up? He hasn't reached the battle mode yet. What kind of magnificent body can he transform into in your worldlet?" His Excellency took the opportunity to mock Ningxu. Ningxu nodded and said carelessly, yes, you're right." "Will he transform into something like you in the future? Would he also be a big Xianxia?" "Of course, it's best for me to be like this. It's best for fighting." "Why? Do you have any dissatisfaction?" His Excellency looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said, "No, I don't have any dissatisfaction." Ningxu was more than happy to have someone take care of the child for her and teach him step by step. Instead, she felt that she had taken advantage of him. Furthermore, as an abyssal prefect, as a fellow abyssal prefect, would be able to guide the child better. As for the child being close to His Excellency in the future, Ningxu didn't think it was a big deal. As long as he fulfilled his responsibilities in the world of samsara, he could do whatever he wanted. After work, no one would care what he did. And His Excellency kept the child from contacting her. He was probably afraid that the child would have feelings for her. Ningxu. Facing the Xianxia that could eat him at any time, he couldn't develop any feelings. The abyssal prefect squinted his eyes and wiped the saliva from the child's mouth with a handkerchief. Originally, it was the child's responsibility to maintain the stability of the world of reincarnation. Regardless of whether it was the birth of the world of reincarnation or the excessive number of souls, the world of reincarnation was affected. They should deal with it. The reason why creatures like Bonehead were born was to reduce the workload of abyssal prefects and also to deal with the planar worms. These things were all painstakingly done by His Excellency. Of course, His Excellency didn't want this child to suffer like him in the future. Now that someone was willing to shoulder the responsibility of raising a child and do what a child should do, the abyssal prefect was naturally happy. That was why an abyssal prefect was willing to tell her the method of creating skeletons, allowing her to bear the responsibility of raising the child. Secondly, the abyssal prefect would owe her a favor, and in the future, he wouldn't be so lenient with the child. With this as the condition. In short, both sides felt that they had gained an advantage. Ningxu obtained the method to create the skeletons, while the abyssal prefect obtained custody of the child. Ningxu saw that the abyssal prefect didn't say anything. He called her over but didn't say anything. Ningxu wasn't in a hurry either. Anyway, there was plenty of time now. Eternal life could be used as a tempering of the mind. He wasn't in a hurry. He was as calm as water. Big boss, big boss. The voice of skeletons sounded outside the hall. Then, many skeletons with shining golden bodies came in. As soon as these skeletons came in, they immediately bowed to the Abyssal Prefect and then called Ningxu a beauty. The Abyssal Prefect carried the child and left. Before he left, he said to the skeletons, "Tell her the method to create skeletons." Yes. The skeletons received the order and stood in a neat row. When the Abyssal Prefect left, these skeletons praised Ningxu for being beautiful and tall. Ningxu accepted the praise with a smile and said, "You are also very handsome. Please tell me the secret of your birth." Ningxu was a bit impatient. In the past, he had pestered the Abyssal Prefect for a long time, but the Abyssal Prefect didn't agree. This time, because of the child, there was an opportunity. The skeleton said, "First, you have to know that we were born from the soul of obsession. So the first thing we have to do is to find the corpse of a dead person, especially the kind that has just died. It is both a bit of vitality and a bit of death aura." Ningxu asked, "Then do you remember the past?" "I don't remember. Under the extreme pain, these memories have been shattered." The skeleton said. Ningxu, souls with deep obsession had things that they couldn't let go of. The obsession that accumulated over time was deeply rooted. This kind of soul was difficult to purify even in the reincarnation pool. Even if it was eaten, it didn't taste good. Probably even the Abyssal Prefect didn't like to eat this kind of soul. This kind of soul with deep obsession would increase the burden of the world of reincarnation. Since this kind of soul had deep obsession, it was very suitable to be made into a skeleton. The skeleton continued, "In addition to finding suitable corpses, you also have to find souls with deep obsession. You have to complete it with complicated spells and magic circles. Moreover, not every soul and skeleton will succeed. The success rate varies. If you don't do it properly, you may fail. Also, the soul may not have enough obsession and can't bear the pain. It will also collapse and the soul will scatter." Ningxu, there is no painless method to increase the success rate? The current method is already being improved. If it was in the past, the success rate of 11% would be considered high. Ningxu nodded. "I know. Please tell me the method and help me find souls with deep obsession. I can give you a reward." Her world of reincarnation was only so big. How could she find souls with deep obsession? Therefore, to find souls with deep obsession, she had to find them in hundreds of millions of planes. That's easy. I am willing to serve the beauty. How much is the reward? It will make those bastards excited and look everywhere for souls with deep obsession. The skeleton's lower jaw opened and closed as it said. Ningxu thought for a while and said, 5 merit grains. 1 merit grain was 1,000 merit points. Then 5 would be 5,000 merit points. Okay, then issue the order. A skeleton said and opened the chat system. Then, it began to issue the mission. She didn't expect these skeletons to play the chat system so well. The mission can't be issued anymore. Wait for those bastards to send the souls over. Also, you need to find corpses. It's best if they are male because their bones are bigger and stronger. In terms of strength, female skeletons are stronger. Therefore, male corpses are preferred. And the corpses of young adults are better than those of old and weak. /BK Ningxu memorized the words of these skeletons. Another skeleton took out a thick book. This is the method to create a skeleton army. Ningxu took the book with both hands. There were some mottled traces on the book, a little like bloodstains, but also a little like other filth. But the thing inside was the method to create a skeleton army. If you want to find corpses, it's best to ask the army. They patrol the plains and may know more about which plains are having wars, plagues, disasters, and the like. There will be large-scale deaths. You can go to such places to find corpses and give the army some benefits. Many people are willing to earn extra money. Ningxu listened very seriously. She felt that these skeletons were really too cute. Telling her these experiences saved her a lot of detours. They really told her with all their heart. Ningxu thanked them and gave each skeleton 10 merit grains. Tens of thousands of merit grains were distributed. Ningxu was a little depressed. It was really too expensive. Without the taxes of the Law City, where could she earn money? Rely on picking up garbage and F***king owing her wages. Fortunately, there was a tribute now. The money given by Shubai's restaurant might be enough. Moreover, a large sum of commission was about to be distributed. Because the skeletons found the souls with deep obsession, she had to pay the commission. There was also the commission to hire the army. Ningxu felt that she had to tighten her belt in order to live. She felt that her whole person was not very good. If she was alone, the money she had was enough. But she still had to nurture skeletons. That was a huge amount of merit grains. Ningxu was speechless. Why am I always a pauper? The taxes of the city were simply Ningxu's pain in her heart. After the skeletons received the merit grains, although they did not know how to smile, they spoke much more amiably. It could be seen that these skeletons should be the leaders of the skeletons. They could directly meet with His Excellency. To be honest, Ningxu felt quite flattered. She felt that His Excellency had sent such a skeleton boss to explain to her. He felt that even though His Excellency was a little two-faced, he still kept his promise. Ningxu asked the question in her heart, if we're looking for male corpses, but if there's a woman in the soul, wouldn't it be incompatible if we also put a man's corpse in there? Actually, it doesn't matter. If you want to find the bones of a woman, it is also possible. The skeleton said. Ningxu nodded. So that's how it is. So it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. Ningxu sat on the ground and flipped through the notebook page by page, including some details, incantations, and spell formations. Anyway, Ningxu had never seen something so complicated before. He was dizzy from looking at it, but Ningxu still remembered it. The boss said that this book is for you. A skeleton said. Ningxu smiled happily. Thank you. This thick notebook recorded skeletons' experiences of success and failure. She immediately obtained the best production method. The few skeletons said what they needed to say and then left. Ningxu sat on the floor and flipped through the pages. Although these things were in his mind, when it came to the actual experiment, Ningxu estimated that he would still need someone to guide him. Of course, it would cost money. After His Excellency gave the order, he didn't appear again. He probably went to raise the child. So, what was the gender of that child? Ningxu took the notebook and returned to the system space. In order to be able to successfully arrange such a formation, Ningxu practiced over and over again. He couldn't wait until it was time to arrange it. When it came to the beginning, he would be in a hurry. If he couldn't draw it, he would lose the corpse and the soul. Souls with deep obsession were not easy to find. Although the bones were easy to find, it had to be the kind that had just died. He had to be in a hurry, so the restrictions were quite large. He had to freeze the bones in an instant, so that the bones could coexist with the vitality and death aura, so that they could wander in the world of reincarnation and the world of the living. Ningxu finally drew the formation, but his spiritual power was completely drained, and even some of his soul power was taken away. He was dizzy and very uncomfortable. Ningxu absorbed some spiritual stones and tempered his spiritual power. His spiritual power was no longer empty and uncomfortable. And his spiritual power was slowly recovering and becoming stronger. Ningxu opened the chat system and looked for Fragrant Wind Man. Fragrant Wind Man was a big boss in the army, so he had to discuss this kind of thing with him. Ningxu directly stated his intention and wanted to borrow some soldiers to look for corpses. Fragrant Wind Man heard this and asked directly, "How much will you pay my people?" Ningxu estimated that the army was really short of military funds. 2,000 merit points per person, and I want to know where the corpses are. It's best to call him O Ming. It was good to cooperate with familiar people. Fragrant Wind Man said directly, "Okay, since you want to collect corpses, it's best to bring a bigger space. Are you going to start making skeletons?" Ningxu nodded. Fragrant Wind Man said, "Okay, remember to prepare the reward." Anyway, those people who were resting had nothing to do, so they might as well earn some extra money. Even if they were patrolling the plane, they would do it in shifts. It was impossible to let these soldiers patrol day and night. Other than patrolling, they also had to deal with the problem of broken planes. For example, holding on to lost planes depended on the soldiers. Fragrant Wind Man sent Ningxu to the void, where the army was waiting for him. As soon as Ningxu arrived, she saw a large group of soldiers. Everyone was wearing military uniforms. Mo Ming stood at the front with a military cap on his head. He was tall and straight. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, there were so many people. 1,000 per person. This was definitely not a small number. Ningxu seriously suspected that Fragrant Wind Man was here to cheat him of his merit points. It was obviously something that didn't require much skill, but it actually involved nearly 500 people. Mo Ming asked Ningxu, "Can we set off now?" Ningxu looked at the soldiers behind him and asked, "Do we need so many people? Won't it be a waste of resources?" Mo Ming smiled. "No, we need to split up to find suitable planes. These people are far from enough." Ningxu nodded. "Then we'll have to trouble you." Mo Ming pointed to a line of people and said, "You guys go over there. One team will follow us. The rest will split up. Be careful when you move. Don't be discovered by the people of the plane. If you find a suitable corpse, freeze it immediately and put it in the space." "Yes." Everyone saluted and then split up, disappearing instantly. He always felt that these soldiers had more advanced technology on their bodies. Ningxu whispered to Mo Ming, "You're really impressive now. Your body is quite good." He was not as sickly as before. Mo Ming shook his head. "Since we're here, we have to work hard to live. If we don't, when disaster comes, only death will await us." Ningxu nodded. "That's true. It's good to live. Live for the sake of living." Mo Ming arranged for a group of people to follow him. They jumped through the wormhole and headed to their destination. This wormhole was a bit like a walking space tunnel. Mo Ming glanced at Ningxu's head and pointed at her head. "You have leaves on your head." Ningxu had given up on treatment. Anyway, her hair bun could no longer cover the leaves. The leaves would stick out by themselves. Ningxu said, "It's just a special head ornament. Don't worry about these small details." It was good that she did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. If she did, she would want to take the leaves off at any moment. Mo Ming did not say anything. He looked away from Ningxu's head and said, "According to the information sent, a large-scale war has broken out in this plane. It's very chaotic now." Mo Ming, Ningxu, and the others entered the plane. They floated in the sky and looked at the people below who were fighting. Ningxu scanned. This was an ancient era of cold weapons. People fought with swords and spears. Attacking cities and seizing territories depended on human lives. Now, the war below was in full swing. Shouts shook the sky, and the smell of blood filled the air. There was also a strong sense of despair and hostility. The world that was united for a long time must be divided, and divided for a long time must be united. War was the eternal theme of humans. Under the attack of the lethal weapons, the corpses fell down one by one. These were the corpses that Ningxu wanted. The moment they fell, they froze the bodies. They did not freeze the bodies into ice cubes. Instead, they preserved the vitality in their bodies when they died. Ningxu and the others did this, but they would not interfere in the war. "I used to be a member of the human race. Now, watching humans fight, it's like two groups of ants fighting," Mo Ming said calmly. Wasn't it just watching ants fight? They did not care at all who won or lost. They were not interested in knowing who would win. Compared to fighting for a city or a country, there was a bigger world outside. Fighting for such a small world was like ants fighting for a piece of biscuit that had fallen on the ground. Moreover, it was not suitable for them to participate in the war. They had entered the plane by force. If they interfered, it would be too harmful to the plane. As for the disappearance of some corpses after the end of the war, that would be left as an unsolved mystery. There were countless unsolved mysteries in this world. "You're doing well now. You're developing well." Mo Ming looked at Ningxu and said, "You're free and strong." Ningxu waved his hand and shook his head. Freedom and power are relative. Now, she was definitely stronger than when she had just become a mission enforcer. However, as for freedom, that might not be the case. There were still many things that she was busy with every day. Everyone had their own troubles. You're doing well now. I didn't expect you to develop so well. Ningxu returned the compliment. Mo Ming had just entered the army not long ago. To be able to become an officer, he had too many talents, especially his soaring purple providence. When he was still alive, even his body couldn't withstand such a noble aura, and his body was crippled. If one's luck was not strong enough, it was easy to get into trouble. Even someone as lucky as Mo Ming could get into trouble easily and become crippled. It would probably be difficult to purify Mo Ming in the rebirth pool. They were quite difficult to chew on and were not easy to evolve. This was because they had fate and virtue, and they could not absorb too much soul energy. When faced with such a situation, the rebirth pool would probably want to cry. Ningxu didn't want the corpses that had lost arms or legs in the war. Ningxu also didn't want some of the disabled soldiers, such as the older soldiers who were used to charge forward. Moreover, even if the bones of the dead were damaged, although it didn't affect the integrity of the bones, Ningxu still wouldn't want them. It was not easy to find a soul with deep obsession. If he found one, he would have to give 5 merit grains. He didn't want to get an imperfect body. Moreover, the defective bones might be the first to collapse during the creation process. When that happened, the bones would collapse and the soul would disappear. Therefore, even though many people died in the war, there weren't many corpses that met the requirements. There were corpses that had their heads chopped off, and there were corpses that fell from the city walls. Their bodies were all deformed. Some had their intestines pierced through, but this kind of fatal injury didn't damage the bones. To Ningxu, this was what he needed the most. As long as he used his mental power to scan, Ningxu would know that the bones of those corpses had internal injuries. Since they were soldiers, especially corpses that had been in the army for a long time, their bodies would have internal injuries. Some of their bones would have scratches, sword wounds, and knife wounds. Even if their bones were fractured or their legs were broken, these injuries would leave traces on the bones even if they were healed. This kind of body was also not qualified. Ningxu didn't want the skeletons he created to have all kinds of scars on their bodies. It would be best if they were beautiful and had no scars on their bodies. Perfect skeletons. Only such skeletons would look good and have delicate features. When the time came to absorb the merit grains, they would definitely be smooth and shiny. They would look very beautiful. Ningxu gradually understood the aesthetics of skeletons. Skeletons could also be very beautiful. He tried his best to create perfect skeletons. In the end, the side that defended the city won the war. Ningxu turned invisible and put away the corpses that had just been frozen. Other than Ningxu, the others were also quickly picking up the corpses. In a flash, the corpses were gone. Those who saw it would only think that their eyes were playing tricks on them and that what they saw was an illusion. Many people had died, but not many of the corpses were qualified. Ningxu and the others rushed to the next battlefield. This world was now in a state of war. The countries were scattered. The current war was all for the sake of unification in the future. These people were fighting in the front, and the people behind were picking up the corpses. Ningxu felt that there weren't many qualified bodies that died because of the war. Perhaps there were more that died because of the plague. The plague destroyed the organs and skin, but it didn't affect the bones much. They went through many planes in a row. The corpses they found had to be screened before they could pick out qualified corpses. Even for these qualified corpses, the surface of the skin and flesh had to be removed cleanly, and then the soul had to be fused into it. The process of fusing was extremely painful. At this time, it was a test of the soul's wisdom and endurance. If they couldn't endure it, they would really die. Therefore, there were far from enough corpses. Ningxu took advantage of the help of these soldiers to find as many planes as possible. With so many planes, even if there were only 10 qualified corpses in each plane, with such a large base, he could still collect a lot of corpses. He didn't want to do missions first. First, he had to settle the matter of the skeletons. At least he had to test it once to see the results. There were 2 rebirth pools, and there were no skeletons to deal with the calamity beasts. Did he want her to deal with those calamity beasts that polluted the soul with a foul stench? The key was that it was her world of reincarnation. If she didn't worry about it, who would? Since it was related to his world, Ningxu had to treat it seriously. Mo Ming, Ningxu asked, how many corpses do you need? Give me a number. There were many corpses. In every plane, there were people dying every minute and every second. Ningxu thought for a while. He had never done it before, so he decided to try it out first. 10,000 will do. She didn't believe that she couldn't get 1 out of 10,000. With a ratio of 1,000 to 1, she also had 10 skeletons. It was more than enough to protect 2 rebirth pools. Perhaps more skeletons would be born, so she could slowly nurture them. After all, the world of reincarnation was still bubbling. In the future, these worlds of reincarnation would need people to protect them. Perhaps after some time, she would be able to leisurely grow flowers and raise children like an abyssal prefect. She might not necessarily grow flowers and raise children, but there were other interesting things to do. Mo Ming asked the other teams about their gains and asked them to bring up the numbers. In total, the number was enough. Mo Ming said, the number is enough. There's an extra 10,000. When the time comes, we'll remove the unqualified ones. Ningxu nodded. Okay, let them gather here. Soon, the few teams came back. They were really following orders. They didn't delay at all. They were very quick. It was very militaristic. If it was a mission enforcer who was used to freedom, even if they were notified, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. The style was different. Everyone in the void took out the corpses. Ningxu released his spiritual power and scanned the corpses. The unqualified ones were kicked out. Ningxu stored the qualified ones in his own space. While he still had some life force, he had to quickly fuse the souls. Ningxu asked Mo Ming, do I give you the reward directly? Give it to me. I'll distribute it to my teammates. Mo Ming said, add another contact. If there's such a thing, just come and find us. Get some extra money. You can't be strong with just a little military salary. Sure. Ningxu added Mo Ming's contact information since it was a mutually beneficial matter. If the world expanded in the future, more worlds would have rebirth pools. They would need skeletons. Things like picking up corpses would require manpower. Maybe when he had more skeletons, he could bring them to find corpses himself. Ningxu transferred more than 100,000 merit points to Mo Ming. Then, they separated. Ningxu returned to the system space and opened the chat system. He asked the skeletons how many souls they had found. Time waits for no one. As time passed, the little bit of vitality in her body would dissipate, and her corpse would begin to rot. Then, it would be useless. The number of stubborn souls found by the skeletons was not many, only 5,000. Looks like it's really not easy to find an obsession soul. 5,000 it is. Can you send it over? Also, bring some skeletons that I'm familiar with. I need to remove the flesh from the corpses. Hiring manpower and all sorts of commissions had cost quite a bit of money. If she were to remove the flesh by herself, how long would she be busy? Originally, the creation of creatures like skeletons was very particular about time. If he missed the timing, he wouldn't succeed. Ningxu brought more than 5,000 souls brought by more than 10 skeletons into the world of samsara. In the world of reincarnation, he found a remote place and used it as a training ground. 5,000 souls were not a small number, forming a vast expanse. These stubborn souls were either numb or expressionless. Sometimes, when they were in extreme pain, they were not sad at all and did not care. Some souls had unswerving determination in their eyes. Their bodies were filled with hostility and despair. Some were stubborn because of hatred, some were stubborn because of love, and some were stubborn because of love. Their obsessions were carved into their bones. Day after day, year after year, they were controlled by their obsessions. They refused to jump into the reincarnation pool and refused to let go of themselves. They wandered in the world of samsara. The strong emotions of any creature, love, hate, greed, and despair, would have an impact on the plane. The world of samsara was also a plane. It was the other side of the world of living creatures. To be honest, the person who thought of the method to create skeletons was really a person with ideas. Since the burden on the world of samsara was reduced, there were more people to manage the world of samsara. In fact, during a plain war, these skeletons could even be used. One skeleton was small, but when all the bones were gathered together, it was very big. These souls were suddenly brought to an unfamiliar place. They were all very frightened and angry. With so many stubborn souls gathered together, the emotional fluctuations produced caused the space and vision to be slightly distorted. This was an impact. A butterfly flapping its wings could cause a huge storm, let alone so many people. Ningxu hurriedly kept these souls and put them into the black pearl. This kind of pearl could allow the souls to survive in it. The impact on the world of samsara was too great. Ningxu didn't dare to take the risk. The current world of samsara was very immature. After keeping the souls, Ningxu released all the corpses. Now, he had to clean the flesh of the corpses. "I'll need your help later," Ningxu said to more than 10 skeletons. Okay. Ningxu was speechless. They were probably skeletons that did research. They were especially serious and concise. They were very different from those skeletons that talked about beautiful women. These skeletons quickly dealt with the flesh on the corpses. First, they used high-temperature water vapor to directly vaporize the flesh on the corpses. Then, they used a knife to scrape off some flesh attached to the bones and joints. One by one, the snow-white skeletons were neatly arranged in front of Ningxu. It was as if they had been polished. There was even some reflection. Ningxu suddenly felt that these skeletons were really perfect and beautiful. Because there were only more than 5,000 souls, he could only make more than 5,000 skeletons. There were many skeletons left. Ningxu could only sell them to the abyssal prefect. These corpses were the most suitable for making skeletons. Every day, large numbers of skeletons were born in the world of samsara. Apart from those that failed, even if they succeeded, they might die in the process of nurturing before they could become golden skeletons. In short, it was a process of elimination. Those powerful golden skeletons were the victors. They would then increase their strength. The skeleton leader used 1 merit grain to exchange for 10 corpses. He exchanged for the remaining corpses of Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. In order to find these skeletons, she had spent more than 100,000 merit points. You want to exchange for 10 corpses with 1,000 merit points, but you still have an indifferent attitude. Anyway, the anxious one was Ningxu. Because the longer the corpses were dragged out, the less vitality they had. In the end, they would become ordinary corpses. These corpses were useless at all. Damn it, in the end, Ningxu still exchanged for the corpses. Because in his hands, there was not even a single merit grain left. It was a completely unprofitable transaction. Ningxu felt very stifled. These skeletons were taking advantage of the situation. More than 5,000 corpses were quickly dealt with. Now, Ningxu needed to recite an incantation to set up an array. Please be sure to succeed on your first try. The more times you try, the worse the effect. Maybe not a single skeleton will be born. The more times you fail, the less vitality there is in the skeleton. The research skeleton Ningxu said. Ningxu was speechless. The more you say that, the more pressure I feel. Ningxu took a deep breath. His fingers flew and started to set up the array. His fingers flew faster and faster. In the end, there were afterimages. Ningxu muttered while setting up the array. The mark between his eyebrows was boiling hot. Ningxu felt his whole body burning. His soul was overloaded. 5,000 skeletons were arranged in rows. From high up in the sky, it looked like a white forest. With so many skeletons, it was too exhausting to ensure that every skeleton was covered by the array. The spiritual ball in his sea of consciousness was spinning rapidly. Like a deflated balloon, it shrank rapidly. It produced a weak and painful feeling of spiritual power. Some of the power of his soul was also sucked away. Ningxu felt that his fingers had become a little illusory. It was not as solid as before. The price was too high. After setting up the array, Ningxu quickly released the souls in the black pearl. These souls were placed in the array. The skeletons had a suction force on these souls. Some souls were caught off guard and were sucked into the skeletons. Some souls were stubbornly resisting. However, Ningshu increased the input of the array. Although these souls were stubborn, they were not strong. They could not resist the power of the array and were all sucked into the skeletons. Next, a more magical scene appeared. These skeletons that had been dead and had their flesh shaved seemed to have been revived. Their bodies began to tremble. Some of the skeletons suddenly cracked. Their bones were broken. Ningshu saw this scene and his heart ached. If they could not endure it, their souls would scatter. Their skeletons and souls would be gone. Some skeletons sat up and hugged their heads. They seemed to be in extreme pain. Some skeletons seemed to have gone crazy. They ran aimlessly. In the end, they were bounced back by the array. It was like hell in the human world. They were suffering like purgatory. Ningshu's hands trembled as he maintained the array. He was a little pessimistic. He did not know how many skeletons would succeed. Many of the skeletons had cracks on their bodies. Their wails spread far and wide. It scared the souls in the world of reincarnation. What happened? Could it be that there was really hell and someone was being tortured? Beside the reincarnation pool, Swordmaster stared in the direction of the voice. The Thunder Kirin was no longer sleeping. Instead, it was pacing back and forth in frustration. Occasionally, it would raise its front paws and squeeze out a gurgling sound from its throat, as if it was about to attack. The lightning on his body crackled as if his hair was standing on end. To the souls that came from the array formation, it was torture. To the souls outside the array formation, they were so scared that they peed their pants. Gotcha. Many cracks quickly spread out on the skeleton's body. Tiny veined patterns covered the entire body. Then, with a bang sound, the skeleton exploded into tiny pieces. The soul in the skeleton also vanished into thin air, no longer existing. Gotcha, gotcha. After one was destroyed, it was like firecrackers being ignited. One by one, it was unstoppable. Ningshu's heart was in so much pain that it felt numb. Her array formation wasn't wrong, but why were there still so many souls collapsing? It was because this method was too painful. It was so painful that these stubborn souls couldn't bear it. Another possibility was that the corpses had too little vitality, causing them to collapse. Another possibility was that the vitality was too strong. Souls were originally otherworldly items. Forcefully fusing with vitality was like fusing water and fire together. It was very difficult to achieve a balance where water and fire coexisted. Ningshu turned to look at the golden skeletons. These skeletons looked at the situation in the array indifferently. It was obvious that they were used to it. Gotcha, gotcha. More and more skeletons collapsed. One collapsed meant one less skeleton. Ningshu was getting more and more uncertain. She didn't know if she could succeed. Ningshu gritted her teeth and probed into the array formation with her mental power. She could sense the vitality of these skeletons with the law of life. Ningshu suspected that the vitality of these skeletons was too little. It was because of the delay in finding the corpses. Although the corpses were frozen, things like vitality would quickly dissipate after the soul left the body. She had to succeed. She had invested so much. Ningshu condensed a rice-sized drop of the source of life on her fingertip. Her fingers fluttered, and along with the array, the vitality was injected into the array formation. Ningshu didn't dare to make too much. The vitality and the death aura had to be balanced. If this balance was broken, it would not succeed. The spiritual ball in her sea of consciousness became only the size of a peanut. Her mental power had been drained. Ningshu was dizzy. She couldn't hold on any longer. However, the array formation had to last until the end. Even if there was only one skeleton left, she had to maintain the integrity and stability of the array formation. Not only did she extract mental power, but she also extracted soul power. Curses and prophecies required soul power. Now, even setting up an array formation required soul power. Could it be that the more high-end something was, the more it required soul power? Ningshu couldn't stand anymore and slowly sat down. With the addition of a little bit of the source of life, Ningshu didn't know what the final result would be. In any case, his heart was cold. The wailing and groaning of pain filled his ears. Survival was really difficult. Looking at the painful state of these skeletons, Ningxu couldn't imagine what kind of pain it was. The research skeleton at the side was motionless. It was obviously used to seeing this kind of thing. Seeing Ningxu staring at it, it said, "If you want to produce these skeletons in the future, you have to set up the array formation in advance. The array formation requires mental power and soul power to activate, so you don't have to set up the array formation every time." Ningxu nodded. He had to set up the array formation in advance. Otherwise, he would have to set it up again every time. She felt that a lot of her soul power had been sucked away. The painful days passed very slowly. Ningxu also felt that it was very slow. What she saw and heard was the painful appearance of the skeletons and the painful wails. Some of them directly collapsed, and some were struggling bitterly. No wonder the souls with deep obsession couldn't remember anything in the end. This kind of pain probably overshadowed the entanglement of love and hate. After injecting some vitality, the number of collapsing skeletons obviously decreased. Some of them couldn't bear it and chose to end themselves. Some of them just numbly endured the pain. It was hell on earth. The whole world of reincarnation reverberated with such sounds. Many souls actually jumped into the reincarnation pool to escape from the terrifying sounds. Therefore, the number of souls jumping into the reincarnation pool suddenly increased. They jumped into the reincarnation pool like dumplings. The Thunder Kylan became more agitated. It paced back and forth and finally went in the direction of the whales. There was a problem in the world of reincarnation. It had to go and take a look. How did that creepy and uncomfortable sound come from? Sword Lord was still standing beside the reincarnation pool. Without orders, he wouldn't leave this place. Lightning crackled around the Thunder Kirin's body as it quickly came over. The Thunder Kirin's body was huge. As soon as it appeared, it created a huge pressure. When Ningxu saw the Thunder Kirin, he was a little dumbfounded. Why did it run over? Usually, the Thunder Kirin was either sleeping or sleeping. The Thunder Kirin looked at the skeletons in the array formation and then at Ningxu, who was sitting on the ground. It tilted its head. Clearly, the matter in front of it was beyond the scope of the Thunder Kirin's thoughts. Ningxu. Leave and guard the reincarnation pool. You have nothing to do here. The Thunder Kirin might have felt that something harmful to the world of reincarnation had happened here. The Thunder Kirin's eyes flickered with lightning as it looked at the situation of the array formation. Then, it turned around and left while shaking its fat butt. Gradually, the commotion in the array formation subsided. Some skeletons lay on the ground. They didn't collapse, but there was no movement either. No one knew what was going on. It might succeed, the golden skeleton Ningxu said. Ningxu's spirit was shaken. He felt that his weak soul was now filled with strength. He jumped up from the ground. If it really succeeded, he would have more than 2,000 skeletons. Although half of them had collapsed, there were still quite a number of them that survived. It actually reached 2 to 1. This number was actually not small. Ningxu was very satisfied. In the future, he would nurture these 2,000 skeletons first. Although it required a lot of merit and time, the world of reincarnation also took a long time to evolve. It was enough. As expected, it was because the corpses had been delayed for too long that caused the lack of vitality. If there wasn't any vitality, Ningxu felt that the number of successful skeletons this time would really be unbearable. He wouldn't even be able to recoup his losses. Although he had spent a lot of money, he had gained something. Weaken the power of the array formation. Otherwise, the skeletons will collapse. Now, it's the final moment of integration, the skeleton said to Ningxu. Yes. Ningxu's fingers flew and weakened the power of the array formation. Some skeletons seemed to be asleep and didn't move at all. Some skeletons were mumbling. Ningxu was a little worried that there would be something wrong with the brains of these skeletons. His heart was filled with unease. After enduring for a long time, some of the skeletons began to move. They crawled up from the ground, looked at their hands, and silently looked at their own bodies. These skeletons were obviously not used to their new bodies. You can remove the formation now. Ningxu immediately dispelled the array formation and put his hands on his hips. He was exhausted and his spiritual energy had been emptied. Mental power could be slowly recovered, but soul power couldn't. But after seeing these cute skeletons, Ningxu felt that all the expenses were worth it. In the future, these skeletons would be her team. Her first batch of subordinates would be brought out to suppress the situation. Ningxu waved his arm and said to the dozen or so golden skeletons, "Thank you for your help this time." He gave each of them 8 merit grains. Another 8 to 10,000 merit points were gone. Since he was here to help, there should be a reward. After sending away the skeletons, Ningxu turned his head and looked at the newly born skeletons. He clapped his hands and said, "Babies, line up and count off." These skeletons lined up slowly. Some of them probably hadn't reacted yet, so they were half a beat slower. There were so many skeletons. He had to find someone who was a little smarter too. "Take care of these skeletons." He let Li Si take care of them first. "Line up and get your food." Ningxu took out several baskets of merit points. For the time being, he gave each skeleton 2 merit grains. There were more than 2,400 skeletons. Let me calculate how much merit points he got first. 1 merit grain was 1,000 merit points. 2 merit grains were 2,000 merit points. 2,400 skeletons were 2,000 by 2,400, which was 8 million merit points. Ningxu's heart was numb. The most important thing was that he also had to pay a commission for the skeletons in the world of samsara to find the souls with deep obsession. He promised 5 merit grains for 5,000 souls, that was 25 million merit points. His account also had 8 million merit points. Excluding the commission of the army and all kinds of expenses, he had no more 8 million merit points. Ningxu suddenly wanted to say, "Baby, let's not eat first. Let's pay off the debt." Although he sold 10,000 corpses, it was a cheap sale. He only got 1,000 merit grains. But he owed those skeletons 25,000 merit grains. Ningxu wanted to run away like an unscrupulous boss. Although 5 merit grains didn't sound much, it was still 5,000 merit points. What should he do? It was the first time in his life that he had such a big debt. Even if he sold his blood, it wouldn't be enough. Hearing that Ningxu was going to give out food, these skeletons lined up very long. They were very obedient and looked at Ningxu with their black eye sockets. Although they had no eyes, Ningxu could still feel the blankness in their eyes. Ningxu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Anyway, he already owed so much, but he couldn't not give his babies something to eat. First, each of them would get 1. As for the money he owed to His Excellency, he would borrow it from others. 1 merit grain per person would cost more than 4 million skeletons. Ningxu picked up a merit grain and said to the skeleton in front of him, "Stretch out your hand." The skeleton stretched out its hand. Because it was all bones, there was no flesh and blood. The gap between the fingers was very big. The skeleton even opened its palm wide. "Ningxu, forget it, open your mouth." The skeleton was very obedient. It lowered its jaw and opened its mouth. Ningxu threw the bone into the skeleton's mouth and said, "Chew it and swallow it." The skeleton chewed and stood still in front of Ningxu. "Stand to the side, don't block others." Ningxu showed his greatest patience. These skeletons were all white, no, they were glistening yellow merit points. The skeleton behind stretched out its neck and opened its mouth. Ningxu threw the merit grain into the skeleton's mouth. The skeleton immediately moved aside and let the skeleton behind use its mouth to eat. The scene was filled with crunching sounds. It was estimated that it was difficult for them to use merit points as they had just become skeletons. After feeding all the skeletons, Ningxu felt that his hand was useless. He was so tired that he could not lift it. A single merit grain, for these skeletons, was like a drop of water in the sea. There was no change at all. In order to become a golden skeleton, it would at least consume a lot of merit grains. And it was only 1, multiplied by a huge 2,400. Ningxu smiled. "Stand here and don't move. Don't move. Wait for me to come back." Ningxu picked up the black bone umbrella and went to find Li Si. He asked Li Si to look after these skeletons first. She wanted to go out and borrow money to return the money to His Excellency. If she owed His Excellency money, His Excellency might not let the little girl return to this world of reincarnation. No one could replace the little girl. After all, not everyone was like His Excellency and the little girl, who ate souls as food. The little girl had a responsibility to this world. /BK Ning Shu found Li Si and brought Li Si in front of the skeletons. Li Si saw so many skeletons. There were 2,400 of them lined up, and it was a majestic sight. So many skeletons appeared without a sound. These skeletons were white and bright and actually looked good. But they weren't gold in color. They should be eating gold. Li Si wasn't a talkative person. When he saw so many skeletons, he couldn't help but ask, why are there so many skeletons suddenly? It was like they appeared out of nowhere. Li Si didn't participate in the process of making skeletons. Naturally, he didn't know how much time and money was spent. He only felt like these skeletons appeared out of nowhere. How shocking. Ning Shu said, look after these skeletons and don't let them run around. Also, don't let the souls in world of reincarnation offend them. The skeletons were really weak now. There were some really strong souls in world of reincarnation that might cause the skeletons to break apart. If something happened, even killing those souls wouldn't be able to make up for the loss. You have to look after them. Ning Shu said word by word seriously. These skeletons were all money and making them was really complicated. Li Si nodded his head, don't worry, I will look after them. Li Si was really happy. With so many skeletons, he could search for young master. There would be people guarding world of reincarnation as well. Ning Shu said to these skeleton babies, listen to this brother. When I return, I hope that I can see all of you standing there and not running around. Okay. The skeletons replied. From the notebook, such a phenomenon was normal. The souls that merged with the bones would go through a period of intelligence development and merge with the bones. After a period of time, they would be able to recover to the same state as the soul. This was why these skeletons were a little dumb. But Ning Shu wasn't in a rush. Anyway, she didn't have many world of reincarnation. However, there were some skeletons that had a special performance and recovered faster than the other skeletons. Ning Shu remembered them and made a mark on them. This kind of skeleton needed to be cultivated in the first batch. With so many skeletons, it was impossible to cultivate all of them at once. He would cultivate a few first to take care of the world of samsara. In the future, if another calamity beast appeared in the rebirth pool, he would not have to lower himself to ask for help. After all, he would have to pay for the help. With his own people, using the rewards to nurture his own people was a very profitable thing. To be honest, these skeletons all looked the same. Ning Shu couldn't tell who was who. Moreover, these skeletons did not have names. In the future, these skeletons would be given their own names. Without numbers, he would not know how to manage these skeletons in the future. Ning Shu said to Li Si, I'm leaving. Watch carefully. Li Si nodded. Don't worry. Ning Shu, no, I'm not reassured at all. Right now, the skeleton was extremely brittle, shattering with a single step. It was extremely weak. There was no merit to increase the hardness of the bones. In short, he needed money. There were so many skeletons of abyssal prefects. Even if each skeleton only had 1 merit grain as a soldier's pay, the soldier's pay would still be a huge amount of merit. It was too scary. Ning Shu held the black bone umbrella and thought about who to borrow money from. She needed to borrow more than 20 million merit points. Which rich person could lend her tens of millions of merit points? She still had more than 5 million merit points. Therefore, she needed to borrow 20 million merit points. Moreover, Ning Shu did not know when he would be able to repay her. She did not know where to go to earn money. There were taxes, but it was better not to talk about it. Ning Shu realized that she did not have a fixed income. However, there were many places where she needed to spend money. The first person Ning Shu found was Shu Bai. The last time Shu Bai saw her, it was difficult for her to speak. This time, Ning Shu also found it difficult to speak to Shu Bai. It was too difficult to ask for help. Ning Shu ordered a pot of tea and poured it down her throat. Shu Bai asked, City Lord, why are you looking for me? Ning Shu wanted to say something but stopped. Shu Bai smiled. City Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. Ningshu said, I am looking for you this time because I want to borrow some money from you. I need it urgently, but I don't have any money on me. Shubai nodded and asked, City Lord, do you need money? Ningshu nodded. I need money more than usual. Ningshu was really having a headache. When she did not have skeletons, she thought about it day and night. It was as if she was lovesick. Now that she had skeletons, new troubles came. She had to find a way to make money for herself. Otherwise, she would not be able to support herself and raise so many skeletons. Even if she could only raise a few skeletons with outstanding intelligence, she would still need to invest a lot of resources. A way to make money? A way to make money? Was she going to start a business? She was not free. Or was she going to invest in other people's business? She was so poor now. Moreover, other people would not let her invest in a profitable business. She was obviously here to rob money. Dream on. Ningshu was so poor that she cried like a poached egg. Shubai asked, how much money does the city lord need? Shubai can see how much money I can give you. There is no need for that. Just treat it as an advance payment from the city lord. She was so considerate. Hearing Shubai's words, Ningshu's heart was burning. Ningshu did not dare to say too much as he was afraid that Shubai would be scared. He said, give me as much as you can. In any case, it was impossible for her to give him 20 million. Then I will go and take a look. Shubai stood up and went downstairs. Ningshu drank cup after cup of tea. He felt that no matter how much tea he drank, he could not extinguish the fire in his heart. He did not know if it was because he was anxious or because there was a raging fire burning in his heart. Not long after, Shubai came downstairs and said to Ningshu, I can only give you 2 million. Deduct it from my account. The restaurant does not have that much money. Ningshu immediately smiled and said, thank you. It was an expected amount. Even if Shubai had a lot of money, she would not lend him a lot. Shubai was in a disadvantageous position and had to plan for herself. If she took out too much money, people would think that she was a sucker. Money came easily. In the future, she would still be exploited. Giving him 2 million was not a small amount. She had done her best. Since she was in a disadvantageous position, she had to plan carefully. Ningshu understood in his heart. He smiled and said to Shubai, thank you. Shubai nodded. After coming out of the restaurant, Ningshu sighed. The difference between 2 million and 2 million was not small. Now, he was still short of 18 million. This number was really despairing. Ningshu went to find the Xianxia man. He did not know how much money he could get from the Xianxia man. He would borrow as much as he could and then see if there was anything he could sell at home. When the Xianxia man saw Ningshu, he rolled his eyes and said, don't talk. No, I want to talk. Ningshu sat down and picked up a snack to eat. The Xianxia man fanned himself and took a sip of tea. He put down the teacup and asked, what do you want? BK Ningshu smacked his lips and said, I can't come to you if there's nothing. Are you that free? The Xianxia man curled his lips. Just tell me what you want. I'm here to borrow money. The Xianxia man said, hurry up. I don't have money. I don't have taxes now. How can I lend you money? Shut up. I don't have money. Ningshu was speechless. Be tactful, Ningshu said. Oh, I've been a little tight recently. I really can't lend you money, the Xianxia man said tactfully. Ningshu was speechless. It seemed that the Xianxia man really couldn't borrow money. Without taxes, the Xianxia man would definitely tighten his grip on the resources in his hands. The Xianxia man was still fine. He still had a restaurant. She was a general without an army. Ningshu ate several pastries in a row. The pressure was too great. It was easy for him to overeat. Fortunately, he wouldn't gain weight in his soul state. The Xianxia man saw Ningshu stuffing the pastries and asked, are you that short of money? Yes, I'm very short of money. I've never been so poor. Ningshu didn't feel that she was poor even after her belongings were taken away by the Prime Minister. After all, she was all by herself. She could eat her fill and the whole family wouldn't starve. But now, there were so many skeletons waiting for him to raise. It was really suffocating. The Xianxia man said, "I really can't lend you anything. I don't have much money. In the future, I'll have to save up on buying space tunnels. If you really need money, you can go to a loan shark." The Xianxia man advised Ningxu. When Ningxu heard about loan sharks, he quickly shook his head and refused. In this kind of place, loan sharks had the support of big shots. Otherwise, the person who borrowed money would have long reneged on the debt. Moreover, the interest was really too high. When the interest accumulated, he felt that it would become a huge debt. Just by paying off the debt, he would have to pay it off. If that was the case, he might as well be thick-skinned and owe His Excellency. When he had money, he would pay it back. Although he said that he owed His Excellency, he actually owed the skeletons. The skeletons had helped him find the souls with deep obsession. If he really owed the Abyssal Prefect, Ningxu wouldn't be so anxious. But he really did owe the skeletons. If he didn't give it to her, it would damage his reputation. It was hard to pick up a broken promise after the first time. The Xianxia man could not help but ask, "What do you do every day? Why do you always borrow money?" Ningxu sighed. "You might not believe it, but I have a lot of people taking care of me." "Keep people?" "Keep a gigolo," the man in the Xianxia said angrily. "You're already so old, and you're still being deceived by a gigolo?" "Although we're both men and are indeed quite fair, I wasn't cheated." Ningxu drank a mouthful of tea and swallowed the pastry in his throat. It was too choking and too sweet. The man in the Xianxia stared at Ningxu. "F***ck, you really have a gigolo. Is there something wrong with your brain? Bring him out to see how handsome he is." Ningxu immediately waved his hand modestly. "At most, I have delicate features. I'm really not that handsome." The Xianxia man was speechless. He must have spilled it. "You're not borrowing so much money to buy equipment for the gigolo, are you?" The man in the Xianxia looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Ningxu nodded. The man in the Xianxia said, "You can leave. I don't have money. Even if I had money, I wouldn't lend it to you." Ningxu was speechless. "Brother, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Although I do have a gigolo, it's not what you think." The man in the Xianxia waved his fan and said sadly, "A woman in love is sad." Ningxu was speechless. Since he couldn't borrow money from the man in the Xianxia, Ningxu could only think of other ways. He returned to the system space and searched for everything in the system space. He wanted to see what was valuable and could be sold. He couldn't bear to part with the ring and the roses. As for the spirit stones, no one cared about them, and the brain, he kept it for himself. The spirit stone and the fire pearl were a combination. There weren't many spirit stones left. He wanted to keep it for himself. It stored a bit of soul power, which was refined from soul fluid, as well as the soul power contributed by the person who commissioned it during the mission. But it wasn't much. Even if he could sell it, he couldn't sell it for a good price. It was better to keep it for himself. For 20 million yuan, it was a drop in the bucket. He realized that he didn't have many things that were really valuable. Oh right, he forgot about the world tree. But the world tree had already fused with her soul and couldn't be removed. Ningxu was speechless. Oh, the situation now looked miserable no matter how he looked at it. It was better to sell some blood. Ningxu contacted his uncle and asked if he wanted the source of life now. "Uncle, yes. Yes." This kind of tone really made Ningxu feel depressed. This was a rule that he had comprehended with great difficulty. Sure enough, it wasn't a transaction. Ningxu didn't intend to sell his source of life cheaply. It was also good to keep it to nurture the world tree. He would think of other ways. It was really too cheap to sell the source of life. Ningxu felt uncomfortable. He decided to sell a spirit stone from a mess in space. Back then, the spirit stone filled several mess in spaces. He also sold a fire pearl. He sold 5 pearls and 10 fire pearls to a one. He used the fire pearls to refine the impurities in the spirit stone. Selling the spirit stone alone definitely wouldn't be effective. They were all mission enforcers and definitely knew that there would be impurities if they directly absorbed it. But with the fire pearls, the spirit stone could be sold for a higher price. He needed to find someone to sell it. Ningxu took out a fire pearl and bought a glass bottle to store the fire pearls. Taking the spirit stone from a mess in space, he went to the auction house to find Xian. This kind of thing definitely needed to find a professional. Water City Auction House. The auction house was very lively. Ningxu said to the staff, "I'm looking for your boss, is he here?" After a while, Xian leisurely walked over to Ningxu. He cupped his hands and said, "City Lord, do you need any equipment?" Ningxu shook his head. "I'm here to sell something." "Then let's go to the private room." Xian sat down and asked, "City Lord, what do you want to sell?" Ningxu took out a mess in space and a red fire pearl. As soon as the fire pearl was taken out, the temperature of the room rose a lot. Ningxu said, "This is a spirit stone, mixed with spirit power." Xian picked up a spirit stone and looked at it. Finally, he put it down and said, "This spirit power probably has impurities." Ningxu pushed the glass bottle in front of His Excellency. "Of course there are impurities. At this time, it's needed. Using the secondary fire to refine the spirit power and remove the impurities, it can also make the spirit ball purer. Even if it doesn't absorb the spirit stone, once there are any impurities in the spirit ball, it can be refined with the secondary fire pearl." The spirit ball was like iron. The more it was refined, the more solid and powerful it would be. "Oh?" Xian's expression was a little interested. Ningxu said, "You can try." BK Xian absorbed a spirit stone and followed Ningxu's instructions. He used his mental strength to touch the fire pearl and then touched the hot red spirit ball. The impurities in the spirit ball would be removed, but when he touched it, it hurt a little. No, it hurt a lot. Xian sat down with a pale face. However, his eyes were bright. Ningxu asked, "City Lord, do you want to sell it to the auction house or auction it?" Ningxu thought for a moment and asked, "If you sell it to the auction house, what price can you give me?" If the price was low, of course, they would auction it. When the time came, they would give the auction house some handling fee and commission. If the price was acceptable to her, she would sell it to the auction house directly and save herself the trouble. Xian asked, "City Lord, do you still have many of these spirit stones?" Ningxu shook his head. "No." "Then where did you find it?" Xian asked. Obviously, he felt that the spirit stone was a good thing. It would be better to use it together with the fire pearl. Ningxu looked at Xian with a faint smile. "This is out of print. Let me tell you. I found it in the void world. At that time, it was a huge spirit stone mine." Xian's eyes flickered as he listened quietly to Ningxu. Ningxu continued, "But that mine no longer exists because that mine gave birth to the mine core. Now, the mine core has cultivated into a human. After it transformed, it absorbed all the spirit stones immediately. No more." Ningxu spread his hands. This kind of thing could not be reproduced. The more it was used, the less it would be. Even if Xian sent people to the void world, they would not be able to find it. Although the people who went to find the world tree more or less had some spirit stones, they did not have this kind of fire pearl. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "I've decided to auction it. I want to sell the spirit stones and the fire pearl separately." The fire pearl could be used regardless of whether one had a spirit stone or not. It could refine one's mental strength and remove the impurities in the spirit stone. Ningxu not only wanted to attract people to buy the spirit stones, but he also wanted to increase the publicity of the fire pearl. He would definitely be able to absorb those who had spirit stones. For example, the Xianxia man had spirit stones in his hands, and there were also people who wanted to purify their spiritual power. And the customers who bought the spirit stones would definitely want to get the fire beads. When the time came, the price would definitely be very high. The spirit stone wasn't that important. What was important was the fire bead. The beads sold to A1 were not expensive, but that was because there was no such opportunity. In order to get money, Ningxu racked her brains to think of a way. Xian had no objections. "Then it's settled. What's your price?" Ningxu asked, "What do you think is a suitable price? The amount of spirit stones for a subspace is not a small sum." Xian was silent for a while before he said, 8 million merit points for spirit stones and 9 million merit points for beads. Ningxu nodded. Sure. This definitely exceeded the original price of spirit stones and fire beads. As long as it didn't go unsold and was sold at a slightly higher price, she would have enough money to pay off her debt. Ningxu said, introduce more about the use of the fire beads. Xian was in this business, so of course he knew. Then the auction will have to be delayed for a while. Let's promote it for a while. Sure. Call me when the auction starts, Ningxu said. After leaving the auction house, Ningxu let out a long breath. She hoped that the hype would go smoothly and then she would have money to earn. Back in the system space, the chat system rang. She opened it and saw that it was actually a skeleton urging her to pay off her debt. These skeleton bosses were very direct. Beauty, you've already made the skeletons. When will you give the money to the brats? They're waiting for it now. Ningxu wanted to cover her face and pretend that she didn't see this message. She didn't reply. After the auction ended, she would get the money immediately. So awkward, in addition to the debt urging her to pay, the main system also asked her to pick up the trash. Ningxu replied to the main system, I've already picked it up. After the mission was completed, she went to pick up the trash. Working for the officials was like this. They kept urging her, paid her little, and owed her. The main system said, there are a lot of broken planes. Please go over and help deal with them. Ningxu wanted to roll her eyes. Every time she had to pick up 1 million, it was always asking her to do it. It wanted to instruct her as much as possible while she was being punished. Ningxu took out the spirit stone and absorbed a lot. Then she began to refine it. Since she was going to pick up trash, she should make her spiritual power stronger. After thinking about it, she made a sign and sent a message to Grand Elder, asking her to send her over. When would she be able to build the space channel as she pleased? She couldn't pick up the fragments because she couldn't build a stable space channel, but the main system still let her go every time. When she reached the place where the plane was broken, there were many fragments floating. There were so many fragments. Could it be that 10 planes had been broken? Ningxu hung the sign around her neck. The sign said, picking up fragments, 100,000 each time. Since she was already here, she could help others pick up. Picking up 100,000 would give her 100,000 merit points. Ningxu stretched out more vines this time. Her spiritual power was stronger, and she could control more vines. She picked up the fragments faster. The sign around Ningxu's neck attracted a lot of attention. Someone came over and asked, 100,000 merit points each time. You're asking for a high price. Is it? This is the official price, Ningxu said. Picking up 100,000 fragments would give her 100,000 merit points. It was a very reasonable price. Then if you take all the rewards, we won't get anything. Ningxu retorted, you won't get anything, but you didn't pick up the fragments. You don't have to suffer this. Do you want to earn the difference? 100,000 fragments, 100,000 merit points, Ningxu said with a smile. It's easy for you to pick up 100,000 fragments. This price is too high, someone said. Ningxu shook his head. No, it's easy for me to pick up fragments. That's my ability. It's not a reason for you to bargain. Although 100,000 merit points was nothing to these big shots, they were used to bargaining. They had to bargain for everything. Maybe they would succeed. If they didn't, they wouldn't lose anything. Time was really worthless to people with eternal life. They could waste a lot of time on boring things. Although these big shots said the price was high, more and more people came over. Some people even pre-booked it. No arrears. I'll settle the bill now, Ningxu said directly. When these big shots left, who would she ask for money from? Of course, there was a limit to the number. Ningxu could pick up 10,000, 30,000, or even 50,000. The number was up to him. There was also a corresponding price. Anyway, 10,000 fragments were 10,000 merit points. One fragment was 1 merit point. /BK 100,000 merit points meant 100 merit granules. Although it was not enough for each skeleton, it was enough for the few skeletons that were being nurtured. Each of them could get a few. Ning tentacle monster Shu had attracted a lot of attention. Picking up fragments was a duty that had to be fulfilled. If this tentacle monster could help, they would pick up less. Now that this tentacle monster was listed for business, these bosses were overjoyed. However, bargaining was necessary. Ningxu didn't give in. There was only one shop. If you don't want to come, then so be it. That was how willful she was. Ningxu stretched out more vines, covering the sky and the earth. With her as the center, the vines spread out in all directions. The speed at which she picked up fragments was really fast. Ningxu had to pick up all the 1 million fragments before she started to accept orders. She had a lot of people to pick up now. In such a short time, her account had more than 1 million fragments, which meant that she had to pick up more than 1 million fragments. Fortunately, she had been constantly refreshing her spiritual power during this period. She also didn't sell her source of life cheaply. Otherwise, how could she earn money so quickly? She didn't know when the 1 million fragment punishment would be cancelled. If it was cancelled, she could earn more. Some bosses sat on the side to rest and play, waiting for Ningxu to give them the garbage bag. When there was enough inside, they could report back. When the vines were out of power, Ningxu dripped a bit of her source of life. Wherever he went, it was clean and there was not a single shard left behind. By the time all the orders were completed, Ningxu was already lying on the ground in exhaustion. Her woodlaw was burning hot, and the mark between her eyebrows was burning hot. There were even people looking for Ningxu, but Ningxu waved her hand and rejected them. She couldn't do it anymore. Her body seemed to have been hollowed out. Seeing that the planes were about to fuse, Ningxu jumped up and went to pick up the leftovers of the star stones. After picking up the star stones, Ningxu wanted to go back. Now the woodlaw mark was angry. It was boiling hot and had no energy. She wanted to go back and replenish her energy. Ningxu said to the grand uncle, "Can you please send me back? I've collected enough." Instead of looking for Jingqing, Ningxu was still dealing with matters of the plane. In his heart, he hoped that Jingqing would be caught. If he was unlucky and ran into him again while on a mission, he would not be able to escape. That B** might even disrupt his mission. Although he could report it, he wanted to tear apart Jingqing if he failed his mission. The Grand Elder said indifferently, "You are very capable. You can continue to pick them up." Ningxu saw him staring at the tag hanging around his neck. He quickly took it off and said, "I'm just trying to make a living. I'm short of money recently. Besides, as long as someone picks it up, the number will be taken. Why should I care who picked it up? And it won't delay the progress." After earning 1,000,000 merit grains, he could get 1,000 merit grains. If he did it a few more times, perhaps every skeleton could get a merit grain to eat. The house was full of babies waiting to be fed, and there were more than 1 or 2 of them. As long as he could be nurtured, it would be fine. For example, in the world of reincarnation, there was no need to worry about him causing any trouble. But to cultivate these skeletons, Ningxu didn't know how many resources he had to invest. The Grand Elder didn't speak, which made Ningxu a little uneasy. Was he not allowed to do business? "Can I go?" Ningxu asked. The Grand Elder looked at him. Ningxu's hair stood on end. He didn't know what the Grand Elder was going to do. Was he going to increase his punishment again? He probably felt that 1,000,000 wasn't a lot and wanted to squeeze out his potential. Ningxu couldn't help but touch the bun on his head and stick the leaves into his hair. Was his obsessive-compulsive disorder acting up and he was going to tear off the world tree on his head? "Can I only go if I kiss you?" Ningxu pursed his lips, deliberately disgusting him. "Don't forget that I have something on you." The Grand Elder's expression was disgusted. "Disgusting thing." He took out a gun and pointed it at Ningxu's mouth. "Believe it or not, I'll smash your mouth into pieces." Ningxu smacked his lips. "I'm just joking. Can you make a space passage? I didn't do anything wrong. What reason do you have to shoot me?" The Grand Elder raised his hand and pointed in the air, and a space passage appeared. Ningxu walked into the spatial passageway. The spatial passageway was shaking uncontrollably. As she walked, she missed a step and fell. Well, he must be taking revenge on her. Ningxu returned to the system space with difficulty. The shaking made him want to vomit. Ningxu immediately went to Wood City. The operation this time was too fierce. The law was overloaded, and now it was scalding hot. Ningxu's soul was burning. As soon as he arrived at Wood City, the law imprint was frantically absorbing the green light spots. The burning sensation gradually disappeared, and a cool breeze extinguished the heat. Ningxu lay comfortably in the city lord's mansion, allowing the law imprint to absorb the energy. This time, the wood law imprint took a long time to absorb. Ningxu probably used up all the energy it had stored. Now, he had to replenish this energy. After replenishing the energy, Ningxu repaired and strengthened the barrier of Wood City. He also went to the other two cities to strengthen it. Ningxu had not used the law of earth on his wrist yet, nor did he delve into the mysteries of the law of earth. When he had the time, he would familiarize himself with the law of earth imprint. In any case, it was the embodiment of the law of earth. It might be able to move mountains and drill through earth. It could definitely topple mountains and overturn seas. After all, it was the embodiment of the law of water and earth. Tian informed him to go to the auction house. He said that a large-scale auction was about to be prepared, and her items would be auctioned there. Ningxu rushed to the auction house and asked curiously, "You're done with the publicity so soon?" This speed was too fast. Tian said, "This auction has been advertised for a long time. If there are any new items, the network can deliver them at any time." "Are you underestimating the organization's network?" Ningxu, "Well, I hope it can sell for a good price." Whether or not he could repay his debt depended on whether he could sell it this time. Skeleton was urging him. When he saw the news, Ningxu felt so guilty that he did not dare to reply. She really looked like an unscrupulous boss who owed her wages. Ningxu sat in the private room of the auction house. She had no money and was purely here to watch the fun. Even if there were any good items, she did not have the money to buy them. The auction began in a tense and lively atmosphere. The auctioneer was a man, and he introduced the auction items methodically. But there were still many people who kept bidding. The items were really good. Ningxu was dazzled by the variety of treasures in front of her. In the past, Ningxu did not know where these treasures came from. If they were really found in the plane, why did she go to so many planes and do so many missions? Why didn't she find many treasures? Now Ningxu knew that these treasures were very likely products of the Nihility world. They were found in the Nihility world. However, the price of these treasures was enough to make people gasp. The source of the information and the manual search for the treasures was enough to increase the value of these treasures many times over. /BK The treasures at the beginning were more eye-catching. At the beginning, it was certain that this auction would be very high-end and that there would be many treasures. In the middle, there would be some less precious items up for bidding. However, towards the end, there were more and more treasures. The more important the item was, the more expensive it would be. No one knew what the final item would be. Ningxu did not pay attention to the auction, so he did not know much about the mysterious final item, nor did he have the means to find out. She only cared about whether her auction item would be successfully auctioned off. This was related to whether she could return the money. Ningxu's auction item was arranged in the middle. Even if it was a treasure, its quality was above average, so it was arranged in the middle. It was the kind of auction item that could calm the atmosphere. The next item is a mind stone. It contains mind power and can absorb the powerful mind power of a mind stone. The starting price is 7 million merit points. Each increment must be no less than 100,000 merit points. The auction starts now. Ningxu had finally waited for his item to be auctioned off. He was a little restless as he listened to the bids. As expected, it was an item that could calm the atmosphere. The auction atmosphere was not very enthusiastic, but there were people bidding sparsely. Most people would first strengthen their appearance, such as the soul, which was more intuitive. If it was the soul power being auctioned now, it should be more enthusiastic. Then, it would be a strong inner strength, such as mind power. In any case, Ningxu now fully understood the importance of mind power. Strong mind power was needed to construct spatial passages, set up arrays, and so on. Mind power was a powerful attack method. However, it seemed that mind power was not as common as soul power. After all, mission enforcers would obtain soul power when they completed missions, which made soul power seem especially important. In fact, mind power was also very important. Those who bid for the Mind Stone were all 100,000 merit points. The auctioneer was talking about the benefits of strong mind power, which attracted some onlookers to join in the bidding. The atmosphere was a little more lively. Ningxu listened to the bids and was actually very satisfied. The starting price was 8 million merit points. After a period of bidding, the price had now reached 10 million merit points. The price was still climbing up with difficulty. In fact, this item was really worth the price. At that time, it had been a battle of wits and courage with the heart. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to get a Mind Stone. No matter how many people went, they would lose. In the end, the spiritual stone was sold for 11 million merit points. After deducting the 10% handling fee, it was still more than 9 million merit points. Ningxu let out a long sigh. He had nearly 7 million merit points on hand. Adding the 9 million plus merit points, he had a lot of money. He believed that the secondary fire pearl could be sold for a higher price than this. The next item is the secondary fire pearl. This kind of pearl is formed in the secondary fire. It takes a very long time to form and the temperature is very high. It can remove a lot of impurities. In particular, it can be used to refine and purify spiritual spheres. To all the customers who bought spiritual gems before, you should definitely buy this pearl and absorb the spiritual gems. Then, you can use fire to temper it and remove all impurities. Of course, customers who haven't bought a spirit stone can also buy one, because you can also rely on the beads to temper your spiritual power. It can make your spiritual power stronger and firmer, allowing you to use it smoothly without the slightest feeling of rigidity. The bidding starts now. The starting price is 9 million, and each bid must be at least 500,000. Ningxu was speechless. Previously, each bid for the spiritual gems had to be at least 100,000, but each bid for the fire pearl had to be at least 500,000. The spiritual gems were the appetizers, and the fire pearl was the main course. Even Ningxu felt that it was quite a scam. The person who bought the spiritual gems needed these fire pearls more than ordinary people, but these fire pearls were also useful to ordinary people. This was because they could temper spiritual power. No one could be sure that their spiritual power was absolutely pure. Even if they didn't absorb the spiritual gems, they couldn't be sure that their spiritual balls were pure. The spiritual balls were like a piece of iron. Only after continuous tempering and hammering could the impurities in the iron be reduced, turning it into fine iron. Iron had to be hammered to become something, and it was the same for the spiritual balls. Although the spiritual balls were very fragile to a certain extent, they could be hammered slowly to increase the defensive strength of the spiritual balls. After being hammered, the spiritual balls could change from the egg state to a lump of iron. Even if others attacked their spiritual balls, they could be fearless. However, it was different for eggs. They had to be careful because they would break if they weren't careful. The auctioneer kept explaining the importance of the spiritual balls. If the spiritual balls broke, the person's consciousness would also disappear. 8, 5 million, 9 million. 9, 5 million, 10 million, the price was gradually rising, and Ningxu's heart began to beat wildly. In addition to being able to pay off his debt, Ningxu certainly hoped that the price would be as high as possible. This way, he could get some merit for his skeleton to eat. 20 million, the price had soared to 2,000. Ningxu patted his chest. This was great, he could really pay off his debt. It was obviously easier to get the fire pearl, at least it wasn't life-threatening. It was even harder to get the spiritual gems. However, the price of a fire pearl was double that of a spiritual stone. Moreover, there was only one of them. The methods of business were really suffocating. Ningxu noticed that there were a few people who had been bidding. He suspected that these people had spiritual gems in their hands and needed the fire pearl to purify them. He just didn't know if the Xianxia man would come. The Xianxia man also had spiritual gems in his hands. He believed that the Xianxia man wouldn't dare to casually absorb spiritual gems. After all, he wouldn't dare to absorb impure things, especially when it was related to the soul and spiritual balls. If he came, would he be one of the bidders? 30 million merit points going once. The auctioneer raised the hammer in his hand and knocked on the table. 30 million merit points going twice, 30 million and 500,000. Someone bid again. The auctioneer asked, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 30 million and 500,000 going once. Going twice, going thrice, sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest for buying a fire pearl with 30 million and 500,000 merit points. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. Her body went limp on the chair. This was beyond her expectations. She didn't expect the fire pearl to be sold at such a high price. Apart from the price of the fire pearl itself, it was actually a method to refine the spiritual balls. This method made the price of the fire pearl very high. Ningxu left the private room and prepared to take the money and leave. Anyway, she didn't have money to buy anything here. She would take the money to pay off her debt. She would use the remaining money to exchange for some merit grains for the skeleton to cultivate. Tian said to Ningxu, congratulations, you sold it at such a good price. Ningxu could only say that he was lucky to be able to sell it at such a price. If he had sold it alone, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. Ningxu asked, who bought the bead? Was it the person who bought the spirit stone? Since he had bought the spirit stone, he would definitely try his best to get the bead. That way, he would be able to absorb the spirit stone without any worries. Tian shook his head. He couldn't get it, but it was my turn immediately. He asked if I still had such a bead and if he could pay for it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Everyone thought that there was only one bead, but there were more people competing for it. As a result, this item was sold at such a high price. Those who had spirit stones wanted the fire bead even more. Even those who didn't have spirit stones could refine their spirit balls, but the price was too high, so they would definitely give up. Those who had spirit stones might not necessarily do the same. Without the fire bead, the spirit stone was almost useless. He knew that it contained spirit power, but he couldn't absorb it. This feeling was King ridiculous. It was like there was money in front of him, but he couldn't spend a single cent. Tian sized up Ningxu's expression and asked, Mayor, do you still have such a bead? If you do, I can sell it at a high price. Ningxu smiled and shook his head. I don't have it. Even if he did, he wouldn't take it out so quickly. Tian calculated the account. 11 million spirit stones, 30 million fire beads, a total of 40 million. 10% commission and 4 million processing fee. I'll give you 36 million merit points. Tian transferred the merit points to Ningxu and said, check carefully. Ningxu had already seen the news. It was the first time he had so much money. In the blink of an eye, 25 million wasn't his anymore. With the remaining 10 million plus the 7 to 8 million he had, he wasn't that short of money with 20 million in his hands. Ningxu said to Tian, sorry to trouble you. Tian said indifferently, it's just business. Ningxu nodded. Tian took 4 million from the commission alone. If she had to pick up trash, she would have to pick up 40 times to earn that much. 1 million fragments at a time, so he would have to pick up 40 million fragments to earn that much money. However, Tian had only auctioned off these two treasures, not to mention that he wasn't the only auction item. Some of the items were auctioned off, while others were items from the auction house. In short, holding an auction would earn him a huge amount of merit points. Ningxu's eyes turned red. He did not know who was behind Tian. By the time Ningxu paid the bill and left the auction house, the auction had already ended. The crowd was rushing towards the exit of the auction house. Ningxu scanned with his spiritual force and found that the Xianxia man really came. He squeezed over and patted the Xianxia man on the shoulder and asked, what do you want? The Xianxia man turned to Ningxu and said, let's talk outside. It was too crowded. After they left, the Xianxia man said, aren't you broke? Why are you here to join in the fun? The Xianxia man narrowed his foxy eyes. Don't tell me you borrowed money to buy equipment for your gigolo? Ningxu shook his head. I didn't buy anything. What did you buy? The Xianxia man's face was a little pale. He hurriedly fanned himself and said, secondary fire bead. Ningxu was speechless. Sure enough, the Xianxia man had a spirit stone in his hand. Ningxu looked at him sympathetically. Did you buy it? Yes, but someone kept raising the price. I even suspected that the auction house was rigged. The Xianxia man's face turned even paler. It was a fire bead worth more than 30 million. 30 million to buy a bead. It just so happened that he needed it. It was quite ridiculous. Ningxu looked at him sympathetically. At the same time, he would never tell him that he was the one who sold the bead. The Xianxia man said, "It's not that I don't want to lend you money, but I took a fancy to a treasure. However, this bead appeared out of nowhere and I ended up spending all my money on it." Ningxu shook his head. No, no. This time, the Xianxia man really rolled his eyes, but he had to take it. The Xianxia man looked at Ningxu. You also came for the fire bead. I remember that you have a spirit stone in your hand. I'm just here to join in the fun. You know that I have no money. Ningxu was a little afraid to talk with the Xianxia man. He found an excuse and slipped away. Back in the system space, Ningxu immediately replied to the skeleton, saying that he didn't see the news before and that he would pay the commission now. With money. Ningxu spoke much more boldly. It was really cool to be rich. After Ningxu paid the commission, his wallet shrank a lot. Ningxu was so distressed that he felt suffocated. He was so sad that he wanted to cry. Fortunately, he still had nearly 20 million merit points. Ningxu exchanged some merit points and went to the world of samsara with a basket. Lisi was guarding these skeletons closely. These skeletons were very dull now. It seemed that they really didn't move much. They just stood there, motionless. Or they sat on the ground and seemed to be thinking. Skeletons were really wise to think. Ningxu shouted, "Babies, come and eat something. Line up. I'll earn some money and have a good meal." Ningxu gave Lisi 3 merit grains and said, "If you jump into the reincarnation pool again, I'll press you down and you can't get up." Lisi waved his hand guiltily. "You don't have to give it to me. Just give it to them. I've already eaten a lot." This time, Lisi knew that Ningxu was angry when he jumped into the reincarnation pool. Ningxu still gave him the merit grains. "Your body is covered in white and gold. It's ugly." He looked like he had vitiligo. "In the future, you'll have one more task. That is to watch these skeletons and be careful of the souls that are plotting against you." Ningxu said to Lisi. "When the skeletons are cultivated, you'll have time to find your master." Maybe because there were skeletons, Lisi was no longer so unique. Even if he went to find Pai Lupi, Ningxu wouldn't care much. As for the merit points spent on him, it would be Lisi's reward for guarding the reincarnation pool. After all, guarding the reincarnation pool every day was very boring. Ordinary people couldn't hold on. "Thank you. I know. I'll definitely teach them everything I know," Lisi said solemnly. To be fair, she had been kind to him since they met. "But, damn master, where are you now?" Ningxu said, "There's no hurry now. Teaching them can wait for a while." The skeletons were very weak now. There was no hurry to teach them. What they needed now was the blessing of merit. The merit would make them stronger before teaching them. If they were too anxious now, they would only collapse the skeletons. These skeletons were painstakingly made by Ningxu. Even in the process of cultivation, some would be eliminated. Ningxu hoped that these skeletons could survive and become stronger during the cultivation process. If she lost a skeleton, Ningxu felt that she would cry. She might have fallen in love with skeletons. The skeletons had already lined up. The line was very long and they were very obedient. No one cut in line. These skeletons were still in the stage of cognitive impairment. After a while, their personalities would be revealed. This time, Ningxu gave 2 merit points to each skeleton, which cost more than 4.8 million. Including the exchange difference, she spent 5 million. It sounded like a lot, but there were only 2 merit points in the hands of these skeletons. The skeletons opened their mouths and Ningxu threw them into their mouths. When she met a marked skeleton, she would give 1 more merit point. "I will give you some merit points in the future. Feed them regularly, Ningxu said to Li Si. Li Si nodded. Since she wanted to cultivate them, she could not directly throw the merit points into the skeletons' mouths when they reached a certain level. She had to use a reward system. Otherwise, she would cultivate some piglets that only knew how to stretch their necks and wait to be fed. Ningxu wanted skeletons that could destroy the disaster beasts in the world of samsara and fight outside. Otherwise, why would she spend so much merit points? After feeding the skeletons the merit points, crunching sounds could be heard. These skeletons had serious expressions as they chewed on the merit points. They spat out some that they could not chew and then put them into their mouths to continue chewing. Their mandibles moved. Ningxu supported her chin and looked at these skeletons. The more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were delicate and pretty. She felt that skeletons were not scary at all. Instead, they were quite cute. Even when they were eating, they were so cute. Her aesthetic was gradually changing, but Ningxu was very happy. I'm leaving. Look after them. Ningxu held the black bone umbrella and left. She was going to find Elder Qi and ask him about the law of space. She wanted to know why the law of space she comprehended could not quickly build a long and sturdy space passage. She was always troubling others. She wondered if Elder Qi was still hiding. He should have come out to set up a stall. Ningxu went to the alley in the Time City to find Elder Qi. He couldn't figure out why Elder Qian, who was a master of the space laws, didn't set up a stall in his own spatial city. Why did he have to come to the Time City? In short, he had no idea what these experts were thinking. Fortunately, Elder Qian had already come out to set up his stall. Elder Qian stroked his beard and asked Ningxu in high spirits, "Young lady, what information do you want to buy?" Ningxu said, "You're fine. After you left, the judge came." "It's fine. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have set up my stall here," Elder Qian said. "Whatever news you want, you can find it here." Ningxu was not in a position to ask Elder Qian what punishment he had received. It was mainly because they were not familiar with each other and some things were not appropriate to ask. Ningxu said, "Actually, I'm here to ask you something." Elder Qi said, "By a spatial tunnel." Ningxu shook his head. "I don't need it." Elder Qi said, "By a spatial tunnel." Ningxu said, "I'm not here for news. I have something else to ask you." Elder Qi said, "By a spatial tunnel." Ningxu was speechless. Alright, he had to buy a spatial tunnel to continue the conversation. Ningxu asked, "What treasures are you looking for this time?" Elder Qian said in a low voice, "Information about the world tree." Ningxu touched the meatball on his head reflexively. The world tree did not need it. Ningxu shook his head. "I don't need the world tree. Is there any other information?" Elder Qian said in a low voice, "It's about the secondary fire pearl. The pearl has been on fire recently." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu shook his head again. "I don't need it either. There are other things, such as soul crystals and spirit stones." "There are, but some things are restricted now. There aren't many tunnels." "Something like that happened a while ago," Elder Qian said. Ningxu nodded to show that he understood. He asked, "Then what other treasures are there?" Elder Qian said, "How about the law of nothingness?" Ningxu was speechless. "Old man, why do you always poke at my sore spot? These things are too dangerous." "Did you make them?" Ningxu asked. "What's the law of nothingness? Did the world of nothingness give birth to these things?" Elder Qian stroked his beard and nodded. "Yes, but it's not big. These things are best used against enemies. Just throw a basin at them and they won't survive. Hurry up. I've already sold a few spatial tunnels." Ningxu quickly shook his head. "I don't want this." She did not want to play with this thing at all. She had not solved one problem at home. If another one came, she would definitely go overboard. Playing with the law of nothingness was like playing with fire. If she was not careful, she would die. Ningxu asked uncertainly, "Is there really someone who bought the information to find this thing? Was he not afraid of being devoured?" Thinking about the boundless law of nothingness in the ultimate martial arts, Ningxu was worried sick. He would not go looking for such a thing to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, there were so many treasures in the world. It was impossible for all of them to be his. Ningxu was quite indifferent to what he had lost. Elder Qian said, "Of course there will be people looking for it. Even if they don't need it, they can sell it to others. There will always be people who will buy it." Ningxu was speechless. "Old man, you're poking at my lung again." She had bought the law of nothingness. It turned out that the one she had bought before was found by someone else and sold to a fool. Ning Shuzhen's heart was really stuffy. She said dispiritedly, "Is there anything else?" Elder Qian felt that this girl was really hard to please. She could not do this or that, so he asked, "Then do you want a majestic mount?" Ningxu was speechless. "Old man, where am I going to put my majestic mount? Where should I put it?" She already had a lot of skeletons to feed. She really did not want to get a mount. A mount that was too powerful probably would not be willing to be ridden by others. Although Ningxu wanted to use the space passage to attract more attention and ask Elder Qian some questions about the law of space, he could not just buy one casually. This kind of passage could easily cost millions of merit points. Ningxu was not so rich that he could get 1,000 merit grains for 1 million merit points. Elder Qian said, "What do you want?" Ningxu rolled his eyes and asked, "Is there anything that can deal with the law of nothingness?" Since the law of nothingness could be born, there must be something corresponding to it. Otherwise, when the law of nothingness expanded, it would swallow everything in its path. Elder Qian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. "I haven't found anything yet." "Pick something else." Ningxu said, "Then pick a world with soul crystals." He stored some soul power. "By the way, the space passage I bought from you last time was connected to the territory of His Excellency. Did you know that I was almost eaten by His Excellency?" No, she had been swallowed by the guardian of her world of samsara. She was almost digested. How impudent of him. His Excellency actually acted as if nothing had happened and even blamed the black fog for having diarrhea because he swallowed her. Elder Qian was stunned for a moment before he said, "Fortunately, His Excellency didn't complain about me." Ningxu was speechless. "Old master, the main point is that I was swallowed. If not for the black-bone umbrella, I don't know how badly my soul would have been contaminated. This is a void world with soul crystals." Elder Qian passed the fur to Ningxu. Ningxu took it and asked, "This time, it won't connect to His Excellency's territory again, right?" Although His Excellency usually looked easy to talk to, Ningxu did not dare to challenge him. After all, he could swallow her in one gulp. She was just food. Elder Qian replied, It won't." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu gave Elder Qian 5 million. The spatial passageway in the soul crystal realm was slightly cheaper than in other realms. After keeping the spatial passageway, Ningxu lowered his posture and said to Elder Qian, "Elder Qian, I have something to ask you this time." Elder Qian stroked his beard and said, "What is it?" "If I know, I will tell you." Ningxu asked him about all the problems he encountered when building the spatial passageway. "Why do I always get it wrong?" Elder Qian listened and said, "Build a spatial passageway for me to see. I can't make a conclusion without seeing it." Ningxu immediately built a spatial passageway. Elder Qian glanced at it and saw the problem. He shook his head and said, "Idiot, how can you build a spatial passageway like this?" Ningxu asked, "What's the problem?" "I feel very tired, but I can't build a long spatial passageway. Other people could build a long spatial passageway in an instant." Ningxu was envious but also confused. He really did not understand why he could not build one. Elder Qian looked at Ningxu with disdain. "Your spatial passageway is worse than a child's building blocks." Ningxu was speechless. She really didn't have any talent. Elder Qian coughed, straightened his back, and stroked his beard. Ningxu blinked and said to Elder Qian, "Elder Qian, why don't we stop setting up the stall? Let me invite you to a restaurant for some tea and something to eat." Elder Qi shook his head. "There's no need. I have a business to do. If I leave, do you know how much of my business you'll be delaying?" Ningxu had no choice but to go to the restaurant and buy some drinks, tea, pastries, and some delicious dishes, which cost him a little money. If you want to consult someone, you have to have the attitude of a person asking for advice. He did not know when he would be able to figure it out. There must be something to learn from the three human forms. Furthermore, Elder Qian was the embodiment of the law of space. Obtaining some guidance from him would be much better than pondering over it for 100 years. Ningxu put the things down. Elder Qi, I bought something for you to moisten your throat. Thank you, but how can I accept this? If I let you spend so much money, others will say that I'm taking advantage of the younger generation. Elder Qi waved his hand and refused. Ningxu wanted to scratch his head. He knew that he had to tickle Elder Qian's itch. Elder Qian said, the way you build the stabilizing frame is wrong. It's too dense and wastes mental energy. It's too slow. You only need to build a stabilizing tripod at the key points. Have you ever seen a bridge that needs to be supported by dense piers? Ningxu shook his head. No. Other than stabilizing the interior, you also need to stabilize the exterior of the spatial passage. You only know one thing but not the other. Elder Qian poured some wine and said to Ningxu, try to find a suitable spatial node. Don't build a triangular shape that stabilizes the spatial passage. Do you understand? Ningxu scratched his head. How do I find one? You build it first. Elder Qian was expressionless. Build the passage first, then find a suitable spatial node to reinforce it. Do you understand? Why are you so stupid? It's like building a bridge. Other than the body of the bridge, you also need the support of the piers. You can't just build a passage. Do you understand? Stupid. Ningxu said, I'm just stupid in this aspect. Ningxu built a spatial passage and looked at Elder Qian. Elder Qian took a sip of wine. Build a structure that stabilizes the passage at a certain distance. For example, a tripod. Ningxu built one at a certain distance. Elder Qian said, just build one at a certain distance. Why are you so afraid of your spatial passage collapsing? Ningxu had no choice. He could only let himself loose and build a passage at random. Then, he built a support at a random point and asked Elder Qian, can I? Elder Qian glanced at him. Yes, stabilize the exterior. Ningxu asked carefully, how do you stabilize the exterior? She had always stabilized the interior. She had never heard of stabilizing the exterior. This was the consequence of working behind closed doors. Some things needed some inspiration. She had only just met Elder Qian. Otherwise, she would have come to ask for his advice. Elder Qian did not want to say anything. No one taught you? I blindly tried to figure it out myself. I spent a lot of time, but I couldn't figure it out. Ningxu said honestly. The exterior is also stabilized by connecting the spatial nodes. It's like tying a rope to something. This thing will be stable and won't run around. Oh. Ningxu suddenly understood and started to build spatial nodes around her. Ningxu said to Elder Qian, I'm done. Elder Qian, what an idiot with no ideas of her own. However, being able to figure out spatial nodes was better than not being able to enter a spatial door. However, this girl really had no talent in this area. It was fine if she could use spatial laws, but she definitely could not play around with them. She could not understand more of the mysteries of space. After all, space and time were high-level laws. Elder Qian said, go in and see if the spatial passage you built is stable. Ningxu nodded. Then, she lifted her skirt and bent down to walk into the spatial passage. She bounced around and was actually very stable. Ningxu walked from one end of the passage to the other. The spatial passage was very stable. Ningxu removed the spatial passage and focused on building the passage. When she opened her eyes, she found that she had built a very long spatial passage. And it was not very tiring. Ningxu was excited. She could finally build a stable spatial passage. Ningxu immediately thanked Elder Qian. Thank you, Elder Qian. Thank you. Elder Qian nodded elegantly. By another spatial passage. Ningxu, seeing Elder Qian's serious expression, Ningxu could not help but ask, Elder Qian, is your business not good recently? Haha, how can my business not be good? It has never been bad. Elder Qian looked at Ningxu expressionlessly. Ningxu had no choice but to buy another spatial passage. It was still a passage to find soul crystals. This one was cheaper, so Ningxu could only buy this one. After chatting with Elder Qian for a while, Elder Qian came for business. Ningxu said goodbye and left. She wanted to go back and strengthen the spatial passage between the 4th level of 9 Palace Mountain and the world of Samsara. When she built the space passage, she only stabilized the inside but not the outside. This was a hidden danger that had to be solved. If she didn't reinforce it, the passage might not last long. She might have to rebuild it if it collapsed. Ningxu came to the world of Samsara and reinforced the space passage. Indeed, the seniors had more experience and were more practical. He had been comprehending for so long but he still couldn't figure it out. Ningxu felt that he was really stupid in this aspect. He had no talent. He reinforced the spatial passageway several times before he finally gave up. Ningxu hoped that the spatial passageway could last a little longer. Ningxu did not want to spend her free time reinforcing the spatial passageway. Ningxu entered the 3rd level mainly because she wanted to see if there was any faith power on the 3rd level, or if there was any pure faith power. As time passed, there would be less and less pure power of faith. There would be less and less people who believed in her. Even the faith wouldn't be pure anymore. It was no longer pure faith. It wasn't power anymore. As soon as he entered the 3rd level, he saw that the whole world was about to become a vast ocean. The ocean flooded many places. The animals ran to higher places in a panic. But those who were slow were directly submerged by the monstrous flood. Ningxu was a little surprised. What was this world doing? Was it going to wipe out all the creatures in this world? It was impossible to wipe them out. After all, the creatures living in the water wouldn't be affected. Was it going to wipe out the creatures on the land and then start to develop new creatures? Everything that happened in the world could be said to be controlled by the heavenly axiom. It was like a country that would be controlled. This control could be good or bad. Generally speaking, the control of the heavenly axiom rarely went wrong. If it was really easy to go wrong, then there was a problem with the heavenly axiom. The creatures in this world were all foreign. Ningxu guessed that the heavenly axiom might not be able to accommodate these creatures. That was why there was such a control. If the heavenly axiom wanted people to die, how could they not die? When people died and entered the world of samsara, they would be reborn. But there was no creature that wasn't afraid of death. Creatures didn't know that they could be reborn. Even if they were reborn, they wouldn't be themselves anymore. They wouldn't be the same person. From a macroscopic point of view, the definition of an individual was not important. What was important was the balance between generations. Therefore, Ningxu did not understand what was going on in this world. His ears were filled with the prayers of the savages, the cries of blood. The language that she could not understand was filled with fear and pleading. Ningxu blocked out these prayers as they were really messing with her thoughts. Ningxu planned to communicate with the heavenly Tao of this world to understand if the regulation had gone out of control or if this was a situation that the heavenly Tao was happy to see. Ningxu casually plucked 2 leaves and formed a seal with both hands, using the leaves for divination. However, the leaf was annihilated by an unknown force and disappeared. Ningxu didn't even see the results of the divination. What was the meaning of this situation? He didn't even say anything. He tried to communicate with you, but you snorted and turned your head to the side. Can't we talk nicely? Ningxu nodded with his finger, and the raging waves instantly froze into ice, freezing the seawater. Ningxu plucked 2 more leaves and began to communicate with the heavens through divination. This time, the leaves did not suddenly disappear. Ningxu asked questions in his heart and obtained information from the divination. In any case, the divination said that the burden of the world was about to be reduced, which was why such a thing happened. The result of regulation was that it could not accommodate so many living beings, especially since this world was not a complete world. However, it seemed that the entire world was about to be drowned. Now, many living beings had drowned. Ningxu scattered the leaves and asked if the heavenly Tao was almost done. If this continued, the entire world would be drowned. The leaves did not respond. Ningxu tapped with his finger, and the frozen seawater thawed and calmed down. At a glance, 3/4 of the world was ocean. The storm had stopped. Ningshu felt that if he did not come, the entire world would be drowned. It seemed that the heavenly Tao really did not like these creatures. It might as well drown them and evolve again. From sea creatures to land. Wasn't there a saying that humans were transformed from fish? Many creatures evolved from the ocean. Clearly, this world had such a plan. It overturned everything and evolved again. It felt that the heavenly Tao of this world had a bad temper and was quite unhappy with these foreign creatures. Ningshu held the leaves for divination, but the leaves did not react. Ningshu stopped divining. Foreign creatures meant trouble to the heavenly Tao. It was like a species invasion. Either they could not survive, or they were so arrogant that no one could deal with them. Ningshu scooped up a few strands of pure faith power. Looking at these strands of pure faith power, she communicated with the heavenly Tao. Even the heavenly Tao had to leave a little chance of survival for living beings. The heavenly Tao was still unable to do something like exterminating all of them. Therefore, the leaves did not react after that. It was a tacit approval of Ningshu's actions. Of course, Ningshu did not evaporate the water. Since the seawater had already drowned many places, it was fine to start again. When the land area was small, living beings would develop in the direction of the ocean. When the land area gradually increased, living beings would start to develop in the direction of the land again. Ningshu felt that living beings really had a shocking adaptability. Of course, those who did not adapt would also be eliminated. The chanting in his ears was mixed with joy. The joy of surviving, and there were more threads of faith power. Ningshu rolled up these threads of faith and put them away. The disaster beasts in. The world of samsara needed to be destroyed by the power of faith. Living beings needed pure faith to destroy the evil things produced by the evil thoughts and filth of living beings. Ningshu used the leaves for divination to thank the heavenly Tao. In any case, there were still some living beings left in this world. Those who drowned in the sea entered the world of samsara and could be reborn. Ningshu did not communicate with the heavenly Tao of other worlds, but this heavenly Tao gave Ningshu a feeling that it had a temper. In the beginning, it refused to communicate. After resolving this matter, Ningshu threw away the leaves in his hands. The leaves floated on the surface of the sea and finally sank. The prayers were still ringing in his ears. Ningshu thought that if there was really a God, listening to the prayers of believers every day, all kinds of trivial things, all kinds of things, and all kinds of things. Even if it was a God, it would probably explode. Ningshu felt that his ears were full of buzzing sounds, like annoying flies. Moreover, this kind of chanting cadence was completely incomprehensible. This was very annoying. He could only feel the mood of the chanter slightly. /BK sadness, fear, joy, respect. Ningshu could vaguely sense these emotions, but the singing was too unpleasant. He could understand why they could treat their roars as songs. Ningshu left the third level. Luckily, he came. If not, he might be stunned the next time he came. The world was a sea with no end in sight. After entering the fourth level, with the space tunnel, there shouldn't be any more strange creatures like the beast men. Ningshu entered the world. Before she even entered the city, she discovered that many humans were fleeing the city as if they were fleeing for their lives. Their faces were filled with panic. Ningshu was speechless. Why was it different from the peaceful world that she imagined? Did a war break out, and the ones fleeing were all humans? Were the beastmen extinct? Ningshu grabbed a girl's arm and asked, "What happened?" The girl was terrified. The beastmen want to capture humans. They want to capture humans. Ningshu wanted to ask more, but the girl had already flung his hand away. She ran very quickly. The men and women were terrified. Not long after, a group of dog-headed people chased after them on horses. They wanted to capture the fleeing humans. They saw Ningshu standing there, dressed in white. He looked very clean and handsome. The dog-headed people were excited. They barked and surrounded Ningshu. Ningshu looked at the dog-headed people. The beastmen hadn't gone extinct yet. Instead, they felt like they were bullying the humans. In the past, the humans looked down on the beastmen. They were stupid and had short lives. But now, the humans were being chased by the beastmen. This is good-looking, a dog-headed person stammered when he saw Ningshu. But in the next second, someone hit his head. Stupid. So skinny. No chest or butt. You can't give birth. What's the use of being good-looking? Ningxu looked at the dog-headed person expressionlessly. Do you believe that I won't smash your head? You don't know how to talk. You guys continue chasing the humans. I'll take this person into the city, a dog-headed person said righteously. The other companions were unwilling. They knew that he wanted to give this good-looking human to the masked man for a reward. They still wanted to chase the human. No way. Immediately, a kobold said, no, I can take this human to the city. You know how to please C, and so do we. Offering beautiful humans will definitely make C happy and give them benefits. As for the escaping humans, it was a piece of cake. Ningxu watched helplessly as the kobolds started arguing with each other. They wanted nothing more than to bite each other with their mouths, and they started barking. She just wanted to know what the hell was going on. Ningxu stretched out his vines and dragged a kobold away. The other kobolds were still desperately biting each other, and they did not notice that the human woman had disappeared. The kobold that was tied up by Ningxu trembled and stuck out its tongue. However, its eyes were filled with anticipation, as if it was waiting for Ningxu to ravage it. Ningxu was speechless. Why did she feel like she had become a pervert? Looking at the dog's head, she couldn't bear to eat it. Ningxu asked the kobold, why did you capture humans? Logically speaking, with a space tunnel for souls to enter the world of reincarnation, the number of orcs would decrease. However, humans would not. Why were they being bullied? Why capture humans? Why don't you ask why they escaped? The kobold snorted. Anyway, I'm in your hands. You can do whatever you want to me. But you're a barren human woman. It's useless. Hee hee. Ningxu almost laughed out of anger. He whipped it with his vines. You're dishonest, aren't you? The kobold howled in pain after being whipped by Ningxu. Ningxu whipped it a few more times. Who asked you to say that I have no buttocks and no breasts? Can you talk properly now? Answer my questions. The kobold's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing Ningxu's stern gaze, it immediately nodded while whimpering. Why did you capture humans? It was not that Ningxu was siding with anyone, but the current situation really confused Ningxu. To give birth to babies, the kobold said. What does giving birth have to do with humans? Ningxu could not figure it out. The kobold asked in surprise, are you from the countryside? You don't know? Ningxu grunted, and the dog-headed man immediately told her what he knew. Ningxu's expression became more and more subtle as she listened. In the end, she was completely shocked. She looked at the kobold with a complicated expression. She suddenly realized that orcs were still humans in essence. That was to say, the orcs' fertility suddenly disappeared. It was not that it disappeared, but the orcs, who had always been proud of their population, suddenly stopped having babies. Originally, the orcs' lifespan was relatively short. Some orcs could not even give birth to a child until they died. For example, the best orcs could give birth to a few babies in a litter. They could give birth to a few batches of babies in a year. However, the orcs' fertility suddenly decreased. The population of the orc empire plummeted like a precipice, directly dropping to the bottom. The orcs were not as smart as humans, and they did not live as long as humans. Their only advantage was that they had a lot of people. Being able to give birth, they could crush humans with numbers. Humans gave birth to one or a few babies in a lifetime. The gestation time was still long. How could there be any orcs? The orcs could slightly compete with humans because they had a lot of people. If they could not win 1-on-1, they could win 2-on-1 or 3-on-1. Orcs did not have intelligence, but their physique was completely superior to humans. Why did the population suddenly plummet? If this continued, the orcs would go extinct. Ningxu understood the reason. They did not need the orcs as a transit point. The orcs would definitely disappear, but the rulers and the orcs did not know. He didn't know which higher-up had a wild imagination. Since beastmen and beastmen couldn't have children, then humans and beastmen could definitely have children after doing that. Then, the human men and women of childbearing age would suffer. They would be captured to have sex with the orcs and give birth to babies. The orcs were half human and half beast. Then, the babies would definitely be orcs. Perfect tick. Ningxu facebombed. Did they not know how to fix the hole in their brain? Did they not know that there was something called reproductive isolation? It was too scary. If there was no such thing, then the whole world would be filled with monsters. Once this policy was implemented, it seemed to become a carnival for the orcs. However, the humans were in a terrible state. The men wanted to have sex with the female orcs. The women were even more unlucky. They were almost raped by the orcs, making them pregnant. That was really a breakdown of etiquette. There was sex everywhere. /BK These orcs had the heads of animals and were forced to have sex with such people. One could imagine how they felt. In the past, orcs were despised by humans. They suddenly let go of themselves and grabbed a human on the street and started having sex with her. It was said that they were contributing to the empire's population. It was also quite satisfying to bully the humans who despised them. In this situation, there were also people giving birth. Orc females and human females were pregnant and had children. But the children born were really deformed. They either grew thick hair or had ferocious facial features. They died not long after birth. More died in the womb. Not long after pregnancy, the fetus died in the womb. The deformed children were not aborted, they were born monsters. Orcs were already very strange, but these children were even more strange. There were all kinds of deformities, and even their hands and feet were connected. The humans in the city were devastated. They were forced to have sex and to have children. They tried their best to escape. All the signs showed that this was a bad move. The extinction of the orcs was close at hand. And humans were a species that held grudges. They were indifferent to being treated like this by the orcs. Sure enough, if the heavens wanted people to die, they would first make them crazy. This was simply a stroke of genius. Using sex to solve the population problem. Ningxu was about to kneel down to the upper echelons of the orc empire. You are light, you are electricity, you are the only legend. There was probably no other way. They were so anxious that they had an idea. A light flashed through their minds, and then this idea appeared. But this would offend the humans and speed up the process of extinction. Ningxu suddenly sympathized with the orcs. This was completely courting death. Originally, the orcs were going to disappear. With this, they would disappear even faster. Originally, the heavens wanted the orcs to disappear. But all the orcs seemed to be immersed in doomsday revelry. They were especially free. Those simple-minded orcs were gone, and the unrestrained nature of the humans in their bodies was exposed. His hidden evil had been exposed. Those deformed, dead, and stillborn children were directly ignored. More orcs believed that they could reproduce with humans. Ningxu was speechless for a long time. Although his worldview was on the verge of collapse, Ningxu felt that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He would not be shocked by such a small thing. Perhaps in the near future, the humans would attack the beast men and massacre them. Once these beast men died, their souls would enter the world of samsara to be reborn. In their next life, they would no longer be beast men. Humans would be humans and animals would be animals. They would no longer have the body of a human and the head of an animal. Let me go, let me go. The dog-headed man struggled, looking at Ningxu with eyes full of lust. Ningxu felt that these guards must have raped many women. She had originally come here to stroll around and see how the world was like. She didn't expect to be able to broaden her horizons like this. He couldn't even be bothered to enter the city. If he did, he didn't know what kind of eye-piercing things he would see. Ningxu directly destroyed the thing 3 inches below the kobold's navel. How dare he tease her? He even said that she didn't have breasts or buttocks. Humph. The kobold fainted from the pain, and Ningxu wanted to leave this world. This was a war between the humans and the orcs, and she didn't want to get involved. Ningxu suddenly felt very good. He wanted to see which orc had come up with such a great idea. It was so elegant and refined. Although he didn't want to get involved in the matters of this world, Ningxu still wanted to walk around and see if there were any treasures. At the very least, there should be a world's origin. She even found a metal-type world's origin on the 2nd level. However, Ningxu realized that this world had suddenly become a world filled with the smell of meat. As long as there were orcs, there would be that. Sometimes, this kind of scene really challenged one's worldview. Especially the animal head, it was as if it was doing that with the animal. She could encounter such things in the wild. Ningxu felt that he needed to wash his eyes. Save me, save me, save me, Ningxu stood on the branch of a tree. Under the tree, there was an erotic scene. It was a snake-headed man pressing down on a woman and spitting out his snake tongue. It gave people goosebumps. Ningxu felt that pig-headed men and dog-headed men weren't that repulsive. It was this snake-headed man that really made people uncomfortable. When the woman saw Ningxu under the tree, her eyes lit up. Ningxu cried for help, save me, please save me. This was a snake-headed man. He was vicious and vicious. He didn't have sex to give birth. After sex, he would bite the woman to death. If he met other orcs, he might be able to survive. But if he met a snake-headed man, he wouldn't even be able to survive. Feeling the abnormality of the woman under him, the snake-headed man turned his head. When he saw Ningxu under the tree, he immediately spat out his snake tongue and said, "A beautiful human woman has come." Ningxu smiled and floated down from the tree with an umbrella. The snake-headed man bared his fangs and quickly rushed over to bite Ningxu. His poison could make living creatures feel sore and weak all over. They would lose their strength and be at the mercy of others. This woman was very beautiful. It must be very comfortable to press such a woman under him. One look and one could tell that she was the daughter of a rich family. Even if they raped such a woman, they wouldn't dare to speak out. Without chastity, they would be abandoned by their family. They would either be killed to avoid insulting their family's reputation. After living with humans for a long time, the snake-headed men were very clear about the hypocrisy of humans. Even if the Empire hadn't implemented the practice of copulating with humans, the snake-headed men would still secretly find human women to copulate with. Snakes were lustful by nature. Moreover, only human women fit the snake's aesthetic standards. They were beautiful, had soft skin, gentle facial features, and a pleasant voice. But pressing down on a dog-headed man, pig-headed man, or lion-headed man was much more comfortable. The snake-headed man Ningxu rushed over but was bounced back by an invisible barrier. With a bang, he crashed into the barrier and almost fainted. Ningxu stretched out his vines and directly pierced through the snake-headed man's body. His heart was pierced into minced meat. He fell to the ground and twitched. After a while, he stopped breathing. The woman looked at Ningxu in shock. She hurriedly picked up her clothes and thanked Ningxu. Then, she covered her face and cried loudly. Ningxu didn't know how to comfort her. He stood to the side and didn't say anything. The woman sobbed and sobbed. After venting her anger, she wiped the tears from her face and knelt in front of Ningxu. "Sir, please accept me as your servant. I can do anything." Ningxu looked at her clothes. They were coarse hemp clothes. He could tell at a glance that she was the daughter of a poor family. Ningxu didn't need a servant. Moreover, she hadn't stayed in this world for long. Ningxu directly said, "I don't need a servant. You can go home." Saving people was just a matter of convenience. /BK Ningxu didn't want to be responsible for someone else's life after saving them once. On the phone, when the woman heard Ningxu's rejection, her expression became even more desperate. Even her body couldn't help but tremble. "My lord, please accept me. I really can do anything. Let me follow you and be your slave." Ningxu was helpless. He squatted down and patted the grass on her shoulder. "I don't need you to be my slave. Go home." She had nothing to do but let this girl do it. To be honest, this girl couldn't be her maid. She didn't have any strength. She didn't need someone to do laundry and cook. Thinking that this girl had just encountered something terrible, Ningxu was still very pleasant to her. She was forced. After the deed was done, she might be killed by the snake-headed people. The woman cried uncontrollably. She was desperate. She muttered to herself, "I can't go home. I'll be killed if I go home. I'm scared." "You can't go home." Ningxu rubbed his forehead and asked, "Why can't you go home? Tidy yourself up and go home." Even if she was forced, no one would know. Live a good life. The woman shook her head in panic. I can't, sir. I'll be killed if I go back. Because I've been defiled by the beastmen, I'll be pregnant with monsters. Any woman defiled by the beastmen will be executed by the village chief, and parents. A woman defiled by a beast doesn't deserve to live in this world. Ningxu was speechless. It was the chains of Joan of Arc again. Although the beastmen were destined to be destroyed, in this destruction, women were also victims. Perhaps the product of human and beastmen's intercourse was too shocking. Humans were afraid of the birth of monsters. Executing the defiled woman at the source was the most effective way. Men were the ones who vented, and women were the ones who accepted. Therefore, defiled women were considered dirty. Ningxu asked, then will the man who was forced to have intercourse with the beastmen be executed? The woman's eyes were hazy with tears. Men won't get pregnant. They won't be executed. So, it was a woman's fault for giving birth. Ningxu said, it's not so easy to get pregnant. Don't worry, you won't get pregnant. She had interrupted the process of masturbation midway, and there was also reproductive isolation. It was not that easy to get pregnant. The woman shook her head, her expression twisted. Even if I'm not pregnant, I will still be executed. I won't be able to return. She saw some girls from the same village being executed with her own eyes. When her parents saw their daughters being raped by the beastmen, it was as if they had seen a monster. They wanted to burn them quickly. She didn't want to be burned alive. It was too terrifying. That mournful voice lingered in her mind. She would rather commit suicide than go back. Ningxu was puzzled. If you don't say it, who would know that you've been defiled? Just treat it as if you've been bitten by a dog. Why don't you go somewhere else? The woman sobbed and said, they will use hunting dogs to sniff out women's bodies. They can smell strange odors and are usually accurate. Ningxu was speechless. What a perverted method. Using a hunting dog to sniff a girl's breasts. If there was a gynecological disease or a strange smell, wouldn't it be a waste? After being tainted by the beastmen, the smell of the beastmen will remain. This smell won't dissipate in a short period of time. It can't be washed away. Sir, please take me away. I will be killed. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck. Previously, he felt that his worldview was slightly shaken. Now, it directly collapsed. The beastmen were wild, and the madness of humans was not inferior. However, this madness and ignorance pressured the woman. Ningxu asked, are all the women who have been defiled like this? I don't know, but the place where I live is like this. Once I'm defiled by the beastmen, I must be executed. Sir, I can really do anything. Please take me in. Ningxu gathered her clothes and said, there's a small stream over there. Go wash up. I'll take you along. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. The woman kowtowed to Ningxu and then stumbled to wash up. Ningxu sighed and stood there waiting for her. The woman was afraid that Ningxu would leave, so she hurriedly washed up and ran back. Seeing that Ningxu hadn't left, she heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, I'll hold the umbrella for you. The woman endured the pain in her body and said to Ningxu. There's no need. Just follow me. Ningxu walked slowly. She followed behind her step by step. Her walking posture was a little weird. She must have just broken a melon and it must be very painful. Ningxu stopped. The woman also hurriedly stood up and asked, Sir, is there anything else? Ningxu said, sit down. Let's rest for a while. What's your name? Sir, my name is Xiayu. My village is not far from here. Xiayu said tremblingly. Ningxu nodded. I'll teach you a set of cultivation methods. You can cultivate and have some ability to protect yourself. Thank you, sir. Xiayu immediately knelt down. Ningxu taught Xiayu peerless martial arts. Peerless martial arts didn't care about one's foundation. Moreover, it could provide faith for peerless martial arts. It was killing many birds with one stone. Ningxu taught Xiayu. Xiayu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Ningxu also set up a spirit gathering array to gather the surrounding spirit energy. Xiaoyu didn't know anything about cultivation. She had to start from the most basic understanding. She didn't dare to ask Ningxu. Her progress was slow, but at least she could draw qi. For such a desperate person to be saved, her faith should be strong. Since she had already been saved, she might as well save her to the end. Although she escaped this time, she might not be able to save her next time. When she had strength, others couldn't hurt her. Xiaoyu's meridians were small, and her water pipes were small. There wasn't much water flowing. Her cultivation was also at an average level. However, if she used other secret manuals, she definitely wouldn't even be able to enter the door. When they arrived at the town, Ningxu bought her a sword for self-defense. Xiaoyu was once again grateful. Even the wind blowing in the town had a perverted smell. As long as there were beastmen, there would be this smell. Xiaoyu saw beastmen defiling women on the street. She was so angry that she wanted to cut the beastmen with her sword. However, she was afraid of causing trouble for Sir. The woman's scream made Xiaoyu very afraid. Her entire body trembled. Ningxu said, "If you want to save her, then save her." "Sir, I'm not strong enough. Will I cause trouble for you?" Xiaoyu hesitated. Some beastmen had already surrounded them. They stared at Ningxu and Xiaoyu and were about to pounce on them in the next second. The current beastmen might have released their bestial nature. They were different from the stupid beastmen from before. Xiaoyu's body was trembling. She stood in front of Ningxu and said, "Sir, you go first." These beastmen weren't very strong. It could be said that they didn't have any strength. Their physiques just looked stronger. "You go. Let me see your strength." Ningxu didn't want to move at all. BK Ningxu and Xiaoyu were surrounded. In this situation, the two women were just food. It would be strange if these orcs didn't attack. Perhaps he would be able to impregnate a human woman and give birth to a child. The child would be a great contributor to the empire and would be rewarded with delicious food and a comfortable house. Now that there was a problem with the orc population, whoever saved the population of the empire would be the hero of the empire. "Give me a girl and I can save the empire." The two weak women appeared in front of them and their mission as citizens of the empire flashed in their minds. "Get them pregnant, get them pregnant." Xiaoyu was so scared that she trembled, especially after being defiled by the orcs. Now that she saw these orcs, she felt fear instinctively. She trembled so much that she almost couldn't hold her sword. She blocked in front of Ningxu and almost cried. Xiaoyu said to Ningxu, "Sir, leave quickly, leave quickly." There were a few orcs. Ningxu didn't want to attack such weak scum at all. He said to Xiaoyu, "Your chance to take revenge is here. You can kill these orcs who defiled you with your own hands." I don't dare," Xiaoyu shouted in her heart. She had never fought with anyone before, let alone a tall and strong beastman. The way he looked at them was green and full of desire, making Xiaoyu flustered. She didn't think of killing these orcs at all. And Xiaoyu didn't dare to kill people. Ningxu just said, "If you don't kill them, we will all be defiled. They won't let us go." A orc laughed, but his pig head looked as ugly as it could be. If one was pressed under his body, one would feel like they were being raped by a pig. It couldn't be worse. The orc was probably the ugliest orc, second to none. "Don't be so resistant. We will make you happy. We won't hurt you. We just want you to give birth to children." The orc patted his chest and looked righteous. There was no one else. He felt that this policy and reward had released the evil in the orcs' hearts. Everything could be attributed to the empire. They glorified what they did. Yes, it was righteous and right. Then, he could do these things with a clear conscience without any psychological burden. He reckoned that the person who came up with this idea must be a human spy, so this orc would offend more and more people. Even if they realized that this policy and idea were wrong, things were already like a wild dog that was out of control. There was no turning back. According to the stupid minds of the beastmen, they had already engraved something in their minds. Moreover, this kind of thing would give them the pleasure of abusing others. It would make them feel happy, and it could never be corrected. The orc was adamant that this was right. Xiaoyu was so angry at the beastman's shameless words that her eyes were bloodshot. Why should I let you defile me? Why should I give birth to your child? Have you asked for my opinion, using violence to force weak women to give birth to children? The children she gave birth to were either deformed or stillborn. There were even constant miscarriages. These violent beastmen would never know the extent of the damage to their bodies. Ningxu pushed Xiaoyu from behind. Xiaoyu was holding a sword in her hand. After being pushed by Ningxu, her body uncontrollably moved forward. The sword in her hand was caught off guard and directly pierced into the orc's stomach. The sword was extremely sharp and pierced through the orc. She killed someone. Xiaoyu's mind was in a mess. She was completely stunned. The killed orc clutched his stomach and tried to stop the blood in fear. However, the blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers and dripped onto the ground. The ground was covered in blood. The fishy smell of blood made Xiaoyu vomit. Xiaoyu started vomiting. The other orcs were stimulated by the blood. One by one, they raised their fists and smashed them towards Xiaoyu and Ningxu. They even roared, their faces ferocious. Ningxu directly used his spiritual power to pierce through their hearts. His spiritual power was like a palm, directly crushing their hearts. Their hearts instantly turned into minced meat. The orcs were stunned. Their expressions froze and they fell to the ground. With a plop, dust flew up. Ningxu originally wanted to attack the orc's spiritual ball and directly let it shatter. However, without the spiritual ball, the soul was also ignorant. Without the spiritual ball, it could only become a worm in its next life. Hence, he directly attacked the physical body to kill the orcs and not the soul. Sometimes, Ningxu felt that the orcs were pitiful. After all, they were the transit station for humans to reincarnate. They were neither humans nor animals. Their position was awkward. However, they were quite good at seeking death. There were not many people who could kill themselves because of their stupidity. To die under a peony flower, let's see if you can become a romantic ghost or not. The death of the orcs made the girls who had been defiled cry uncontrollably. They didn't know if they were happy or sad. Some of the girls hurriedly covered their bodies. Previously, they didn't care about living a life worse than death. After all, if they wore clothes, the orcs would tear them apart. Now that the orcs were dead, some hope appeared in their hearts. They tried their best to cover their bodies. Trembling, they kowtowed to Ningxu to thank him. These girls had some marks on their bodies. They were green and purple and looked especially scary. Orcs were born with great strength. If it was a female orc, it was still okay. There wasn't such a big difference in physique. However, it was different for human females. They were already weak and had to be pampered at home. They weren't allowed to go out. If they went out, their reputation would be ruined. With such a physique, how could they not be tortured to death by the orcs? Not to mention having children. Sometimes, they were even raped. How could they bear it? They used the excuse of increasing the population to do lewd things. Xiaoyu was almost done vomiting. When she saw these girls, she felt the same way. However, she didn't dare to speak and could only remain silent. Ningxu didn't know if these girls were going to be killed by their clansmen and families. He said, "Okay, you guys go first. Find a place to hide." The 5 kneeling girls didn't move. They crawled on the ground and shivered. Ningxu had a headache and asked, "Does your family want to kill you too?" "Sir, we were defiled by the orcs. We can't live anymore. No matter where we go, we will be killed. The Empire will concentrate on executing the girls defiled by the orcs." Women defiled by orcs were even more unbearable than being defiled by humans. Orcs had always been looked down upon by humans. They were just beasts who could talk and had grown human bodies. Women defiled by beasts were disgusting. Moreover, no man would marry a woman defiled by an orc. It was too disgusting. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, Ningxu's eyebrows twitched. If women were executed on a large scale, you guys would benefit. By then, the population would wither. If you weren't pure yourself, you wanted others to be pure. What was the reason? You didn't have power. End of chapter 29:33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.